Chapter 741, A Strange Forest That Speaks Human Language. The fish scale formation shrinks, and slowly descends in a tight formation. My lord, isn't it necessary? Isn't it just an 8th level monster? It's not worth mentioning at all. We can attack separately, quickly finish off the monsters, collect the spoils that exploded and leave directly. Compared to Huang Rong's caution, the great masters around her didn't care so much. There were no powerful monsters on the way here, and the ones that did have already gathered near the exit of the tunnel. On the contrary, the monsters in the forest 1,000 kilometers away were not of high level, but there were more types and numbers. Don't be careless. Have you forgotten that the vines at the exit are only of the strength of the 9th Revolution Grandmaster? They are more difficult to kill than the divine beasts and dragons. The plant monsters on the ground may also be as difficult as this. My lord, you are right. These Grandmasters made sense. But they still didn't really care. Huang Rong frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more, just kept adjusting and gathering the army. She had already discovered that these 5,000 Grandmasters didn't respect her as much as the Grandmasters of the Baiyun army, and obeyed her. There was always a perfunctory attitude. She could only think that this group of people had not yet realized her majesty and kindness, and needed to be properly influenced and reformed. Today's situation might be an opportunity. The team quickly completed the adjustment of the military formation, which became tighter, and the chi shield outside the military formation became thicker, and the defense increased by more than 10%. The group landed quickly. At the beginning, there was indeed only the dying counterattack of the strange eagle, but it was easily killed by the Grandmaster team and turned into props and equipment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a sound of insects flapping wings sounded, and the forest with fragmented sunlight instantly fell into darkness, as if it had suddenly become dark. Be careful, it's an unknown mosquito, beware of poison. After glancing at the insects that completely covered the sky above, even Huang Rong, a great master, felt her scalp tingling. There were too many of them, and they appeared too silently, as if the trees around them were protecting them and providing cover for them. Each of these mosquitoes was the size of a tennis ball, and its sharp mouthpart was actually flashing a faint green light. You can tell at a glance that it's poisonous. The strength sense was calculated based on the strength of a warrior, and it had even reached the strength of a 2nd level warrior. Looking at the number again, Huang Rong couldn't help but sweat on her forehead. Buzz. Countless mosquitoes rushed over directly, not only in the sky, but also in the surrounding grass and trees. Their sharp breaths pierced the chi shield directly. Hissing. Hissing. The bodies of those mosquitoes swelled up rapidly in the strange sound of air leakage. They could actually absorb chi. Puff, puff, puff. The explosions continued. The greedy mosquitoes could not bear the chi that exceeded their own endurance, and all exploded. However, the Grandmasters were not happy, only stunned and surprised. The 2nd level mosquitoes could actually absorb chi. They could clearly sense that the chi on the military shield was less. It seemed not much. Only 1/10,000th. But the mosquitoes surrounding them were countless. This was only the amount of chi absorbed in less than 10 seconds. More mosquitoes surrounded them. More and faster chi loss continued. Be careful. The venom after the mosquito explosion has the effect of corroding chi, a great llama exclaimed, and could not help but transform the chi into fire attribute, preparing to burn the mosquitoes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was just an accident again. The fire attribute chi actually made the big mosquito even more excited, and the efficiency of absorbing chi was directly increased by 30%. Switch to gold attribute chi, Huang Rong shouted, and as the commander of the army formation, she tried her best to reverse the chi of the army formation. Sure enough, the chi was absorbed more slowly, and the mosquitoes exploded faster. After persisting for 3 minutes, she gave an order with a gloomy face. Retreat the original route. The big mosquitoes were simply endless, and directly dyed the surrounding area blood red, and the poisonous blood evaporated to produce scarlet poisonous mist, which actually caused a hysteresis effect on the circulation of the Grandmaster's chi. However, the nearby tree demons were intelligent. When they heard Huang Rong's voice, they spread out countless branches and leaves to block them. Yee. It was like a baby crying. Aggrieved. But the big mosquito immediately rushed in with more excitement, surrounding the Grandmaster team without leaving any gaps. Humph. Military formation skill fish leap. The entire military formation was like a fish jumping out of the water, and the fish head slammed heavily into the black insect swarm. Puff, puff, puff amid a burst of explosions. An area of more than 200 meters wide was directly cleared. Huang Rong just held on for 3 minutes, and was not being beaten, but finishing off the strange eagle on the ground and picking up the fallen spoils. Now that the things on the ground have been collected, there is no need to stay. Bang! A wall of branches and leaves blocked them, and the military formation skills could not even knock them out. Huang Rong remained calm about this. She also knew that the tree monsters in this forest would not sit idly by, so she immediately changed to a military formation skill. Military formation skill Dragon Soaring. The chi light of the fish scale military formation suddenly changed from green to gold, accompanied by a dragon roar. A golden dragon roared into the sky, and fiercely crashed into the green branches in front of it. Crack! Although the branches and leaves were very tough, they still broke through under the combined attack of the Grandmasters. Don't run! Just as the Grandmaster's team rushed to the control, they heard a strange shout from behind, which made Huang Rong stunned. What the hell? She raised the military formation to a certain height with some fear, then turned her head and looked over, asking loudly. Monsters can't speak human language. This is common sense, which has been circulated on Blue Star for more than 100 years. Monsters have their own languages, various animal and bird languages, but they just can't speak human languages. Now this stumbling sentence actually scared Huang Rong. People eat. The strange tone came again, and then countless attacks came. There were vines, there were leaves, there were seeds, and there were all kinds of monsters, which came out of the woods at the same time. Ascend! Huang Rong's eyes shrank. She did not choose to resist but flew to 3,333 meters, but suddenly felt her body heavy, as if there was 10 times the gravity pressing down, making it difficult for her to rise again. Although the accident came unexpectedly, Huang Rong had experienced enough battles, and immediately stabilized the military formation and commanded calmly. Military formation skills sparkling. The green true energy rippled like a lake, rebounding those long-range attacks that had little attack power, hitting the monsters that were trying to fly high. Gaga gaga. There were many monster birds below, and they were still increasing. At a glance, more than 10 species could be seen, and the number of each species was more than the Tsukushi Gray Eagle just now. Fortunately, their strength is not as strong as Tsukii Gray Eagle. Otherwise it would be a big trouble. Keep going east. Although it is easy to kill these monsters, it will definitely consume a lot of true energy. She came out this time mainly to explore the way. Try to find the divine beast level monsters, and then destroy them when she is ready. The Grandmaster team accelerated and left the monsters below. They chased for 3,000 kilometers before they retreated with an unwilling roar. Chapter 742, allowing the Grandmaster to explore, array adjustment. Huang Rong went eastward, and lowered her altitude when her chi strength was more than half, and rested in a suitable safe area. However, this safe area was created by killing with swords and knives. Flying eastward for 100,000 kilometers. It was still a vast jungle, and there was no edge at all, like a green ocean. There was no mountain that was not covered by plants. Avoiding various flying monster birds along the way, seeing that they still did not fly out of the forest, Huang Rong decided to return, and lowered her altitude on the way back, to check if there were any powerful god-level monsters in the forest. Wait for 2 pieces of news. One good and one bad. The bad news is that there must be a god-level monster every 3,000 kilometers or so, and in some places there are even multiple. The good news is that those god-level monsters are all plant-type. They move slowly, and will not leave their territory after being provoked. There is also a piece of news that is neither good nor bad. Those god-level plant monsters are surrounded by a large number of animal-type monsters, protecting them in a guard formation. It is not easy to kill them, and it is also difficult for them to chase the Grandmaster team. I think these guys who are unwilling to move will not think of running to the tunnel exit. After resting for 3 days in the tunnel, Huang Rong explored in other directions again, and the information she got was the same as the situation in the eastern forest. It seems that it is very easy to block this tunnel, but the Grandmaster team has been in the Tree Demon Forest for a month, but has not killed a single divine beast-level monster, which makes them unhappy. Li Lang. Those guys are a bit undisciplined, which is really troublesome. After Li Sin finished setting up another void circular cutting array, Huang Rong came over with a helpless look on her face. And when she handed Li Sin a dinner, she sighed and complained. Simple, you release them tomorrow, and do whatever you want, and explain that our formation can already withstand the attacks of divine beast-level monsters. As long as they retreat in time, their lives are basically safe. As for whether they can retreat in time under the attack of divine beast-level plant monsters, it depends on their luck. He had already seen that the 5,000 Grandmasters were not cooperating. In the later period of Demon Snake Valley, the Grandmasters showed some disobedience to management. In Tree Demon Forest, they were slow to respond to some combat requests from the military. Since these guys won't listen, let's make them listen at the cost of blood. Is that so? Huang Rong looked at Lee Sin reluctantly, then nodded with gritted teeth. Okay. I'll notify them tonight. And by the way, you can ask the military district to provide more elixirs so that they can explore farther places. Well, good idea. As expected, when women become ruthless, they are more terrifying than men. Lee Sin couldn't help but give Huang Rong a thumbs up. The next day, as expected, those great masters excitedly took the elixirs provided by the Dragon Country military and left in groups of 3, 5, and hundreds. They flew away in all directions. Miss Huang, are they in danger? Looking at the Grandmasters flying away, Sun Wenyong asked Huang Rong with some concern. It's okay, they are all hundreds of years old, and they value their lives more than us, and they won't take risks. Huang Rong just waved her hand and smiled carelessly, not worrying about the safety of these subordinates at all, which made Sun Wenyong a little stunned. Are all Grandmasters so confident? But since Huang Rong said it's okay, then it's okay. He turned to look at Lee Sin and said, Lee Sin, is our formation enough to resist the divine beast-level monsters, especially the plant-type monsters? In theory, it's enough, but it still needs practice. It should be enough. It should be. Sun Wenyong was speechless and almost rolled his eyes, but when he turned to look at the Grandmaster who was disappearing in the sky, he suddenly became thoughtful. Lee Sin deliberately sent these great masters out. He nodded without asking any more questions, and turned around to continue dispatching resources and troops. The war in the number 1 defense zone of that military region was tense, and half of the army had been dispatched there. If the formation here had not been verified, he would have been ready to transfer the formation master army there and start to set up the formation. Ya. The flower demon in the distance began to sing again, making people feel even more depressed. Lee Sin, it would be better to arrange some soundproof formations later, so that our garrison defense forces will be safer in the future. Okay, I'll start designing it now. But I need to collect the demon pills engraved with void circular cutting array as soon as possible. Another 2,000 will be enough for me to set up the final formation, integrating the 81 formations in this forest. I'll go and urge Lao Qian. He was the one who contacted me about this. Sun Wenyong also turned and left. Lee Sin and Huang Rong walked to the front to check the formations. The first void circular cutting array had been dismantled, and the 81 new formations were arranged in a circle 810 meters away from the tunnel entrance, circling the center 3 times. Void circular cutting array LV-102 fires a circular space blade every minute, causing 500 points of space attribute attack to enemies within a radius of 10-20 meters. Void cutting. Enemies with space defense attributes below 500 points will be cut off. The new array is directly arranged with demon pills and various space attribute materials. There is no array duration, but the cooling time has increased 60 times from 1 second to 1 minute, and the attack power has also been greatly reduced. However, it is enough to block plant monsters. The array covers a radius of 3,870 meters. All monsters entering will be attacked by more than 2 arrays, and all can be cut into several sections. According to the monsters found so far, there is no monster with a space defense of more than 500 points. And the deeper the monsters go, the more attacks they will receive from the formations, ensuring that they cannot rush to the tunnel entrance. Moreover, the final formation has not been completed yet. Senior Lee Sin, isn't the formation we have arranged a bit too scattered? Each void circular cutting formation occupies only a 130-meter radius, and there are still a lot of blanks. Are you going to add some formations? For example, Spirit Gathering Formation? When the two walked to the periphery of the formation area, they happened to meet Su Wanjun, who was also checking the formation. Lee Sin smiled and shook his head and said, I don't want to set up any formations. It's just that the space formations can't be too close to each other, otherwise it's easy to conflict, causing other formations to be scrapped. If you can find a formation to add in the blank space, try it boldly. I'll help you watch from behind. Really? Then I'll start adding a spirit gathering formation to speed up the gathering of spiritual energy in the formation. Not only a spirit gathering formation, but also a magic gathering formation. Void circular rotation cutting formation is actually a magic formation. Although it can be activated with spiritual energy, its attack is indeed much weaker. I understand. I'll go and try it now. Su Wanjun is also a practical man, seemingly learning from Li Xin. In less than half an hour, he cut a magic gathering formation into a void circular rotation cutting formation. Then, boom! With an explosion, Su Wanjun was blown 100 meters away, and then he did a graceful somersault in the air, and landed steadily. Li Xin hurried over to check on him. How are you? Are you not injured? Nothing. Nothing. My profession is Immortal Formation Master, and I have a very high resistance to the backlash of formations. Oh, that's good. You continue. Li Xin's eyes lit up. It seemed that this was a very good formation tester. Could he let Su Wanjun test some dangerous formations? Chapter 743. The formation has been integrated. The Grandmaster team has not returned yet. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Amid the explosions, Su Wanjun was blown away again and stood up again and again. Li Xin had to sigh. The indestructible cockroach. Thanks to Su Wanjun's extremely high resistance to formation backlash. After Li Xin joined the formation cutting test, after only 3 days of testing, the test of spirit gathering formation cutting into void circular cutting formation was completed. After stacking up to 9 spirit gathering formations, the cooling time of the space blade was shortened to 50 seconds. The next step is to test the cutting of the demon gathering formation, but this experiment will be a bit difficult. It has been 8 days, and no magic gathering array can be added. During the 13 days of array experiment, Li Xin also tried to add other arrays to improve the power of void circular cutting array. But unfortunately, there was no success. The space array is too special and too overbearing, and it is difficult for any other array to be integrated. Li Xin, the demon pills you want are here. At this time, Qian Duke and Sun Wenyong arrived together. Both of them were excited. If Li Xin's inference is correct, as long as he completes the formation, he can completely block this tunnel. Are you here? Give it to me now. Li Xin was so excited when he heard the good news that he opened his hands and was about to receive the demon pills. He forgot that there were at least 2,000 demon pills in this batch, which was enough to bury him. Let me see how excited you are. Qian Duke laughed and handed Li Xin a space ring. Li Xin did not pretend and directly extended his spiritual sense to check it in front of him. Haha. Elder Qian is awesome. There are 2,390 of them. Now the formation is more stable. Haha. I sacrificed my reputation and begged those profiteers of my family. And I paid a lot for it. Haha. Elder Qian. Don't worry. I will definitely show you what is worth the money. Li Xin said confidently, and immediately ran to set up the formation. The position of the formation base was left when 81 void circular cutting formation were set up. 6,561 special demon pills were set up to integrate the 81 formations. It went very smoothly. The array was arranged and activated without any backlash. It was successful in one go. Li Xin's array design and calculation ability became more and more stable. Ha ha ha. This array is awesome. As soon as the array was activated, Qian Duke could not wait to identify the attributes of the array. Double energy storage void circular cutting array LV-186. Launch a circle of circular space blades every 18 seconds, causing 1860 points of space attribute attack to enemies within a radius of meters. Void cutting. Enemies with space defense attributes below 1860 points will be cut off. Layering. The space blade can be fired in layers, up to 9 layers, and the attack damage can be adjusted in 9 levels. Energy storage. When the formation is idle, it can continuously store space magic and space spiritual power, which can enhance the power of the space blade up to 9 times. It is not difficult to do 3 skills in one formation. Formation masters after the 7th turn will learn this skill. Many high-level and older formation masters above the 4th turn can also learn it. However, Li Xin is absolutely unique in being able to increase the space formation that originally had only 1 skill to 3 skills. No wonder Qian Duke laughed out loud in surprise. Lieutenant General Sun Wenyong also gave Li Xin a thumbs up. This formation is really powerful. Li Xin has already opened the layers. Within the range of meters, it is divided into 9 layers of attack. The attack interval of each layer of the formation is 2 seconds, which achieves a circular attack effect and can attack continuously. And the maximum attack of each layer is 1,860 points. And the attack distance is meters. In addition, the attack can be increased by 9 times by accumulating energy. Qian Duke is sure that the known monsters, including the mythical beast Phoenix, do not have such a high spatial defense attribute. This time, He was really ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. Strong, too strong, you are worthy of being senior, Li Xin. Su Wanjun also identified the attributes of the formation, looking at Li Xin with admiration and worship, almost kneeling down to hug his thigh. I worked so hard to add the spirit gathering formation, but the effect achieved was only to reduce the cooling time by 10 seconds, but Li Xin reduced it by 40 seconds as soon as he made a move, and also created two extremely practical, very powerful formation skills. It's hard to say whether it's strong or not, you have to experiment to know. Li Xin was not proud. The attributes of the formation looked good, but it needed to be confirmed after some actual combat, so we couldn't draw conclusions too early. By the way, those Grandmasters have been out for 13 days, and haven't come back yet. Will something happen? Zhou Pengpeng behind them suddenly reminded him in a worried voice, making Li Xin and Huang Rong's faces darken. Those Grandmasters are indeed a little arrogant. Are they planning to take over the mountain and rule the land? However, Huang Rong was only slightly unhappy, and said calmly, "It's okay, let them play for a few more days. As long as we make sure the formation is perfect, we can go to another tunnel to prepare for the formation." Alright. Li Xin nodded in agreement, although he could use the slavery mark to order those Grandmasters to come back, but it was not necessary. Major General Zhou let all the soldiers in the military zone retreat, and move to the other night back cave tunnel. We, the formation masters, will continue to improve and adjust here. Okay. Zhou Pengpeng did not ask any more questions. After all, she is from the world of warriors and the Grandmaster team. Let alone her, the entire dragon country cannot be mobilized. Then we will put our own manpower into places where it is more needed. The soldiers of the Southwest Military Zone retreated across the board, the magicians who assisted the Grandmaster team, the melee fighters also all retreated, and even half of the auxiliary professionals were transferred away. It seems that the battle over there in Night Back Cave Tunnel is really tense. Seeing this, Li Xin called Su Wanjun over. Wanjun, follow Major General Zhou and go there first. Take away all the formation masters below the 7th level. You can arrange the formation you think is appropriate according to the environment over there. I will go there immediately after the tunnel here is confirmed to be fine. Okay. I will stabilize the front line first, and wait for Senior Li Xin to come over for instructions. Su Wanjun nodded seriously. He took on this task from Li Senator. He also wanted to be truly independent. He had learned a lot from following Li Xin during this period. This time, he would put his knowledge into practice. The army kept retreating. And finally only 5,000 auxiliary professionals and 600 formation masters were left in the Tree Demon Forest, waiting for the Grandmaster team to retreat. The next day, Qian Duca came to Li Xin to discuss. Major Li Xin, how about we build a base here? We can directly occupy this forest. There are a lot of top-quality medicinal materials here. If we can take over this forest, the annual production of high-level spiritual medicine will hopefully double. Elder Qian. No. I'm afraid that the military strength of Dragon Country can't support multi-line operations. But your formation attributes are so high and so strong, just expand the range of the formation. I just contacted those formation masters, who can engrave void circular cutting formation, 10 perfect quality demon pills, and exchange them for 1 engraved demon pill, which can be supplied for a long time. Li Xin suddenly realized that the government had made such an arrangement. But he still shook his head and said, it is not recommended to expand the range of the formation, which will cause more backlash from the divine beast level demon beasts. Major Li Xin, don't rush to refuse. Those Grandmasters probably don't want to go back. We can let them settle here and become one of our garrisons. Oh! So they are waiting here. Chapter 744. The Grandmaster team was chased back. The Dragon Kingdom government has many talented people. It is natural that they have seen that the Grandmasters are not honest. If they can stay here directly, it will reduce a lot of trouble and danger. As for building a base, it is just a suggestion. In response to this, Li Xin just smiled helplessly. No wonder Qian Duca avoided Huang Rong and talked to him alone. Even Huang Rong didn't believe it, but he could understand it. However, he still explained, Elder Qian, I have said my plan several times, blocking the passage to the monster world, forming an alliance with the warrior world, and conquering the magic world together. In fact, among the 4 worlds, our blue star has always been in the weakest position, which is also related to the fact that we have never thought of forming an alliance. If we can form an alliance with the warrior world, our situation may not be so difficult. Wait, Li Xin, you must remember that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Even if you marry Huang Rong and trust her, you cannot trust the entire warrior world. Aren't those grandmasters who have not returned the most direct evidence? Xian Duke interrupted Li Sin's explanation seriously and reminded Li Sin solemnly. Li Sin was silent. He originally wanted to tell the grandmasters that he had planted the slavery mark, but looking at Xian Duke's attitude, he knew that the government and the military were no longer confident in those grandmasters. He simply didn't say much, just nodded, and changed the subject. When those great masters come back, I will propose this idea, but it is hard to say whether they are willing to accept it. Moreover, I also want to take them to build all the tunnels that Dragon Country needs to block. Free masters cannot be wasted. That's it for now. I'll let the ordinary soldiers of the engineering battalion start building the foundation of the base here. I suggest not to build any base. The formation around us is a space formation. Once it is activated, even if it will not cause harm to us, any building will be quickly destroyed under the space shock. Don't waste those resources. It's okay. Lay the foundation first. It won't take many resources. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Li Sin stopped persuading him and let the government send people to do it. He continued the work that Su Wanjun had not completed, and ran to the periphery of the formation and tried to integrate the magic gathering formation into the void circular rotation cutting formation. With Su Wanjun's hundreds of failed experiences, he was only attacked more than 10 times, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and completed the fusion of the formation. To be precise, it was just cutting in, not fusion. The magic gathering formation could only be inserted into the corners of the void circular rotation cutting formation to speed up the gathering of magic elements in the formation. 600 high-level formation masters spent 3 days carefully arranging 8,100 small magic gathering formations, which reduced the cooling time of the space blade by another second. This time, it really reached its limit. Roar, roar, roar. Just when Li Sin was about to retreat to the night Batcave tunnel, the roar of an animal came from the far east. The sound was not loud, but it was getting closer. I'm back. After a while, Huang Rong flew back from somewhere and landed beside Li Sin, saying this with a bit of gloating. Although it was just a simple sentence, Li Sin did hear the gloating taste. Was it chased back by a monster? Yes. It was intercepted. Intercepted, that's a bit dangerous. The two talked about the danger, but did not take any further action, and did not even order the auxiliary professionals to gather. However, they didn't need to give orders. A major general officer who stayed here had already blown the assembly whistle, and 5,000 auxiliary professionals had begun to form teams and assemble. They could ignore the lives of the grandmasters, but as soldiers, as dragon people, they had the obligation and responsibility to guard the tunnels behind them, and the thousands of dragon people behind the tunnels. Kill! 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 Suddenly, a hoarse and unclear shout of killing was added to the simple roar. Those guys still provoked the monster that might speak human language, probably a god-level plant monster. Hearing this voice, Huang Rong's face also changed. Li Sin even called out to Major General Ma Xiaoyang while retreating. Major General Ma, the whole army retreats, rely on the tunnel entrance for defense, don't rush forward to provide support. Understood. Ma Xiaoyang naturally knew that the Grandmaster team had encountered the forest that could speak human language before, and also sacrificed 3 senior investigators, collected a lot of intelligence, and knew how powerful the monsters in it were. Boom boom boom. Soon, with a huge rumble, the ground was shaking, and from a distance, a huge black shadow could be seen approaching slowly. Military strategist skill, concentrate strength. Military array skill, break the spear. The shouts of the Grandmasters were also heard back, and their voices showed that they were exhausted and a little panicked. Brothers, we are almost at the tunnel entrance, and rush forward. Military array skill, pierce the sun. Kill. When the Grandmaster's team was fighting desperately, the black shadow in the distance suddenly glowed green, illuminating one side of the sky, and a huge wall of light blocked the Grandmaster's team's way. Kill. The Grandmasters were also fighting desperately, and the silver military array light, which was a little dim, suddenly glowed brightly, and it penetrated the green wall of light. The silver army accelerated again and rushed back. However, they were still surrounded by green aura, which made them unable to fly fast. My lord, help us. There are many flying monster birds behind us. Monster birds of the divine beast level. Finding that they could not escape quickly, the Grandmasters hurriedly shouted for help. When they slaughtered monsters and harvested various treasures, they did not expect that Huang Rong, their lord, would finally remember now that she was being hunted. Tick, 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 on, tick. The next moment, angry roars of various monsters came from the other three directions. This time, the Grandmaster team had stirred up a hornet's nest. The monster army united to block it. Retreat! Retreat into the tunnel. It's a phoenix. These bastards actually provoked a phoenix. Hearing the clear and melodious phoenix cry that had been played countless times since elementary school, Li Sin's face changed drastically, and he directly ordered a retreat. Retreat! Ma Xiaoyang also cursed in his heart, and directly ordered a retreat. The formation masters retreated first, and the auxiliary professionals followed closely. After they all retreated, the Grandmaster team in the air finally escaped into the coverage of the void circular cutting formation. It was just that the monsters behind them seemed to be able to sense the formation here, and actually stopped. But they just stopped, and did not stop attacking. Instead, they suddenly launched a more fierce offensive. With a phoenix cry, a super fireball as big as a football field flew from the right direction. And in the blink of an eye it was behind the Grandmaster team, and slammed into it fiercely. With a dragon roar, a fire dragon 100 meters thick and 10,000 meters long flew from the north, following the huge fireball and smashing into the Silver Army formation. With a hawk cry different from the clear phoenix cry, a tornado larger than a football field fell directly on the super fireball, increasing the firepower while restricting the movement of the Grandmaster team. Seeing that this Grandmaster team, that was enough to sweep across the countries of the warrior continent, was about to perish here. Chapter 745 Energy Overload. 239 Level Tree Demon Energy Overload. Li Sin's voice resounded within a meter. Like the command of the gods, a strong suction force instantly came from the ground, sucking down the three terrifying attacks. With Li Sin's help, the Grandmasters who were originally horrified and ready to die immediately saw hope again. Another sun piercing. We will be able to escape soon, a Grandmaster commanded excitedly, and everyone burst out their greatest true energy again, merged into the army formation and turned into a silver spear, dragging the green spiritual light, and rushed to the tunnel entrance again. Hit! The hoarse and strange voice came again. The green spiritual light that was wrapped around the Grandmaster's army suddenly retracted, turned into a huge fist, and hammered hard on the army. Snap! Finally, the Grandmaster's army still couldn't survive the continuous attacks, and it was directly broken apart. The Grandmasters were directly knocked down from the air to the ground, and many people fainted directly. Li Sin, should we go out to save people? In the tunnel hall, Ma Xiaoyang looked at the Grandmaster, who was hit within a kilometer range, and asked reluctantly, Okay, but let the soldiers retreat immediately when they find danger. The safety of the soldiers is more important than those Grandmasters. Okay. Ma Xiaoyang immediately turned around and called the men and horses, and rushed out again. This was also a helpless move. Although Li Sin and Ma Xiaoyang did not care about the lives of the Grandmasters, and even thought that it would be cleaner if they died, the fighting power of the Grandmasters was still very useful for the subsequent blocking of the tunnel. Without the Grandmaster team as a thug, the casualties of the Dragon Country soldiers might increase exponentially. Huang Rong looked at the flashing spiritual light outside, and then looked at the thin sweat on Li Sin's forehead, stomped her feet, and rushed out. Li Sin squatted at the entrance of the tunnel, pressed his hands hard, and his whole body burst into magic power. The ground within 18 kilometers immediately lit up with milky white spiritual light, and floated out of the ground without being triggered by the power of space, rising to a height of 2 meters, protecting the people and objects on the ground. This is a new array application skill that Li Sin learned after the 6th transformation, and it was taught by Su Wanjun. A high-level application of array beyond the literal attribute. Those who are still alive, get up, pick up the unconscious comrades, and run to the tunnel. Huang Rong was fast, and had already reached the Grandmasters. Seeing that some of them were still alive, she shouted, reminding them to run for their lives. After that, she picked up 4 Grandmasters in each hand and ran back. The Grandmasters who had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Dragon Country's formation could protect them, and who were lying on the ground with silly smiles, quickly got up, picked up the unconscious comrades around them, and ran wildly. They saw that Huang Rong was not flying, and the height of the formation's light was only 2 meters. So they all ran very honestly. There were less than 1,000 Grandmasters who were not unconscious, and judging by their running speed, they were only slightly faster than the first-level warriors, and they were obviously seriously injured. The auxiliary professionals of Dragon Country rushed over and carried the remaining grandmasters on their backs. They could run much faster than them. And after sending the unconscious professionals away, they could turn around and carry them. Puff, puff, puff. In the air, there were huge fireballs, super large fire dragons, super tornadoes, and the green aura fist as big as a basketball court was still smashing down. However, under the resistance of the Milky White Space Force, everyone was able to retreat back to the tunnel smoothly. When everyone returned to the tunnel, Lee Sin spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Although the double energy storage void circular cutting formation blocked dozens of attacks from the beasts and absorbed most of the attacking spiritual power. As the host of the formation, Lee Sin also suffered a huge recoil attack. He did not explode and die directly, thanks to his super strong attributes. Li Lang, how are you? Seeing Lee Sin vomiting blood, Huang Rong hurried over to help him up, and immediately sent the warm qi into Lee Sin's body to heal his wounds. It's okay, just a little bit of the formation's backlash. I'll be fine after a while of breathing. Lee Sin waved his hand carelessly, but immediately took out a handful of pills and swallowed them with a bottle of medicine. Outside the tunnel, double energy storage void circular cutting array the edge has been surrounded by various monsters. They have already tested the dangerous area with a radius of meters, and are now roaring angrily outside the safe area. Even if no monster dared to fly in the air, the attack range of the void circular cutting formation was hemispherical, and it could attack in the air. After the formation was activated, the ground became extremely hard, as if it was a solid space, and it was impossible to break through from underground. For the time being, the blockade of the Tree Demon Forest tunnel was successful. At least those divine beasts did not dare to rush over. And even the phoenix, that had turned the blue star upside down before, did not dare to approach. Looking down from the sky, you can see 4 clearly defined square formations. To the east were tall tree demons, and flower demons were still slowly approaching, and there were countless small demon beasts surrounding and protecting them. To the west was a group of demon birds that covered the sky and the sun, and the majority of them were 200 or 300 terrifying giant eagles with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, and the aura of each of them could make a great master warrior tremble. Behind them were hundreds of huge demon birds with a wingspan of more than 500 meters, and although their aura was not as strong as that of the giant eagles, the pressure of their cultivation was also at the level of divine beasts. The sky in the south was relatively simple, with 18 golden red phoenixes dancing gracefully, without any demonic birds or demonic beasts following them, and they looked a little weak. However, the divine beasts in the other 3 directions looked at them with awe. In the north, there was a group of flying dragons in the sky, and there were quite a few of them. About 4,000 or 5,000. They gathered together, roaring angrily, and they were the most angry and excited among the 4 demon beast formations. Fall about an hour later, the army of tree demons finally assembled, and a huge tree demon that stood up to 3,000 meters tall said a word from its big mouth at the chest, and its voice was hoarse, but clear. The monsters of the other 3 tribes fell to the ground one after another, including 18 phoenixes. Obviously, this giant tree monster was the commander of the battle against the Grandmaster, and was also the strongest monster nearby. Withdraw, or die. The tree monster's voice shook the world, and it spoke directly to Lee Senator Impossible. Lee Sin raised his voice to refute. This was something that could not be compromised. He had worked so hard for so long, just to block the passage to this world. He had already done it, so it was impossible to retreat. If you retreat, I won't kill you. Lee Sin understood what he said. It meant that as long as they retreated, the monsters would not attack. But Lee Sin was not that stupid. He would never believe it. He just looked at the huge figure in the distance without saying a word. The next moment, Ma Xiaoyang came to Lee Sin and reported, "It is the 239 level beast Changsheng Tingshima. Other attributes cannot be seen." Lee Sin couldn't help but take a breath. Except for the blue star. The lives above level 201 in the other worlds can increase their strength by at least 50% for each level up. The strength of the monster points can be doubled directly. For example, Huang Rong doubled her strength every time to challenge opponents of higher levels. When she reached level 239, she was even a tree demon with the name of eternal life. How powerful was she? She could speak, which was unique in the entire demon world. Kill! It was still the same hoarse voice. And it was still an order. Roar! The demons that had just landed flew into the air. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 746. the great array of evolution by leveraging power. Boom. Boom. The three major races of divine beasts flew in the air, cry and began to charge spells. The fireballs and fire dragons gathered first, and continued to expand, with a tendency to directly cover the entire 18.6 kilometers, and then hit them down. The eagle demon did not use wind magic this time, but accumulated a huge golden feather in the air, like a sword hanging in the sky, and then chopped it down fiercely. Fortunately, I calculated from the beginning that the demon beast would attack with spells, and deliberately changed the priority of the formation to reversely integrate the void circular cutting formation into the energy storage formation, making the energy storage formation the main body. While increasing the attack, it also increased the energy storage effect to the extreme. Watching another round of attacks coming down, Lee Sin did not activate the formation to float the power of the formation, but let the huge golden feather fall. Boom! The sound of a heavy hammer hitting a huge drum sounded, and the ground within a radius of 18.6 kilometers was directly shaken, and the bodies of Lee Sin and others standing outside the tunnel hall were shaken. But the corners of Lee Sin's mouth were slightly raised. The huge golden feather was directly attached to the ground, trembling slightly and trying to lift it up. But it was sucked in. The 2,000 or 3,000 meter long feather quickly faded and disappeared. Boom boom. The huge fireball and fire dragon then fell. The sound was still like the sound of beating drums, and the lethality was still quickly absorbed by the energy storage array. Boom. The fireball was 3 times more powerful, and was not absorbed on the ground, but exploded directly, and also detonated the fire dragon, spreading the flames all over the sky, directly igniting all the trees within the range of the formation. However, the trees burned, and it had no effect on the power and effect of the formation. Retreating to the tunnel hall, watching the raging flames outside, Lee Sin's mind moved, activating the formation power of the dual energy storage void circular cutting array, floating 1 centimeter above the ground, receiving the attacking magic power, condensing the entire formation, further integrating it with the land. As the monster continued to attack, the demon pill used to set up the formation slowly melted into the ground under his feet, and melted into this space. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Huang Rong immediately fed Lee Sin a top grade 9 flowers jade dew pill with heartache, and immediately stuck to his back to transfer true energy to heal Lee Senator, although he controlled the formation to guide the attack and turned it into the power of formation fusion, eliminating most of the formation shock. It still caused him great damage, but Lee Sin was also a ruthless person. He ate the pill, and with the help of Huang Rong's true energy treatment, he still controlled the power of the formation to continuously guide the attack and evolve the formation. Stop! Eternal Tingsha Wood was indeed quite intelligent. After attacking for only 5 minutes, he ordered to stop the attack, which made Lee Sin depressed. The fusion degree of his formation had reached 80%. It would be completely fused in another 3 or 2 minutes. This was a bit embarrassing. However, the attack of the monsters was not directed by him, but by the giant tree monster. Join forces. The hoarse voice spread, and all the divine beasts that had surrounded the monsters on all sides flew behind the giant tree monster, quickly formed a formation, and condensed a new spell. Fireball, fire dragon and tornado were pulled together by the green magic power of the giant tree demon. A 10,000 meter long orange-red fire dragon slowly condensed out. The terrifying heat directly burned and distorted the air within a 10,000 meter radius. Roar amid the deafening roar of the beast. The orange-red dragon directly circled on the ground, circling around the tunnel exit. Puff Lee Sin spit out blood again, his face pale, and his spirit instantly withered. Retreat. Puff. He just said the word retreat, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. This time he was really seriously injured. Without hesitation, Huang Rong picked up Lee Sin and ran deep into the tunnel. The other 5 Dragon Country professionals in the hall quickly followed. Boom. The next moment, the orange-red flames burned in. Even if they were not directly burned by the terrifying temperature, the 5 people lost thousands of blood points instantly. They were still losing blood. As they went deeper, the blood loss rate dropped rapidly. The blood loss was so fast that the blood volume of the 5 people was less than 1/3 when they stopped. The whole army continues to retreat. Ma Xiaoyang poured a bottle of healing potion into his mouth, and immediately shouted into the tunnel. The auxiliary professionals, who had retreated to within a kilometer before, retreated another kilometer. They also carried away the Grand Masters, who were still in a coma. Major Lee Sin, can our formation block the attacks of the monsters outside? As soon as the team stopped, Ma Xiaoyang ran to Lee Sin nervously to ask, and added, I have contacted the military district headquarters, and reinforcements will arrive soon. Ahem. It is estimated that it can block it. The main body of the formation is still operating normally. I did not feel the backlash of the formation being broken. He did not dare to arbitrarily determine that the double energy storage void circular cutting formation would not be destroyed. That eternal Tang snake wood is not only powerful, but also intelligent. Fortunately, these powerful monsters are very large and cannot pass through the tunnel. Otherwise, Blue Star would have long been reduced to the monster's backyard and breeding farm. Contact the rear and dispatch some ice magicians. Okay. The attack of the beasts is powerful, even if they are 18.6 kilometers away, and they use the aggregation spell. They can command the attack of orange flames. Orange flames are constantly poured into the tunnel under the infusion of wind. Lee Sin had to lead his men to retreat 2 kilometers again to completely avoid the flame attack. When Sun Wenyong rushed back, he stepped forward to feel the temperature of the orange flame, and sighed helplessly, "Awesome. It is worthy of being the aggregation spell of the 239 level Divine Beast organization. This attack is awesome. Major Lee Sin, is the formation outside really not destroyed yet? I feel that the formation on the wall of the tunnel hall has been worn away by half, and it will be destroyed in 3 days at most." Qian Duca rushed out more than 3,000 meters under the scorching heat, and hurriedly retreated back, and found bad news. It won't take 3 days. At most 2 days. The tunnel hall and the formations within a kilometer in front will be destroyed. The formations within 3 kilometers after a kilometer can last for 3 or 4 days. But they will also be destroyed. The target of this orange flame is the formation, not people. After more than 3 hours, Lee Sin has discovered what Qian Duca discovered, and has a rough estimate. Then our efforts for more than half a month will be in vain? It shouldn't be. Wait for me to recover. We haven't lost yet. After saying that, Lee Sin didn't explain anything anymore, and quickly sat down to practice Gui Song Gong to restore his magic power, and then practicing Yang He Ji to recover his injuries. The two techniques rotated and operated. It only took a day and a half to restore my condition to the best. Roam. Summon the great masters who are still capable of fighting, and form a military formation to protect me. Lieutenant General Sun. Organize ice magicians and auxiliary professionals to stack buffs for us. I need to rush out of the tunnel for a few minutes to perfect the final formation. Perhaps I can use the power of this flame to evolve the formation outside. Lee Sin stood up and looked at the orange flame that went deeper by more than 200 meters. A flame of expectation rose in his heart. Chapter 747. The formation has evolved successfully. Counterattack. Whoosh whoosh. Swift wind. Explosive whirlwind. Piercing wind. 3 wine magics. Blue-orange flames. But the effect was not good. Only the flames within the 1,500-meter atmosphere were blown back a little. There was still a 2,500-meter range behind. Not much impact. It was just the expected bad news. Akalanatha Fire Control Army formation activated. Although they had been adjusting their breath for 2 days, only 864 Grandmasters still had some combat power. They could only barely form a formation. The Grandmasters were really unlucky this time. There are still nearly 3,000 people who haven't woken up yet. Even if they wake up, it's hard for them to recover their full combat power quickly. But Lee Sin doesn't need to worry about these for the time being. A large number of buff status blessings have begun to fall on him, continuously strengthening the fire resistance and arson status of their group of people, and there are more than a dozen continuous blood recovery blessing magic. Charge. At the command, the Grandmasters protected Lee Sin and rushed into the depths of the tunnel quickly, and rushed out of the tunnel hall directly, then squatted down. Military formation skill. Akala Fire. The big red flame ignited outside the army, separating the orange-red flame, protecting everyone, but soon all the Grandmasters began to sweat on their foreheads. Lee Sin could even see the blood loss number starting to increase by dozens above everyone's heads. The flames cast by the 4 divine beast races were stronger and hotter than the Grandmasters had imagined. Get up. Lee Sin had already squatted on the ground and pressed his hands on a formation node. All his mana was outputting violently. The milky white formation power emerged again, quickly rising to 1 meter high, protecting everyone. Although it was impossible to completely shield the high temperature, but with the Grandmaster's military formation, it was enough to ensure that everyone would not lose blood due to the high temperature and flames. People, withdraw the formation, and let you live. The hoarse voice came again, but no one answered. Lee Sin was busy converting his attack power into the evolution of the formation dual energy storage void circular cutting formation. The power of fire and the power of space are surprisingly well matched. Die! Perhaps it was the contempt that no one responded to that made Eternal Life Tongue Snake would angry. And he immediately ordered to increase the attack. The blood loss numbers above Lee Sin and others immediately began to fly up again. The Grandmasters have strong physiques and high resistance, and basically lose 30 to 50 points of blood per second, while Lee Sin's small body directly loses 200 points of blood per second. And occasionally the orange-red fire dragon will flash, causing him to lose thousands of blood. Feed me healing pills and healing potions. His hands were tied, so he could only turn around and remind Huang Rong. Huang Rong nodded, feeling Lee Sin's blood and chi, and feeding him a bottle of healing potion from time to time. Without any worries, Lee Sin used his whole body to guide the fiery flame energy to further integrate the dual energy storage void circular cutting array into this space. Buzz. 5 minutes later, with a slight sound, a silver-white light lit up from the edge of the array and slowly retracted. Huh? Finally. There was a sound like a breeze blowing, which sounded almost inaudibly beside Lee Sin's ears. Ah. Hot. 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 The next moment, the endless flames were no longer blocked by the milky white formation power, and fell on the Aquila Fire Control Army formation. Thousands of attacks emerged, and all the Grandmasters who were caught off guard were burned. Lee Sin quickly identified the formation situation through the formation nodes under his feet. Double energy storage void circular cutting formation LV-180. Fire a circle of circular space blades every 17 seconds, causing 1,800 points of space attribute attack to enemies within a radius of meters. 280,000/1.8 million. Void cutting. Enemies with space defense attributes below 1,800 points will be cut off. Layering. Space blades can be fired in layers, up to 9 layers, and the attack damage can be adjusted in 9 levels. Energy storage. When the formation is idle, it can continuously store space magic and space spiritual power, enhancing the power of the space blade up to 9 times. Burst. 4 times the energy output can extend the attack distance by 2 times. 8 times the energy output can extend the attack distance by 3 times. The formation level dropped by 6 levels, the attack slightly decreased, but there is one more skill, which can burst attack, which is simply a good skill for sneaking up on people. In addition, there is one more count. The entire formation can store 1.8 million space blades, and now more than 280,000 have been stored. Retreat. Let's retreat first. Since the formation has evolved, let's retreat first, wait until the energy is full, and then come back for a big one. After hearing Lee Sin's order, a group of great masters took Lee Sin and quickly retreated back to the tunnel as if they had been pardoned. In just 2 seconds, they crossed 4 kilometers and arrived at a safe area deep in the tunnel. Did it succeed? Did the formation collapse? Seeing him come back, Sun Wenyong and Qian Dooku immediately surrounded him and asked nervously. It's done, the formation has been successfully integrated with the space of the entire monster world. Unless a divine beast that can directly break through a large space appears otherwise, this formation will exist outside the tunnel forever. The army can retreat, those great masters can carry it back for treatment. Haha. That's great. As expected of Lee Sin, his attainments in formation are really amazing. The formation was successfully blocked, and the 2 big guys were the happiest, which meant that Blue Star had another safe place. But they were not completely relieved, and still asked a lot of questions. Only after they confirmed that the formation was completely sealed did they start to order them to leave in batches. However, there were still ordinary soldiers who came in quickly and followed the monitoring equipment in the tunnel to ensure that if there was any change in the tunnel, the military district would know it immediately. Of course, there would still be at least one company of soldiers stationed at the base at the entrance of the tunnel on Blue Star 24 hours a day. Lee Sin, shall we go? Wait a minute. I have to give the monster outside a big blow before I can leave. Otherwise, I'll be sorry for spitting out so much blood. Then I'll stay and see how big a blow you can hit. Sun Wenyong saw that Huang Rong had left, and was a little curious that Lee Sin was still not leaving. So he decided to stay and see what big he was going to do. This wait lasted for 10 days. During this period, Su Wanjun came to Lee Sin to ask for knowledge of formations 3 times. Finally, on the 11th day, the orange flames in the tunnel suddenly shrank and slowly disappeared. Lee Sin was about to run into the depths of the tunnel, but Sun Wenyong quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. Fire shield. A fiery red magic shield protected Lee Sin, and then he put one on himself, and the two of them ran out quickly. The orange fire dragon outside had disappeared, but there was an orange fireball in the sky that was bigger than a football field and was shrinking. There were phoenixes and dragons flying around the orange fireball, spitting out flames continuously, compressing the orange fireball tighter and increasing its power. It was obvious that Eternal Life-Tongue Snakewood was also preparing to give Lee Sin and his team a big blow. Fuck. So timely, good opportunity, explode, 8 times the maximum energy output. Squeak, 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 with 3 subtle sounds like tearing toilet paper, 3 space blades with 9 times the power and 3 times the range instantly cut through the space, cutting the half of the flying beast in the air into 2 halves. The last 3 space blades, under Lee Sin's control, were divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower, and cut the Eternal Life-Tongue Snakewood into 5 sections. After hitting the key target, Lee Sin was no longer able to control the 3 space blades. He could only let the space blades rise to the sky, shoot horizontally, and sink into the ground, which reduced the damage to the monsters behind. Boom! Without the host, and without half of the beast to maintain, the orange fireball suddenly exploded, exploding in all directions, covering the monsters that were cut in half and were only seriously injured. TSK. 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 AO. TSK. 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 The space blades dissipated in the air. 2 seconds had passed before a shrill scream broke out. Chapter 748. Killing even the divine beasts is scary. Roar. Retreat. The orange fireball exploded. Countless fist-sized fireballs fell down, covering a radius of 300 kilometers. Countless monsters were burned to ashes. Even some of the divine beasts seriously injured by the space blade were burned to death. But the Eternal Life-Tongue Snakewood at the center of the explosion did not die, and shouted to retreat with full energy. Swoosh. All the monsters that were not dead, as long as they could fly and run, retreated directly in any direction, without looking back. The fatal attack of the orange fireball has not yet ended, and they don't want to die. What a pity. 17 seconds later, looking at the beasts that have all withdrawn from the 54-kilometer range, Lee Sin sighed, but still fired 3 layers of space blades at the same time, cutting all the monsters in the attack range in half. Most of the monsters are not dead. They are still bleeding, and it will take a long time for them to die. Some monsters desperately crawled out. They also knew that as long as they left the attack range of the space blade, they would have a chance to survive. Lee Sin would not chase after the escaping monster, nor did he have the ability to do so. He and Sun Wenyong just spread their wings of spiritual energy and flew to the place where the orange fireball exploded. That attack just now killed many beasts, and Lee Sin's level was directly upgraded because he gained most of the formation experience alone. Crack, crack, crack. However, after flying only 10 kilometers, the two could not help but stop and turned back to the tunnel. The phoenix is alive again. Sure enough, the fire phoenix has a natural magical power phoenix nirvana. It is directly resurrected, and they seem to be sensitive to the space blade. The space blade just shot over a second ago, and now it is resurrected. The timing is very accurate. Boom, boom, boom. 18 red fireballs the size of houses slammed into the tunnel entrance. I don't know if it was to vent their anger or to block Lee Sin's next attack. After throwing the fireballs, 18 phoenixes flapped their wings and flew away, out of the attack range of the double energy storage void circular cutting formation. When the space blade cooldown ended, when Lee Sin wanted to attack again, the phoenixes had already flown 100 kilometers away. He had no choice but to attack the dragons and giant eagles that were not dead yet, cutting their bodies into more pieces. All the monsters retreated 100 kilometers directly, and then stopped, still looking at the bare empty land with anxiety and fear. Some less intelligent beasts roared angrily at this side. Damn human race. Kill them! Elder. Kill these human races. Avenge the clan leader. Clan leader. Please save my father. He is not dead yet. Help. Help. After flying 1 kilometer out of the tunnel, they could still hear the monster language automatically translated by Tian Dao. Lee Sin and Sun Wenyong looked at each other and saw each other's excitement. Haha, our battle should have severely damaged many divine beasts, which has strengthened the penetration of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star into this world. Yes, let's continue to look outside and see how much the heavenly Tao's influence has expanded this time. 18 kilometers, that is the range covered by the dual energy storage void circular cutting array when it does not burst into attack. Within this range, the Heavenly Tao can help the Blue Star people automatically translate the language of the monster beasts. This makes it easier for Blue Star to monitor this tunnel. Originally, the monster beasts had the advantage in this tunnel. In the tunnel, you have to wait until the second half of the Blue Star tunnel to hear the beast roars translated by the Heavenly Tao. Now, as long as we prepare a few more high-temperature resistant monitoring and monitoring equipment, we can monitor the situation in the monster beast world from a distance and in a timely manner. When they just retreated back to the tunnel, Sun Wenyong had called for logistics, and soon hundreds of high-speed off-road vehicles drove over. Lee Sin controlled the formation to kill all the monsters that failed to escape the 54-kilometer radius in time. Amid the various roars of the monsters, the ordinary warriors driving off-road vehicles pulled the spoils and monster corpse fragments that exploded in this range back to the tunnel. But in the face of such provocative behavior, the monsters did not exceed the 100-kilometer red line, but just roared from a distance in the air, and did not dare to approach. Although they wanted revenge, they did not dare to come forward to die. They were truly stubborn. Lee Sin, can we expand the formation and really occupy this forest? Sun Wenyong looked at the phoenix and other figures tumbling in the air 46 kilometers away, his eyes full of eagerness and a bit of hatred. It is not difficult to set up the formation. With a previous experience, we can set up a formation that is 3 or 4 times larger. However, the orange flames generated by the combination of the phoenix, the dragon, the giant eagle, and the tree demon are probably impossible to reproduce. With the wisdom of the eternal tongue snake wood, it is impossible to make the same mistake again. Even if the orange flame can reappear, we do not have the ability to control it to burn within a radius of more than 50 kilometers. And the flame that cannot cover the entire area cannot complete the calcination of the formation evolution. Too many unexpected factors came together to complete the formation evolution this time. Lee Sin explained in detail, although he felt a little sorry. But he would not think of forcing it. Well, forget it. Let's go back. An engineer will come to install surveillance later. Is the safe area still only 18 kilometers? Yes, an attack beyond 18 kilometers cannot be carried out for a long time. It consumes too much energy. It is better to accumulate energy and launch an attack when in danger, rather than wasting unnecessary energy. Okay, I'll listen to you. Anyway, our initial goal is to block the tunnel. Giving up unrealistic ideas, the two of them left Tree Demon Forest directly, left the tunnel, and returned to Blue Star. In the newly built base, Lee Sin looked at the spoils that were still being unloaded, and decided to pick a few things that he could use. This time he made great efforts, and his military merit must be several 100 million points. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Seeing him stop, Sun Wenyong immediately understood Lee Sin's idea and asked the logistics manager directly, Captain Lu, are there any equipment and props used by formation masters that are not of high level, but of high quality? Captain, the best equipment suitable for a level 102 formation master is 3 epic robes and a pair of epic shoes. The others are only perfect. Commander Lu shrugged helplessly at Lee Senator. It was not his fault, but the level of the monsters killed this time was really too high. He then added, this time we exploded 4 pieces of mythical quality equipment, but the minimum level required is 203. And the maximum level required is 220. We don't have such high-level professionals in Longwa. There are also 2 mythical quality prop cards, which have no level requirements, but are suitable for warriors, not for magicians. Speaking of this, Commander Lu took out 2 prop cards from a desk drawer behind him and handed them over. One is Jialong Transformation, which allows the user to transform into a 201 level Divine Beast Jialong, while being able to use the original warrior skills. The user can also use the physical strength of the Jialong Divine Beast to fight. One is Divine Eagle Transformation, which transforms into a Divine Eagle, can fly at an extremely fast speed, and is also a warrior prop card. Give me the Divine Eagle Transformation. I can use it. Seeing the attributes of Divine Eagle Transformation, Lee Sin immediately thought of saving his life and escaping. With this card, if he encounters danger, he can transform into a Divine Eagle and fly away to escape. In the battle just now, the most dead were the Divine Beast level monsters, tree monsters, and flower monsters, followed by dragons, and finally giant eagles. Even when they were chopped into several pieces, many of them still crawled out of the formation range. It can be seen that their physique is strong. Commander Lu did not ask much, and directly gave Divine Eagle transformation to Lee Sin. Chapter 749 Grandmaster's Ambition. Lee Sin picked 3 more gold legendary small invincible cards, which can defend against attacks below 1 million points for 10 seconds, and are also rare life-saving items. 5 red epic healing item cards, 10 attack item cards, 10 special auxiliary item cards, plus 3 robes and shoes. A drop of ruby-like phoenix true blood, also epic, but suitable for Lee Sin's pet vermilion bird, which has been free for a long time. According to Sun Wenyong's calculation, even if Lee Sin took away so many equipment and props, he would still have at least 200 million military merits left. He simply used 200 million military merits to privately purchase 2 mythical quality demon pills. Although the military district and the government provided demon pills for him every time he set up a formation, he did not have to worry about not having demon pills to set up a formation. But it was still necessary to keep 2 mythical demon pills in his hand and engrave a few formations to kill the enemy and save his life. Moreover, the mythical demon pills dissected from the divine beast level demon beasts were much better than the mythical demon pills charged from low-level demon pills. The level of the mythical demon pills that have been charged and broken through is only level 201, which can only store 100 million energy points. However, the demon pills dissected from the divine beasts have different levels. For the same 201 level demon pill, the demon pills of the demon snakes in the demon snake valley can store 150 million energy points, and the demon pills of the dragons can store 200 million energy points. As the level increases, the gap will continue to grow. The 2 mythical demon pills that Lee Sin chose this time are 2 210 level tree demon pills, which are pure wood attributes. You can feel the strong vitality coming out when you hold them in your hands. Logically, the military merit points required to exchange for a level 210 demon pill must be more than 100 million. But Sun Wenyong approved it without hesitation, because Lee Sin was a real treasure. After selecting the spoils, Lee Sin looked at other high-level equipment, preparing to exchange some equipment for Huang Rong. But he did not find any mythical quality equipment that could be used at level 203. Not even legendary equipment. Other equipment was not as good as Huang Rong's current equipment, so there was no need to take it. Not finding the equipment they liked, Lee Sin and Sun Wenyong directly boarded the military district's helicopter and flew to the first defense zone of the southern military district. The war was urgent, and there was no time for Lee Sin to rest. Even the Grandmasters were arranged to recuperate in the first defense zone. Those who had recovered their combat power had entered the tunnel to help defend. In less than an hour, they landed outside the war fortress at the entrance of the tunnel. Captain Sun, where are those Grandmasters recuperating? I'll go see them. In the 3 sanatoriums to the east, their injuries have basically recovered, and their combat power has recovered more than half. Well, then, Captain Sun, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go see. Okay, I'll go to the tunnel first. Lee Sin walked towards the sanatorium, but did not go up to any building. Instead, he walked to a large playground on the side. In his mind, he gave the slave Mark the order to assemble through his spiritual consciousness. Rehabilitation Center, on the roof of Building A1, several Grandmasters were gathering together and puffing out smoke. Marshal Kant, we have a clear understanding of the situation on this blue star. With our current strength, we can easily suppress it and seize the power of this dragon country. Look, when should we start? A sturdy man wearing golden armor, holding a giant hammer over 3 meters high, bent over and asked a little old man leaning crookedly on a recliner in front of him. Of course, the sooner the better, but we must wait until they use formations to block all the tunnels in the monster world before we can act. Otherwise, even if we can recruit a large number of warriors and Grandmasters from the Jojo continent to Blue Star, we will not be able to stop the monster's attack. We are still injured and haven't recovered yet. Yes. The golden armored man thought of his injuries and shuddered. If it weren't for the formation of the Dragon Country and the timely rescue of the Dragon Country soldiers, they would have been killed by the monsters. Marshal Kant, we now have 2,600 dragon eggs and strange eagle eggs. Once they are cultivated, they will become great masters. Then we won't be afraid of the divine beasts. Humph. Don't you think about how much time and energy it takes to cultivate those monsters? By the time they grow up, it will be too late. Yes. 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 The golden armored man was scolded by the old man, and he immediately nodded like a quail to admit his mistake, and his body quickly hunched over. The old man didn't look at the big fool anymore, but looked at a middle-aged grandmaster dressed as a scholar not far away. Bamuta. You old bastard. Have you found a way to remove the poison in your body? Hee hee. I found it. The purification technique of the senior priest of Blue Star can remove the toxicity of 7 insects and 7 herbs pill. It just takes at least half a year to completely detoxify. This is a long process. In that case, then it's a deal. When all the tunnels in the monster world of Dragon Country are blocked, we will take down Dragon Country together. I can. Yes. But it's hard to say about Balzac. That guy is stubborn and has basically accepted Huang Rong now. Humph. That reckless man. Let's find an opportunity to let him sacrifice on the battlefield. As long as he dies, it will be easy to persuade the grandmasters under him. It's feasible. More than a dozen grandmasters. They are the grandmasters of Jin, Mongolia, Yuan, Tuyuhun and other countries who attacked Baiyun Mountain before. What they are discussing now is basically the unified idea of the entire 5,000-man grandmaster team. The effect is even better than the orders from Huang Rong and Li Xin. By the way, Kant, did that bitch Huang Rong ask you to hand over the spoils we got from our battle alone this time? No. Did she ask you for it? Kant sat up straight from the recliner, a little nervous. He had a lot of good stuff in his hands, and he didn't want to hand it over to Huang Rong. No. I guess Huang Rong didn't look for Balzac either, which is very strange. Is she too indulgent to us? Hee hee. It should be that she knows that she can't subdue us with force, so she wants to use a soft strategy. It's just right, we take advantage of it first, take it all, and then we can kill her too. Speaking of this, Kant's eyes were full of ferocity, and the great masters around him were also excited and ready to go. Bamuta also nodded in approval. It's feasible. They didn't think about the possibility that their plan would fail. They believed that they had seen through Huang Rong in the past 6 months. It's just that they all subconsciously ignored the special existence of Li Xin. Even when making plans, they subconsciously avoided Li Xin. They also subconsciously ignored Li Xin, the one who truly controlled their fate. Ha ha ha. Waves of laughter and joy rang out on the rooftop. It was obvious that they were all very happy and relaxed. But at a certain moment, their laughter suddenly stopped as if the mute button had been pressed. Bamuta. Did you hear that call? Yes. It came directly from my mind and from my heart. Li Xin, the two of them said the result in unison. Their faces turned purple and blue at the same time. And finally they all turned pale, lowered their heads, and sighed helplessly and helplessly. Let's go. We can't resist this person's order. While the two were talking, their bodies had already stepped downstairs ahead of their consciousness. Once they had the idea of resisting, their heads immediately felt uncomfortable, as if they were stabbed by thousands of steel needles at the same time. Chapter 750. Give me a candy. The urgent situation of the first defense zone in the south. Very good, everyone is here. Except those who are dead. Looking at the grandmasters who have gathered in front of him, Li Xin nodded with satisfaction. As soon as he arrived at the first defense zone, he had already contacted Huang Rong by phone, knowing that there were only 131 grandmasters with her. For these grandmasters who were beginning to disobey, he had a little murderous intention. But he still needed them for the time being, so he suppressed the murderous intention. However, there were only 4,685 grandmasters in front of him. They had provoked the divine beasts before, but 209 people died. It was a small lesson. When the grandmasters heard what Li Xin said, they looked at each other in silence, not knowing how to answer. Li Xin did not expect these guys to say anything, and continued to lecture them at his own pace. When you kill the divine beasts before, you should use the treasures you got from the divine beasts to arm yourself. Huang Rong and I will not take your melons and dates. And your improved strength will also be good for us. So we will not restrict you. And we also allow you to continue to form gangs. As long as you still obey our orders. We will not ask even if you kill a few people. Of course, you can also try to betray us. I believe that we have the ability to make you live a life worse than death. We dare not. We dare not. Li Xin was about to continue speaking, and several grandmasters rushed to express their opinions. With this attitude, Li Xin's previous suspicion turned into certainty. These guys must have had the idea of betrayal. Haha. Interesting. It seems that the slavery mark needs to be further strengthened. Thinking of this, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. You haven't finished the book yet. I am very satisfied. This is a reward for you. He waved his hand, and a mountain of books was poured out. General Beast Taming from Beginner to Mastery. This is a secret book for pet taming and training. Even in the Dragon Army, it requires a lot of military merit to exchange for an intermediate secret book. 1 book per person. Take it yourself. Thank you. Li Junshi. Hearing Li Sin's introduction, the group of grandmasters were stunned at first, and then they were all very surprised. They had privately told the Dragon Country professionals, who assisted them, that they were ready to spend money to buy pet training technology, but they were rejected outright. Unexpectedly, Li Sin actually prepared it for them. It seems not bad to follow such a lord. When Li Sin took out these secret books, the group of grandmasters all became more loyal to Li Sin. This is also one of the effects of slavery mark. Soon, everyone took a book in their hands. Li Sin collected the rest and continued, I will give you 10 days to learn this pet training technology. If you can't learn it within 10 days, it proves that you don't have the talent for taming animals. And you don't have to consider hatching pet eggs. Okay, we will definitely learn it. Everyone looked confident. Li Sin just shook his head and reminded them that taming animals requires talent, not strength, and didn't say anything more. He also notified them to recover as soon as possible. After 10 days, all of them would enter the tunnel to start a new round of battle. It seemed that he was only here to give out rewards this time, but his main test was the control of the slavery mark on these grandmasters. It turned out that this mark, which was directly injected into the soul, was still very useful. After dismissing the grandmasters, Li Sinkai summoned a military vehicle and sent him to the tunnel. Retreat! Everyone retreat from the tunnel. Musicians play music, singers get ready. Ding ding dang dang. Dang dang dang. Li Sinkai came to the fortress outside the tunnel and heard the sound of retreat from inside, and then the sound of drums and music, which was a sonic attack. This is another time they were beaten back. High-explosive fuel bombs, high-speed electromagnetic guns. Ready. Not only did the professionals fight back with all their strength, but all kinds of high-tech weapons were also prepared. Li Sin had to get off the car outside the fortress temporarily at the request of a captain, and only entered the fortress after being informed, and he didn't have the opportunity to set up the formation for a while. Boom boom. Buzz buzz buzz. He just stood still, and saw 3 rows of 9 rocket launchers quickly emptying their ammunition, for 32 rockets were connected in a line, and fired directly into the tunnel with a penetrating attack. Without waiting for the rocket launchers to withdraw, the explosion sounded. The 10 high-speed electromagnetic cannons mounted on the wall at the back and facing the tunnel began to reflect. The 10 bullet chains and 10 silver swords pierced straight into the tunnel. Squeak! The screams of the bats continued to sound, and gradually moved away. The electromagnetic cannon hummed for a full 3 minutes, pouring tens of thousands of projectiles, and dispersing the bat monsters in the tunnel far away before stopping. Then, the logistics soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, and the professional soldiers rushed into the tunnel to reorganize the defense line. The Dragon Army could not enter the depths of the tunnel, and the bat monsters could not rush out either. After hundreds of years of tug-of-war, they were already very familiar with each other. Major Li, you are here. Welcome. Welcome. After the formation in front was stabilized, Joe Pukpung came over with a gray-haired, weathered-looking, but sturdy old man in a neat green military uniform. Report to the commander. Major Li Sin is here to report. Li Sin stood at attention and saluted when he saw the man coming. This man was an old man among the first batch of professionals, and a true hero who had been protecting the people of Blue Star since the beginning of the Tiandao calendar. The old man's name is Bai Chong. He should be 160 years old this year. He is a level 210 physical warrior of the 4th transformation. His strength is not strong, but his rank of lieutenant general is earned by his repeated efforts to protect the people of Longhua. This old man is a living hero written into textbooks. He is also the person that Li Sin admires and worships the most after he traveled through time. The old man's record can be simply summarized as guarding the tunnel for 127 years, fighting more than 10,000 battles in his life, killing hundreds of millions of enemies, and shedding more blood than 100 of him. He has the lowest combat effectiveness among all the lieutenant generals in Longhua, but is the most respected one. Good. Good. It's good that you're here. Lieutenant General Bai Chong stepped forward, held Li Sin's hand tightly, and shook it vigorously. He was still very excited, and his eyes were a little red. Don't worry, Chief Bai. I will complete the blocking of this tunnel as soon as possible. Li Sin saluted again to make a promise. At the same time, he saw the logistics soldiers carrying the wounded on stretchers and sending them to the ambulances that had been parked outside the fortress. The light of the healing spell still remained on these wounded. Although they had been treated by the healing magic, they had not woken up yet. It was known that they were seriously injured, and more than 200 such seriously injured people were carried out at a time. Finally, there were 63 stretchers covered with white cloth. Li Sin's face became heavy and a bit sad. Seeing Li Sin's expression, Bai Chong raised his hand and patted Li Sin's shoulder, comforting him when guarding the tunnel. Casualties are inevitable. This month is much better than last month. Thank you for the formation drawings you provided. Chief Bai. Let the soldiers in the tunnel withdraw first. After 11 days, we will summon the Grandmaster team and strive to rush into the opposite world in one go. Has the Grandmaster team not rested yet? Then let's do it for 11 days. Bai Chong nodded in response to Li Sin's suggestion, patted Li Sin's shoulder again, and adjusted the defense in a hurry. Chapter 751 Su Wanjun's Mistake. Li Sin's discovery. Senior Li Sin. I'm really sorry. It's all because of me that the formation in the tunnel was messed up. As soon as Lieutenant General Bai Chong left, Su Wanjun was full of shame, and hurried to Li Sin, and was about to kneel down and apologize without saying a word. But fortunately, Li Sin reacted quickly and supported him. Su Wanjun lowered his head, his tone full of regret and self-blame. It's all my fault for being careless for a while. I didn't check the key nodes in the formation, which led to a loophole in one of them, and gave the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. This caused the originally stable tunnel defense line to collapse, and there were so many casualties today. At the end, Su Wanjun was choked up, and Li Sin frowned and looked at him solemnly. After a moment of silence, Li Sin shouted, Okay. Stop crying like a woman. A real man. Dare to take responsibility for what you do. Now that you know where you were wrong, find a way to remedy it. Now, tell me in detail which link went wrong. Why did the defense array that was running well before suddenly fall apart? Su Wanjun stood up obediently, took out the array drawing tablet from his space ring, and began to show Li Sin the process of his design drawings and array layout. Senior Li Sin. According to your design, I used the silent array, soundproof array and sound absorption array in the tunnel, preparing to absorb the sound wave attack of the bat monster and turn it into energy for our defense array. However, when merging, I have already perfected this in this, and the energy was really absorbed as expected. That is, when I used the transformation array to transform energy here, there seemed to be some mistakes. Li Sin listened carefully, deduced according to the drawings on the tablet, and his brows gradually frowned. The formation designed by Su Wanjun was taught by him. In theory, there should be no problem. The problem is probably that the omissions in the actual formation were not discovered in time, which led to the collapse of the entire formation. But such a group of experienced formation masters, who have drawn tens of thousands of formations, made such a mistake, which is even more unforgivable. Su Wanjun, the person in charge, is mainly responsible. Bang! Li Sin stared coldly at Su Wanjun, whose face became paler the more he explained. After he finished explaining, he kicked him out. Have you figured out what went wrong? I roughly know, I was careless. Su Wanjun lowered his head in shame, and tears flowed out instantly. This time, 63 soldiers died, more than 200 were seriously injured, and thousands of soldiers were slightly injured, all because of his carelessness, which made him feel very guilty. Not really, get up. Just then, Lieutenant General Bai Chong came back, pulled Su Wanjun, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and looked at Li Sin. Little Li, you don't have to be so harsh on little Su. In the past month, he only slept 4 hours a day, and has been sticking to the tunnel, trying to set up the formation, and really helped the soldiers a lot. Mistakes in deployment are inevitable. It is a great honor to know one's mistakes and improve oneself. Chief Bai, you don't have to plead for him. If he is not good at learning, I won't be angry. But he obviously made a low-level mistake this time, a low-level mistake that is worthy of being brought to a military court. He must be taught a lesson. Lieutenant General Bai Chong nodded. Just now, he probably listened twice, and knew that Su Wanjun was indeed wrong. But seeing Su Wanjun's guilty look, he had his own judgment. And then he said, let's do this. Those fallen comrades need to be cremated, and pensions need to be distributed. Let him be responsible for following up. Well, just follow Chief Bai's arrangement. Hearing Lieutenant General Bai Chang's arrangement, Li Sin was stunned, and then nodded in agreement. Such mental punishment, better than beating Su Wanjun, will make him remember the lesson. Not only Su Wanjun, but also the chief officers of the other 5 formation battalions went to deal with the compensation for the casualties of the soldiers, so that they would all remember their mistakes, the damage they caused, and be alert to their own behavior. This matter was decided for the time being. Lee Sin did not ask any more questions. He turned around and took out the carving knife and walked towards the rocket launcher. Comrade, please open the launch unit of a rocket launcher. I will try to carve some formations to increase the launch distance of the launcher and the flight speed of the rocket. When he came to the launcher, he directly explained his purpose. He had this idea before in Tree Demon Forest, but there was no suitable opportunity or suitable application scenario at that time, so he did not bring it up. Just now, he saw that the rocket would explode soon after being fired into the tunnel, and he had a clearer idea for the transformation. Major Lee Sin, are you finally going to start working on military equipment? Great. Major Lee, which car do you want to dismantle? Just tell old Huang, and I'll do it myself. I have the best car dismantling skills, I'll do it. I'll lend a hand. Lee Sin was stunned by the enthusiasm of the artillery soldiers. He was going to dismantle the things that fed them. So excited? This is not normal. Just as the soldiers were making a fuss, a division commander with the rank of Major General pushed through the crowd, came to Lee Sin, and held Lee Sin's hand with red eyes. Major Lee, if you need any cooperation, just tell me. Our artillery army will fully cooperate. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Then just dismantle a rocket launcher vehicle that can be fired normally. Dismantle the entire launch unit. I want to carve some formations to enhance the power of the launch unit. Understood. Boys, dismantle this vehicle quickly. Yes. A skilled soldier immediately took out various tools and started to dismantle the vehicle. In just 10 minutes, the huge and complex rocket launcher vehicle launch unit was dismantled into a pile of parts. Awesome. Lee Sin, who was a layman in mechanics, gave a thumbs up in admiration. One thing must be pointed out, the artillery army, rocket army, engineering corps and other military branches are all ordinary people, who may not be low in status, but they are not as popular as the farmers in the planting camp. It is also influenced by this idea that these military branches naturally have some respect for the professionals, and feel inferior to them. Lee Sin knew this situation before he changed his job, but he didn't feel it so clearly now. This is not a good phenomenon. Blue Star's original advantage is technological weapons. Although the most powerful nuclear bombs are completely ineffective due to the advent of the Heavenly Tao, the powerful laser weapons are also unusable, and the biological and chemical weapons of mass destruction are ineffective. However, electromagnetic weapons and gunpowder weapons still have some advantages, and some materials from the magic world, the warrior world, and the monster world can be added to the weapons to enhance the power of the weapons. Although there have been studies in this area for a long time, the emphasis is not enough, and the development is still very slow. The enthusiasm of the artillery army today made Lee Sin think of this matter. He immediately remembered it in his mind and decided to go back and propose to the top leaders to increase the research investment in technological weapons. Now he can try out a few of his ideas first, and make a sample for the subsequent research. Chapter 752. The rocket launcher vehicle was successfully upgraded. Another big task is coming. The launch device is the main part of the rocket launcher vehicle, which is used to support and fix the rocket, including the launch tube/launch box. These launch tubes may have different numbers and arrangements depending on the type and model of the rocket launcher. The launch tube is designed with a track or clamp inside to guide the rocket to the correct position, to ensure that the rocket can be accurately and stably launched. The main target of Lee Sin's carving array this time is these launch tubes. In order to support stronger ignition and explosion recoil, he engraved the Vidra formation on the outside of the launch tube, and used the spiritual sense formation skill to engrave the soft water formation inside the barrel. Only by combining hardness and softness can it withstand greater ignition and explosion. At the same time, he also engraved the solid force formation at the front end of the launch tube to improve the stability of the rocket after it leaves the muzzle. The return wind formation is engraved on the bottom of the launch tube to further improve the stability of the rocket's flight posture. He has no ability to modify other aiming systems, power supply systems, launch control systems, and safety systems. He only made suggestions, suggesting that the flight distance of the rocket's straight and horizontal shooting be increased. The specific modification can only be adjusted by the artillery army. Finally, he carved an intermediate formation crane coiling dragon formation on the body of the launcher, a directional formation that can accelerate the vehicle's movement and stabilize the vehicle's state. Assemble it, and see if it can still be launched normally. Don't let me break it. After the formation was carved, it was almost sunset. The artillery soldiers didn't mind the lateness, and said it was easier to calculate the trajectory at night, and they gathered around the rocket launcher that was emitting a faint golden aura, and went to test it. An hour later, the launch vehicle had not returned yet, but the test data was sent back first. The explosive power of the rocket increased by 1%, which can be ignored. Lee Sin did not consider increasing the power of the rocket when he carved the formation. It was a pleasant surprise. The ejection range increased by 3%, which is not important either. It is useless in tunnel combat. The important thing is the range of the rocket in a small space. The improvement effect. A 10-meter wide tunnel can fly 200 meters, which is 30 meters higher than before. A 20-meter wide tunnel can fly 250 meters, 50 meters higher than before. For tunnels over 20 meters wide, each meter of width can increase the range by 10 meters. Theoretically, in a 100-meter wide tunnel, a rocket can fly 1,200 meters, more than twice the range before. You should know that the long range of a rocket depends mainly on ballistic projection, not straight flight. In addition, there is also the influence of space force in the tunnel. So being able to fly directly to 1,200 meters is already pretty good. Lee Sun, you are indeed a genius. Ha ha ha. Before he finished reading the data report, Lieutenant General Bai Chong had already run over excitedly, and came directly to his side, and patted his shoulder vigorously. Old Bai. I told those old guys in the Academy of Sciences in my early years that the formation can be used on various weapons, and it will definitely increase the power of the weapons. Those old stubborn people always said it was worthless, the formation would conflict, or they just didn't have time to study it. Now, you just tried it casually, and made such a big move, those old guys are going to be swollen. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed and laughed, and 2 lines of turbid tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. He was happy, but seemed to be more sad. Lee Sin didn't know much about Lieutenant General Bai Chang's past, so he couldn't comment on his words. But he still comforted him, Commander Bai, since there is already a successful precedent. Then in these 10 days, I will study the formation transformation of several weapons and strive to develop more powerful weapons for the military. Okay. Bai Chong put away the excitement on his face, patted Lee Sin's shoulder heavily, and directly proposed, electromagnetic gun. Our electromagnetic gun is the most advanced technological weapon now, and it is also our main reliance to defend most dangerous tunnels. Please improve the power of the electromagnetic gun first. Okay. Lee Sin nodded in response. Whether it can be improved or not is not discussed first, but we must try it first, and then there will be results. Bai Chong directly pulled Lee Sin to a huge electromagnetic gun. This is a 12-meter high behemoth that covers an area of nearly 300 square meters. The extended gun barrel is 3 meters thick, and the tip is a jet hole slightly larger than a ping-pong ball. Behind the electromagnetic gun is a thigh-thick cable connected, and behind the cable is a hydroelectric power station in the southern military region. Most of the power generation is used exclusively for the 10 electromagnetic guns here. The electromagnetic gun is very powerful, but it also has a huge power consumption problem that cannot be overcome. Even in the era of the advent of the heaven, the law of conservation of energy cannot disappear. To accelerate a metal projectile from rest to a speed of more than 2,000 meters per second, it requires huge energy. The other defense zones equipped with electromagnetic guns are also close to power stations, and because nuclear energy cannot be used, they can only rely on firepower and hydropower, resulting in only more than a dozen defense zones equipped with electromagnetic guns, which is not a lot. In addition, the electromagnetic gun is large in size, has an obvious target, and often becomes the primary target of monsters and aliens. It is also difficult to protect. Moreover, the electromagnetic gun is too large now, and cannot be equipped on large vehicles. It has many disadvantages such as single application scenarios. Listening to Bai Chang's endless introduction, Lee Sin had a general impression in his mind. When he was dry-mouthed, Bai Chongjong ended the conversation with a request. Lee Sin, the old man knows that your attribute is thunder. Can you please improve the energy supply system of the electromagnetic gun first, and use the formation to power the electromagnetic gun? This may not be possible. The energy consumption of the electromagnetic gun is too terrible. I want to start with the research on reducing the energy consumption of the electromagnetic gun. Lee Sin did not agree rashly, but instead put forward his own ideas. Well, that's fine. Just follow your ideas. Don't let the old man lead you astray. Just stick to your own ideas. Bai Chong quickly affirmed Li Xin's ideas and expressed his support. Boys, dismantle this electromagnetic gun and let Li Xin study it carefully. Yes. At Bai Chang's command, a group of artillery soldiers, who were in charge of electromagnetic guns, immediately rushed forward and dismantled this high-precision weapon in front of Li Xin. There was also a white-haired old man who took him to introduce the parts one by one. They all knew about the test of the rocket launcher. They were very convinced by Li Xin, who was able to upgrade the rocket launcher in just half a day. However, these people were all ordinary people. Although they practiced magic, fighting spirit, internal force, and mana, their starting point and upper limit were too low. Without the assistance of almost regular skills, even if they had some ideas, it would be difficult to realize them. Now they wanted to use Li Xin's hand to verify those ideas one by one. Major Li, do you think it would be better to engrave a double or even triple Vajra formation on the entire electromagnetic gun body to strengthen the body's hardness? Major Li, what do you think of engraving a circle of suspension formation inside the gun barrel? Can it speed up the projectile's exit speed? Xiao Li, can you see if you can add a thunder formation to the battery to increase its power? Li Xin. Hundreds of questions overwhelmed Li Xin at once, making him understand why the formation masters of the Academy of Sciences were unwilling to go to the grassroots level. Chapter 753 Electromagnetic Gun Transformation and Improvement. Researching electromagnetic guns, the soldiers of the artillery army are experts, but many of the ideas they put forward are too dangerous. He was terrified when he heard it, and he understood why the array researchers of the Academy of Sciences did not dare to participate in the further research of electromagnetic guns. It would really kill people. The most proposed thing they put forward was to add thunder arrays to the battery pack, to increase the power and electromagnetic power. But the battery pack itself is a high-energy aggregate, which will explode with a heavy blow, and adding thunder arrays, wouldn't it be like adding a fuse to the bomb? No, it's just lighting the fuse. It's a bit too crazy. Li Xin persuaded them to dispel their strong suggestions, and turned to study the shell of the electromagnetic gun, starting with reinforcement. The 3-meter-thick barrel has a large area, which is just right for him to use his full strength. Perhaps the crazy genes ignited by these artillery soldiers. Li Xin designed a new formation outside the barrel, using the magic system's floating formation as the formation base. It formed a spiritual system suspension formation. And finally the suspension formation formed a Vajra formation. The dense array patterns of blue, and gold, painted the silver-gray barrel into a colorful painting. Special barrel perfect LV28, firmness plus 56, toughness plus 12, acceleration plus 12, durability, 280, 000/280, 000. Note, a gun barrel that speeds up the initial velocity of bullets. The gun barrel originally had no attributes. After a circle of engraving, successfully evolved into an equipment, which surprised and delighted Li Xin a little to find that it had perfect quality. In addition to being reinforced, the gun barrel also had the bullet acceleration attribute as he wished, which was an attribute that increased the attack power enough. There were appraisers who appraised the attributes, and formation masters who recorded the formation, and then this formation combination would be used on various gun barrels, and would not be limited to electromagnetic guns. Even gun barrels can be used. Li Xin thought of something, turned to ask a soldier beside him, "By the way, can our high-precision lathe turn out a formation?" Of course, all the rough blanks of various formation platforms and formation plates are all turned out by lathes, and then checked and repaired by formation masters, which can greatly reduce the workload of formation masters. Moreover, many small things in life now, small formations have gradually become popular. Yeah. Li Xin nodded. He naturally knew that many simple small formations were produced by assembly lines, but it has always been difficult to mass-produce complex intermediate formations. It seems that in the 7 years since he was away, Lungwa's mechanical processing has made considerable progress. Please notify the forging factory in the rear. See if you can cast this formation directly in the barrel with negative text, and then cast a formation in the corresponding position with positive text outside? Huh. Good idea. I will notify the military forging factory immediately. After hearing what Li Xin said, the man immediately arranged to fax the drawings, and asked the logistics department to forge the barrel. One of the shortcomings of Lungwa's current electromagnetic guns is that the barrel is damaged quickly. Generally speaking, it can only attack continuously for 3 minutes before stopping to cool down. And a barrel can only withstand 10 saturation attacks, or 20 non-saturation attacks. After that, the barrel must be replaced. Otherwise, there will be a risk of explosion. That is why Lee Sin set the first formation modification target on the barrel. His knowledge of formations is deep enough, and his luck is as good as ever. The first formation combination was successful. Majorly. Continue. Let's modify the battery pack. The barrel has not been tested yet, and Bai Chong pulled Lee Sin to modify the battery pack, which made Lee Sin speechless. Chief Bai, I really don't have the ability to modify the battery pack. Let me improve my skills before I modify it. Lee Sin also knew that the most important component of the electromagnetic gun is actually the battery pack, which takes the electricity sent by the power plant, pressurizes and energizes it through the battery pack, and converts the electrical energy into electromagnetic force to eject the metal projectile. He also wanted to modify the battery pack, but he really didn't dare to do it. If you are not careful, people will die, and it's not the kind that will kill 1 or 2 people. Once an explosion occurs, the effect will be very terrifying. When Bai Chong wanted to persuade him again, he spoke first. Since the effect of the barrel modification is acceleration, then I will study the modification of the acceleration component of the electromagnetic gun to further increase the speed of the projectile. As long as the speed is fast enough, the lethality will also increase. Okay. By the way, Chief Bai, you could also let the idle formation masters carve formations on the projectiles. And the enchanters and Taoist professionals can also be organized to enchant the projectiles to increase the attack power. Lee Sin saw that Lieutenant General Bai Chong had a somewhat regretful expression, and quickly found something else for him. There have always been enchanted and engraved array projectiles, but except for the reinforcement array and enchantment status, other magic effects are easily wiped out by high-energy electromagnetics. And later there were fewer enchantments. Really? Then strengthen the reinforcement magic and array attachments. It will also be a powerful weapon if it is strengthened to the extreme. Well, you make sense. I will notify them. Bai Chong had a lot of things to do, so he explained a few things briefly and went to do other things. However, Lee Sin wanted to transform the acceleration component, which would not be completed overnight. There were too many high-precision parts in it, and he had never heard of them, let alone dared to touch them. The previous gun barrels were large in size, and the space was large. Moreover, the general idea had to be in place in advance, so the formation could be carved out in one night. The acceleration component is the core part of the electromagnetic gun. Its main function is to convert electromagnetic energy into the kinetic energy of the shell, so that the shell can reach high speed. Now the accelerator of Longwa mainly uses a railgun accelerator powered by a low-voltage DC monopolar generator, combined with a coaxial synchronous acceleration combined accelerator with a continuous coil structure, which can accelerate the projectile to a maximum exit velocity of 3,400 meters per second, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. However, such extreme acceleration cannot be fired continuously. It takes more than 10 minutes to cool down after firing one round. The muzzle velocity of the real high-speed continuous firing is always kept below 2,400 meters per second. The maximum firing rate can reach 60 rounds per second, which is extremely fast. He studied the generator for 3 days, and finally gave up the modification. This thing is still too complicated. Although he has some ideas, time is tight, so he decided not to do it, and then turned to study the railgun accelerator. This time it was relatively smooth. After 3 days of research, he engraved the crystal clear wave array on the 9 larger accessories of the railgun. However, this formation is not an acceleration formation, but a heat dissipation and temperature stabilization formation. The effect is that the continuous working time of the accelerator can be tripled from the original 3 minutes to 9 minutes. The attack time is extended, and the attack power is naturally increased. Enemies with high health and high defense can also be killed by concentrated fire. However, the consumption of electricity will increase, and the pressure on the power plant behind will be a little bit. He also studied other components, but still couldn't find any accessories that could be modified. There are too many precision components, and it is difficult to start, assemble it, and see the effect in actual combat. Chapter 754 Night Bat, The Power of New Weapons. Squeak. 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 Professionals. Disperse, make way for the tunnel. Rocket launchers, electromagnetic guns. Ready. The provoked bat monster screamed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the hall at the entrance of the tunnel. This was the first time that Lee Sin really saw these difficult monsters. When Night Bat Elite LV-120, Combat Power, 750 HP, 12,000. Skills: High-frequency sound waves, infrasound waves, wind blades, hurricanes, a touch of silver wind. Fire Nightbat Elite LV-120, Combat Power, 780 HP, 20,000. Skills: High-frequency sound waves, infrasound waves, fireballs, large fireballs, firewalls. Gold Nightbat Elite LV-120, Combat Power, 800 HP, 30,000. Skills: High-frequency sound waves, infrasound waves, gold swordsmanship, iron spearsmanship, rain of arrows. Dark Night Bat. The type of bat is Night Bat, but it has various different attributes. The same level has different attributes, and the difference in strength is still not small. Night Bat, in addition to the high-frequency sound waves and infrasound waves of the unified city, it also has various spells, some with more than 10, and some with more than 30. It looks like a mage monster. Fortunately, their health is not very high, otherwise they would be invincible. Fire! Swish! 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 Boom! The rocket launcher started firing the moment Night Bat appeared in the tunnel hall. 18 rocket launchers were arranged, but only 3 of them were in the first batch to fire. The 24 rockets on each vehicle were emptied in 4 seconds. After 72 rockets were fired, the explosion continued, and the flames completely covered the front of the tunnel. Squeak! 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 As expected, not a single Night Bat was killed, but they were blown into the tunnel. Report to the division commander. 1 round of attack. The Night Bats were killed. About 1/3 of their health. And the expected goal was achieved. Okay. Get on 8 launch vehicles. Hearing the report from the appraisers, Division Commander Song of the Artillery Army was very happy and issued the 2nd round of attack orders. Among the launch vehicles that had been prepared long ago, 8 of them spewed fire snakes and discharged shells into the tunnel. Gaga. Amid a strange scream, some Night Bats were directly emptied of blood and fell to the ground, and a few turned around and fled into the tunnel. Okay, it worked. With the power of the shells unchanged, the lethality of the rocket launcher has increased by 10%, far exceeding previous expectations. Quick! The 3rd round of attack begins. The launcher that has emptied its ammunition continues to load ammunition. Yes! Lieutenant General Bai Chong at the scene listened to the report of the artillery army, and was very satisfied, but he still nodded calmly, and whispered to the professional warriors to start charging skills to prevent Night Bats from rushing out. However, the professionals never had a chance to attack. The 18 rocket launchers were divided into 6 groups, each with 3 vehicles, to maintain a steady output. Although there would be damage overflow, they could maintain a steady suppression, preventing the Night Bats from rushing out of the tunnel. The killing efficiency was not high. The seriously injured Night Bats would retreat and flee, and only about 1/3 of the Night Bats attacked actually died. However, after the firing rate was increased and the shooting angle accuracy was improved, the tunnel entrance could be blocked. The premise is that Night Bat did not organize a magic counterattack. After 9 minutes of continuous bombing, Night Bat did not come out again, and retreated directly to the depths of the tunnel. Night Bats are not fools, and will not rush out to die. Similarly, the Dragon Country warriors also knew that Night Bat should counterattack, and the rocket launchers quickly dispersed, leaving the attack line for 10 electromagnetic guns to prepare. A high-pitched whistle came from the depths of the tunnel, and countless shell fragments were blown into a visible tornado by the invisible wind, and sprayed out. Magic Wind Barrier. The professionals, who were just about to block the Night Bats, now had a chance to show their skills. They used 3 or 4 layers of wind magic to catch the fragments of the shells and conveyed the wind to send them to the open space on the side. Electromagnetic Cannon, Fire. After the 3 rounds of shell fragments were removed, the Commander Song ordered the attack without waiting for the 4th round of attacks. Buzz buzz buzz. Amid the buzzing sound, the 10 ammunition chains were like 10 spears, stabbing hard into the tunnel and going deep. Crackling. The continuous screams came from the tunnel. This wave of attacks should have caught the Night Bats off guard. They did not use defensive spells in time, and suffered heavy casualties. Drones, go in and check the results of the battle. As soon as the 9 minutes were up, 3 drones flew into the tunnel at the fastest speed in a triangular shape, and investigated deeper. On the wall of the fortress outside, 3 large screens lit up and displayed the situation in the tunnel in real time. In the 40-meter wide tunnel, there were no Night Bats flying in the air, only a pile of colorful corpse fragments on the ground. and a large number of injured night bats were still wriggling. 100 meters, 300 meters. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. 2,210 meters, pa pa pa. When the drones flew 2,210 meters in, 3 ignorant attacks destroyed them one after another. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. We've penetrated 2,200 meters directly. Pass my order? Notify the General Armament Department immediately. Manufacture new electromagnetic guns. And equip each defense zone with sufficient power supply with the maximum number of electromagnetic guns. Yes. Seeing the black screen on the wall, Lieutenant General Bai Chang was not angry, nor disappointed, but excited to issue this order. Dragon Country still has a large power generation capacity. There is no problem in supplying some defense zones with electromagnetic guns. This can greatly reduce the casualties of soldiers. Although it is a bit expensive to make an electromagnetic gun, human life is priceless, and being able to live one more person is a great fortune. On the side, Qian Duku and Sun Wenyong, who arrived later, also had flushed faces and looked excited. After hearing Bai Chang's words, they each took out their mobile phones to contact the military and the government to report the good news. Li Sin, you have made another great contribution, a greater military contribution than blocking a tunnel. Bai Chang grabbed Li Sin's hand and shook it hard and held it tightly, still excited. Chief Bai, I didn't do anything. I just slightly increased the firing time and range of the electromagnetic cannon. It's nothing. Pa. Boy. Being too modest is hypocritical. Not knowing what Li Sin said wrong, Bai Chang patted Li Sin's head lightly and taught him a lesson with a bit of dissatisfaction. Then, seeing his innocent and puzzled face, he simply explained, we have used electromagnetic cannons for hundreds of years. In the past 100 years, we have increased the continuous firing time from less than 1 minute to 3 minutes. This limit has been maintained for 85 years. We have given up on improving it and turned to researching battery packs to increase the attack power of the projectiles. Perhaps you don't know that the projectiles fired by the electromagnetic cannon will be blocked by various magic and spells. Even the warrior's internal force shield can greatly reduce the attack of projectiles without enchantment attributes. To effectively kill the enemy, you need to rely on continuous attacks of projectiles to exhaust the enemy's magic and spell energy. And then you can really kill the enemy. The longer the attack lasts, the stronger the lethality and the more effective it is. Now, the continuous attack time has been increased from 3 minutes to 9 minutes. And the upgraded killing effect has increased by at least 4 times. Which also allows the electromagnetic cannon to truly kill high-level monsters. Bai Chang said excitedly. But Li Sin frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked uncertainly, if the Night Bat uses a gold-based defensive spell to defend, will it greatly reduce the damage? Or even no damage? This, hearing Li Sin's question, not only did Bai Chang's face freeze, but the others around him also looked worried. Chapter 755 Weapon Transformation is successful. Preparation is complete. UAV, line up to conduct reconnaissance, keep a distance of 100 meters. Rocket launcher vehicle is ready, electromagnetic gun enters cooling, check and maintain quickly. Lieutenant General Bai Chang is older and more experienced, and his mentality is more stable. He immediately regained his composure, and began to organize the next step of preparation. Li Sin also ran to the electromagnetic gun quickly, checking the damage to the entire electromagnetic gun after this round of attack, especially the accessories that need to be replaced immediately. High-precision parts don't break very often, and they can basically be used for a long time. Occasionally, they overheat or overload, and can be replaced after cooling and maintenance. The damage to the gun barrels of the 2 parts he modified the formation was far beyond his expectations. After a round of attack, the 280,000 durability was directly consumed by 90,000 points, which means that 10,000 points of durability were lost every minute. This discovery made him speechless. Seeing that he looked a little unhappy, the artillery commander Song hurried over to ask the reason, but he smiled when he heard his surprise. Major Li, this is normal. Our old gun barrels had to be thrown away after 9 uses, and they could not even be recast. Although the current gun barrels can only be used 3 times. They can be recast. They can probably be used even after 10 recasts. This is a big improvement. Really? It turns out that the electromagnetic gun has many shortcomings. Li Sin sighed, and then looked at the accessories engraved with crystal clear wave array. Fortunately, this one is only of excellent level 48 quality after the transformation. and the durability is only 4,000 points. After a round of attack, the durability is only 9 points, and it can be used for a long time. Overall, it was a big improvement. Then he followed the maintenance personnel to check the parts that needed to be replaced. He would take out the larger, less precise parts and examine them carefully, asking about the function of the parts, thinking about what kind of improvements he could make with the array. This inquiry actually helped him find another part that could be modified. A circle of low-temperature coolant was needed in the middle of the battery pack shell to ensure that the battery temperature would not be too high and explode, and arrays were engraved on the metal plates on both sides of this middle layer for cooling. After checking, he made some improvements to the formation, making the battery temperature lower and more stable, which reduced the cooling time of the electromagnetic gun by 1/5, which was a significant improvement. Boom! While he was checking the electromagnetic gun, the rocket launcher started bombing again. But the frequency of the attack was not high this time, just repelling the night bats that rushed to the tunnel entrance, not killing them, just injuring them and forcing them to retreat. The real battle is about to begin. Time passed quickly, and it was the 10th day agreed upon by Lee Sin and the Grandmasters, and he directly notified the Grandmasters to gather outside the fortress. Under the setting sun, 4816 Grandmasters stood on the flat ground. Many of them were accompanied by small snakes, birds, and other small animals. These were those who had learned the art of animal taming and hatched their pets. It was hard to see that nearly half of them had hatched their pets. For those who have not learned the basic art of animal taming, please stand up. If you don't have the corresponding talent, don't fight to the death. Hearing Lee Sin's straightforward words, the Grandmasters who didn't have pets turned pale and blue, and were very dissatisfied. But they didn't know how to refute. After waiting for a minute, no one came forward. Obviously, no one was willing to give up their pet eggs. Lee Sin raised his lips slightly, and did not expose the truth. He continued, people without the talent for taming animals can also bring pets. But the growth and future cooperation of pets will be worse than those of people who hatch them by themselves. Now I have found a group of animal trainers for you. They can help hatch pet eggs. If you are willing to have others assist you, please follow me. After that, he turned around and walked towards the fortress without saying anything about disbanding. Sure enough, thousands of people immediately followed him out. He had negotiated with Sun Wen-Yong to transfer people, and 307 turned beast tamers were transferred from the rear to help people hatch pet eggs, which were prepared for these Grandmasters. Lee Sin was not worried that the pet eggs taken out by the Grandmasters were dead eggs or immature eggs. With the sensitivity of Grandmasters, they could get pet eggs that were close to hatching. This can be seen from the more than 2,000 new pets in the open space outside. Moreover, Lee Sin was sure that they must have hidden other pet eggs in their hands, which they had not taken out, and prepared to give to their relatives and descendants. He would not confiscate these pet eggs either. When these good things spread in the warrior world, and let others know the benefits and interests, it would be easier for him to bring people from the two worlds together to form an alliance and cooperate in the future. There is no permanent friendship, only permanent interests. And the alliance based on interests is the most reliable among the nearly 5,000 Grandmasters. Except for the last 270 who were really tough. They did not have the talent for taming animals, and did not let the taming master help hatch the pet eggs. All others completed the hatching of pets. As expected, 80% of them were dragons. They really destroyed the dragon's nest. As for the 270 Grandmasters, Lee Sin had already sentenced them to death in his heart. He didn't want to keep such rebellious subordinates. Huang Rong, who was also in a bad mood after receiving Lee Sin's order, flew to the Grandmasters and said, okay, everyone has made their own decisions. I said I won't interfere, and I will never interfere. Everyone's pets belong to each other. Others are not allowed to snatch them. And don't be jealous of other people's pets. Let's take a rest in this open space tonight. Tomorrow morning, we need to go out again. We need to be in the best condition to avoid any accidents tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Huang Rong gave the order, and these Grandmasters put away their various little thoughts, scattered on the spot to meditate and adjust their breathing, and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Now they are not just coming to Blue Star. They know how powerful the monsters are. They will really take their lives. They can't be careless. Everyone meditated quietly. Lee Sin and Huang Rong accompanied them in this open space, meditating together. In the fortress, the soldiers of the southern military region were also nervously debugging the rocket launcher. Tomorrow, This little killer will also be sent out with the army. The professionals who were transferred from other military regions to assist the Grandmaster also began to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. But they will be relatively relaxed. Tomorrow's main force will not be them, so they will be much safer. At the entrance of the tunnel, there were continuous explosions. Night bats were more active at night. Every night, night bats would come to harass or even attack. However, it was impossible for them to rush out. Blue Star not only had rocket launchers, but also professionals stationed there, and formations guarding them. Once a night bat was found to be leaving the tunnel hall, it would first be attacked by at least 3 formations, and then by professionals. After hundreds of years of tug-of-war, night bats rarely launched an attack without warning. At least, there was no sign of an offensive in the past 2 days. It was Dragon Country that launched an offensive without warning. Chapter 756 Launching an Offensive, Changing Strategy. Electromagnetic cannon fires directly for 9 minutes. Buzz buzz buzz. Tian Dao Calendar Year 127, April 20 Sunny. It's a good day today, a good day to start a war. 10 silver bullet chains were shot out when the night bat monster was making another daily probing attack. Squeak squeak squeak. The bipeds are using iron egg weapons again, retreat. On the territory of Blue Star, it's good to have the Tian Dao brand translator. The squeaking sound of the night bat monster automatically turns into Chinese that the Blue Star people can understand. However, grandmasters like Huang Rong from the warrior world did not have this treatment. They could not understand it at all. It was just a harsh squeaking sound. Knowing that the night bat's tactic was to retreat, Dragon Country naturally had a corresponding countermeasure. Drone enters. Wind system aggregation magic begins to accumulate energy. Water system aggregation magic begins to accumulate energy. Soundproof formation remote control truck ready. Grandmasters form a formation. Auxiliary troops form a formation, ready to go. Rocket launcher vehicle is ready to go. Warrior formation. Commands were issued one by one in an orderly manner. 6 large screens had been raised in front of the fortress hall, and the images from the drones could be seen. The night bat monster really retreated quickly. They were also smart. They used offensive spells, and directly used the attack power of the electromagnetic cannon projectiles to accelerate their retreat. After a 1-minute attack, they did not kill even a single night bat. The first drone successfully flew over the 5-kilometer tunnel on the Blue Star side. As soon as it crossed the boundary line, it was immediately attacked by some kind of spell and exploded. The drones behind immediately stopped against the surrounding walls and shot out hooks with suction cups to fix themselves to the wall, acting as surveillance cameras. Water, wind magic. Hit! Gathering magic turbid waves. The buzzing sound of the electromagnetic cannon had not stopped yet, and the dim and turbid water appeared out of thin air, poured into the tunnel, and rushed forward with powerful potential energy. Gather magic to weave a hurricane. 1 minute later, the flood's attack ended. The green hurricane weaved into a piece of cloth to net the flood's buttocks, pushing the flood to continue to rush forward. And the silver electromagnetic artillery shell chain is still continuously outputting, not giving the night bats a chance to counterattack and defend. Stop the electromagnetic artillery attack. The soundproof array platform moves in. Half a minute later, the electromagnetic artillery was stopped. Without waiting for the hurricane magic to end, 8 large trucks with array platforms welded on them were divided into 4 rows, rushed into the tunnel in a tight formation, with the help of hurricane magic, chased the flood and rushed out. The array platform on each vehicle is 18 meters wide. 2 vehicles side by side almost occupy the 40-meter wide tunnel. The arrays on the array platforms on the vehicles are all soundproof and silent, which can effectively defend against the sonic attacks of night bats. Following closely were 30 modified rocket launchers, 6 in a row, divided into 5 rows, and they also accelerated to pursue before the hurricane magic ended. Grandmaster, let's go. Military strategist skill sprint. Military strategist skill charge. Military strategist skill. The Grandmaster who formed the silver spear piercing the Japanese army array did not set off immediately, but on the basis of the buffs superimposed on them by the auxiliary professionals, he also added 7 military strategist skills to himself. They were taught a lesson by the sacred beasts and demons of the tree demon forest, and now they know to be afraid and cautious. The Grandmasters flew, and the auxiliary army of the Dragon Kingdom ran diagonally below, and soon caught up with the rocket launcher convoy in front. Then a large row of transport vehicles loaded with ammunition followed. At the back was the Formation Master Army led by Li Xin, who slowly caught up with them after a distance. The army advanced quickly without encountering any obstacles. although some night bat demons used spells to intercept the electromagnetic guns and water and wind magic. They were still pushed back by the violent attack. However, this tunnel also has a formation in the monster world. The truck carrying the soundproof formation platform only went less than 500 meters deep, and was damaged by the wind and fire formations on the opposite side. It broke down halfway, and the formation was dispersed. Fire! The rocket launcher quickly dispersed to both sides after entering the 80-meter wide tunnel, when it was 100 meters away from the formation platform vehicle in front. It was divided into 2 columns and launched an attack directly. The 16 rockets of each vehicle were fired at the same time, forming a rocket formation that directly covered most of the tunnel and flew out. The 80-meter tunnel height, in theory, allows the rocket to fly 1,600 meters, but affected by the monster formation in the tunnel, the actual limit is only 800 meters. Fortunately, there are still many night bats rushing towards this side within 800 meters, and they were injured, so a round of attack was not wasted. A soldier immediately went down, replaced the launch unit with new ammunition, and prepared for the next round of attack. Military formation skills Silver Light. Huang Rong's voice sounded just after the rocket exploded. The Grandmaster team was covered in silver light, and they rushed over violently, facing the wind blade fireballs and vine venom that fell from time to time. Squeak! 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 Quickly report to the commanders. The 2-legged beasts are looking for death again. Let the commanders come in to add to the meal. Li Sin, who was still in the Blue Star Tunnel, had not yet entered the Demon Beast World Tunnel. When he heard what Yi Fu said, his heart moved, and his eyes lit up. Messenger, notify the Grand Master in front to take the opportunity to fight his way out of the tunnel. Notify the magicians and melee fighters in the back to hurry in. We will try to fight our way through the tunnel in one go. Yes. 2 thieves who were protecting Li Sin immediately rushed out one after another, and in the blink of an eye they passed on Li Sin's orders. In this battle, the general commander was Lieutenant General Bai Chong, assisted by Sun Wenyong and Qian Duke. But they all gave Li Sin a temporary command. The notice actually reached the 3 of them first, and then was passed on again, although it was delayed for a while. The command and dispatch of the 3 was much more accurate and detailed than Li Sin's broad orders. When Huang Rong received the order, she had already rushed out more than 1,000 meters, and was ready to take a simple garrison rest on the spot to consolidate the front line. So she had to change the order. Military formation skill Golden Rainbow penetrating the sun. The silver military formation light quickly gathered, and the military formation that was originally 70 meters wide shrank to only 30 meters wide. Then the silver light quickly turned golden, and turned into a long spear and shot out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the condensed true energy directly cut through the space, like a meteor crashing through the sparse night bat defense line, and quickly penetrated. The night bat monster did not know that the attack launched by the Dragon Kingdom this time would be mainly by Grandmaster warriors, and the defense was still a bit sparse. Puff puff puff. Ding ding dang dang. Bang bang bang. A chaotic explosion made people's ears hurt. In addition to the formation of the 5 elements in the second half of the tunnel, there was actually a formation of sound attack. It is worthy of being a bat-like monster that is naturally good at sound attack. Li Sin also found that the southern military region was not well prepared, but since they had decided to launch an attack, they could not give up halfway. Bai Chong was experienced, and he directly ordered the melee professionals to run and push the soundproof array vehicle, rushing over quickly, while the magicians and Taoist professionals opened their magic shields and spell shields to protect the army from continuing to advance. Although they changed their strategy hastily and launched a general attack directly, they were still able to proceed in an orderly manner. However, as they went deeper into the tunnel, Li Sin became more and more nervous. Chapter 757 Breaking through the tunnel, Strange Cave. Crackling. Bang bang bang. Night bat the monsters are also good at formations. The first 3,000 meters of the tunnel are basically single attribute formations connected and arranged. After 3,000 meters, the formations of the 5 elements and yin and yang attributes all appeared, and they were arranged in disorder in all directions. The Grandmaster team was protected by the military formation, and rushed through, and they were not even injured, and they had already fought their way out of the tunnel, and they probably deployed formations to protect the tunnel. The Dragon Country warriors were having a hard time. On the ground, quicksand and swamps kept popping up, and earth spikes and ice rose into the sky from time to time. It was only a 500-meter journey, and all the soundproof array platform trucks were scrapped, and even the array platform on top was completely destroyed. The left and right walls, earth, water, fire, wind, and various small array attacks of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were not fatal, but the disorder and chaos made it hard to defend against. The magician's defensive magic shields flickered, and seemed to be broken at any time. Fortunately, there was no formation on the top of the passage. Otherwise it would be even more dangerous. However, there were countless stone pillars on the top of the passage, which were covered with claw marks. They should be the residence for the night bats to rest. These stone pillars, which were only 1 or 2 meters long, became more and more numerous as they went deeper into the monster world. At first, Lee Sin simply used them as tools to help the night bats fall, but gradually discovered some differences. The spiritual energy on these stone pillars was more abundant, and there was also a faint reaction of mana, which seemed to indicate that these stone pillars were the nodes of the formation. Captain Bai, please send someone to knock down the stone pillars on top of the tunnel. Okay. The 3rd Special Forces Squadron. Knock down the stone pillars above. Yes. Following the Formation Master Corps, 100 soldiers who mastered the wings of fighting spirit flew out from the Southern Military Region Army. They had thousands of auxiliary magics and buffs behind them, and healing magic to start healing in advance. Whoosh. Crackling. The next moment, a large number of wind and thunder attribute attacks surrounded the soldiers of the 3rd Special Forces Squadron. The violent attacks seemed to tear them all apart. Lee Sin was a little surprised, but Bai Chong looked calm. Such an attack was completely within his expectations. The 3rd Healing Brigade. Follow up, keep an eye on the health, it must be kept above half. Understood. A healer of a 1,000-man brigade, under the protection of other auxiliary professions and healers, does his best to heal a squadron of 100 in the air. Clang, 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 crack. After a series of dull metal clashing sounds, a crisp sound of breaking can be heard. The hardness of those stone pillars once again exceeded Lee Sin's imagination. The work of breaking the stone pillars was not smooth, but after the interruption, the power of the formation in a small range did decrease significantly. The 5th Special Forces Squadron will also go up, and the 5th Treatment Brigade will cooperate. Yes, sir. Bai Chong saw the changes in the tunnel formation, and immediately sent out another squadron of flying warriors to speed up the destruction of the stone pillars in the tunnel. High-level formation masters. Spread out. Destroy the ground formation first, and put down the wall formations on both sides first. Okay. While the destruction work on the cave roof was going on, Lee Sin also led the formation masters above the 6th level to spread out, each holding a demon pill, and using the traction method to destroy the demon beast formation on the ground. From time to time, someone would groan and spit blood, which looked a bit miserable. However, there was no way to set up the formation, because the monsters had different attributes. Different attributes of the formation required different demon pills to attract them. Before entering the tunnel, it was already discussed that each formation master would destroy the formation according to the attribute he was good at. If he made a mistake, the backlash would be much smaller. Under the protection of magicians and auxiliary professionals, the last 2 kilometers of the tunnel took nearly 2 hours to rush through. Although more than 30,000 soldiers were injured, no soldier was sacrificed, and less than 100 were seriously injured. This is a very rare record. Bai Chang's cheeks and eyes were red. He had taken over the defense of the Southern Military Region for 20 years, and this was the first time he had achieved such a good record with so few casualties. Moreover, their entire army had already broken through the tunnel. Middle and low-level formation masters. Use all the formation platforms, formation plates, and formation flags you brought. Inner circle treatment, middle circle defense, and outer circle attack. Yes! Although breaking through the tunnel was unexpected, the tactics had been practiced and could be copied. Tens of thousands of formation masters quickly dispersed according to the familiar formation. At this time, Lee Sin finally had time to take a good look at the cave. Yes, the exit of this tunnel is the cave. The height of the tunnel is 80 meters, and the height of the cave outside is just over 100 meters, which is not high, but it is extremely vast. Supported by dark stone pillars, the cave is surrounded by endless darkness. The Grandmasters have transformed into a round defense formation and spread out in a defensive and guarding posture. According to Lee Sin's order, the priority now is not to kill the enemy, but to guard the formation. Only after stabilizing the formation will we start to attack the night bat monster. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the darkness around us, there are constant strange cries of night bats, but Li Sen and his men can no longer understand the meaning of them. Without the translation of the heavenly Tao, it is just a chaotic and piercing scream. It is just a little strange that the night bats did not launch an attack. It seems that they are also gathering their forces, preparing for a siege attack. Report to the chief, the compass is out of order, we have changed all the direction identification tools and techniques, but cannot locate the direction. Just as Li Sen was about to start arranging the formation that had been designed long ago, an anxious report came from the Dragon Country warriors behind him. Major Li Sen, my array arrangement is invalid, I need to readjust the position. Major, my array flag is invalid too, very strange. Mine too. The array platform cannot be activated, it's a problem with the environmental magnetic field. Afterwards, the array masters also kept bringing bad news, and the array could not be arranged for a while, and Li Sen's face turned pale. The excited military leaders behind him also changed their faces. If there is no array protection, even if the Dragon Country soldiers are brave, they can't fight for a long time, and can only be beaten back again. Calm down. Array plate. Array flags don't need to be arranged yet. Array platform determines the approximate position and rotates in place. Every time it rotates 1 degree, activate once. Quick! Although Li Sen was shocked, he was not panicked. He immediately thought of a cumbersome, but possible method. Sure enough, an array platform was successfully activated soon. My spring breeze array for replenishing strength activated successfully. Turn right 6 degrees. Mine also succeeded, but turned left 3 degrees. No. I tried both directions, but still couldn't activate. My small 5 elements defense array was activated, turned right 18 degrees. For symbols guarding spirit array was activated successfully, turned left 22 degree. Array platforms were constantly activated, colorful array lights were constantly lit up in the cave, although it was very messy with a piece here and a little there. At least part of it was successful. In particular, the healing arrays were less affected by the cave's magnetic field because they were close to the tunnel exit, and most of them had been successfully activated, and began to provide auxiliary treatment to the injured soldiers. They saved their lives first, and then they could think about other things. That is, I wonder how much time the night bat monsters in the cave can give them to continue to improve their defense line. Chapter 758 Anticipate the enemy, resist 2 rounds of attacks. Send an order, all professionals with large capacity space rings, which can hold artillery, rush back to Blue Star, and transport all the artillery in the military area. Other professionals with larger space rings, and stronger strength, also rush back to transport the elixir. Yes. Li Sen was still adjusting the formation platform. Sensing the magnetic field orientation in this cave, Lieutenant General Bai Chong had already thought of the next tactics, and a large number of professionals rushed back quickly with the protection buff. My soundproof array is activated successfully. Turn right 172 degrees. Finally, the voice that everyone had been waiting for sounded. In this cave, the enemy is bats again. And the most dangerous attack is the sound wave attack. Only when the soundproof array is used can it be possible to block the attack of the night bats. Otherwise it will just become fish on the chopping board. Li Sen turned the silent array in his hand twice, and successfully activated it. He quickly took out the second one, put it down in the adjacent position, and turned it quickly. This time, he successfully activated it by turning right 7 degrees from the position of the previous array platform. Sure enough, there is still a pattern. He straightened up and shouted loudly, "The same array platforms are connected together, there is no need to disperse. Just a small rotation can be successfully activated." Understood. The other array masters immediately began to move quickly arranged the array platforms they carried into circles. Although this would waste a lot of array power, reducing the defense of the guard, it won in one word: fast, roar. It's just that they adjusted quickly, but the reaction of the night bat monster was not slow. Before the soundproof array had time to close, the night bat monster launched an attack. After this majestic roar, the entire tunnel fell into a deathly silence. But it also made people feel the coming of the god of death. It's a subsonic attack. Everyone, retreat to the soundproof formation. The Grand Master is also coming. Quick! In the quiet cave, Bai Chang's voice, which was shouted with fighting spirit, had a strange deformation, like an electronic sound with the wrong sound card. Except for the formation master, who was still insisting on activating the soundproof formation platform. Everyone else retreated immediately. Military formation skills are so powerful that they are almost inaudible. Huang Rong in the air did not order the Grandmaster to land, but instead launched a martial art specially developed by the warrior world to restrain sonic attacks. A stream of iron-gray true energy was gently surging outside the round defense formation. Amid the surging true energy like the waves of the sea, the Grandmaster team flew steadily in the air. All the Grandmasters looked solemn, but did not look injured. If each Grand World has its own unique skills, this military formation really resisted the infrasonic attack. On the contrary, the faces of the soldiers of the Dragon Nation army on the ground have begun to turn pale. Hurry! There is only one left. Come over if you have a soundproofing array platform. Complete the array loop as soon as possible. Li Sun looked around the milky white translucent array light curtain around him. Rushed to the gap in the array first. Looked at the placement direction of the activated array next to him. And quickly took out the array platform in his space ring to debug it. Boom! 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 He could hear the sound of his heart beating. So loud that it was deafening. The other sounds around him became smaller and smaller, as if they were going to separate him from this world. He felt very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it is, you have to endure it. You must complete the closed loop of the formation to weaken a wave of attacks. Or even isolate them. Buzz. Like the sound of an old cow panting. The silent formation platform in front of him was activated. The power of the formation covered him, making the heartbeat in his ears disappear instantly. And he felt like he was alive. Cough, 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 cough before Li Sun could breathe. Coughs came from all around him. The more than 10 formation masters around him were so pale that they were bloodless. And several of the weaker ones were coughing up blood. There were already hundreds, or even thousands of blood loss prompts floating on the screen above their heads. This sonic attack was really terrifying, silent, and effective. Just then, a healing spell fell. Each person's head was covered with at least 3 healing beams, protecting the formation master who was losing blood quickly. It's done. Ahem. Mine is healed too. Quick, old Chen is dying, someone replace him. Xiao Wu fainted. Quickly carry him down for treatment. This side is also healed. It's closed. After a tense formation activation, the soundproof formation finally closed, blocking the infrasonic attack. Although there was still attack damage rising indiscriminately on all Dragon Country warriors, the damage value had been controlled in the single digits, which could be said to be harmless to them. Moreover, there is a healing array here. That little bit of damage does not require the priest's healing spells. The healing of the array can easily stop it. Li Sun looked at the completely closed array light curtain, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back and lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. This round of operation just now did not consume much mana, but consumed a lot of energy. If the array cannot be activated and closed in time, the more than 70,000 Dragon Country soldiers who came to kill this time may all die here. Even if they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the flying night bat monsters, which would leave huge casualties, and the efforts to open the tunnel would be completely in vain. Fortunately, they found a way to activate the formation. This cave is really weird. Roar. 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 The night bat monsters outside the formation seemed to be able to sense that the soldiers were not dead. After half an hour of infrasonic attack, they adopted high-frequency sound wave attack, and then normal sound wave band attack, changing every half an hour, and constantly changing. 3 hours later, the sonic attack stopped, and Li Sun had already activated and integrated all 360 healing arrays. Healing Spring Breeze Array LV60 gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and magic elements. Heals all friendly forces within a radius of 6 kilometers. Restores 360 HP per second. And restores 120 magic/mana per second. Accelerates the treatment of most internal and external injuries. And quickly removes toxins below the epic level. Because it is an integrated array, the upper limit of healing is not high, but the range of action is wide. And it can also detoxify, which is very suitable for the current enemy environment. Whoosh whoosh. Under the blowing of wind magic, a strange stench was blown into the army, and the night bat monster began its second round of attack. It was also the poison attack that Bai Chong had determined before. But this poison was obviously not at the epic level. As soon as it entered the army, it was detoxified by the healing Spring Breeze formation, and had no effect on the soldiers. After smelling the stench, the Grandmasters in the air hurriedly descended, although they still did not land, but they were able to detoxify directly after entering the formation. Chief Bai. What do you think the next round of attacks will be? Li Sin walked to Lieutenant General Bai Chong and asked. The old man had been guarding this tunnel for 20 years, and his understanding of night bats was definitely far better than his. Bai Chong looked at the darkness outside the formation and thought for a while before shaking his head and saying, I can't be sure. There are too many possibilities. I guess it should be a spell attack. But it's hard to say what kind of spell attack it is. There is also a small probability that it may be a monster's physical charge. But the probability will be very small. Spell attack? Let me make some preparations. After hearing Bai Chang's judgment, Li Sin turned around and summoned the formation masters again to study the layout of the remaining formation platforms. And the actual formation. Chapter 759. Stabilize the front. The effective range of the Zircon support column healing spring breeze formation is 6 kilometers, and the location of the soundproof formation is only more than 1,000 meters away from the tunnel entrance. There is still a large space to safely set up the formation, but be careful of sonic attacks. So Li Sin led his men to the circle next to the soundproof formation, activating the small 5 elements defense formation and 4 spirits protection formation, and temporarily gave up the other defense formation platforms. First stabilize the front, and then consider other things. Enemy attack, Array Masters. Be careful, enemy attack. Just when Li Sin successfully activated the third array, Wang Rong's exclamation came from above. All Array Masters did not hesitate, directly dropped the array platform at hand, turned around and retreated behind the soundproof array without any hesitation, and there was no need to hesitate. This was repeatedly told before setting up the array. Never be greedy for credit, take steady steps, and save your life. The next moment, countless wind blades mixed with fireballs shot from all directions, followed by ice cones, spears, giant trees, rolling stones, and other various spells. These attacks all have one characteristic: they don't seem to be fast, but there is no sound at all. As expected of bats, they are really skilled in ambushing people. If it weren't for the Grandmaster team flying in the air, they are also powerful, and their sensitive sensing ability could detect it in time. Li Sin and other formation masters would have been ambushed to death by this wave of attacks. Gather magic to protect the earth. Boom boom. In the next moment, the magician army that had been accumulating strength to defend against the night bat's attacks exerted its strength, and a 90-meter high and 10-meter thick earth wall rose from the ground, almost reaching the ceiling of the cave, and directly blocked most of the spells. The remaining small part of the attack was also rushed out by the warriors, using various martial arts to break it. Li Sin, Earth Guardian should buy you 20 minutes. You should speed up the activation of the formation. Okay. Hearing Sun Wenyong's loud reminder, Li Sin waved his hand and led a group of formation masters to return immediately, and continued to activate the formation platform. Wind Barrier, Sandstorm Barrier, Crystal Shield Wall. 3 more aggregated defense magics, which bought Li Sin and his team less than an hour, allowing them to successfully activate the 2 defense formations, forming 2 circles of defense shields. The violent magic power has very weak attack power, and can only cause single-digit damage to the night bats. But the squeezing force is strong, and all the night bats are directly squeezed out of the 6-kilometer range. Okay, let's try the effect of the formation. If the defense is enough, we will start to study the real blocking formation. What you said is definitely possible. Li Senator next Earth Guardian. Don't release it after the energy is charged. Wait for my order. Yes. Crackling. The night bat monsters are really ready to sneak up on people. After fighting for an hour, the spells they released are as silent as ever. There is only the sound of the crystal shield wall breaking in the cave. Puff. 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 After the crystal shield wall shattered, various spells finally fell on the outer layer of the 4 spirits guarding spirit formation, making a slight muffled sound. Li Sin closed his eyes, and his mental power fell on the 4-color shield, feeling the energy consumption of the shield, and calculating how long this formation could last. 3 days? After a while, Li Sin frowned and opened his eyes full of worry. 3 days at most. Su Wanjun behind him, seeing him sighing in a low voice, repeated the conclusion of 3 days in an affirmative tone. Su Wanjun, you lead the low-level formation masters. Activate the remaining defense formation platforms within the 4 spirits defense shield, regardless of the strength of the effect. Gao Yuanning, you lead the mid-level formation masters, and start studying how to set up the soundproof formation on the ground outside the soundproof formation. Yes. Good. After hearing Li Sin's order, the 2 did not ask any more questions, and immediately led their people away. In the end, The remaining 855 formation masters above the 7th turn looked at Lee Sin and expected his new order. Everyone, let's look around, study those support pillars, and see if it is possible to set up formations on those pillars. Pillars? Good. Although everyone was a little confused, but did not ask any questions, turned around and dispersed, forming teams of 3 or 2 to study the support pillars in the cave. Lee Sin walked towards the nearest pillar. These bucket-thick pillars looked translucent, but they did not emit light, nor did they reflect light. They even had a strange light-absorbing effect, making the entire cave even darker. Another spirit eye identification technique was thrown over, and the same attributes as before immediately popped up. Zircon Excellent LV 78, Density 23, Hardness 28, Toughness 11. Note, hard ore. The entire stone pillar was a piece of ore, but the density and attributes far exceeded the attributes of zircon on Blue Star. The density of ordinary zircon is 4.6, and the hardness is about 8. This excellent quality zircon is 4 or 5 times the quality of ordinary zircon. By the way, the hardness of diamond is 10, which is the highest hardness of natural materials on Blue Star. However, after the advent of the heavenly Tao, more and harder things appeared. The zircon in front of us is one of them. The hardness of 28 is destined to be difficult to be destroyed, and it is also difficult to arrange the formation. Click, 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 click. A perfect quality carving knife, which was carved by Lee Sin with all his strength, only carved half of the spirit gathering formation and exhausted its durability, and broke. Hard enough, Lee Sin sighed, but still took out a new perfect quality carving knife. With a full durability of 20,000 points, he still couldn't successfully carve half a small spirit gathering array. Finally, he took out his new carving knife, EMO carving knife. Just adding 7 array patterns and modifying 2 array patterns consumed 639 points of durability of this teleportation level carving knife. It was really hard. Even harder than the dry bonito he carved before. It seems that there is some kind of spiritual energy protection in this zircon column, which makes it particularly hard, and it can cause a rebound to the force that destroys it, and in turn destroy the opponent. And this spiritual power will also produce a strange magnetic field, affecting the entire cave. Lee Sin stroked his chin and felt that he had discovered something wrong. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the formation he had just carved. Mana and consciousness poured in, but it was not activated quickly like the usual formation. Instead, it consumed 100 times the mana to activate it. On the translucent zircon column, a basin-sized area lit up with a faint white light, and then the pattern of the spirit gathering array slowly shrank, from the original 1 meter diameter to 30 centimeters. 3 times smaller. It's amazing. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the spirit gathering array, feeling the operation effect of the array and the spiritual energy gathering effect. But the strange thing is that the operation speed of the entire spirit gathering array is the same as that of a normal spirit gathering array. But the spiritual energy gathering effect is only 1/3. It's possible to set up a formation, but it's not suitable. Although the test results disappointed Lee Sin, he still felt that the key to blocking this tunnel should be these zircon pillars. He circled around the pillars, touching and knocking them from time to time. These pillars seemed to be naturally generated, all uneven, and the thickness was actually inconsistent. But they were basically pillars. Why is there still space spiritual energy in it? Suddenly Lee Sin caught a flash of space spiritual energy fluctuations in the pillars, although it disappeared quickly. For him, who had not yet recovered from the arrangement of the void circular cutting formation, such space spiritual energy fluctuations were as obvious as lice on a bald head. He quickly put his hand on the pillar and sensed it carefully. Chapter 760, Formation. 1 success and 1 failure. There really is space aura, and it is disorderly fluctuating space aura. This is really troublesome. The zircon column contains space aura, and it fluctuates disorderly, which basically cuts off the possibility of using the spiritual sense carving formation skill to engrave the formation in the zircon. The engraved formation will be quickly washed away by the space aura. Finally, we can only try to use the drawing formation skill, which is the easiest to achieve, but also the method with the weakest formation power. Major Lee Sin. We tested array inks with 7 characteristics and 9 properties, and found that sticky and oily array inks are most likely to adhere to the pillars, and the array drawn with earth-attributed array ink has the best effect. But even so, affected by the strange magnetic field of the cave, the array can only play half of its normal effect. and other arrays can only play 20% to 30% of their power. Well, it's good that you can draw the array. Earth attributed? After hearing the report from his array master, Lee Sin nodded. He was not surprised. The array master who had set up the array on the ground before had not yet sent good news, and he knew how difficult it would be to set up the array in this cave. It also proved that his judgment was correct. The key to the formation of this cave is these supporting pillars. And the formation that is most suitable for drawing formations with Earth Attribute Formation ink must also be Earth Attribute. Now he has to turn over the suitable Earth Attribute formations he has learned from his mind, and choose according to the current environment. It is best to use a defensive formation and a spiritual formation. Maybe this formation can be tried. After a long time, Lee Sin, who had been rubbing his chin and thinking, until his brows opened and his eyes lit up. Uncle Lou, I don't have the right formation ink in my hand. Please bring me a bucket. Here. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation master in front of him immediately wiped his right hand on his left hand, pulled out a large bucket of formation ink, and then looked at Lee Sin expectantly, wanting to see what good formation he had thought of. Speaking of formation ink, Lee Sin asked the artillery army to drive an artillery launcher, raise the carriage to the highest point, and he stood on the carriage at the highest point and began to draw the formation. Lee Sin, who was at level 102 of the 6th transformation, also awakened the skill precision drawing array, which was quite fast, and the entire pillar was only as thick as a bucket, so it was impossible to draw a formation that was too large. In just 10 minutes, one formation was completed. Xuanqu formation LV36, condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a defensive shield within a radius of 144 meters, reducing the enemy's attack damage by 180 points. A 30-centimeter thick pillar, which could carve out an intermediate formation, was also affected by the cave environment. With such power, Lee Sin was already satisfied. A pillar that is hundreds of meters high can be used to arrange 200 or 300 formations. Now let's see how the effect of stacking multiple formations is. A few people come to help. Draw the Xuanqu formation on the lower half of the pillar. Leave about 12 centimeters of space between the two formations for the test of connecting the formations. Understood. The formation masters below also came to identify the formation he drew. The data did not seem strong, but the range of the formation was spherical and large, just enough to connect to the top of the cave, and could protect the people in the formation from all directions. The support pillars nearby are a bit far apart. The distance between the two closest pillars is less than 100 meters, and the distance between the farthest pillars may be more than 400 meters. It is difficult to support the defense of the entire cave with a single formation. Therefore, other formation masters understood the intention of Lee Sin's order at a glance. When drawing new formations, they all used Lee Sin's formation as a benchmark. After drawing the second formation, Lee Sin did not continue to draw the third one, but began to test various formations in the blank space that flowed out, connecting the two Xuanqu formations. The softest spirit gathering formation, the most likely to connect living soil formation, the most commonly used linking formation transformation formation. After trying them one by one, they all failed, which made Lee Sin a little annoyed. At this moment, someone below excitedly and nervously called him, "Major Lee, I found an auxiliary formation that can connect two formations. Come and see if it works." "Let me see." "What formation?" Lee Sin jumped down from a height of more than 30 meters happily. "It's the Xianxue formation. A formation that improves the toughness of stone. It's a primary formation. It only needs 56 formation bases. It's very simple." The formation master made way for Lee Sin to check. He was not polite. He looked over and put his spiritual sense on it. It was really a very simple formation. 8 continuous lines formed an elliptical formation. Lee Sin could understand it at a glance and learn it quickly. The Xianxue formation connected the two Xuanqu formations. The energy between the formations had a preliminary superposition amplification. "Great. Uncle, do you think you should draw a few more formations to further connect the two formations?" Major Lee's eyes are sharp. "I just saw it. You can draw 5 Xianxue formation to link the 5 important formation nodes of Xuanqu formation to strengthen the energy exchange between the formations. These points are here, there. Good idea. Good design. Let's get started. And try to put it into defense as soon as possible." Several formation masters who knew Xianxue formation quickly understood the precautions for setting up the formation, and connected the 10 formations on this pillar. As expected, the identification attributes of the formation changed immediately. Xuanquzhenwu Formation LV44 condenses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forms a defensive shield within a radius of 220 meters, reducing the enemy's attack damage by 380 points. After the 10 formations are connected and superimposed, the formation level is slightly improved, and the attribute improvement is not much, but it is no problem to protect the entire cave in advance. Okay, draw the formation according to this array, start drawing from the foot of the pillar and move forward. Leave the high position empty first, wait for me to study it again, see if I can find a formation with high lethality. Yes, sir. In 2 days, 4833 supporting pillars within a radius of 6 kilometers have completed the drawing of the Xuanquzhenwu Formation, protecting the entire area. The various attacks of the night bats have been reduced by multiple layers of the formation, and when they fall on the 4 spirits guarding spirit formation, the power has been halved. This bought them at least 3 days of safety. The magicians who worked hard to maintain the defensive magic retreated to the back and fell asleep. The grandmasters also fell to the ground to meditate and regulate their breathing. Li Sun, we failed. We tried many ways to set up the formation, adjusted many positions, but still couldn't set up the formation on the ground. Gao Yuanding and Su Wanjun came to Li Sun together, lowered their heads, felt a little depressed, and a little ashamed. Did it fail again? Su Wanjun, did the defensive formation platform also fail to activate? Well, that didn't happen. The defensive array platforms have all been activated, and 2 circles of more than 40 meters wide defensive shields have been formed. Although the defensive power is not as good as the 4 spirits guardian array, it can still resist the previous night bat attacks for 2.5 days. After I activated the array platform, I went to help Senior Gao study the array layout. Oh! Li Sun nodded, and did not blame Su Wanjun. It was just that their more than 10,000 array masters had not figured out the array layout, which was a bit tricky. Chapter 761 Strategy changes again. Grandmaster team goes on another adventure. In that case, let's go back to the tunnel and set up the formation in the tunnel. It's also a good choice to completely block the tunnel. That's the only way. Li Sun is not a rigid person. Since the ground here can't be used to set up the formation, then it is the wisest choice to give up setting up the formation in the cave. Since the decision has been made, he immediately took out his formation drawing tablet and shared the long design drawings on it with the tablets of all formation masters. In view of the multi-attribute and multi-type characteristics of night bats, and the endless attack and defense methods, I designed 4 intermediate formations. On the top of the tunnel is the chain lightning chain formation, which is composed of 4 lightning formations, and theoretically can quickly release lightning chains that can jump and attack. On the ground is the ice star explosion formation, which can quickly condense ice balls that can explode. Although the attack power is not high, it has a deceleration and freezing effect. On the left is the Wanqiang Senluo formation, which is composed of 6 pure wood formations, which can release vines, wooden stakes to block enemies, and completely block the road. On the right is the Flame Storm formation, which consists of 3 fire-type and 2 wind-type formations. For bat-type monsters, the fire-type attack plus the wind blade is still quite lethal. However, the number of types and attributes of night bats far exceeds my imagination. There were even space-type attacks in the previous attacks. I am afraid that the 4 formations are not enough to block the tunnel. Let's work together and share our opinions and ideas. We will improve the formation. After sending the formation diagram, Li Sun seriously explained the flaws in the design of this formation and asked everyone to discuss it. I think Senior Li Sun. Wait a minute. Seeing Su Wanjun was about to flatter him, Li Sun quickly waved his hand to interrupt him, and said, "So the formation masters above the 6th level will come with me to enter the tunnel to destroy the night bat formation first, and the rest of you can discuss freely." Okay. For Li Sun's sudden interruption, Su Wanjun and other high-level formation masters were a little stunned, but they still obeyed his orders, and a group of people followed Li Sun to destroy the monster formation in the tunnel. There were less than 2,000 formation masters above the 6th level, and there were still 13,000 low and middle level formation masters left. The lowest was the 3rd level, the highest was the 5th level, and the highest level was an old man at the 4th level, and level 202, who was pushed out by the other formation masters, who were a little at a loss to be the host. He glanced at Li Sun and others, who had disappeared in the hall of the tunnel. After the initial surprise, he understood Li Sun's idea. Don't be polite. Don't worry. Li Sun's meaning is very clear. He wants us low-level formation masters to put forward our own ideas. the more impossible it is to realize. The more fantastic the idea, the better. They, the high-level formation masters, have learned and mastered many formations, and it is easy to form a fixed mindset. The formations they come up with may not be as good as Li Sin's current formations. And the fewer formations we have mastered, it is easier for us to think of new formations to break through. If Li Sin were here, he would definitely give this old man a thumbs up. He really thought so. The formation masters gathered together to discuss the formation design, and the Grand Masters also gathered together. They have been fighting in this cave for 2.5 days, but they have not gained anything. Although it is safe, it makes them a little uncomfortable. Lord, why don't we charge in for a while? The formations of those dragon people have been established, so we don't need to guard them. Even if we come back in danger, we can still have a buffer. Yes, Lord, these bats are of many types, and their attacks are a bit weird, but their strength is not strong. We can easily crush them. Lord, let's be cautious. Just use sonic attacks to attack them directly. Huang Rong looked at the flattering grandmasters around her, with a serious face, and a slight frown, but she was still quite satisfied in her heart. She deliberately kept silent for a while before saying, then explore in the direction of the right-hand side, remember to maintain the military formation, and move forward carefully. Good Lord. Wise Lord. Mighty Lord. Flattery is free. These grandmasters are thick-skinned enough, and they compliment Huang Rong as soon as they open their mouths, making the corners of Huang Rong's mouth rise. However, she still notified Li Sin. And after hearing Li Sin's words, be careful, she led the grandmasters to form a formation and began to explore outside. Bai Chong and Sun Wenyong looked at each other helplessly, and neither complained or blamed the grandmaster team for not reporting to them. After all, they were so powerful that they really couldn't control them. The two quickly adjusted their emotions and discussed the next defense work. The artillery array was 2 kilometers away, and the area without the formation platform began to deploy, and the formation was ready to go. Professionals formed a formation near the artillery array, preparing for battle. Rocket launchers gathered within 2 kilometers. It was destined to take time for Li Sin and his team to set up the formation. Although the formation platform could continuously add energy sources to maintain the formation, once the durability of the formation platform reaches 0, it cannot be repaired and restored. It can only be scrapped. Then it would be time for the Dragon Country warriors to guard the formation master to set up the formation. As for where those great masters would go at that time, they no longer had much hope. Gaga. The Dragon Country warriors were still making arrangements, while the Grandmaster team over there had already started their battle. It was a massacre to be exact. Round defense formation easily blocked the sonic and spell attacks of the Night Bat monster, and the Grandmasters did not need to use military formation skills, one by one. They used their chi to make a big handprint, grab the Night Bat with one claw, and with a slight force, they turned it into a pulp. The Night Bats were only between level 100 and 140, except for a few commander level ones. Most of them were elite level ones so far. No powerful boss level monsters had appeared, let alone the divine beast level monsters. As for the tricky spell attacks of the Dragon Country warriors, they were completely useless in front of their powerful strength. If they couldn't break their chi shield, then the attacks were useless no matter how many times they attacked. Restricted by the completely disorderly supporting pillars in the cave, the Night Bats were in groups here and there to block the Grand Master's team, and they couldn't form a cluster attack effect at all. Even if they attacked together, the power was not enough to break the Grand Master's chi shield. But the Grand Masters were not happy because the Night Bats were easy to kill, but looked unhappy. The monsters were low level, with a wide range of levels, and the explosion rate of killing monsters naturally dropped sharply. Not only were there few items, but the quality was also low. Moreover, warriors could not directly see the quality light on the equipment and item cards. They had to take them in their hands and sense them to know the approximate attributes, which was a bit of a waste of time. After 3 hours of continuous garbage explosions, Huang Rong was a little impatient. She simply ordered, "Don't fight these little bats. Just charge forward with the chi shield." My lord is wise. These little garbage are not worth fighting. Kill them! Charge! The Grandmasters laughed disdainfully, and the army formation shrank back into a round ball. They rushed through the supporting pillars with only defensive chi. All the Night Bats they encountered were killed by brushing against each other, and there was no enemy who could stand up to them. After only charging for 6 hours, we had already flown over 3,000 kilometers, but we hadn't reached the edge of the cave yet, and the number of Night Bats we encountered was decreasing, and everyone realized that they were lost. Chapter 762, In-Depth Exploration. Find the exit. Stop. After flying at high speed for 6 hours, and flying over 3,000 kilometers, even the Grandmaster was a little tired. In the dark surroundings, in an environment where they were already lost, they had to act cautiously. The first step was to stop and calm down their impetuous mentality, recover the consumed true energy, and respond to possible dangers in the best condition. After the army fell, everyone was silent. But they were not too worried. Not only were they powerful, but they also had space rings on them. And the supplies on them were enough for them to live for at least 3 years, without any urgent safety concerns. Huang Rong quickly calmed down. Balzac, how far can you see in this cave with the Buddhist divine eye you practiced? 200 feet. No matter whether I use the divine eye or not, all I can see outside the range of 200 feet is pitch black. You can see 200 feet too? Me too. Me too. It seems that we are all the same. Before Huang Rong could speak, the other great masters around her spoke out their own situations. It turned out that everyone's vision limit was 200 feet, which was 666 meters. It seems that this is also the influence of the cave's magnetic field. At this time, the Grandmaster's faces showed a trace of tension again. Unknown enemies always make people feel scared, even if they are powerful. Quiet Huang Rong saw that his men were showing signs of chaos, and stopped them in a deep voice, and then began to make her own arrangements. Who of you has the lighting sticks provided by the Dragon Country military? Gather them together. Then 39 people came forward and took out the lighting sticks in the space ring. There were not many of them. Only 226. It's a little short, but it should be enough. As she said that, Huang Rong concentrated her energy into her finger and pointed at a supporting pillar beside her. With a sound like the sound of metal clashing, Huang Rong's finger penetrated a full 5 centimeters in front of the surprised eyes of the Grand Master beside her. All the Grand Masters at the scene had personally tested it. These pillars were very hard. Even the strongest 206 level BAMT only penetrated 6 centimeters with a Vidra. Huang Rong, the seemingly weak lord, actually penetrated 5 centimeters with her bare finger. This strength is a bit scary. All the Grandmasters were alert in their hearts, and also had some respect for Huang Rong. The strong are respected. This is the basic rule of the warrior world. Huang Rong suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to rise, picked up a lighting stick, bit it a few times to light up a bright light, and then inserted it into the hole she had inserted her finger into. Go forward. The Grandmaster team immediately walked forward in the direction they felt, calculated 660 meters away. She turned her head to look back at the way she came. Sure enough, the route had a little deflection, but the lighting stick left behind could still be seen. Taking 2 steps back, he found a support column that would not block his sight, and inserted another lighting stick. Huang Rong did not fly anymore, but walked slowly forward, and collected all the night-bat corpses on the ground. If she saw a road without night-bat corpses later, she would know that she had lost her way and returned to the original road, and she could make timely adjustments. My lord, there are no night-bat corpses ahead. When Huang Rong inserted the 103rd lighting stick, the Grand Master in front reported a piece of bad news that was not too bad. Sure enough, we have turned back. She was not surprised, but it was a little surprising that we turned back so late. 103 lighting sticks, which means they have walked more than 60 kilometers. It took them such a long distance to make a circle. This circle is a bit big, but it also proves that this cave is very big. She took 2 quick steps forward, came to the pillar, inserted another lighting stick, and gave a direct order, turn right, and go straight forward. They turned, but something unexpected happened. The remaining 113 lighting sticks were used, but they still didn't return to the path they had walked before. It seems that they have found the right path? Huang Rong was excited for a moment. When she reached the next support pillar, she took out a demon pill of excellent quality, took out a carving knife, and carved a simple bright light formation, and used the demon pill as a light bulb. The Grandmaster team continued to explore forward quickly. After dropping another 283 demon pills, the unchanging scenery in the tunnel changed. There were piles of granular metal on the ground, shining with various metallic lights under the light of the military formation. Stone pillars of 0.5 meter to 1 meter in height stretched out from the top of the cave. This was the lair of the night bats. But they could not see a single night bat when they approached. They had not been harassed by night bats for more than 2 hours. My lord, These metal particles seemed to be very pure. They should be mostly top-grade metals. A grandmaster who was good at forging squatted on the ground and checked the metals. His voice was a little excited. But immediately a nervous voice reminded him, "How, Jean? I advise you to throw away what you have in your hand. It is poisonous." The grandmaster who was about to collect the metal particles was so scared that he threw the thing in his hand away. His body jumped back quickly as if it was equipped with a spring. Immediately, other grandmasters sent her detoxification pills to detoxify her. Just the kung fu, the face of this great master has become green. This toxicity is really fierce enough. Bleak. Huang Rong's hand in the hand to treat props card activation. The purification of the sacred white light fell on this person. Most of his poison was quickly solved. For the poison of monsters, the purification spell of Blue Star is faster. Lord, do we fly over? Can't check the great master. After it is determined that there is no danger, go to Huang Rong. Ask a bit nervously. They are great masters. But they were poisoned silently. And the poison took effect so quickly. He was shocked. Huang Rong smiled and shook her head. With a disdainful arc on her lips, no need. Just fiddle with a few empty space rings. And use the space rings to collect these metal particles. Good idea. Kant was stunned, and then smiled and patted his forehead. He also ignored the treasure of space ring. To collect things with the space ring, you only need to cover it with your spiritual consciousness. You can collect the items with a thought. And you don't even need to touch them. The trap-like roadblock left by the night bat monster did not play any role. It just gave Huang Rong and his team a large amount of high-quality metal for nothing. The general formation was dispersed. And the grandmasters collected metal particles along the way. And kept moving forward. After walking for more than 1,000 meters, they reached the end of the cave. A dark black wall appeared in sight. There was still no night bat. But obvious scratching and biting marks could be seen on the wall. Ha! We found the cave wall. Then as long as we follow the wall, we will definitely find the exit of the cave. I'll leave a mark. And we will go to the right. Huang Rong smiled and left 9 holes in the wall. Put down 9 demon pills engraved with bright light formation. And activated gathering spirit formation to ensure that the light bulb can be illuminated for a long time. Afterwards, the grandmasters flew forward to the right side. They felt. However, this flight lasted for 3.5 days. And they flew more than 30,000 kilometers before they saw a crack that seemed to be an exit. Chapter 763. Outside the cave, poisonous flying insects. In the dim cave, a narrow silver ray of light pierced through the endless darkness, like a beacon in the dark night, guiding people's direction from afar. Stop! All troops on alert, slow down, don't fall to the ground. Seeing the crack, Huang Rong was excited, but more nervous. In such a critical position, she didn't believe that the night bat monster would have no defense. Now looking at the empty calm, maybe there is some danger brewing. Round defense formation tightened again. The iron-gray army formation was so bright that it turned black. Squeak! 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 Sure enough, just when they were 1,000 meters away from the crack, the night bat sound wave attack began. Buzz! 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 The attack not only contained sound waves, but also contained spatial attribute attacks. The grandmasters who were a little relaxed immediately looked serious. They had just seen Li Sen's spatial formation, which directly cut through a super powerful beast. Now they were suddenly attacked by spatial attributes, and they were a little panicked. Everyone felt that their chi was suddenly consumed more than 10 times. Huang Rong transferred the chi to her eyes, stared at the crack and scanned twice, and suddenly raised her eyes and ordered, "Military formation skill angry fist." The next moment, the military formation light lit up, and a silver-gray fist 100 meters thick smashed fiercely to the left side of the crack. Jibong. After a short scream, there was the sound of a fist hitting the wall, and then the whole cave shook, and dust and sand fell. The night bats' voices had stopped abruptly, and a pool of blood and flesh had turned the wall dark red. Military formation skill collision. With one punch, the ambushed night bats were eliminated. After a slight breath recovery, Huang Rong commanded the military formation to crash directly into the crack. Roar! 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 The next moment, countless night bats flew out from both sides of the crack, gathered together, and cast various spells like a flood. They attacked directly after seeing that the ambush failed. However, this was what Huang Rong wanted to see the most. Enemies in the open were much easier to deal with than those in the dark. Military advisor skills, huge power. During the charge, The chief advisor used his military advisor skills, and the silver-gray army formation became 3 times brighter. Boom boom boom. The attack power of the Grandmaster who launched the attack with all his strength was very terrifying. The attack that illuminated the entire cave was directly smashed and scattered when it hit the army formation, and did not cause any damage to the Grandmasters. The Grandmaster army formation, which was charging violently, broke through the distance of 1,000 meters in just 10 seconds and arrived in front of the crack. When they got closer, they found that this was a 300-meter wide passage that slanted upwards. A passage surrounded by translucent zircons, and the golden sunlight outside was filtered through the passage and turned into silver white. Charge. After glancing at the width and shape of the passage, Huang Rong gritted her teeth and ordered a continuous charge. The circular formation quickly changed into a long formation, with 90 Grandmasters holding shields and weapons in the vanguard, and the Grandmasters in the back transferred their true energy to them through the formation. Under the burst of true energy, the silver-gray formation light shot out 10 meters, and smashed the night bats on the road and the attacks from the night bats directly and violently. This passage was unexpectedly short, only less than 500 meters, and the Grandmaster team rushed out smoothly. On a gray barren mountain in the monster world, a large pool of red flesh suddenly erupted from the ground, like a fountain that suddenly erupted. Then a group of people flew out and flew quickly into the sky. Yay! Yay! A huge and noisy roar of night bats came from the cave behind them. But no night bats flew out. The night bats were not fools. They knew that the Grandmaster in front of them was in existence that they could not kill. So they naturally did not dare to provoke him again. I rushed out. Finally left that dark and cramped place. It's still comfortable to be in the sun. A group of people laughed excitedly. Seeing the light again is always comfortable. What made people even happier was that there were no enemies outside the cave. No other monsters. And no danger. After flying in the air for 3 minutes, Huang Rong made sure that there were no other monsters here, and that the night bats had not chased out. And then she ordered them to land and rest. Those with better hidden weapon skills should stand guard outside first, and the others should hurry up to recover their true energy, in case of any accidents. Yes! Now they were deep behind enemy lines, and had to be careful. Huang Rong did not rest immediately, but took a pill to recover her true energy and flew into the air, roughly investigating the environment here. This is a barren mountain of unknown width. There are small patches of green in the middle of the gray-brown rocks. Not only is it not aesthetically pleasing, but it gives people a feeling of nausea like psoriasis. It seems that the green is very discordant in this world. Although it feels very strange, Huang Rong still reminded some of her subordinates not to get close to those plants, to be careful of poisoning. She flew to an altitude of 3,000 meters and looked around. It was all gray-brown. This barren mountain seemed endless. After a brief understanding of the environment, she also landed to recover her true energy. Although it seemed less than a minute to rush out of the tunnel, it consumed more than 60% of their true energy. They came out in the morning, and until 10 o'clock in the evening, the whole mountain range was peaceful and safe. But after 10 o'clock, with a series of rustling sounds, a group of green flying insects suddenly flew out from the green land. They looked like flies, but they had long mouthparts like mosquitoes. They were not small in size, as thick as a thumb. Does anyone remember what kind of monster insect this is? Huang Rong recalled for a while, but she couldn't find any memory of this kind of flying insect in her mind. So she asked the Grandmasters around her directly? No. I looked at all the monster beast illustrations of Dragon Country, and confirmed that there is no memory of this monster beast. It should be a newly discovered monster insect. Another unknown enemy. A little annoying. But Huang Rong was naturally not afraid. Use the Qi handprint to slap these flying insects to death. But be careful of poisoning. Understood. The Grandmaster's team still maintained their defensive formation, slapping out one by one with their Qi handprints. Without any surprises, these green flying insects were killed with one slap. Unless the Grandmaster's combined strength reached the level of divine beasts, ordinary monsters would not be able to resist, let alone flying insects. The cautious Huang Rong also ordered the flying insects' bodies and bursting juice to be slapped away with Qi, to prevent poisoning. One night, the Grandmasters took turns to attack, and kept slapping the flying insects. But the flying insects seemed endless, and kept gathering together, until the sun rose. The flying insects suddenly fell to the ground quickly, and disappeared into the green land. The true energy that Huang Rong and her friends had recovered during the day was doubled and consumed again. The remaining true energy was less than 30%. Everyone, recover your true energy as soon as possible, and clear some green land in the afternoon. Wang Rong threw a pill into her mouth and began to recover. But her brows furrowed the next moment. My lord, it's bad. My chi recovery speed has dropped by 30%. Me too. Me too. Although Wang Rong was very cautious, she still couldn't escape the fate of being poisoned. All the grandmasters were poisoned. The chi recovery speed dropped by 30%. Don't panic. Take the elixir to speed up recovery. We must clear the green areas within 100 kilometers. Okay. She was still very courageous. She was not scared off by this little danger, but decided to stay in this barren mountain. Chapter 764 Strange Ants. Tens of thousands of divine beasts. Wang Rong's judgment was correct. After destroying the green land, the green flying insects could not fly in the sun, but could only crawl slowly. After a few more chi handprints, they died hard. The grandmasters dispersed and cleared the green land with a radius of 120 kilometers in half a day. By night, there were no flying insects to harass them, and they could continue to recover. It took another 2 days to clear the green land with a radius of 300 kilometers. After 3 days of wind, the toxin that slowed down the recovery of chi was completely dissipated. Afterwards, Wang Rong led the grandmasters to use the ores on the mountain and some low-level equipment on their bodies to set up an intermediate formation Liuhe thick earth defense formation, covering the surrounding 80 kilometers, which became their temporary residence. My lord, we have made a simple exploration. This Greystone mountain range is very large. 90,000 kilometers to the east is a grassland. 70,000 kilometers to the west is a desert. 30,000 kilometers to the south is an endless water area. And we have searched 100,000 kilometers to the north and have not found the end. But we have encountered a divine beast-level monster. When the moon rose again, the Grandmaster set out to explore the nearby terrain returned as promised. The news brought back was pretty good. At least there was only one direction that was relatively dangerous. But this danger became a treasure land for killing in the eyes of the great masters. Wang Rong's eyes also showed some expectation and asked, what kind of mythical beast is it? A kind of ant. As big as a fat pig. Very powerful. And can chew hard zircon. And there are many smaller ants around them. The smallest is as big as a fist. And the largest is as big as a dog. Although there are many small ants, there are not many mythical beast-level ants. Wang Rong's eyes condensed with excitement. And then asked, can the mythical beast-level ants fly? No. They definitely can't fly. We have tested it ourselves. They don't have wings and can't fly. And they don't have the ability to fly. However, they have strong jumping ability, and can jump up to 1,000 meters in the air. Moreover, they know all kinds of spells, and can hit thousands of meters away. Haha. It's good that they can't fly. After a night's rest, we will kill them. As long as they can't fly, the Grandmasters have the advantage of air supremacy, and can suppress most enemies that can't fly. After a night's safe rest, the Grandmaster team began to head north, but the army's flying speed was not as fast as that of the professional scouts, and it was inevitable that those green flying insects would intercept on the way, and the flying speed would be even slower. At noon 7 days later, the Grandmasters landed on a blue-gray barren mountain. This mountain range is basically a barren mountain, with less than 10% green vegetation. Most of the place is gray of varying shades, scattered here and there without any pattern. It can be said that there are no monsters living in the mountains. Only monster insects. Various monster insects live in green land, wasteland, rocks, and even metal ores, which makes Grandmasters like Wang Rong exclaim that it is amazing. The blue-gray barren mountain is the color of the feces left by monster insects like aphids after they survive. This kind of barren mountain is the safest and least threatening one, as long as a few chi handprints are lightly cast before landing. The monster insects on the mountain will be completely destroyed. Less than 2 kilometers away from this gray barren mountain is a cliff. A cliff made by ants. Looking north from here, you can see the endless blue sky, the endless gray ground. The colors are clearly defined and blended. What kind of ants are these? They have chewed a mountain range that is who knows how far and long into a plain. It's really scary. Wang Rong sighed as she flew to the edge of the cliff and looked at the gray ants that looked like the earth below the cliff, observing the gray ants that were similar in color to the earth below. Countless ants lined up in a row, without a clear sight, like soldiers following orders and covering the mountain. With a series of loud crackling sounds, a section of the mountain shrank visibly until it disappeared. The Ore Mountain, which is nearly 2,000 meters high, will lose 1 meter every 10 minutes. And the ants and monsters below are simply terrifying. Huang Rong's legs were a little weak, and she wanted to give up looking for trouble with these ants. My lord, these ants will spray strange acid from their mouths, which has a strange corrosive effect on ore, and has little effect on our true energy and physical attack. Seeing Huang Rong's face full of horror, the scout who came to investigate before took the initiative to say something, and used his true energy to catch an ant that was probably the size of a 9-turn warrior, whose body was the size of an ordinary dog. Look! As he said that, he put his finger into the mouth of the big ant. The 3 layers of jagged fangs bit hard on the hand, and spit out acid from time to time to corrode the hand. But the strange thing was that the hand was not broken at all. The Grandmaster showed a comfortable expression on his face, as if it was not an ant with the strength of the 9th level that was biting him, but a girl massaging him. After waiting for a minute, the Grandmaster took his hand out and said to the 2 broken claws of the ant, however, "My lord, you have to be careful with the claws. This is an attack with the strength of the 9th level Grandmaster, but the speed is relatively slow. If you are a little careful, you can avoid it or even break it directly." As he spoke, he directly tore off the claws. It was really simple. It seems that this kind of ant has evolved to attack and corrode stones, but its attack power against humans and other creatures is obviously insufficient. Haha. It's really a strange monster insect. In this case, let's go straight to their nest and kill those beast-level ants. Yes, sir. The army took off again and flew directly over the ant colony on the ground. Flying straight to the back of the ant colony, the ground was covered with dust, soil, sand and gravel, and ants. Groups of ants came and went in neat rows, looking more orderly than well-trained human armies. Following the ants' marching route, they flew at a slow speed for 6 or 7 hours and finally found their target. A group of super ants moving slowly around a huge meat mountain that was more than 600 meters high and more than 2,000 meters long. My lord, those are the queen ants and the beast-level ants. When we came here last time, we calculated that there are more than 12,000 beast-level ants. We will have a huge harvest if we do this. As they spoke, several grandmasters were drooling, excited and moved. It is very rare to have so many easy-to-control divine beast-level monsters. Change the formation. Change to invasion fire formation. Huang Rong did not waste words. Directly ordered to change the formation. In less than half a minute, the excited grandmasters completed the formation change. A hexagonal formation was quickly formed, and the violent fiery red true chi burned fiercely. Mea. And feeling the strong hostility emanating from the grandmaster's formation in the air, the queen ant like a meat mountain screamed strangely, and all the divine beast-level ants immediately climbed up the meat mountain and protected the queen ant with their bodies. Chapter 765, Toxic Metal. Killing the divine beast ant colony. Huang Rong's determined attack only made a muffled sound. The attack from nearly 5 grandmasters was shared by tens of thousands of divine beast ants, and then transmitted through the flesh-like queen ant, directing the power of the attack to the ground. Although dust was stirred up, it did not cause any damage to the divine beast ants or the queen ant. Sure enough, those who can grow into divine beasts are not simple. Continue. I want to see how tough these ants are. Although Huang Rong was a little surprised, she was relieved when she saw that these ants really could not fly, and ordered to continue the attack. However, things were beyond her expectations again. After an hour of continuous attacks, she was unable to kill even one beast-level ant. She was even unable to kill the ant monsters of the 9th and 8th levels that gathered from behind. The gathered ants actually had a military formation-like ability that completely neutralized their attacks. Retreat. Since the 1-hour attack was ineffective, Huang Rong would not fight to the death and immediately ordered a retreat. Although they could not kill these beast-level ants, the ants were also helpless against them. Who told the ants not to fly? Choosing to attack these ants was indeed the right decision. Retreating to the back, on another great barren mountain, Huang Rong and the others began to discuss how to kill these big ants. It would be a pity if they didn't eat the high-quality fat meat that was delivered to their mouths. My lord, these demon ants seem to feed on minerals, even metals. I wonder if they will eat the poisonous metal particles we collected in the cave. Hey, that's a good idea. Go and try it. As you command. Huang Rong's eyes lit up at Kant's suggestion and asked him to do the experiment, but then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Ants have a very strong sense of smell. When ants become monsters, their sense of smell must be even more abnormal. How could they not detect the poison in the metal particles? It's just that the surprise came so quickly. My lord, success. We sprinkled some metal particles under the cliff over there, and successfully poisoned a small group of monster ants, including ants with the strength of the 9th level. Oh! Just the 9th level monster ants? It won't work. Our target is the monster ants of the divine beast level. I understand the attributes. I will send someone to poison those big ants. Kant blushed when he heard Huang Rong's reminder, and turned around and left again. Yes, with their strength, and running so far away from the tunnel. Killing those low-level ants will hardly drop anything. And even if they do, it will be garbage. And they can rarely use it. The truly valuable ones are the beast-level demon ants. There is no need to waste time on other demon ants. And there is no need to waste resources. When Kant came back again, it was already sunset, and his expression was very excited. My lord, the poisoning was successful. Those demon ants really ate those metal particles. Although those beast-level demon ants are not dead yet. Their breath has weakened a lot. Think about it. Even if they can't die, as long as we put in a little more effort, we can kill them all. Good. Pour all the poisonous metal particles to these demon ants. Don't let them have enough to eat. Understood. I will arrange it now. Huang Rong didn't expect the poisoning to be so smooth, but just sighed at her good luck, and sighed that insects really have no brains. The next morning, Huang Rong also went to see the poisoning scene in person, and knew that these demon ants were not really brainless. They would immediately form a formation when they sensed a large number of grandmasters approaching, to protect themselves and the queen. Although they would be excited after smelling the metal particles, and would desperately collect and seize them, they would still be cautious when swallowing them, and would not swallow them too quickly. However, there seemed to be an obsession with metal in their genes, and even though they found that the metal particles were poisonous, they would still greedily swallow them. In addition, she also discovered that the metal particles eaten by the divine beast-level demon ants, after a period of metabolism in their bodies, would excrete various more refined metals, and these metals would be fed to the queen ant, as if these divine beast-level demon ants were the queen's purifiers. Like purifiers. In just one night, there was no change in the queen ant, but the breath of those divine beast-level demon ants had weakened by more than 10%. Khan, have all the toxic metal particles been poured out? No. These demon ants should also be able to feel the effects of the toxins, and they are not eating fast. If we pour too much, the low-level demon ants will come up to grab the food, which will waste these toxic metal particles. So we have been slowly dropping them above the heads of the divine beast-level demon ants. Well, it's a good idea. You can continue. Huang Rong nodded, very satisfied with Kant's arrangement. After watching for a while, the 3 grandmasters who were responsible for poisoning were left behind, and the others retreated directly. With the grandmaster team there, these ants dared not eat the metal particles, and they were vigilantly setting up formations, and silently roaring at the grandmaster team in the air. As the grandmaster team left, the beast-level demon ants quickly dispersed again, scrambling to eat the metal particles scattered around them. However, the strange thing was that these demon ants did not stop to eat on the spot, but continued to move towards the mine, and maintained a not-so-fast speed, about 300 or 400 meters per minute. It seemed that there was something attracting them deep in the mine. Huang Rong and the others did not care about this, and patiently poisoned for 5 days, using up all the poisonous metal particles, causing the momentum of all the demon ants to drop by 60%, and even the queen ant's breath dropped by 30%. It's time to form a formation. Yes. Hundreds of kilometers away, Huang Rong heard the report from the Grand Master who poisoned the beasts. She formed the invasion fire formation without any delay, and gathered her true energy and flew over, while the beast-level demon ants were just reacting and forming a formation quickly. Before they could fully exert their demon army formation, they were slapped. Boom! The ground shook, and the 400-meter-high demon ant mountain was slapped down by more than 20 meters. Good opportunity. Military formation skill. Flame Mountain. The Grandmasters who had already flown to the top of the ant colony directly consumed 30% of their true energy and punched the ground fiercely. Boom! The ground dropped another 50 meters, and a sour smell of blood floated up. It's not dead yet. One more time. Seeing that no equipment was dropped, Huang Rong was sure that none of the demon ants was dead, and immediately ordered to continue the attack. Boom! Boom! 2 more punches went down, and the ground sank more than 30 meters, and rows of equipment exploded under the effect of the rules of heaven, covering the ant mountain that was still more than 300 meters above the ground. Those who are good at Qigong, go down and collect the things immediately. Yes, sir. Immediately. More than 500 grandmasters, who thought they were good at Qigong, left the army formation and went down to pick up the things. The grandmasters in the air ate pills while killing the 8 or 9-turn demon ants that quickly gathered back to rescue. It only took 1 minute to clean up the battlefield. Wang Rong attacked in the air for another 10 minutes out of worry. Wow! Finally, with a long and strange roar, the anthill collapsed hundreds of meters directly, and an equipment and a prop card burst out. It's true that the queen ant is not that easy to die. She put the 2 items away with her true qi. She still didn't leave immediately. She was still slowly recovering her true qi. She used a military formation skill from time to time to attack the ant mountain that was constantly wrapped by the demon ants, trying to avoid any harm. The attack lasted for a day. After confirming that there were really no new divine beast-level demon ants, and no queen ant, Wang Rong and the others returned home. However, what they didn't know was that just as they returned to the entrance of the cave, under the mountain of demon ant corpses, an ant egg hatched, and a meatworm more than 1 meter long slowly crawled out, and began to slowly devour the mountain of corpses beside it, and its body grew rapidly and visibly. Another queen ant was born. Chapter 766, The Revenge of the Night Bats. The defense array that cannot be penetrated. Artillery array fire. Boom boom boom. In the darkness, a little bit of fire ignited, gradually connected into a piece, connected into a circle. Time goes back to 13 days ago, which was the second night after the Grandmaster team rushed out of the cave. After confirming that the Grandmasters had left the cave, and there were no more terrible enemies that could threaten their lives, the Night Bat monsters quickly organized an offensive against the remaining humans. They wanted to vent their anger at being oppressed by the Grandmaster team in the previous 7 or 8 days on the humans who stayed behind. Although you can't see day and night in the cave, the Night Bats have their own biological clock. After enduring half a day and a night, and confirming that the Grandmaster who left would not come back, they immediately organized themselves, taking advantage of the night when their strength increased by 30%, they suddenly launched a surprise attack. However, they may not know that Blue Star has a technology called far-infrared light detection. Although the detectors installed on the pillars outside the 4 spirits guarding array are relatively crudely made and are intended to be destroyed after one-time use, the detection distance is not compromised and can detect life forms 30 kilometers away. Although ordinary bats are warm-blooded animals, let alone monsters like night bats, even if they hide in the dark, they are brightly lit in the far-infrared light detector and cannot be hidden. Therefore, the large-scale gathering of night bats was easily discovered by the dragon army, and they immediately arranged an ambush formation to counter the sneak attack. When the night bats surrounded them from all directions, when they had just gathered and had not yet launched the first round of attacks, they adhered to the tactical concept of the first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike will suffer. Seize the opportunity and launch the attack. The artillery was an anti-aircraft artillery, and nothing else changed, except that the flat-shooting extension formation was engraved on the outside of the barrel, which made the shells leave the barrel faster, with a longer range and greater power. Boom 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 boom. Countless high-explosive shells brushed against the supporting pillars and landed far away in the night bat camp, exploding balls of blazing blue flames, enveloping the night bats. Roar. Squeak squeak squeak. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the night bat king behind the night bats did not pretend anymore, and with a command, countless night bats flapped their wings and flew over, and countless colorful spells covered them. In addition to a large number of attack spells bombarding the 4 spirits guarding spirit formation, there were actually quite a few healing spells, which were cast on the night bats surrounded by blue flames, to treat these fellows. A complete tribe, naturally, has all 4 professions of attack, defense, healing and auxiliary. However, this time, the dragon army was well prepared. A full 20,000 anti-aircraft guns were transported here, and the artillery of the southern military region was drawn out. It was not enough, and a lot of artillery was transported from the southwest military region. Moreover, the transportation has not yet ended, and there are still a steady stream of artillery being sent. The originally dark cave was illuminated in a large circle, with a radius of 10 kilometers, as bright as day. Yaya. The screams like a baby crying gradually sounded, and gradually became louder and louder, and the dragon warriors laughed excitedly. This is the cry that night bats should make. Roar. The commander behind the night bats was also anxious, and began to adjust tactics. The night bats that were charging desperately flapped their wings, maintaining their posture unchanged, but their bodies quickly retreated one after another. In just 1 minute, all the night bats were out of the attack range of the artillery. Those who can fly are really fast. Cease fire. The night bats retreated, and the artillery immediately stopped firing. Some soldiers took out cooling kerosene to cool down and maintain the artillery, preparing for the next attack. The goal of the dragon army was to stop the night bats from rushing over, let the formation masters complete the formation arrangement in the tunnel, and finally complete the task of blocking the tunnel, not to kill a lot of night bats. This time, they didn't even send out thieves to rush out and collect the fallen loot. Old Bai, do you think the night bats will launch a powerful general attack this time? Yes, based on my 20 years of defense experience, the night bats will definitely attack like crazy this time, and the soldiers need to be ready to retreat at any time. Bai Chong looked at the cave where the flames were gradually extinguished, and nodded with certainty. Sun Wenyong nodded with a serious expression, and felt helpless. Because it was a cave terrain, the power of the artillery could not be fully exerted, and it was impossible to stop the night bats. Roar, roar, roar. While the two were talking, the night bat king in the depths of the cave roared 3 more times in anger. The wind-attributed night bats in the cave exerted their strength at the same time. Countless wind blades, tornadoes, wind dragons, and other wind-related spells were all fired at the dragon nation's front line. Amid the howling wind, the solid ground of the cave was blown up in a thin layer. The cave, which had just regained some clarity of vision, instantly became gray. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how powerful the wind-related spells are, the 4 spirits guarding spirit formation is quite powerful in defending against wind-related spells. It can stand up to the bombardment of various spells. Looking at the shining 4-color shield, Bai Chong sighed with some dissatisfaction. These bats are quite smart. They know how to launch attacks outside the range of our artillery. We have no chance to fight back. It's okay, as long as the night bats don't rush over. Their long-range attacks will be weakened a lot in this cave. Sun Wenyong was much calmer. As long as he could give the grandmasters in the tunnel more time to set up their formations, it would be enough. That's right. Send an order. The artillery retreats 1,000 meters and reforms a tight formation. The rocket launchers gather forward and line up behind the artillery array to prepare for battle. Bai Chong did not worry about the cleverness of the night bats, and continued to arrange the subsequent battle preparations in an orderly manner. In the distance, among the blue wind spells, there were gradually more fiery red fire spell attacks. Fire borrowed the wind, fire helped the wind, and a stronger attack broke out. For spirits guarding the soul formation, the shield light flickered faster, and the formation platform consumed faster. After a while, the formation master who was guarding the formation came to report to Commander Bai. According to the current attack strength of the night bat monster, the 4 spirits guarding the soul formation can only last about 50 hours. 50 hours? That's enough. We now have 2 large defense formations, and the formations in the tunnel have advanced more than 2,200 meters. So we have the space and confidence to retreat. Follow the previously planned tactics, and retreat gradually. Yes, sir. Then the formation masters went to reinforce and expand the small 5 elements defense formation. All other types of defense formation platforms that were previously deployed have been removed, and the vacant space has been filled with a small 5 elements defense formation. 2 days later, less than 50 hours later, the 4 spirits guarding spirit formation was broken, and the durability of the formation platform was completely exhausted. The night bat army successfully advanced 1,000 meters, and was blocked by the small 5 elements defense formation according to the plan of the dragon army. Chief Bai, with the current attack strength of the night bats, the formation of the cave support pillars, and this large formation, it is enough to stop them for at least 30 days. Let's play with them slowly. 30 days is enough for us to perfect the formation of the entire 10-kilometer tunnel. Ha! In this case, listen, you can go and set up the formation without worry. I will take ordinary soldiers to train firearms and artillery tactic. Okay. After personally confirming that the cave's defense formation was safe enough, Lee Sin turned around and set up the formation with peace of mind. Chapter 767, an accident still happened, violent mining. There shouldn't be any accidents this time. Right? After walking 100 meters, Lee Sin didn't know what he was thinking, and turned back to ask Lieutenant General Bai Chong. No. There won't be any accidents. Faced with Li Sin's random question, Bai Chong patted his chest confidently and assured him. Li Sin looked at the military preparations around him, and nodded, thinking there shouldn't be any accidents. He turned back to the tunnel, starting from the tunnel hall and checking the formation again inside the tunnel, and after confirming that there were no problems, he began to arrange a new formation. Since the 4 formations designed this time are all intermediate formations, the arrangement is relatively complex, and the arrangement progress is not fast. Only 1,200 meters were arranged in 6 days. Such a speed is really slow for a formation master with 12,000 people. We can only hope that after the formation masters arrange it several times, they will be familiar with the formation and can continue to speed up the formation. He just returned to the area where the formation was being arranged, and Su Wanjun came over and asked, "Senior Li Sin, why don't you let General Bai Zhong let some monsters in, and we can test the safety and attack power of this formation combination?" "Shut up." Li Sin scolded with a cold face. "Do you know that letting monsters in means closing the formation outside? Which means letting monsters slaughter the soldiers outside. Don't you think you are stupid?" Li Sin has a good temper. If it were someone with a hot temper, I'm afraid he would have slapped him in the face. I didn't think it through properly, sorry." Su Wanjun also reacted immediately and bowed his head to apologize. "Arrange the formation well, don't leave any mistakes or loopholes, and let Chief Bai and his team arrange the battle." "Yes, I understand." Su Wanjun saluted seriously and turned back to continue to arrange the formation. Li Sin didn't care about this little episode, and the important thing was to hurry up and arrange the formation. But Li Sin's intuition was always accurate, and the accident did happen. In 7 days, Lieutenant General Bai Chong came to me with a nervous look on his face. "Li Sin, can you set up a space defense array in the cave?" "No." Although Bai Chang's expression was nervous, Li Sin still told the truth. There is space spiritual energy in those support pillars, but it surges in disorder and cannot be arranged. Not to mention setting up arrays inside the support pillars. Even the arrays on the surface of the support pillars will gradually weaken in power until they disappear. Is that so? It is indeed a bit troublesome. But the bigger trouble is that I don't know how the night bats did it. They actually called in a large number of space attribute night bats and joined the battle today, which increased the durability of our array defense line by 10 times. If there is no effective countermeasure, our formation may not last for 30 days. I'll go and take a look. Li Sin patted the lime on his hands and jumped off the tool cart, spreading his spiritual wings in midair, and flew out crookedly. Boom boom boom. As soon as he came out of the tunnel, he heard the continuous sound of drums, and the colorful shield in the distance flickered and swayed. The attack of space attribute is the most deadly to the defense shield of 5 elements attribute. The Night Bat King behind the Night Bat is indeed very intelligent, and he found a way to crack it so quickly. "Li Sin, how about we activate other defensive array platforms as well? It should greatly delay the time for the Night Bats to attack." As soon as he landed, Lieutenant General Sun Wenyong's somewhat anxious voice sounded. He did not answer immediately, but looked at the defense shield, and looked at the darkness in the distance. The attack of the Night Bats should be similar to space bubbles, space thorns and the like. The position attacked is not large, basically a fist-sized dent, which will recover quickly. The attack power does not seem to be strong, but it wins in number. In the array, you can see that the defense shield is like the surface of water in heavy rain. Small pits are constantly dented, ripples are spread out. Before the small pits are restored, new raindrops fall again, small pits and ripples continue. Under such attacks, although the small 5 elements defense formation would not be directly broken, the formation energy consumption was very fast, and the durability of the formation platform also dropped quickly. If it was in a place where the formation could be normally set up, Li Sin could set up more than 10 formations to offset these attacks, and even 2 formations to convert the attack energy of these spatial attributes into formation energy to counterattack the enemy. Unfortunately, the terrain of this cave is special, and it is impossible to set up formations on the ground and the top of the cave. It is difficult to set up support formations. Even if there are thousands of strategies, it can only sigh helplessly. "Chief Bai, try to attack those night bats with artillery, slow down their offensive. The small 5 elements defense array can only last for 6 more days at most." 6 days? It's a bit short. Yes, it's still too short. However, I still have a way to delay wait. Li Sin shrugged helplessly, immediately unfolded the spiritual wings and flew back to the tunnel, He called out all the high-level array masters and the lifting tool vehicles, and within one day, painted the gravity array on the support columns within the protection range of the defense shield. Although the gravity was only doubled, he adjusted the radiation range of the formation, which could affect the actions of the night bats within 9 kilometers outside the defense shield, and indeed weaken the attacks of the night bats. Okay, this should last about 10 days, and some military plans will begin. After that, Lee Sun led his men back to the tunnel. Bai Chong stretched out his hand and wanted to stop Lee Senator's son when Yong beside him patted his shoulder and said, "Old Bai, I also know that the ores in this cave are all high-purity metal ores, and I also know that they are of great help to the military industry. But if it is really impossible to set up a formation here, giving up is the best choice. We will leave this mine here for now, and we will dig it when we have the ability in the future. Alas, this is the only way." Both of them looked distressed, but they sighed and said nothing more. However, a large number of mining equipment entered that day, and violent mining began with the mutation of the colorful shield. Trucks kept running in and out quickly. Lee Sin and other formation masters temporarily stopped the formation arrangement on the ground and concentrated on arranging the formation above their heads and on both sides. The artillery army launched another round of attacks, but the bombing that lasted for 10 minutes was all blocked by the defensive spells of the night bat. Bai Chong stomped his feet in anger, but he still made a quick decision to let all artillery retreat. Even the rocket launcher that was originally prepared as a big killer was withdrawn. The strength of the night bats has not been weakened, but has shown more strength. Before, the night bats avoided and retreated, only because they were afraid of the Grandmaster team, not the dragon army that was constantly suppressed by them. For 9 days, the dragon warriors worked at full capacity, blasting the ground and digging out the ore in the cave. The shells originally prepared to attack the night bats were simply transformed into gunpowder for breaking mountains and rocks, blasting the ground piece by piece. There was only a small amount of soil on the ground of this cave, and more of various ores, and the ground was very hard, but it was still broken under the professional mountain opening attack. It was not easy to mine the minerals in the cave. The excellent quality zircon in the cave was too hard. At least the current mountain opening methods of Blue Star could not easily destroy zircon. And there were many zircons under the ground, like messy tree roots, growing everywhere. When excavated to a certain extent, they appeared in pieces. Therefore, the rapid excavation work was forced to stop after only 9 days. Next, it will require detailed mining. The Dragon Army is not going to waste time here. Now we are waiting for the Grandmaster team to come back and evacuate immediately. Chapter 768, Full Retreat, Initial Verification of the Sealing Formation. Lee Sun, we have dismantled all the auxiliary and healing formation platforms, and will be withdrawing soon, but Ms. Huang and the Grandmaster team have not returned yet. Will they be in danger? Don't worry about them. At least Huang Rong is still alive and well, and I have a subtle sense of connection with her. Oh, then we will fully retreat from the night bat cave. Well, let's retreat. Lee Sun briefly answered Bai Chang's question, and immediately turned around to continue setting up the formation. The violent mining stopped ahead of time, and the night bats suddenly accelerated their offensive for some reason. Spells of various attributes were attacking the small 5 elements defense formation fiercely. It seemed that they found that the Dragon Country's artillery troops had withdrawn. However, it didn't matter anymore. In just half an hour, there was no one in the entire cave. Standing in the hall of the tunnel, looking at the cave that was lit by the dim light of the kerosene lamp, and was full of potholes like a dog's bite, Lee Sun had the urge to use a bomb to detonate the entire cave and destroy it directly. But thinking about Huang Rong and others who had not returned yet, he suppressed this wonderful impulse. Through the slavery mark, he could clearly feel that all the Grandmasters, including Huang Rong, were still alive, and their auras were strong, and none of them were injured. It was a pity that he could not locate the position of these people through the slavery mark, or the distance. However, what was certain was that they were still in the same demon-beast world as himself. If they were in a different world, he would not be able to sense their existence. For example, now he can't sense Lu Wushuang's life or death. He can still sense the life or death of Huang Rong and others in the tunnel. But as long as he returns to Blue Star, this sense will be interrupted. When Huang Rong and others enter the tunnel, even if it is the tunnel on the monster side, Lee Sun can sense them again. He verified this situation in Demon Snake Valley. Squeak! The night bat monster is very fast. just 10 minutes after the Dragon Kingdom army completely evacuated. It broke the defense formation and rushed over. And in an instant, it completely covered the relatively bright cave into a black hole. Lee Sin turned around and quickly retreated into the tunnel with the others. However, he and the high-ranking officials of the southern military region and the high-level formation masters around him did not retreat too far. They retreated 300 meters and stopped. The surveillance projections on the walls on both sides were turned on and started playing. It can be seen that the circle 100 meters outside the tunnel is full of various night bats. And in the distance are pairs of green eyes. With a sharp whistle, all the surveillance outside the tunnel hall was instantly extinguished. As an old rival for more than 100 years, the night bat monster also knew some of the methods of the Dragon Country military, and easily destroyed the monitoring equipment. However, the monitoring in the tunnel hall was still good. It could be seen outside the hall that groups of night bats were beginning to form formations. The Dragon Country military naturally developed a technique that could use formations to avoid sonic and spell attacks. The colorful large bats were each the size of an ostrich, with a body length and wingspan of more than 2 meters, which was larger than an adult. Soon, the chaotic night bats quickly formed a vortex formation, and 5-colored spiritual light shone from the night bats, and slowly rotated. Squeak a scream. A 5-colored spike pierced into the tunnel. Bang when the 5-colored spiritual light spike pierced into the tunnel hall. A milky white defense array spiritual light lit up the entire hall. Watching the violent 5-colored spiritual light wrapped in the milky white spiritual light, it quickly faded and disappeared under the decomposition. Even this attack could not break through half the distance of the tunnel hall and was absorbed. That's right. It's absorption. The 2 walls of the tunnel hall, the floor and the roof, form an energy absorption and energy storage array. Just one array. 6-in-1 energy storage array LV-168. Use a special energy field to absorb and store energy of all attributes, including spiritual power, magic power, internal force, technological force and other energy. 120,000/16.8 billion. This is a single-purpose array, which only has the function of absorbing energy. The transmission of energy is completed by the combination of the transformation array at the back. But its all attributes energy absorbed attributes are simply amazing. This formation can be said to be an unexpected discovery of Lee Sin. Afterwards, he copied the previous formation experience and rearranged it, but generally, it can only absorb the power of spiritual power and magic power at the same time. Not to mention all attributes, even 3 attributes are not absorbed. It can only be said that, sometimes, luck is also an important part of strength. Lee Sin watched the energy being absorbed, and his heart was completely relieved. Okay, the first step was completely successful. It doesn't matter if there are problems with the formations later. We will proceed according to the previous plan and try to store more energy for the Lyoha energy storage formation. No problem. Next, you can watch how I, an old man, walk the dog. Looking at the milky white formation light wall that quickly absorbed another attack in the monitoring screen, and hearing Lee Sin's confident voice, Bai Chong also became excited. He waved his hand and ordered the division commanders around him, lean against the walls on both sides of the tunnel, form an artillery array, and keep firing at a frequency of 1 shell every 2 seconds. 300 wind magicians were left behind, divided into 10 shifts, and kept firing 1 magic every half a minute. 300 water magicians were also left behind, divided into 6 shifts, and kept firing 1 small aggregation magic every hour. The formation master continued to perfect the formation of the tunnel behind. The others withdrew to the military area to support other defense areas with greater combat pressure. Yes! The soldier saluted and retreated to get busy. Lee Sin used the spiritual sense control array skill to slightly adjust the 6 combinations energy storage array in front, allowing it to absorb and store energy with all its strength. And only after the energy was fully stored did it begin to transmit energy to the formation behind the tunnel. Then he turned around and went back to continue arranging the formation. The entire tunnel had barely been roughly arranged for the demon beast world, and further improvements were needed. After he left, the artillery in the tunnel began to roar. As soon as the shells left the tunnel hall, they would be immediately crushed by the colorful spiritual power vortex. And even the explosion sound could not be made. It seemed that such an attack was useless. But it also caused the night bats not to easily disperse the existing formation and maintain a strong attack. Even an hour later, the night bat added sonic attacks in addition to the colorful spiritual power cone. increasing the intensity of the attack. Bai Chong looked at the night bat's attack and smiled with satisfaction. Haha. It works. The little bats are really cautious. The magician won't do anything yet. The long-range attack lasted for 3 days. The night bats finally couldn't help but send out some night bats that were only the size of a palm, but as fast as lightning to attack. Boom. Whoosh. Crackle. When the night bats rushed into the tunnel, ice star explosion formation. Chain lightning chain formation. All things formation. Firestorm formation 4 burst at the same time, trapping these little bats, and killing them all in just 1 second. The night bats behind took advantage of the cooling down of the formation 100 meters ahead, and immediately accelerated to rush to the rear, but were killed in another round. When the third wave of night bats rushed into the 300th meter, and were killed again, the formation 100 meters ahead had cooled down. Only 3 circles of formations of 300 meters were enough to completely restrict the night bats. The blocking plan was successful. Next, it depends on how long the advanced night bats behind can wait before they will be dispatched to fully verify the formation effect of the entire tunnel. Chapter 769 Slow Retreat. The True Power of the Formation. Retreat 300 meters. The big guys are coming. The small bats attacked the heavenly Tao intermittently all day. On the second night, the rooster-sized night bats began to join the attack sequence. Seeing these slightly larger guys, Bai Chong directly ordered the soldiers around him to retreat. The magicians helped the ordinary soldiers carry the artillery in groups of 2, turned around and ran, at a very fast speed. Retreat 300 meters, the battle formation had just been set up, and immediately the night bats rushed in, sure enough. This time the night bats rushed to the 600-meter area. Moreover, the night bats that rushed here were only beaten to a low health, but not dead. Bai Chong ordered the artillery to fire, for shells were fired every second, and another round of attack was fired every second, quickly repeating. The professionals didn't even need to take action to kill the night bats. However, this attack only lasted for 10 minutes before stopping. It's not that the barrel of the artillery overheated and needed to be cooled, but this way of fighting was a bit of a waste of experience. Ordinary people don't get experience points by killing monsters. Gathering magic wind blades. A large piece of blue wind blades, only the size of an arm, shot out, cutting the night bats that were at a low health and frozen by the ice star explosion formation into pieces, emptying their health on the spot. The level of the remaining magicians is not low. At least they are all junior masters of level 101 or above. The magic they cast together can easily reach 500 meters, and basically kill the night bats within 500 meters. Even if they are not killed, they will be seriously injured and lose their combat effectiveness. After a round of attack, 30 magicians immediately walked away to both sides, and another 30 wind magicians came forward and began to chant magic, preparing for the next round of attack. After the wind magicians finished 10 rounds of attack, the water magicians immediately stepped forward to fill the position, gathering magic. Turbid waves are surging. Turbid waves are surging. Turbid waves are surging. 300 water magicians are divided into 3 groups. 3 aggregation magics are released continuously. The water wave attacks are connected into a line, killing the living night bats, while directly rushing the night bat corpses on the ground out of the tunnel. This can prevent the night bats from hiding with the corpses and attacking the tunnel, and also provide space for the night bats that rush in later to die, so that the battle can continue. It's a pity that those equipment items were not picked up. After the water magicians finished their attack, the wind magicians continued to take over. If the magician's magic power had not yet recovered, the artillery would take over the attack, send an order, and let the military district select 300 wind magicians and 300 water magicians to enter this tunnel. This time, they will not be in danger and can quickly upgrade. When the front line stabilized, Bai Chong turned around and asked the guards around him to pass the order. Xian Duke, who was next to him, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by his good friend Sun Wenyong. The southern military region paid a huge price before. Now this tunnel has been transformed into a fast leveling experience field. It is not easy for them to directly take advantage of others. The formation attack is stable. The magic attack is stable. And even the night bat attack is stable. The professionals are steadily upgrading. If it can remain stable, everyone will be happy. However, the wisdom of the night bat monster is not low. After sending 3 more bat heads, the night bat stopped to repair for 3 days. If the surveillance camera in the tunnel hall could not clearly see that the night bat was changing its formation and training, Bai Chong might have thought that the night bat had stopped fighting. Squeak. At the command of the Night Bat King, 9 turkey-sized night bats, with different colors of spiritual light all over their bodies, formed a wonderful formation and rushed into the tunnel. In the tunnel, 4 formations launched attacks at the same time, and the attack composed of the 4 colors of spiritual light, blue, green, red and white, instantly enveloped it. It was just that the lightning, fire, ice, vines were actually entwined and rotated outside the 9-color spiritual light formation, and could not directly attack the night bat's body. Ice could not freeze it. Although lightning could cause damage to the night bat, it could not paralyze it. Only the vines wrapped the entire formation into a ball. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Before Bai Chong could be happy, he saw the second night bat army rushing in, scratching the mana vines on his fellows, and soon breaking the mana vines, saving the night bats whose health was reduced to less than 1/5. The 2 groups of night bats moved forward together, and were immediately caught by the vines when they rushed into the next 100-meter area. However, the 4 formations had limited lethality to the night bats that opened the monster army. Quick! Go and ask Li Sin to come over. Bai Chong asked the soldiers to attack with artillery and magic, and at the same time asked people to go to the tunnel behind to find Li Sin. The shock wave of the artillery explosion, driven by wind magic, pushed back the night bat army that rushed in, preventing them from crossing the 500-meter area. Although the night bat army had strong defense, it also limited their flexibility and attack power, preventing them from crossing the 500-meter red line. When Li Sin arrived, he saw that the 9-color night bat army was blown back, and Bai Chong had initially controlled the battlefield. However, the night bat army behind had already rushed in, and they also initially determined that this army formation was effective. Under the command of the Night Bat King, they rushed in frantically, not caring about the life and death of the night bats in front, and just pushed and squeezed. He only looked at it for 3 seconds, and immediately suggested, "Captain Bai, retreat. Retreat directly 1,000 meters. The formation 1,000 meters away will greatly increase the attack range, while slightly reducing the attack power." "Okay. Retreat." Bai Chong also followed suit and directly ordered a retreat. Although the soldiers now controlled the front line, with the rapid increase of night bats, they would definitely not be able to stop so many night bats. The magicians carried the artillery and retreated quickly, retreating directly 1,000 meters. Li Sin opened his mouth to call for a stop, but closed his mouth after thinking about it. His original intention was to retreat to the 1,000-meter area of the tunnel, but the magicians misunderstood and thought he was going to retreat 1,000 meters. Well, it was done in one step, just in time to see the effect of the segmented processing of the formation this time. The team stopped, and it took only 1 minute to re-establish the formation. The monitoring screen was pulled open on both walls. Hundreds of small screens were projected together, and then professionals enlarged the important images, without the obstruction of the Dragon Country warriors. The night bat really broke through quickly, and soon broke through to the 1,001-meter area. Crackling. A burst of lightning instantly enveloped the night bats that broke through. Although the violent thunder and electric attribute attacks could not immediately break the 9-color monster army formation, the fierce attack successfully paralyzed the night bats within 1 second. The light of the monster army formation faded in the second, and the 9 night bats were electrocuted into charcoal in the 3rd second. This time, 10 formations covered at the same time, a powerful and single attribute attack. The instantaneous attribute burst attack has a stronger breakthrough power for the 9 attribute full defense army formation, and this formation is called Chain Lightning Chain Formation. After killing the first group of night bats, the continuous lightning made 8 more jumps, killing another 5 groups of night bats, and the remaining 3 groups of night bats also had their health greatly reduced. When the night bat army rushed over again, the cooling time of Chain Lightning Chain Formation had been completed, and another piece of lightning enveloped the night bats. Haha. This attack is awesome. Bai Chong looked at the waves of lightning attacks, and gave Li Sin a thumbs up. And Li Sin just smiled faintly. "Chief Bai, there are still 3 formations that have not been activated, and the powerful ones are still to come." "Really? I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 770 Formation Verification passed. It was not until 3 hours later that Bai Chong saw the power of the second formation. When the night bat army broke through to 1,011 meters, large ice balls wrapped up the night bats within a radius of 100 meters, and directly froze them into ice lumps. Originally, the formation was used for group coverage, but single attack. When the night bats formed an army formation, it became a powerful group attack. And after Li Sin's careful design, I-star explosion formation does not explode as soon as the enemy enters the attack range, but waits until the enemy enters more than half of the coverage range before launching the attack, which greatly increases the lethality. Boom boom boom. Crack crack crack. After the freezing power erupted, it took 2 full seconds to freeze the Night Bat army to the point where they were unable to maintain flight, and fell to the ground and broke into pieces, directly draining their health. This saved them from one attack from the chain lightning chain array. The Night Bat army was deadlocked in the I-star explosion array for 2 full days, and only broke through to the 1,031-meter area, and a wall of fire ignited at the same time in an instant, and the scorching heat surrounded the Night Bats, who already had little health left, and burned them to ashes in just 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the chain lightning chain formation started to attack again. The Wanxiang formation behind it did not have much chance to perform. It was already difficult for the Night Bat to pass through the 1,000-meter tunnel in front. When it got here and was attacked by 10 formations at the same time, it was basically impossible to break through. Without the Divine Beast-level Night Bat entering the tunnel, the existing formations could easily seal the Night Bat monster. In order to test the power of the Wanxiang formation, he deliberately stopped the other 3 formations first, and let the Night Bat come over. When the Night Bats broke through to 1090 meters, countless spiritual vines suddenly emerged from all directions, binding all the Night Bats within a radius of 90 meters, making them unable to move. The huge binding force fixed the Night Bats in the air, but it was unable to kill the Night Bats, and it was even unable to break the monster army formation. Groups of Night Bats were constantly bound in this space, until the 180-meter-long tunnel. The number of Night Bats exceeded 2,000, and they could not be bound. The vine nets were constantly broken by the Night Bats, being able to hold on for more than a minute. Lee Sin was already very satisfied. Array start. The next moment, lightning, flames, and ice appeared at the same time and directly covered the Night Bats. In just 2 seconds, all the more than 2,000 Night Bats were killed. Don't be too fast. Looking at the almost instantaneous kill, Bai Chong excitedly patted Lee Sin's shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha. It succeeded, completely succeeded. Look at this power. Even if a mythical beast-level Night Bat comes, it can be easily killed. Okay, the attack power of the array I designed this time is not strong, but the binding force is good. Even if a mythical beast level comes, it can be easily killed. Lee Sin nodded confidently, and was very satisfied with this array combination. It's not that he couldn't strengthen the power of the formations in the front 1,000 meters, but in the 20-meter area between the formations, he arranged a circle of soundproof formations. He would not ignore the attack method that Night Bat is best at. Even if the auxiliary formations to enhance the range of the formations were added in the intervals between the formations, a circle of soundproof formations would still be arranged every kilometer. The effect is now visible. By the way, Lee Sin, how long is the distance of the tunnel behind us that has not been arranged? Not much. Only less than 3,000 meters. And the tunnels on the Blue Star are narrower. It only takes 5 or 6 days to complete the arrangement of all the formations. And then check it again. And then I should leave. Are you in such a hurry? Hearing that Lee Sin was leaving, Bai Chong was a little surprised. Ms. Huang and the others haven't come back yet. Are you so confident about them? Of course I am. Although the Night Bats in the Night Bat Cave are not low in level, they are not at the level of divine beasts. With their strength, they can easily sweep the cave. Now that they haven't come back, they've probably found some valuable monsters or resources. If they were in danger, they would have come back long ago. Is that so? Bai Chong didn't agree with his explanation. And then he put forward his own idea. Lee Sin, do you think it is possible that Ms. Huang and the others are lost? It is difficult to identify the direction in this cave, and various positioning and orientation methods are completely useless. No, they may get lost, but they will only be lost for a while. The strength and wisdom of the Grand Master are not that simple. Really? I'm sure. Seeing Lee Sin so sure, Bai Chong didn't say anything more, and turned to arrange for the magician to continue to use magic to attack the depths of the tunnel. This is a great opportunity to gain experience. Although the attack damage is not high, the number of enemies killed is large, and the level of the Night Bats is relatively high, ranging from level 80 to 180, and the experience points gained are not small. When Lee Sin and other formation masters leave the tunnel, the experience points they can gain will increase several times, and the upgrade speed will be faster. Just don't scare the Night Bats, so that they dare not rush in again. Lee Sin sent out his consciousness to the Lilha energy storage array in the tunnel hull and checked some energy storage conditions. 1.03 million. When the night bat does not carry out long-range attacks, it only goes in and out of the tunnel. The energy it can absorb is really a bit small. It will take a long time to store up 16.8 billion points of energy. It may even take a long time for him to seal the tunnels in the other two monster worlds. And it will not be enough. After thinking about it, he said to Bai Chong, Chief Bai, if you have spare energy, try to guide the night bat monster to use long-range attacks, so that the formation in the tunnel hall can store up energy as soon as possible. At that time, the formation at the front of the tunnel can also increase its lethality. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will try my best to guide it. Bai Chong patted his chest and agreed. And Lee Sin turned around to complete the formation arrangement of the last 3 kilometers. The tunnel on the Blue Star side is 40 meters wide. Although the same formation is arranged, it is half the size, and its power is reduced by 40%. Lee Sin adjusted the formation and connected all the formations together. The effect is that the formations behind can transmit the gathered spiritual energy to the formations in the front, forming a Faraday valve effect, allowing the formations in the front to exert more powerful lethality. The formation was arranged smoothly, and the effect was very gratifying. He deliberately closed the formation of the monster world in front, allowing the night bats to rush over. In the narrower tunnel, it is impossible to break through the limit of 900 meters. Moreover, the night bats were killed by pure formation attack without the Dragon Country warriors launching an attack. Senior Lee Sin awesome. Watching the rows of night bats being destroyed in the tunnel by the formation, Su Wanjun gave Lee Sin a thumbs up with conviction. During the 7 years when Lee Sin disappeared, he was the most popular formation master, and the resources and training poured into him by the entire Dragon Country surpassed Lee Sin in all aspects. He was also praised as the strongest formation master in history who surpassed Lee Sin, but the more he learned from Lee Sin, the more he could find his own shortcomings, and the more he admired Lee Sin. Stop flattering me. Have you learned the energy increasing transmission array I taught you? If you still don't know, go and learn from my teacher, Master Lu Peizu. For a while. He is a professional in teaching students. Yes. Yes. However, after the tunnel in the monster world is sealed, I will go to Master Lu Peizu to learn for a while. Then, let's prepare to move our position. Yes. Sir. Chapter 771, Move to the Northeast Military Region. Without waiting for Huang Rong to come out of the tunnel, Lee Sin sensed them again, confirmed that they were all alive and well, and took the formation masters to fly directly to the Northwest Military Region. Before he boarded the plane, Lieutenant General Bai Chong held his hand affectionately and chatted with him for a long time, from family and relatives to careers, and then to offspring. It gave Lee Sin goosebumps, and finally it was Sun Wenyong who reminded Bai Chong and let him go reluctantly. He knew in his heart that this was another old man who was going to take him as a son-in-law. However, the old man had one sentence in mind. In the 127 years of the heavenly Tao calendar, no man or woman has ever been able to give birth to a child after reaching level 121. As long as one party reaches the 7th turn, or the level reaches level 121, no matter what the other party's cultivation level is, they cannot give birth to a child. This is the statistics of the entire Dragon Country, and even the entire Blue Star. There has been no exception so far. Lee Sin remembered that the rule of the warrior world is that no matter the cultivation level, no matter whether the man or woman is over 60 years old, they cannot give birth to a child. The magic world does not have this restriction. And there is no reproductive isolation even for cross-race reproduction, which is very magical. Thinking about this in his heart, he has already taken it to heart. After the tunnel is sealed, he will work hard for his offspring and then consider other things. The plane landed while he was thinking about it. This time they did not enter the tunnel immediately, but had a good meal and a good sleep under the hospitality of the old leader, the commander of the Northwest Military Region, Li Wanbing. Before going to the tunnel, as soon as he entered the tunnel, Li Wanbing told Lee Sin a piece of news seriously. Lee Sin, our 7-monster tunnel is the safest of the 5 tunnels in Longwa that connect to the monster world. The staff of the government and the military have deduced that based on your previous experience in setting up the formation in the 3 tunnels, it is completely possible to set up the formation in the monster world and occupy a larger area. The spirit energy in the monster world is more abundant, and the medicinal materials and mineral resources are the most and best among the 4 worlds. We hope to start exploring and developing the monster world. Really? When was the decision made? Li Wanbing said that the military decided to suddenly adjust the blocking plan, which caught Li Sin off guard. He had been to this tunnel before and fought there. He was relatively familiar with the situation in the tunnel and had designed the formation. With this sudden adjustment, he had to adjust the formation design. He frowned and thought for a while, looking at Li Wanbing, and said seriously, "It is completely no problem to set up a formation in the monster world. But it is a bit difficult to ensure relative safety. I hope to go to the northeast military region first to seal the tunnel over there, and then come back to set up the formation here." "Okay. The military and the government want you to complete the formation here first. But I am not sure how much time it will take here. So it is more appropriate for you to go to the northeast military region first. Well, let's set off for the northeast military region today." Li Sin was not a person who dragged his feet. He finalized the matter in a few words, turned around and walked out of the tunnel, gathered people, and went directly to the northeast military region without wasting a minute. He felt a little unhappy in his heart. This Li Wanbing is really boring. When he got off the plane yesterday, he didn't tell him in advance. He didn't need to leave the airport. He just asked the plane to refuel and fly directly to the northeast military region. But he didn't consider that this was because Li Wanbing, the old leader, was too tired to take care of him and set up the formation continuously, and let him have a good rest for a night. At the same time, in order to get closer to him, he deliberately didn't say it, and entertained him for a night, and let him rest. He is now a real powerful figure in Longhua, and many people are friends with him, and even flatter him. Just like Li Wanbing, the commander of the Northwest Military Region, who now had a request from Li Sin and needed Li Sin to design and arrange a formation. He put aside his pride and entertained Li Sin and others for a night. What he asked for was actually just a little favor from Li Sin. But this time it seemed to have backfired. Li Sin didn't think much about the twists and turns. And after getting on the plane, he took out the information he collected when he came to investigate the tunnel last month and studied it. He hadn't had time to design the formation for the tunnel here. The military disrupted his plan, which really made him a little unhappy. Arriving at the northeast military region, we arranged transport vehicles as soon as we received the notice. As soon as Li Sin and others got off the plane, they were sent directly to the 3rd defense zone here, accompanied by the commander of the military region. "Major Li, thank you for considering our northeast military region and coming directly to help us block the tunnel." "Thank you, Commander. You are so polite. I am just an ordinary brick in Longhua. I will be moved wherever I am needed." What a good sentence. I will be moved wherever I am needed. Now my northeast military region needs Major Li's brick. So I am here. Ha ha ha. Li Sin's words made Xie Changui very happy. He smiled and patted his shoulder, then took his hand affectionately, and got into the car and drove away. The formation masters behind him also got into the car quickly, and headed straight for the 3rd defense zone. Clean and neat. This is the coolness that a soldier should have. Li Sin, this tunnel is called Linhai Plain Tunnel. When the tunnel was first opened, we fought for a while. We knew that there was a vast plain on the other side, which was close to the sea and boundless. There are many kinds of monsters over there. There are 162 kinds of monsters that have fought with our military region, including monsters from land and sea. The strongest on land is the Red Tiger clan. A divine beast entered the tunnel and was killed in the tunnel by our soldiers. At this point, Xie Changui raised his head proudly. That time, he was the one who organized the battle. However, thinking of the number of divine beasts that Li Sin had killed by blocking the tunnel with his formation, he smiled a little embarrassedly, and then continued to introduce, "The strongest race in the ocean that has fought so far is the turtle tribe. A cruel and bloodthirsty turtle tribe. Every time the ghost tribe enters the tunnel, it will cause us huge losses. Fortunately, the monsters on the opposite side are in conflict with the land and water, and our two forces have been in a melee for a long time, which has reduced our defensive pressure a lot. But we are also very worried that the two major monster camps over there will unite. At that time, even if we mobilize the entire northeast military region, we will not be able to resist." Xie Changui briefly introduced the situation of this tunnel in the car. In fact, Li Sin already had the information in his hand, but Xie Changgui's personal narration could answer Li Sin's various questions. "Commander Xie, have you ever tried to make the two types of monsters fight each other?" "Yes. It has been going on all the time. But because of the obvious racial characteristics, many of our operations have failed, and made the monsters more vigilant. I see. Lee Sin nodded, and continued to ask, if blocking the tunnel cannot fully resist the monster's attack, which monster would you prefer to face? If we have to choose one of the two, we prefer to face aquatic monsters. Their combat effectiveness will be reduced on land. In addition, the speed of sea monsters landing is not fast, so it will be easier to kill them. Moreover, our artillery has a certain degree of lethality to them, which makes it easier to fight. Yes, Lee Sin responded lightly, and then turned to another question. How many times do aquatic monsters in the sea rush into the tunnel? What percentage of the attacks do they account for? Less than 30%. But each attack is very fierce. How strong are the aquatic monsters? How smart are they? He did not dare to be careless, and took out the pattern drawing tablet and sorted it out. The blocking of this tunnel, I am afraid it will be a lot of trouble. Chapter 772 Lin Hai Plain Tunnel, Complex and Numerous Types of Monsters. Coming to the Lin Hai Plain Tunnel, looking at the 60-meter wide tunnel, Lee Sin felt a sense of urgency. This tunnel is the widest tunnel in the Dragon Country. The Blue Star side is 60 meters wide, and the Monster World side is 102 meters wide. It is the only tunnel known on the Blue Star that is wider than the tunnel hall. Although the battle in the Lin Hai Plain Tunnel was not fierce, the tunnel on the Blue Star side has been firmly guarded by the Dragon Country army, but the number of casualties every year has always been high, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000, and it is also a Shura field. He had a bad feeling. He always felt that the width of the tunnel was greater than the width of the tunnel hall, and something dangerous would happen. Now, he wanted to reduce the size of the tunnel in the monster world. In the tunnel, a large number of formations had been arranged to assist in the battle. These would not be moved for the time being. His plan was to go directly to the half of the tunnel in the monster world and start to set up formations and gradually move forward. There was no fighting in the tunnel at this time. He had not encountered any enemies since he entered the tunnel in the monster world. What was even more strange was that there was no monster formation in the tunnel in the monster world. This made Lee Sin, who had seen 4 monster tunnels, a little stunned. Senior Lee Sin, I am quite familiar with the situation of this tunnel. I was stationed here for half a year last year. Seeing him stunned, Su Wanjun took the initiative to introduce Lee Sin. There are many races in the monster world on the other side. There has never been a unified world, and there is no strong race to lead and command. Often, the formations arranged by one race hinder or even harm another race. After decades of fighting among the monsters, they completely gave up the arrangement of formations. Even the monsters don't come in to attack us at ordinary times, but once they attack, they come out in full force, with no rules, which is very annoying. So that's how it is. Then please, Commander Xie, draw the largest force of the military region into the tunnel, and deploy defenses in the tunnel. No need to go deep, just protect us in front of the formation masters. That's no problem. However, Major Li, when can your wife, Miss Huang Rong, lead the Grandmaster team here? Xie Changui looked at Lee Sin nervously, expecting him to give an accurate answer. But Lee Sin shook his head and said, it's impossible to be sure. We guess they should be lost in the night bat cave, although we can be sure that they are safe, but we can't be sure when they can find a way out. Well, I'll go and arrange the troops. Xie Changui heard Lee Sin's answer, a little regretful and a little nervous. He knew the Grandmaster's fighting power, and had always wanted to have the Grandmaster team enter the monster world to take revenge. Now that the military district soldiers were mobilized, there might be some casualties. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. But he still actively mobilized the army and began to deploy defenses in an orderly manner. After Lee Sin finished reading the information in his hand and closed his eyes to think for a while, he said to Su Wanjun beside him, Xiao Su, you take people to the safe area at the front of the tunnel, and draw a batch of deceleration and action restriction formations as quickly as possible, and draw them back. Let's help the military region gain some combat advantages first. Understood. Su Wanjun saluted and accepted the order, and with a wave of his hand, he took away all 12,000 formation masters. As the tunnels were blocked one by one, each tunnel needed some formation masters to maintain it. And the number of formation masters in the army continued to decrease, from more than 20,000 at the beginning to 12,000. And as long as the blocked tunnels were confirmed to be safe, these formation masters would gradually return to their respective positions and participate in new work. There are now 12,000 people, which is also a quarter of the number of formation masters of the 3rd level and above in Longhua. The number of new formation masters below the third level is actually not large. Only less than 8,000. The number of awakened formation masters in Longwa has obviously decreased in the past 5 years. However, the decrease in the number of newcomers is not a bad thing, as it can allow more teachers to better teach these newcomers, achieve better results, and grow faster. Looking at the formation masters who left, Lee Sin looked forward to their growth, and then found a quiet corner, while checking the authentic information, studying the types and characteristics of the monsters on the opposite side, and began to write and draw on the formation drawing tablet. There are too many kinds of monsters on the Linhai Plain, including birds, beasts, fish, shrimps, turtles, and tortoises, with various attributes, and even extremely rare space attribute monsters. It would be difficult to set up a formation that could completely block all these monsters. He really wanted to set up the double energy storage void circular cutting formation, but the opponent had a space attribute monster, which could be easily destroyed. Using space-based spells, it would be much easier to destroy a space attribute formation, especially when no one was in charge of the formation. At present, there are 6 known monsters that are good at space magic, which is quite a lot. When the 5 elements array attacks the monsters of the 5 elements, each of them will have its own resistance, and it cannot be blocked by a single attribute array. Even if the attack is a super strong thunder attribute array, it is not omnipotent. There are many thunder attribute monsters. It may be because of the sea. There are many thunderstorms in Linhai Plain. So many thunder attribute monsters are bred. The information in Lee Sin's hand records that there are branches that are good at thunder and lightning among the 31 types of monster races. Oh! There are so many troubles in this tunnel. I seem to understand why the military and government asked me to arrange to block the tunnels in the Northwest Military Region first. At least the situation there is much simpler. Lee Sin put down the 2 tablets, leaned against the wall, pressed his throbbing temples with both hands, suppressed the irritability in his heart, gradually let go of his thoughts. He gradually let go of his anxious mood, and the formations he had learned kept floating in his mind. He was not in a hurry to catch these flashes of inspiration, let them disappear continuously, and fell asleep leaning against the wall. Let him sleep for a while. He is too tired. Just as he fell asleep, a military guard immediately protected him. Gao Yuanning, who came back to report something, stopped the soldiers from waking up Lee Sin, and thoughtfully drew a soundproof formation for Lee Sin to let him rest better. For 3 consecutive months, Lee Sin was the busiest one. However, Gao Yuanning did misunderstand. Lee Sin was not really tired. His 4-dimensional attributes were super high. 4 hours of rest a day was enough to make him energetic the next day. He seemed to be asleep now, but he was actually browsing various formations in his mind. The formations he had learned flashed through one by one, and none of the formations he had not learned appeared. His mind gradually became empty, and there were no more extra thoughts. Gradually, those formations ran through his mind 3 times, and the memory of several formations gradually became clear. The first one that became clear was the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense formation, and the second one was the positive and negative 5 elements life and death formation. The effects of these 2 formations, 1 defense and 1 killing, are both high-level formations. One is learned from the secret book array diagram, and the other is awakened by upgrading skills. Both are very difficult to set up. According to his estimation, there may be less than 100 people in the whole Dragon Country who have learned both arrays. They can only be arranged separately, or the 2 arrays can be disassembled and reassembled. Then the third array is still a high-level array, 9-turn thunder array, which can gather 9 kinds of lightning attributes together to attack the enemy. It is very powerful, but it is also difficult to set up. The 4th array is an intermediate array dragon and tiger roaring array. The 5th array heavenly sound shock explosion array, and the 6th array life-demanding Sanskrit sound array are all sound attack arrays. Since the 5-element attribute array can cause a fatal effect on monsters with many attributes, let's find another way. Chapter 773 5 Suitable Formations. Senior Lee Sin, the statistics are out. There are 973 formation masters who have mastered the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense formation, and only 26 who have learned the 9-turn thunder formation. And there are more than 6,000 formation masters who have mastered 3 intermediate sound attack formations at the same time. Is the distribution so unbalanced? Yes, the advanced formations are too difficult to learn, and even I haven't learned the 9-turn thunder formation. Su Wanjun nodded seriously, and did not hide his shortcomings. Lee Sin couldn't help but frown. If this happens, I'm afraid I'll have to give up setting up this formation. Oh, there's another formation. When he looked up, Su Wanjun knew what he was going to ask, and continued to answer. Positive and negative 5 elements generation. Repression and killing formation. There are only 3 formation masters who know how to use it. This formation is too fierce, and it's very difficult to learn. Including you. There are only 4 people who know how to use it. Yeah. Lee Sin nodded, indicating that he agreed. Positive and negative 5 elements generation. Repression and killing formation is indeed very dangerous, and he himself has never set it up even once. I was just worried that I might get hurt by mistake when setting it up. This was another formation that I had to give up. However, it was impossible to block this tunnel with only the defense formation and the sound attack formation. I needed to design 2 more attack formations. Thinking about it, he asked Su Wanjun directly, Xiao Su, do you have any intermediate formations with all 5 elements in your formations? Yes. I know 3 such formations. Does Senior Lee Sin need a formation diagram? Okay. Give me one. And then, you can ask everyone if there are many formation masters who know your 3 formations. Okay. Su Wanjun took out 3 books with simple bindings of printed paper that he had prepared long ago and gave them to Lee Sin. He was not a fool. When Lee Sin asked him to investigate and count, he thought of the formation that Lee Sin was going to set up, and found the formation in advance. But he was not sure which formation Lee Sin would use, so he simply arranged for someone to copy all 3 formation diagrams. Having a caring assistant is convenient. Lee Sin praised Su Wanjun, and asked Su Wanjun to continue to count the data he wanted. 5 elements illusion formation. A formation with no attack power, which mainly confuses and traps the enemy. 5 elements wind return sword formation condenses the 5 elements of spiritual energy and wind spiritual energy, forming a special sword energy formation, a formation with good attack power, but it needs to be set up with sword weapons. 5 elements mirror light formation condenses a special mirror, emit and reflect light, kills the enemy with light. Lee Sin read the first 2 formations once and put them aside. One had no killing power, and the other was difficult to set up. The third formation was interesting. It was an attack of the 5 elements and light attributes, which could cause damage to most monsters. He picked it up and studied it carefully, trying to learn it as soon as possible. The next day at noon, Su Wanjun brought 2 good news. One was that there were more than 3,000 formation masters who knew the 5 elements mirror light formation, and the other was that the tunnels in the entire monster world had completed the drawing of various deceleration formations. Okay, the speed is much faster. Next, you go and carve the formations for the military weapons in the military area, from large pieces to small pieces. I already have a preliminary idea of the formation design. Wait for me to design the draft, and then we will study and improve it together. Okay. Su Wanjun took over his task again. Lee Sin concentrated on designing the formation, and it was completed in just 3 days. After that, he discussed with a group of formation masters for another 5 days before finalizing it. Then he immediately began to arrange the formation, and made modifications and improvements while arranging. The top of the channel is still a Thunder attribute formation. Thunder attribute attacks from top to bottom are the most powerful, and have the best effect. The formation is a simplified and optimized 9-turn Thunder formation. 6-turn Thunder formation LV-133, condensing the 6 spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth and Een, combining 13 lightning bolts with 6 attributes to attack the enemy. Causes 3,900 points of multi-attribute attack to enemies within a radius of 300 meters, with a high probability of paralyzing the enemy. Cooling time 20 seconds. The overall attributes can only be said to be about the same, cannot be said to be excellent nor too bad. Cooling time is as long as 20 seconds, but the paralysis attribute is separately marked in the attributes of this formation. The paralysis success rate will not be less than 70%. With the complementarity, the lethality will not be too bad. The formation on the ground is a modified fusion formation, the Ice Thunder attribute deceleration formation, Sunken Ice Thunder formation LV-105, condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a special ice attribute lightning chain. Causes 105 points of ice and thunder attributes to enemies within a radius of 500 meters. 100% causes 5 seconds of freezing and paralysis effect to enemies below the myth level, and cannot freeze and paralyze enemies above the myth level. Cooling time is 10 seconds. This formation is simply a conceptual God-level restriction for enemies below the divine beast level. As long as you step into the formation range, you will definitely be frozen and fixed. But it is completely ineffective against divine beast level enemies. There are gains and losses. Every 2 sinking ice thunder formation. There is also a fusion sound attack formation, heavenly sound shock explosion life-taking formation LV-105, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and magic elements, forming a special stance, amplifying the sound wave attack in the formation by 5 times, and the volume by 4 times to attack the enemy. Coverage, radius 10-50 meters. The effective attack range of this formation is very small, much smaller than the life-taking Brahma sound formation and other 3 formations arranged separately, but the sound wave attack damage is increased by 5 times, which is the formation with the strongest sound wave attack amplification arranged by Lee Sin so far. With this formation amplification, plus professional musicians using sound wave attacks, the power is also very violent. The formations on the left and right sides are strong attack formations, arranged at intervals. 5 elements, mirror light formation LV-130, condenses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming special 5 elements, light spears, to attack the enemy. Causes 2600 damage to all enemies within a radius of 300 meters, cooling time 3 seconds. Holy Temple Light Arrow Formation LV-158, condenses the elements of heavenly magic, forming large light arrows to attack the enemy. Causes 1580 points of light damage to all enemies within a 300 meter radius, cooling time 1 second. 2 formations, 1 aura system, 1 magic system, just make better use of the various energies in the tunnel. After reducing the attack distance, the cooling time is greatly shortened, and these 2 formations are group attack formations. As long as they enter the attack range, they will attack. The actual killing effect is very powerful. Su Wanjun and other senior formation masters actually proposed the idea of increasing the number of formations in the tunnel by 1 to 2 times, and indeed arranged 30 very powerful formations, but Lee Sin rejected them all. The 4 simple formations can operate more orderly, reduce the spiritual power conflicts between formations, and prolong the duration of the formations. After 3 authentic formation experiences, Lee Sin and everyone carefully studied the Faraday valve formation method. Through the spirit gathering formation, energy storage formation and transformation formation, the energy accumulated by the idle formations in the rear is transmitted to the formations in the front, which enhances the power of the formations. Even the 4 main formations are very difficult to set up. Even if there are 12,000 formation masters working together, they can only set up formations of about 300 meters every day, which is much slower than the previous formation speed. On the 6th day of their formation, monsters began to enter the tunnel. The scale was small, and the Dragon Nation warriors were well prepared, blocking them in the area about 1,000 meters in front of the tunnel. On the 11th day of the formation, Huang Rong and her grandmasters chased after them and returned to the team. The cave is so big that we flew fast for a month but couldn't make a circle. Later, we followed the direction where the night bats gathered and found the entrance to the tunnel. If we foolishly circled, we might really get lost and starve to death in there. Huang Rong explained to Lee Sin with lingering fear. I don't think you'll starve to death. But if you stay in the dim space for too long, you might go crazy. You're right. Even a grandmaster like me is already feeling impatient and irritated. If I stay for another month, I might have a mental problem. Lee Sin looked at the grandmasters queuing quietly in the distance with calm and gloomy faces, shook his head and said, No, you already have a mental problem. Take a day off first. Indulge yourself with good food and drink for a day, and then go into the monster world the day after tomorrow. I guess those guys need to vent now. Yeah. After Lee Sin's reminder, Huang Rong looked at the other grandmasters, was also shocked, and then nodded quickly. Chapter 774. The monster stopped. And they still ran away? Major Lee, why don't you let the grandmaster team go to battle directly? They are now in a low breath, and they are full of murderous aura. Once they enter the monster world, they will definitely be able to kill everyone. Xie Chongui looked at the grandmaster team leaving the tunnel with a little puzzlement, and asked Lee Senator, they are too murderous now, and they may accidentally hurt our soldiers. To be safe, let them rest for a while. Please also ask Commander Xie to arrange a row of musicians to play quiet music in their residence to adjust their mentality. This is easy. The military region has gathered hundreds of 7-turn singers and 27-turn musicians. I will just notify them. But the monsters have already started to increase their offensive. Should we withdraw? Haha, then let's withdraw. By the way, Let's test whether the 5 formations I designed are effective. If we find any deficiencies, we can make adjustments. Okay, I'll let the soldiers withdraw. Hearing that Lee Sin wanted to test the formation, Xie Chenggui's eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to it. After 10 days of formation, the tunnels in the monster world have completed the formation arrangement of 3,200 meters. It is indeed time to test it. The Dragon Kingdom warriors 800 meters away launched a wave of powerful skill attacks, repelling the monsters that rushed into the tunnels for more than 300 meters, and immediately retreated to the formation coverage area before the monsters came back, and continued to retreat into the tunnel. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed that the warriors' skill explosion angered the monsters. They didn't care whether it was a trap or not, and they kept rushing forward with roars. The leading ones were 6 super large tigers with a body length of more than 30 meters, a height of 20 meters, and a body width of 5 meters. As they roared, whirlwinds rolled towards the retreating warriors. Wind barrier. Since they were retreating, or taking the initiative to retreat, the Dragon Country warriors were naturally well prepared. Immediately, 100 wind magicians used defensive magic at the same time to meet them. Puff puff puff. The green wind shield blocked the area where the formation was set up. It still stood after successfully blocking the attack of the demon tiger, as if provoking the demon tiger. Roar. Ah roar. After a majestic roar, hundreds of demon tigers came forward, quickly formed a formation, and then there was a uniform roar. 100 wind groups gathered together, becoming a wind ball more than 30 meters wide, and slammed into the green shield. Earth wall. Earth wall. More than 300 earth magics that had been prepared long ago quickly erected the earth wall. Each earth wall was not thick, only more than 10 centimeters, but all were directly connected to the top of the cave, blocking the entire tunnel. Crack, crack, crack. With crisp cracking sounds, the wind ball easily broke through the earth walls one by one. It looked so powerful that the earth walls seemed vulnerable. But the wind ball dissipated after breaking 243 earth walls. This is experience. The Dragon Country warriors have been dealing with the demon tiger for hundreds of years. They update intelligence every year. Naturally, they know how to deal with such powerful wind balls, and have prepared for it early. Roar. The demon tiger roared again, and its body suddenly spread to both sides of the tunnel, making way for a passage, making way for another demon beast to be killed behind it. Ing. Amid the strange cries, a group of red foxes with 3 or 4 tails ran to the front of the array and began to cast spells. The wide tunnel was instantly filled with a large number of basketball-sized fireballs, slowly flying towards the earth wall that had not yet collapsed. Ice wall. Xie Chenggui's voice sounded, and another 300 ice walls rose up quickly. They were still not thick, and were easily broken, but with many layers, they easily blocked the fireballs. But that was enough. The soldiers who had retreated had successfully escaped the attack range of the monsters. The army continued to retreat, retreating 1,000 meters, allowing the monsters to rush into the tunnel. The level of the monster tiger was not very high, but its bloodline was strong. It actually stopped outside the attack range of the sinking ice thunder formation. Under their command, the other monsters also stopped. Lee Sin and others in the tunnel saw the scene, and their faces were stunned. This was the first time that Sun Wenyong and others saw the monsters in the tunnel break in time. These monsters are very intelligent and sensitive. It seems that there will be some trouble this time. Xie Chengui looked at the group of monsters that began to slowly retreat, and his face was solemn. Others also nodded seriously. This situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Even divine beasts like the dragon and the phoenix would rush into the formation impulsively. Other monsters have even hotter tempers. Basically, they would rush into the formation to die if provoked. This time, the monster tiger was really weird. Roar. What was even weirder was that the monster tiger roared again, and all the monsters turned around and ran away. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This was retreating without a fight. Ahem. Let the Grandmaster team rush over the day after tomorrow. We will set up the entire tunnel formation, and it should be easy to block the monsters here. Yeah, I think it's okay. Xie Chengui nodded in agreement, but the look he gave Lee Sin was admiration and shock. This tunnel has been defended for 127 years, and countless formations have been set up during this period. However, every time the monsters attacked the tunnel frantically, they never retreated on their own initiative. So the combination of formations set up by Lee Sin must have made the monsters escape, which made the monsters feel the danger and retreat on their own initiative. Perhaps it is not that the monsters have become smarter, but that the previous formations could not pose enough threat to the monsters, and did not make them afraid. Now Li Sin's formation has such a strong threat, forcing the monsters to retreat. After understanding this, he simply ordered the soldiers to retreat to the middle of the tunnel, and rest at the junction of the two worlds. In 2 days, the monsters really stopped entering the tunnel, and Li Sin led the formation masters to study how to collect the aura of the formation, so as not to let the monsters escape in fear. Only by letting the monsters continue to come in and die can the military region continue to earn experience points. Arranging musicians to relax the Grandmasters really worked. When the Grandmaster team entered the tunnel again on the 3rd day, they had some smiles on their faces, and they had normal communication with each other. Huang Rong also walked to Li Sin with a relaxed smile. Li Lang, I heard that the monsters this time are very smart and know how to escape. Yes, they are quite smart, and their sensing ability is also very strong. You should be careful when you go out to kill them this time. No problem. I believe that with our strength, we can escape unscathed even if we encounter a large number of divine beast level monsters. Huang Rong was very confident that they were already strong, and they had just taken down a divine beast level ant nest, and they had replaced a lot of equipment. The levels of the monster ants they killed before were not high, the highest was only level 203, and the high level equipment they dropped was just right for them to use now, and their overall strength increased by 30% to 40%. Okay. But I suggest that you stay near the tunnel entrance for a while after you fight your way out. Get familiar with the environment. Protect us while we set up the formation. That's no problem. Huang Rong responded. Organized the Grandmaster army formation and fought out. Hey, Miss Huang. Wait. Auxiliary Corps. Add buff. Huang Rong and the others were still a little impulsive, and they fought out without waiting for the dragon army to assist them. Xie Changwei and Sun Wenyong had no choice but to command the soldiers of the Northeast Military Region and the Auxiliary Corps to follow. We will also go and quickly set up the formation. Li Sin smiled and shook his head, and also commanded the formation masters to start working. Chapter 775. A lot of monsters begin fighting. Outside the tunnel, the Grandmaster team quickly dispersed and reorganized into the round defense army formation. Although they were confident in their strength, they would still remain vigilant and would not be careless and make mistakes. Roar, 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 bing, ing, ing, chirp, chirp. In just a few seconds, they were enveloped by countless spell attacks. Outside the tunnel, there were more than a dozen monster formations clearly surrounding the tunnel exit. When they saw someone coming out, they quickly organized an offensive. The military formation skills are perfect. Huang Rong was calm, and immediately activated the military formation skills. The entire military formation slowly rotated in the air, emitting an iron-gray military formation light. Puff puff puff. Amid the dull bombardment, the iron-gray light flickered, as if it would go out at any time, but it was still strong. The power of a single attack was indeed not strong, but the number of monsters exceeded expectations, and more than a dozen square formations could actually locate and attack them quickly and accurately. This coordination was so skilled that it made people feel distressed. I don't know how many battles it had gone through to develop it. Huang Rong was very glad that she listened to Li Sin's reminder. She was alert enough when leaving the tunnel and changed the formation quickly enough. Otherwise someone would have died this time. Blessing of physical strength. Blessing of defense. Blessing of mana. At this time, the buff status of the Dragon Country Auxiliary Corps that rushed out of the tunnel was applied, which made the Grandmasters feel much more relaxed. Huang Rong saw that the monsters in the distance began to adjust their attack targets and attack the ground, and immediately commanded the Grandmaster team to descend. Lower altitude. Protect friendly forces. The two armies cooperated and quickly stabilized their steps under the attacks from all over the sky. Xie Changwei and Sun Wenyong made sure it was safe outside the tunnel before they came out. After looking at the situation outside, they were so nervous that their palms were sweating. It was estimated that there were more than 15 monster armies, each with no less than 100,000 people, spreading out in all directions on the plain. Boundless. The most troublesome thing was that each monster army had a clear command, and the attack was orderly and measured. Layers of spells kept hitting like waves, but they were also surging like floods, with no sign of stopping. Chief, the monster at the 7 o'clock direction is a flying bird. Generally speaking, flying birds have less mana and are weaker. We can use them as a breakthrough point. In just 1 minute, a division commander of the military region immediately made a suggestion. Xie Chonggui used the identification technique to identify it from a distance. Flowing Flaming Sparrow LV-135 Elite, Combat Power 890. HP 17,000 Skills, Big Fireball. Small Fire Rain. July Flowing Fire. Flowing Flaming Sparrow is not low in level, and its combat power is relatively high. But its HP is not much, so it is a target that can be pinched. Wind, water, and ice magicians gather together and begin to chant the combination Magic Freezing Rain Blizzard. Yes! Then more than 5,300 magicians formed an array and began to chant magic. The magic elements between heaven and earth gathered quickly, but the speed was at least half slower than that in the tunnel. The spirit energy in the monster world is rich, and the magic elements are relatively thin. Not only will the magic condensation be slower, but the power of the magic will also be weakened. This is also the main reason why Blue Star, which mainly practices magic, finds it difficult to gain a foothold in the monster world. Although there are warrior skills that can cause a lot of damage to monsters, but when fighting a long-range battle with melee, in the process of closing the distance, a group of people will be killed and injured first. Unless they have no choice, the Blue Star people will not risk attacking the monster world. Now, the Dragon Country has 5,000 great masters, who are equivalent to the divine beasts, so they can attack the monsters boldly. All the attacks from the monsters were blocked by the Great Master's army formation, and had no effect on the professionals on the ground. They had enough time to slowly chant magic and accumulate magic power. Go! 3 minutes later, a dark cloud quickly gathered above the head of Flowing Flamingo. Chirp chirp. Feeling the threat from above, Flowing Flamingo immediately changed the direction of attack, spouting balls of flames, gathering into huge firebirds that rushed into the air, trying to disperse the dark cloud. But at this time, it was too late. As soon as the firebird approached the dark cloud, it was immediately pulled away in all directions by the wind attribute magic on the dark cloud, and then directly pulled to the high altitude behind the dark cloud, and hit it from high up, completely missing. This is why a water ice attack requires the participation of a wind magician. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This sized ice balls quickly fell down, but there were too many flowing flaming birds below, even though the magician had specially adjusted and concentrated the attack area. They were still quickly evaporated by the countless fireballs that shot up into the sky. The attack did not achieve the expected results, which made Xie Chonggui's face darker. After thinking for a while, he ordered, the Earth Magician chants Meteor Fall, the Thunder Magician chants Thunder Array Explosion, the Light Magician chants Sword of Judgment, the Dark Magician Dark Sky Curtain, and focus on those birds. The Wood Magician chanted Life Recovery to use on the entire army. Yes! This time, the Northeast Military Region and the military headquarters had less than 60,000 magics. So concentrated fire attack was the best tactic. Life Recovery is a group recovery magic that can speed up the recovery of magic power while restoring health. If used now, it can speed up the magic gathering speed of magicians and extend the duration of magic. Swoosh. 5 minutes later, a huge meteorite as big as a basketball court appeared out of thin air at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then accelerated to the front of the location of Flowing Flamingo. At the same time, a dark cloud suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the group of seraphim, and directly covered all the seraphim. Although there were flames shining from the dark cloud, the seraphim, who were not ready to dismantle the monster army formation, flew up and down, and could not escape the cover of the dark cloud. Crackling. Bang. A thunderball as thick as a bucket fell in the group of seraphim, and it kept exploding. At the same time, a 400-meter-long white lightsaber also chopped down fiercely, and instantly cut a 40-meter thick gap in the front of the group of seraphim. Before the meteorite landed, the formation of the flame birds was destroyed. Although the 3 consecutive moves did not cause much damage, it provided an advantage for the meteorite's attack. The earth shook for a long time. Without the protection of the formation, the protective power gathered by the formation was temporarily broken, and was paralyzed by lightning. The attack of the meteorite smashed the basketball court-sized area, several layers of flowing flame birds, to the ground and into the ground. This attack killed at least 10,000 flowing flame birds instantly. Good. Take a break, and then come back for another round. Looking at the flowing flame birds, who were reorganizing their formation, Xie Chonggui smiled happily. They had never had the opportunity to chant magic so calmly before. Once they started to prepare magic, they would be interrupted by attacks. They could not perform it even with powerful means. Now they were protected by the Grandmaster. And they were at ease. Wang Rong and other Grandmasters looked at the place not far away where smoke and dust were still rolling. A huge meteorite was slowly dissipating. But the damage it caused was beginning to show. With that power, if they were hit head-on, I am afraid that many people would die. Their attention to the professionals of Blue Star increased by 1 point. Chapter 776 Lightning Rat Moo. After a deep and majestic roar, the monsters on the plane increased their attack strength at the same time. The fireballs became bigger, and the lightning became thicker. Quickly retreat. We can't hold on for much longer. Wang Rong instantly felt the pressure, and loudly informed the dragon army on the ground. Xie Chonggui, who was preparing to launch the 4th round of attack, also changed his face, and immediately ordered the entire army to retreat. Fortunately, the army was fighting at the entrance of the tunnel, and did not go far away, and soon all retreated. Even the Grandmasters were a little pale. They retreated directly to the depths of the tunnel, and meditated to recover. The Dragon Kingdom warriors regrouped in the safe area of the formation, and prepared for battle. What happened? The Grandmaster team was also defeated? Li Xin, who was led back by the retreating army, did not ask Xie Chonggui until the battle formation was reorganized. Yes, they were beaten back. There were more than 1 million monsters outside, and the birds and beasts attacked from the sky and the ground. Even the Grandmasters did not dare to attack rashly, but were still beaten back. Millions of monsters. This is a bit troublesome. I wonder if those monsters will attack us. Li Xin was also shocked when he heard the number millions. There were millions of monsters, and they were long-range monsters. If he wanted to fight them out, it might be a bit troublesome. If they are beaten in, Li Xin looked at the formations around him, looking forward to it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, a group of small, silver-gray mice, only the size of a palm, rushed into the tunnel at a speed that was barely perceptible to the naked eye. Boom, crackle, swish, swish, swish. For attack formations were activated at the same time. Lightning, light beams, light arrows simultaneously covered 600 meters of the tunnel. A full 8 circles of formations were triggered at the same time. The speed of the mice rushing in was unexpectedly fast, and the formations could not freeze them quickly in time. Li Xin was surprised and threw a spirit eye identification over. Fast Lightning Rat Elite LV-152, Combat Power 980. HP 9800 Skills, Sprint, Lightning Flash, Gap Slipping Body Movement, Crazy Claws, Venomous Fangs. This is a demon rat that looks not very powerful, but is extremely fast. When the first Fast Lightning Rat ran about 580 meters. You can see how fast they are. Thank you, Commander. Give the order to continue retreating. Quickly. Although they are still 1,000 meters away from the front of the formation, Li Xin still feels that this distance is not safe. Passing through the gap, it is an evasive movement at first glance. Perhaps these demon rats can run faster and go deeper. All formations have a cooling time, and the shortest is 1 second. Although it is only 1 second, it is a real cooling time. A real pause. Wizard Wall Magic, Warrior Shield Skills, quick! Li Xin shouted to retreat, but Xie Chonggui was more experienced, and directly ordered the use of defensive magic and skills. Shield shadows lit up one after another, protecting everyone. Warriors can activate skills faster than magicians, as long as the skill has cooled down and the fighting spirit is sufficient. It can be activated directly without the chanting process. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, a series of dense collisions sounded like dense drum beats. Fast Electric Rat rushed in, and the extreme speed brought a strong impact. The shield wall in the front row was smashed in half in just 1 second. If there were not more than 30,000 warriors coming this time. Tens of thousands of warriors who knew shield skills. And the warriors reacted quickly. I am afraid that the Fast Electric Rat would have broken through the shield wall. The 1 second persistence of the front row soldiers also allowed the formation in the tunnel to be activated in time, freezing or paralyzing the Electric Rat, completely restricting a group of them, and buying time for the soldiers behind to activate their shield skills. The soldiers whose shield skills were broken immediately withdrew their shields and retreated, never fighting to the end, and could not stop their comrades behind them from performing shield skills. In 5 seconds, the first earth wall rose, and then rows of earth walls, wind walls, and ice walls rose up, completely blocking the tunnel. The army was able to retreat calmly, directly retreating to the narrower Blue Star tunnel, roaring and mooing. The sound of tigers and cows kept coming from the tunnel. The technical department projected the monitoring screen in time, and quickly found the corresponding picture on the screen. Outside the attack range of the formation, there were rows of demon tigers and six-legged demon cows, casting spells at the silver-gray demon rats queuing to enter the tunnel to enhance their defense and movement speed, adding up buffs one by one. Applying reinforcement buffs is not just the patent of magicians. The human race is still learning from demon beasts. And as time passed, the commander behind the monster seemed to have discovered the benefits of stacking buffs. In just 5 minutes, the monster rats that came in were already in a colorful state of buffs. Correspondingly, these monster rats were faster, able to dodge more attacks, and rush into deeper tunnels. Soon, the monster rats broke through the 3-kilometer tunnel, and only the last 200 meters were left to reach the tunnel on the blue star side. I didn't expect that the little mouse was so powerful. Xie Chonggui sighed, and turned to give Lee Sin a thumbs up. Lee Sin, you are really awesome. Our surveillance cameras can't even detect these rats, but your formations can still sense them and lock on them for attack. It's incredible. Not bad. This is considered basic operation. Lee Sin raised his head with pride. He deserved the praise. He had always had a basic knowledge of formations in his knowledge, which was formation sensing reaction. If the sensing reaction of the formation was not fast enough, the enemy would pass through the formation and could not be activated. When all formation teachers teach students to set up formations, they will definitely emphasize the accuracy of the formations, which is to better improve the sensing ability of the formations. In fact, the sensing ability of the formations in the tunnel has not reached the extreme that Lee Sin is satisfied with. Otherwise those fast electric rats would not have been able to break through the 3,000-meter tunnel, but should have been suppressed within 1,000 meters. He couldn't solve this problem. After all, the formations in this tunnel were set up by tens of thousands of formation masters, and it was inevitable that there would be defects. Thank you, Commander. The effect of the formation has been basically tested. If it is completely arranged throughout the entire tunnel, it will definitely block this tunnel. Now you can choose a professional to level up here. Absolutely, no problem. But there is no rush for leveling up. Let's first fill the tunnel with formations, and then start leveling up. Okay. However, the Grandmaster team needs to recover their true energy, which may take a day. Commander, please arrange for the soldiers to go up and block the attack of the demon rats first. Of course, the magicians are not idle. After their magic power is restored, they have been chanting magic and charging magic. Oh, please. Lee Sin smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Then he and Xie Chonggui smiled and stepped aside to let the magicians launch the attack. Gathering magic. Turbid waves. Gathering magic. Sweeping away everything. More than 20,000 magicians worked together to cast spells, and released 2 spells in total. Many wind and water magicians also joined in the chanting, and increased the power of their own magic power. The turbid water flow, with the blessing of the hurricane, swept everything in the tunnel with violent impact and rushed to the tunnel entrance. Without intention, all the demon rats in the tunnel were rushed out of the tunnel. But before the soldiers could be happy, the pictures on the surveillance made the commanders look solemn. Chapter 777 Upgrade, Poisoning. Divine Beast. It should be a divine beast. Xie Chonggui and Sun Wenyong exclaimed in unison. In the picture, more than 300 demon tigers and hundreds of demon bulls near the tunnel entrance were not washed out by the impact of the huge waves, but they were shining with spiritual light and isolated the huge waves. It was as if the huge waves did not pass by them. Those who can do this must be divine beasts. Lee Sin counted the number of divine beasts, and suddenly laughed. Hee. It's okay. When the Grandmasters recover, they will be happy to kill these beasts. Yeah, that makes sense. When Sun Wenyong heard this, he immediately came to his senses. Isn't it true? Those Grandmasters left several times to kill the beasts, and more than 100 people died for this. They will be very excited to see the beasts. Squeak. Just as they were laughing happily, the lightning rat, which was washed out of the tunnel by the huge wave, and was not dead yet, rushed back again, seemingly not afraid of death. Hee. This is the normal attack of a monster. Not afraid of death, mindless charge. Ha. Only monsters like this are suitable for leveling up. Looking at the fast lightning rat rushing into the tunnel frantically, Sun Wenyong and Xie Chonggui both laughed excitedly. With the help of the formation, the fast lightning rat that rushed to the front of the army. All had low health, and all had negative statuses superimposed, making them very easy to kill. With such a rare opportunity, Xie Changui chose to let the melee warrior soldiers come up to upgrade first. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, the level of ranged professionals such as magicians and archers is obviously higher than that of melee professionals, and their survival rate is several times higher. Most of the high-level professionals are ranged professionals. This is caused by the characteristics of the profession, and it is impossible to solve or avoid it. Now there is an opportunity to quickly upgrade the level of warriors first, and Xie Changui immediately arranged it. From this point of view, Xie Changgui's arrangement is more reasonable than Bai Chang's. Rows of warriors, regardless of whether they can use shield skills, all hold shields and move forward. Block the fast lightning rat in the formation area, and they can be attacked by the sinking ice thunder formation. Whether it is freezing or paralysis, it can make the fast lightning rat pause for a moment, and they take the opportunity to draw their swords and use skills to quickly kill the fast lightning rat. The fighting spirit of each soldier can easily kill more than 10 fast electric rats, but they will retreat immediately after 80% of their fighting spirit is consumed, giving up their position to the comrades behind them to upgrade, and they will go around to the back to line up again. They lined up to kill in circles, and some soldiers could level up in just 2 rounds of attacks, thanks to the experience bonus of killing high-level monsters at a low level, which was very fast. Lee Sin looked for a while, and after confirming that this side was safe, he simply led the formation masters to set up the formation in the tunnel on the blue star side. I wonder how long this round of fast electric rat will attack. The tunnel width of blue star is only 60 meters. After reducing the proportion of the previous 4 attack formations, the power of the formations has been reduced by half. After careful adjustment, the attack power of the formations has been maintained, but the attack range of the formations is only 100 meters in radius. Heavenly Sound Shock Explosion Life-Taking Formation did maintain an attack distance of 1,050 meters, but the sound attack increase was only 4 times, which is the formation with the best power after adjustment. The formation was reduced in size, but the level of sophistication in drawing the formation was improved. After a whole day, the formation masters could only set up 2 circles of formations, which was a 120-meter tunnel. They were so tired that they had to stop and rest. Senior Lee Sin, many young formation masters can't help, and they will even make things worse. Why don't we let them leave the tunnel first? During the break, Su Wanjun complained beside Lee Sin. Lee Sin shook his head and smiled, pointing at the melee fighters who were fighting, and asked, "Do you think they are killing enemies much slower than magicians?" "Yes, they are killing enemies slower, and their efficiency is also much lower." "Then should we give up melee fighters and upgrade magicians?" "Well, that won't work. Many battle scenes require fighters to protect magicians, giving them time to chant and use magic. Then do low-level formation masters also need to grow?" Senior Lee Sin, "I understand. I was wrong. It's a very simple truth. Su Wanjun is not a fool and understands it immediately. At the same time, he also understands why Lee Sin left low-level formation masters to maintain the previously blocked tunnel. At first, he thought that those people were eliminated because Lee Sin was not satisfied. But it turned out that Lee Sin had specially helped them to get the opportunity to upgrade. It is normal for newcomers to be ignorant and unfamiliar. We have also come a long way from being newcomers. If I hadn't had the guidance of teacher Lu Peiziu, I might not have had the opportunity to embark on the path of a formation master. Now that we have become veterans, it is our turn to teach the newcomers. This is a responsibility and an inheritance." "Yes, I understand." Su Wanjun nodded heavily, thinking about the fact that Lee Sin not only taught him everything he knew during this period, but also patiently answered any questions from other formation masters without any reservations. Su Wanjun felt deeply ashamed. What he wanted was to reduce the trouble. He was making rapid progress. The difference in realm was not even a little bit. Some of the older formation masters, beside Lee Sin, looked at Lee Sin with more praise and admiration. Lee Sin was only 32 years old this year. In their eyes, he was not much older than their grandsons and great-grandsons. It was rare for him to have such awareness. Their grandsons at this age were brave and aggressive, just like Su Wanjun next to them. With Lee Sin's reminder, although they still had to arrange 2 circles of formations the next day, all the formation masters did not feel so tired. Sure enough, after adjusting their mentality, their mood was different and their state was better. Just when everyone thought they could slowly consume the energy, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. "Commander, we seem to be poisoned." "No, we can't raise our fighting spirit." "Damn it. We can't gather our magic power. Listen. Our true energy suddenly collapsed. It's poisonous. At noon on the fourth day, everyone who was having lunch exclaimed one after another. When Lee Sin wanted to raise his magic power, he suddenly found that he was poisoned. Not only could he not raise his magic power, but even his spiritual consciousness was weakened by 90%. Even if he wanted to contact the formation to use the explosion formation skill, he couldn't use it. It's poison again. Let's retreat quickly. At the same time, contact the defense zone and ask them to send in the tank squadron. Xie Changui smiled bitterly and immediately adjusted his defense tactics. Squeak. 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 Ah. Just then, the front line had been broken through by the fast electric rat. The soldiers had no fighting spirit and could not resist the impact of the fast electric rat. They were knocked back one by one. Without the protection of the shield, they were quickly killed by the fast electric rat behind them. Retreat quickly. Don't fight. We still have the formation. Xie Changui shouted loudly. His words, "we still have the formation," calmed down the soldiers who had climbed up and wanted to defend. They helped the injured soldiers, pulled up the bodies of the dead soldiers, and retreated quickly. They could already feel that their physical strength was rapidly weakening. If they didn't retreat quickly, they might die here. Chapter 778 Professionals leave. Ordinary soldiers support the scene. Go quickly. Don't pull me. I can still help you. Stop the enemy once. And save more comrades. A soldier with only bones in his legs tightly grasped the shield, tried to straighten his body, shook off his comrade's hands, and looked at the more than 10 fast electric rats rushing over with a firm gaze. He moved the shield with a slightly slow movement, trying to block the demon rats. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fast electric rats that were not affected by the toxin were still moving very fast. In an instant, 8 of them stepped on the shield and crossed the shield. Squeak! 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 Ah! With a shrill scream, the soldier's neck, chest and abdomen were bitten instantly, and he died before he could even finish his scream. Of course, his death also caused the 8 demon rats to be sensed in time by the formation. Lightning, mirror light arrows fell at the same time, blasting them into pieces. The other demon rats in front of him were also killed at the same time. He was considered to have exchanged more than 10 demon beasts with higher levels than him, which was not a loss. However, the next moment, a new fast lightning rat came to kill him, and the comrade behind him was still immersed in grief, and was not careful, and was successfully attacked by a fast lightning rat, and died on the spot. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers were killed by the electric rat's sneak attack. Retreat! No delay. Seeing that there were still soldiers who wanted to rescue, Xie Changui shouted again, asking the soldiers to retreat faster. Since sacrifice is inevitable, let's abandon some people to cover the rear, and strive for more people to survive. A merciful army is not good. As the commander of a military region, Xie Changui has enough decisiveness. Under his strict order, the soldiers retreated a little faster, retreating to the tunnel on the Blue Star side, retreating outside the coverage of the formation. After counting, it was found that this round of monster raids caused the sacrifice of 821 people. While they were grieving, they were so angry that their eyes were red. Of course, they also regretted. They regretted that they had let down their guard because of the sudden powerful formation. And they didn't realize it until everyone was poisoned. This was wrong. The whole army should withdraw from the tunnel. The poison is still taking effect. Feeling that the strength in his body was still dissipating, Xie Changui ordered to continue retreating. At this time, the stronger the strength, magic power, and fighting spirit, the weaker the strong man was. Several 8th-level magicians couldn't even stand, and had to be supported by others. Grandmasters like Huang Rong were as soft as noodles, and they didn't even have the ability to speak. On the contrary, the ordinary soldiers in the logistics department, who had not practiced much, were able to move more easily, and could even help others. While Xie Changui still had some strength, he quickly called the fortress outside the tunnel to send out military vehicles, and ordinary people came in to pick up the people. Soon, 360 tanks came in first, passed the retreating army, blocked them, and entered the Monster World tunnel, and began to fire shells slowly and orderly. Boom boom boom. The tank fired high explosive bombs, and the fireworks raised by each bomb explosion could block most of the tunnel, and successfully block the fast electric rat that was about to rush over. For a second, and then was killed by the formation attack in the tunnel. However, the fast electric rat has various buffs, and occasionally one or two can still rush through the explosion range, leaving deep claw marks on the tank, and then being controlled and killed by the formation. Every 10 minutes, a tank would have to withdraw from defense due to damage. Damn it, these rats are really troublesome. Xie Chonggui looked at the images from the surveillance, cursed, and immediately ordered more tanks and rocket launchers to continue to enter the tunnel for defense. A white purifying light fell above his head, making his pale face look better. It was unknown what the poison used by the monster this time was, and there was no targeted antidote, but the priest's purification skill could slowly purify it, but the speed was very slow. What's even worse is that most of the priests in the military district and the military department had entered the tunnel before, and all of them were poisoned. Now there are less than 100 priests in the entire military district who can use purification skills. Now, except for a few major generals, the priests give priority to using purification skills on priests. It will take a long time to purify and treat all of them. After recovering to a certain state, Lee Sin also quickly arranged the Spring Breeze formation for rejuvenation. But unfortunately this formation cannot detoxify. The trouble is not these lightning rats, but the commander behind the lightning rats. It is too smart. And this poison is so terrible that we were all poisoned without knowing it. Sun Wenyong smiled bitterly. A little weakly. This time it was a disaster. It's not bad. At least we were in the tunnel. And we were poisoned in a relatively safe area. Not in the monster world. With this experience of poisoning, we will be able to make targeted defenses in the future. Medical professionals and hospital doctors are already studying this toxin. I believe Huankai will have an antidote. Xian Duku smiled and comforted the two of them. His views were much more optimistic. But the optimism soon froze on his face. Not good. There are new monsters coming in. With a cry of surprise, the three of them looked at the screen not far away. In the surveillance projection, they could see the entrance to the tunnel in the monster world. And a group of locust-like monsters swarmed in. They look like locusts, but they are bigger than sparrows. There are even a few giant locusts as big as old hens. In the enlarged pictures, you can see that the mouth parts of these locusts are full of serrated fangs. And the 8 legs are shining with cold light. They are not easy to mess with. Even if the surveillance camera cannot see the level and cannot identify the attributes, everyone who sees the picture will feel cold all over. At this moment, a breeze blew from the tunnel. Lee Sin felt that the magic power he had just recovered was fading away again. He shouted loudly, "The poison in the tunnel is still blowing here. Disperse quickly." Xie Chonggui was also immediately alert and ordered, "Draw a high-power hair dryer. Blow the air into the tunnel continuously. Ask for help from other military regions. And mobilize priests as soon as possible. Yes, do it immediately." Those who had strength avoided the tunnel entrance by themselves. And those who had no strength were helped out by ordinary soldiers. It only took a few minutes to withdraw from the war fortress outside the tunnel, leaving the battlefield completely to ordinary soldiers. The war machine started to work at a very fast speed. High-power hair dryers arrived first. Although wind magic is usually used to maintain air flow in the tunnel, there are still a large number of traffic tunnels and underground fortifications in the Dragon Kingdom. The development of ventilation equipment has never stopped. And the military district naturally has a large number of equipment. It's just that the power in the defense zone is a little insufficient. Only 300 hair dryers are installed. And there is a little power shortage. However, the toxins from the monsters on the other side of the tunnel can no longer be blown over. Then the artillery towed by military vehicles began to enter. After all the tanks left the field, the artillery was arranged in rows. The soldiers wore pressurized and sealed armor, carried oxygen bottles, and fired. The denser formations continuously fired incendiary bombs, which stopped the locusts and rats flying in quickly, and burned the oxygen in the air in the tunnel, preventing the air mixed with toxins from passing through the burning area. The battle line was smoothly stabilized under the defense of ordinary soldiers. Chapter 779, Researching New Formations. It seems that there are too many formations in the tunnel. The monster's offensive is very intense. After 10 days of continuous attacks, there are only 2 monsters, Lightning Rat and Bloodthirsty Locust, that are constantly attacking. However, because the 3,200-meter-long tunnel is full of formations, the 2 monsters are already at low health when they rush to the Dragon Country warriors, and can only be killed by artillery and formations. And the corpses of the monsters will be rushed into the tunnel by magicians at regular intervals, using water and wind magic to rush them to the monster world. The monsters were also very satisfied with the corpses of the monsters that rushed over to the human race. This was their food. Therefore, the human race and the monsters maintained a strange balance. In 10 days, Lee Sin and other formation masters naturally did not sit idle. They set up formations from the tunnel entrance on the Blue Star side, and set up 780 meters in 10 days. The toxins that dissipate magic power will still be blown over by the monsters from time to time. Once they find poisoning, they have to retreat to detoxify. It is really troublesome and annoying. Lee Sin, we can't go on like this. Those rats and locusts seem endless. After 10 days of continuous artillery fire, the military district has used up all its incendiary bombs. And the incendiary bombs from other military districts are almost used up. If there are no incendiary bombs, it may not be possible to stop the bloodthirsty locusts. When Lee Sin left the tunnel to detoxify again, Xie Changui came over with a worried look on his face. If there are no incendiary bombs, use other shells. Use whatever shells you have. Anyway, the Northeast Military District has tens of thousands of various artillery pieces. We are not afraid of filling up the tunnels. As long as we hold on for a while, let's set up the formation in the tunnels on the Blue Star side. Even if the rats and locusts are really endless, we can completely kill them in the tunnels. Okay. Xie Changui sighed helplessly, and accepted Lee Sin's suggestion. He didn't tell Lee Sin that, due to the increasing importance of professionals, the production of scientific and technological weapons has been controlled on a relatively small scale. All the shells of the Northeast Military Region may not be able to support a month's consumption. After the cannonball is finished, do you have to arrange the machine gun to enter the cloth defense? There are many firearms bullets. Production is also fast, can be played infinitely. Thinking like this, he mobilizes the shells at the same time. Contact the military factory to speed up the production of shells. He has a hunch, with the appearance of this toxin, Monster World is likely to have more and more toxins that limit the strength of professional players. At that time, these technology weapons are the main fighting. By the way, there are various formations. Lee Sin also thought of this. During the period of detoxification and treatment, attentive study the formation of the negative state of detoxification and purification by the Ministry of Military Department of the district. The poison this time was very special. Even with the continuous blowing of wind magic, and the continuous washing of water magic, it was still blown over. It was completely impossible to defend against it. Then we could only find a way to detoxify it or neutralize it. In the future, we will definitely encounter environments that need to be detoxified and purified. This kind of formation needs to be studied carefully. However, in 7 days, he really understood 3 purification formations, and had a preliminary idea of fusion and transformation. The military district had already sent a lot of special metal plates for making formation platforms in advance. He directly picked up a 30-meter wide board and started to carve. Bang! Puff! The first time he carved a formation, Lee Sin had bad luck. Not only did the formation fail, he was also seriously injured by the backlash of the formation. Cough, 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 cough. Oh my god, the backlash of the healing formation is so strong. Cough, cough. Coughing up blood constantly made Lee Sin doubt his life a little. The power of this backlash was comparable to the backlash caused by the conflict between the water and fire formations. The backlash was destroying the meridians in his body, making his blood volume drop rapidly. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 healing spells fell one after another, stabilizing his blood volume. Then Huang Rong flew over from a distance, supported Lee Sin, and placed her right hand on his back, and the warm qi flowed quickly and gently through his body, nourishing his body. Li Lang, are you okay? Ahem. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a day or 2 of rest. Lee Sin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled bitterly, supported Huang Rong's hand, and stepped aside to sit down and meditate to recover, but he would still spit out blood from time to time. What's going on? I haven't seen such a serious backlash from you. Even if you set up a super formation before, the backlash would not be so strong. When Lee Sin adjusted his breath and opened his eyes, Huang Rong immediately asked nervously. Beside her were Xie Changui, Su Wanjun and others, who also looked at Lee Sin nervously, worried and curious. Not sure yet. The formation I set up is composed of 3 healing formations of the spiritual energy system. It shouldn't have this kind of backlash. I need to study it carefully. Lee Sin is still confused now. He didn't expect that a fusion formation that he calculated to be very safe would actually cost him half his life. He has now restored his blood volume to full, but he still coughs up blood every few minutes, and each cough causes more than 300 points of blood loss. He feels like his foundation has been damaged. This is really strange. After he stood up, he walked around the formation platform while coughing, carefully checking, calculating, and looking for his mistakes. He integrated the 3 purification and healing formations with the formation of the 3 talents formation. All the formation positions were correct, and the formation activation was smooth at first. But when the formation was about to take effect, there was a strange conflict. 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man. These 3 purification formations seemed to belong to the man series. Maybe we should change 2 formations. Lee Sin suddenly had an idea, sat on the ground, and poured out all the formation diagrams that the military district had given him before. He quickly found 2 formations that he liked, and began to study and research them on the spot. Heavenly Rain Formation, the water, and Wood Healing Formation, also has a purification effect, is an intermediate formation. Earth Spirit Purification Formation is an earth and fire purification formation, also has a weak healing effect, also an intermediate formation. In addition to the 3 Yang's evil transformation formation that he had learned before, Chun Yan was familiar with purification formations, which had no healing effect but had a weak attack effect, and was still an intermediate formation. With interest coming, Lee Sin only took 2 days to learn 2 new formations. Even though he worked without sleep for 2 days, and coughed up blood from time to time, Lee Sin was still excited, and did not dissuade anyone, immediately found a 37-meter wide metal plate, and began to carve the formation. Wait, Senior Lee Sin. Let me activate the formation. My backlash resistance is super high. Seeing that Lee Sin was about to activate a new formation again, Su Wanjun, who was called back from the tunnel, immediately stopped him. Huang Rong did not give Lee Sin a chance to react, and directly carried him away from the metal plate that had just been engraved. Lee Sin quickly compromised and shouted, "Don't pull me away. I won't activate the formation. I will guide Su Wanjun." Hearing his words, Huang Rong, who had already run more than 300 meters, looked at him a little uncertainly. He quickly made a few more promises, and was then carried back by Huang Rong. Ahem. That? I'm fine. I won't activate the formation by myself. Seeing the strange looks from Xie Chonggui and the others, Lee Sin's old face turned red. It was embarrassing to be hugged by a woman like a princess. Su Wanjun. This formation is based on the 3 talents formation. You need to activate it from the heavenly position, and the mana will be lowered from the human position. The mana output should be a little slower. Be careful. Oh, I remember. Following Lee Sin's instructions, Su Wanjun slowly outputted mana, and the holy white light slowly lit up, and a pure purifying force slowly emanated. Chapter 783 Talents Purification Formation. Fight out of the tunnel again. It's done. Success? Ha ha ha. I told you, I can succeed. Seeing the formation successfully activated, Lee Sin laughed excitedly, trotted to the formation platform, and cast an identification spell. 3 Talents Purification Formation LV202. Rapidly purify toxins and negative states of level 202 and below, slowly remove toxins and negative states of level 203 and above. The coverage radius is 120 meters. Note, in poisonous, polluted, evil, demonic and other environments, it can absorb toxins and negative states to upgrade the formation. The formation was successful. A great success. The 3 intermediate formations merged and directly jumped into a high-level formation. Now it is only the formation platform state. It is already level 202. If it is arranged in the tunnel, the power will definitely be further improved. Su Wanjun, turn off the formation. Send this formation platform into the tunnel to see the effect. Good. After identifying the attributes of the formation platform, everyone's eyes lit up, and quickly sent the formation platform into the tunnel. 10 formation masters, under the protection of hundreds of magicians and warriors, and 300 priests, quickly entered the depths of the tunnel. It was not until they went more than 3,000 meters deep that they felt the power of the dissipation of mana. Quick! Activate the formation. Walking at the front of the queue, the magician 200 meters away from the formation platform immediately shouted a warning as soon as he felt the poison coming. Su Wanjun directly placed the formation platform on the ground, quickly placed his hands on the formation eye, and activated the formation with mana. Priest. He had just started to activate the formation, and immediately felt the rapid dissipation of mana, and quickly called the priest to start treating him. The priests could also feel the rapid dissipation of mana, but they still had enough energy to cast a purification spell on Su Wanjun. After 300 purification spells, another 300 recovery magic spells were cast to continuously increase Su Wanjun's mana. Swish. White light shone, and the holy and pure purification power spread. Everyone leaning on the formation platform instantly felt lighter and clearer. The rapid dissipation of mana was quickly alleviated. Drink the recovery potion, and cast purification and healing spells. Su Wanjun shouted excitedly, and took out the potion and started drinking it first. Although the unknown toxin was completely purified after 3 minutes. It was indeed completely purified. Much faster than the priest's purification. Success? Let's go. Let's go out and make a large-scale array platform. Su Wanjun shouted excitedly, and turned around and walked out. Although there was still that kind of toxin on the way back. After the purification of the 3 talents purification array, the toxin behind the tunnel had become much thinner. At least when these professionals walked out of the tunnel, they still had a quarter of their mana. Very good. This is the formation diagram. You have studied it. See if there are any ideas for improvement. Bring them up, and we will improve them together. After hearing Su Wanjun's report, Lee Sen was even happier. He shared the formation diagram he had just sorted out with the formation master around him. After seeing the strength of the other 3 worlds, and knowing that only Dragon Country was left to support the entire Blue Star, he no longer had the idea of keeping a hand everywhere like when he just changed his job. Dragon Country's enemies have always been the other 3 worlds, not the Dragon Country people themselves. He is willing to share all kinds of formation knowledge with others. Of course, with Lee Sen's current status, no one dares to cheat him. Not even the Grand Marshal of the Dragon Army and the Grand Elder of the Elders Pavilion. Although his formation foundation is an intermediate formation, it is a real advanced formation after fusion. Formation masters below the 6th level will feel dizzy after reading it, and have no idea where to start. It will take a long time to learn. Formation masters above the 6th level get more knowledge and formations of the awakening of the heavenly Dao job transfer, and learn relatively faster. In this case, let the formation masters below the 6th level continue to set up the blocking formation. With the 3 talents purification formation platform just placed in the tunnel, they can set up the formation normally, and continue to set up the formation from the depths of the tunnel to the outside. After learning the formation, the 6th level formation master also joined the production of the formation platform. In a short period of time, a 1,200-meter long formation platform was produced. The warrior magician entered the tunnel again and began to kill monsters and level up. Unfortunately, the monsters were not idiots. On the 2nd day after the army re-entered the tunnel, the monsters found that the dragon people were not afraid of poison. So they stopped attacking and retreated. What a pity, these monsters are really smart. Entering the depths of the tunnel, looking at the tunnel that had been completely cleared, Lee Sen couldn't help but sigh. He was still thinking about killing some divine beast-level monsters, collecting mythical-level monster pills, and preparing for the formation for the Northwest Military Region. It's really a pity. What a good opportunity to level up. Those rats and locusts keep coming in to die. Xie Changui looked even more distressed, and secretly complained to himself, why did he send so many people into the tunnel, and alert the enemy? Don't worry. Don't worry. The monsters outside the tunnel hall are still gathered together. They will probably come in again. Sun Wenyon looked at the projection on the wall, enlarged a picture, and comforted the 2. There are still 3 surveillance cameras in the tunnel hall that can be used. And you can still see outside the hall. Still shadowy. Obviously the monsters just exited the tunnel, and did not really retreat. Then let's look forward to it. I'll continue to set up the formation, and leave it to the 2 leaders. Lee Sen said, and turned to set up the formation. It is better to set up the formation in the entire Blue Star Tunnel first, and then set up the last 1,800 meters of the monster world. And there is also the more troublesome tunnel hall. Very strangely, the monsters did not enter the tunnels for the next 20 days, and did not even release the unknown toxins. Even after Lee Sen had set up the tunnel formations in the monster world, he did not encounter any obstacles until they stepped into the tunnel hall. Wild dragon storm, fire dragon dancing, golden sword breaking the sky, and the forest is as dark as a prison. As soon as the well-prepared formation master entered the tunnel hall, he cast powerful spells one after another. Although they were all single-player spells, they were all the ultimate skills, with a cooling time of more than 3 days. For a moment, The tunnel hall was illuminated with colorful lights, like a grand light show. However, the terrifying energy that destroyed the world instantly covered the monsters outside the tunnel, and many monsters were instantly blown to pieces. The attack was not over in one wave, but like 10,000 high-level magicians running in a line. One released, and another immediately followed in rapid succession, slowly killing their way out of the tunnel. They vowed to destroy all the monsters outside the tunnel. After a round of attack magic was released, the defensive magic immediately followed. Earth Wall, Ice Wall, Quicksand Trap. Tens of thousands of mid-level and high-level magicians lined up to release defensive magic, continuously releasing magic to cover the entire tunnel far away, protecting the entire tunnel entrance. Array Master, set up the array. Su Wanjun commanded the array to quickly set up a large circle of defense and purification array platforms outside the tunnel entrance. Grandmaster Team, charge. Huang Rong commanded the Grandmaster to rush out immediately after the 3 talents purification array platform was activated, quickly forming a round defense army array. The Dragon Kingdom army quickly occupied a tunnel entrance, quickly organized a defensive formation, and Lee Sin immediately led the array masters to set up the array. This time, the 6 combinations energy storage array was still set up. But the next moment, the accident happened as expected. Chapter 781, We were attacked, kill them, moo. Amidst a deep and majestic cow moo, on the plain in front of the tunnel, a light golden beam like sunlight shot towards the ground. Boom boom boom. The flowers, trees, and soil on the ground were directly plowed away by the light golden beam, and the beam became smaller, and more condensed. Grandmasters such as Huang Rong felt the controlled piercing power of the beam, and their hair stood up instantly, and they broke out in cold sweat. Military formation skill. Round shield protection. The dark blue shield was hastily placed in front of the light golden light column. Bang, crack. No. Disperse quickly. Ah. It was too late to remind him. The hundreds of magic walls connected together were broken by the rush, and they hardly played a defensive role. The light column, which was more than 50 meters wide, shot straight into the tunnel and directly vaporized all the professionals along the way. Many professionals did not die, but their bodies were vaporized, and they were seriously injured, and their screams were creepy. For this attack, I don't know how long those monsters had prepared, and how much strength they had prepared. Those monsters were really cruel. They didn't take action when they just entered the tunnel hall, nor did they take action when they set up defensive magic. Even when several defensive formation platforms were thrown out of the tunnel hall, the monsters still endured. They even didn't take action when they were killing people in all directions and occupied the tunnel entrance. They still endured even when the Grandmaster's battle formation was activated. It wasn't until the formation masters began to set up the formation and the magic wall outside the tunnel was about to dissipate that they struck a fatal blow. Kill! Huang Rong gritted her teeth and didn't land to defend, but ordered to kill directly to the place where the light column rose. Although she was surprised, she was very rational and calm. She could not use the move just now continuously, and could not use it again now. Now was the best time to counterattack. She could not be fooled by the monster's attack. Kill! The Grandmaster shouted in unison. The entire army rushed to the plain. The army quickly changed into an arrow formation, like an arrow that disappeared in an instant along the plowed trace. Moo! Roar! And the roar of a cow and a tiger sounded at the same time. 2 huge figures 1,000 meters high rose from 1,000 meters outside the tunnel. A white tiger, exuding a sharp metal edge, and a green cow, with a thick and steady earth-yellow spiritual energy. That was the transformation of demonic energy, similar to the gathering magic and military formation skills. And it was the combined attack skill of the demon beasts. Military formation skills pierced the clouds. Kill! Huang Rong saw the 2 giant beasts, and only narrowed her eyes slightly, then shouted, and the military formation sped up again, rushing towards the giant tiger that looked bigger, but had a slightly thinner breath. The golden arrow cut through the sky, leaving a long golden tail flame, and instantly pierced into the white giant tiger like a golden sharp arrow, and passed through without stopping. Huh? Like a smoke ring blown away by a fan, the white giant tiger quickly disappeared, and the demon tigers that released demonic energy on the ground collapsed weakly one after another. Even the more than 500 divine beast-level demon tigers could not stand up. Booming arrow! The attack was successful. Huang Rong's nervous heart was completely relieved. She shouted. The Grandmaster's army formation that flew out made a round turn with a very fast speed, and turned back again. When the blue bull beast just opened its mouth to launch an attack, it went straight through the open giant mouth, and went straight through, puff. When another smoke ring was blown away. Military formation skill meteorite landing. Not giving the monsters a chance to recover, the Grandmasters rushed to the sky above the giant tiger monsters, paused their movements, and then used martial arts to smash their bodies to the ground at the same time. All the people's feet were shining with golden true energy, and they fell with a mighty force. Roar, ah! With one blow, more than 500 divine beast-level monster tigers were all trampled into several pieces, and the fragments of their bodies were like shrapnel from an explosion, and most of the nearby middle and high-level monster tigers were also shot and killed. Looking at the equipment slowly materializing on the ground, Huang Rong and the Grandmasters were all happy, but they did not pick it up immediately, but immediately took advantage of the force to fly into the air again, and came to the top of a group of blue bull monsters. Military formation skill, 10,000-pound stomp. The great masters kicked quickly, countless large footprints with powerful true chi quickly stepped down to the ground, covering a square meter radius, stomping hard on those powerful blue bulls. Moo. The strength of these blue bull monsters actually exceeded that of the demon tigers by a lot. Under this violent attack, they were able to organize a little resistance. A thin layer of khaki shield protected them, and it was constantly getting thicker. Humph, stupid bulls, there are less than 200 of them, and you still dare to resist? 10,000-pound stomp. Huang Rong did not change the military formation skill, still using the martial arts just now, and stepped down with countless large footprints of true chi again. Paw. Moo moo moo. The demonic energy shield was broken, and the blue bulls were trampled into pulp. They had 4,817 Grandmasters. Even if a single one was not as strong as those blue bull monsters, the weaker blue bull monsters died peacefully under the crushing of the outnumbered. Roar. Gaga. Chirp. At the same time, there were several small-scale arrays of divine beasts nearby, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Divide into 8 groups, and kill them within 100 miles. Yes. Huang Rong made a prompt decision, split up the Grandmaster team, and the Grandmasters who had their own small groups quickly dispersed and chased after the fleeing divine beasts. Roar. 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 Amidst the roars of various beasts, countless monsters released various spells from the ground, and the magic spells hit the great masters in the air, and some monster birds even hit them with their bodies, trying their best to stop their attack. Wind God Leg. Cloud Palm. Skyfrost Fist. Crane Riding Skill. Dragon Capturing Hand. Powerful martial arts came one after another, dyeing the nearby sky in all colors, and the ground was instantly destroyed and pitted. Countless monsters continued to fall. A distance of 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye, and hundreds of beasts took the opportunity to escape. If the beasts wanted to run, especially those with wings, as long as they used secret methods to speed up, it would be difficult for the great masters to catch up. This is why Huang Rong only asked the Grandmasters to chase for 100 miles. If they could not catch up within 100 miles, and if they exceeded 100 miles, there would be basically no chance of catching up. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. Those who did not escape had become corpses, and those who escaped were difficult to chase. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to retreat. The Grandmaster's true energy was consumed quickly in the monster world. After a few powerful military formations, their true energy was running low. If they did not retreat, they might be surrounded by monsters. The Grandmaster team, who had fought several battles in the monster world, naturally knew their own disadvantages, and immediately obediently went back to pick up the spoils, and after retreating together, formed a large army formation and quickly retreated back to the tunnel. They had the experience of being poisoned before, and did not dare to stay at the front of the tunnel, and retreated directly to the depths. Hey Huang. Sun Wenyong wanted to leave people behind to help defend against the monsters, but the Grandmaster team had already flown deep into the tunnel, so he had no choice but to put his hands down. Captain Sun, Huang Rong's current round of attacks should be enough to keep the monsters quiet for a while. Please withdraw the army. We will immediately set up several powerful defense arrays outside the tunnel hall. You asked the magician to set up several long-term defense magics. Okay, I will strengthen the defense. You quickly complete the array to block the tunnel, so that we can retreat directly. Hearing Li Sin's suggestion, Xie Changde next to him agreed before Sun Wenyong spoke. The attack of the monster just now was too terrifying. Even if the team was dispersed, more than 2,000 soldiers died at once, and more than 1,000 were injured. They didn't want to be beaten again. Chapter 782. The blocking array was completely successful. The array is set up. The whole army retreats. Before sunset, Lee Sin finally activated the array successfully, but immediately ordered the army to retreat. Retreat! Xie Changui and Sun Wenyong immediately ordered the troops to withdraw, without any hesitation. Outside the tunnel, there were more divine beasts gathering. The divine beasts that had escaped before ran to the farther plains to find more divine beasts. At this time, the great master's true chi had not recovered yet. They dared not stay here and wait for death. The army retreated quickly and orderly. Lee Sin looked at the properties of the array that had just been activated, shook his head with a little regret and dissatisfaction, and quickly retreated with the army. Lioha Energy Storage Array LV-160 uses a special energy field to absorb and store energy of poison, darkness, ice, wind, thunder, and attributes, including spiritual power, magic power, internal force, technological force, and other energies. 10,000/16 billion. A not-so-successful array, with a very high level, but it actually skipped the 5 elements and absorbed those few unconventional energies. This is a bit useless, but the array has been successfully activated. It will take at least a day to clear and rearrange. It's too late. He retreated to a position 1,600 meters into the tunnel, and immediately stopped with the formation masters, and erased the defense formation here, and prepared to set up a new 6-in-1 energy storage formation. Yo, just at this time, a strange beast cry sounded outside the tunnel, and the monster was about to start fighting back. The logistics department will drive the remote-controlled truck out to block the entrance of the tunnel. The magician will stand against the wall and release the defense magic at the farthest distance. The formation master will work against the wall and get out of the center of the tunnel. Xie Changgui's voice sounded urgently. After being tricked once, he would not make the same mistake again and let the monster slaughter him again. 200 trucks loaded with sand and gravel drove quickly through the passage made by the professionals, and stopped steadily at the front of the tunnel. Without entering the tunnel hall, the magician started from the 1,000-meter position of the tunnel, and began to line up, with 5 people on each side, and arranged in a tight formation. After the truck stopped, more than 10 or 20 people immediately began to release defense magic together to block the tunnel. Zizizizi. The defense magic was not half completed, and a 30-meter thick light golden beam shot in. After penetrating 50 rows of trucks, the defense magic lost its penetrating power after only penetrating more than 20 layers. This result let everyone in the tunnel breathe a sigh of relief. Very good success. Adjust the position of the truck. Continue to accumulate defensive magic. The formation master will set up the formation on the ground first. Lee Sin quickly contacted the 6-in-1 energy storage formation of 1,000 meters to check the remaining energy, and he shook his head in disappointment. The energy accumulated by the formation was still 10,000 points when the formation was first formed, and it still hadn't increased. He quickly gathered his thoughts and ordered in a deep voice. Formation masters above the 6th turn worked together to arrange the formation part on the ground, and carve the formation first. Yes! Having had more than 10 times of formation experience, the high-level formation masters completed the formation carving task within an hour and immediately retreated to both sides, and after a short rest, they began to carve the formation on the wall. Zizizizi. The grinding sound of teeth piercing sounded again 10 minutes later. This time, it was a 40-meter thick beam of light, which directly pierced through 62 layers of defensive magic. Quick, draw the array. Quick, keep replenishing the magic. Before Xie Changui could speak, Lee Sin had already pounced on the ground, took out the array ink, and began to draw. This time, the drawing of the array was completed in just 16 minutes. They immediately retreated to the walls on both sides, and continued to set up the array. Xie Changui asked the 500 large trucks prepared at the back to move forward directly, blocking the attack. 4 hours later, after another 50-meter thick beam of light, the whole army retreated, leaving only less than 100 large trucks to adjust their positions, and continued to block the tunnel. And Lee Sin took out 432 mythical demon pills, and embedded them into the formation, and activated the formation himself. 6-in-1 energy storage formation LV-199 uses a special energy field to absorb and store energy of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, yang, and attributes, including spiritual power, magic power, internal force, technological force, and other energies. 10,000/19.9 billion. Huh? Now the two 6-in-1 energy storage formations work together, can absorb 90% of the attack power. Looking at the properties of the new formation, Lee Sin breathed a sigh of relief, but then he ran out. It is better to be careful. Lee Sin ran all the way to the junction of the tunnel before he joined the main force. The tunnel and the surveillance outside the tunnel were projected on the wall. Lee Sin, did the Lyoha energy storage array succeed? The monster seemed to be approaching. And the number of divine beasts is also increasing. It succeeded. It's perfect. And I also connected the energy circuit to the attack array behind. Lee Sin nodded affirmatively, which made the nervous commanders feel a little relieved. Everyone stared at the projection, looking forward to the next attack. Zizizi. This attack lasted more than 2 hours, and its power far exceeded all previous attacks. The beam of light reached 80 meters wide, with the momentum of destroying everything, and instantly vaporized all the trucks at the front of the tunnel, leaving no residue. Then, 500 layers of defense magic that no one maintained were directly penetrated, only making the light golden beam a little lighter. Hiss. Hiss. The next moment, there were gasps around Lee Sin, and everyone was shocked, and then surprised. The overwhelming golden light column was quickly absorbed after it came into contact with a colorful light wall. It was unable to penetrate the 40-meter thickness, and was quickly absorbed. Amazing! Such a powerful attack can be absorbed. Incredible! That light column looks like a very condensed attack. It can be completely absorbed. Master Lee Sin is worthy of it. This formation is amazing. The military generals present looked at Lee Sin with admiration, and gave him a thumbs up. They were well aware of the power of the light column shot by the monster. One strike killed more than 2,000 soldiers. If most of the soldiers had not escaped from the tunnel at that time, it would not be impossible for them to be wiped out in one strike. The Lyoha energy storage formation in the tunnel hall did not work before, and everyone had given up hope. Unexpectedly, such a powerful, even more powerful attack could be blocked and absorbed. In addition to admiration, everyone was actually more incredible. This blockade can be said to be completely successful. Everyone can rest assured. Lee Sin was also very excited, but he could still smile and calmly say this good news. Next, when the Grandmaster team recovers, it will be our turn to take revenge. When he said this, the flame of hatred in his eyes burned fiercely. In the previous sneak attack, thousands of formation masters died, and more than 400 were injured, most of whom were mid to high level formation masters. For the entire formation master team, it was a big loss. This revenge must be avenged. He looked deep into the tunnel, and was a little dissatisfied with those grandmasters. Before, when they were flying in the air, their defense formation was too scattered, and their reaction was a little slow, which led to their failure to block the beam of light. If they defended in time, they would still have a chance to block the beam of light. However, it is useless to say these now, and they still have to go to fight. So they should be a little more tolerant. But it is time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 783. The Grandmaster team charges for the third time. It took the Grandmaster team more than 2 days to recover their true energy. Although there were various formations, and the 3 talents purification, the toxins blown by the monsters never stopped, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the tunnel somewhat insufficient. Li Lang, we are ready to fight again, but that kind of toxin is really annoying. Do you have any way to completely remove that toxin, or block it? Huang Rong walked to Lee Sin and frowned and asked. Lee Sin immediately shook his head and said, "It can't be removed. Longwa's scientific research department is developing antibodies and antidotes, but it can't be achieved in a short time. 3 talents purification formation is too complicated. My comrades and I are not able to engrave it into our equipment for the time being. There is no quick way to detoxify except for the formation platform." Is that so? Then you discuss with the leaders of the military region. Use magic to blow out the poison gas. And let us rush out to kill for a while. Okay. Lee Sin saw Huang Rong was so enthusiastic about going out to kill monsters, and he knew in his heart that the previous killing of more than 700 divine beasts must have yielded huge gains, which made them willing to take risks. But he would not say it out loud, letting the Grandmasters taste a little more sweetness. It would be easier for him to promote the cooperation and alliance between the 2 worlds later. Moreover, if he needed it, the Grandmasters would consciously spit out the treasures they had harvested. He found Xie Changui, who had already withdrawn from the tunnel, and explained the Grandmaster's idea of fighting again. Xie Changui immediately nodded happily and agreed. The revenge for the more than 3,000 deaths and injuries before, and the revenge for the hundreds of thousands of martyrs who died in this tunnel earlier, the more they could avenge. Ahem. Xie Changui automatically ignored it. Longwa has killed tens of millions of monsters in this tunnel. Anyway, it is right to take revenge. 300 remote-controlled trucks led the way. The truck bed was engraved with the 3 talents purification formation. The first 100 trucks were loaded with sand and gravel, and the back 200 were loaded with high explosives. At intervals of 500 meters, there were 1,000 high-level shield warriors. In addition to guarding against the high explosives in front, they also had to be careful of the monsters that might rush in. Behind the shield warriors were 20,000 magicians, 10,000 each of the water and wind magicians. In addition to restoring to their best condition, they also carried prop cards for rapid cooling skills and potions for rapid magic recovery. Then came 15,000 auxiliary professionals and healing priests. Above them were the grandmasters flying slowly in a military formation. Except for Lee Sin, who was following the auxiliary professionals. None of the formation masters came in. After all, if an accident really happened, it would be better to have less losses. The truck stopped in front of the first level 6-in-1 energy storage formation, waiting for the next attack of the monster. Lee Sin checked the energy storage of the formation, 16.35 billion/19.9 billion. So fast, it's only been more than 2 days, and I've accumulated so much energy in less than 3 days. I can charge those demon pills. Thinking of this, Lee Sin's mind moved, and the skill spiritual sense control array was activated, and the array state was fine-tuned, and the demon pills released energy to stabilize the array, and the array charged the demon pills, and reinforced the traces of the array, so that the array's duration would be extended continuously. This is easy. After a while, an 86-meter wide super large beam of light shot in, and it was really powerful, and it could penetrate 62 meters into the Lyoha energy storage array light wall. I believe that as long as the demon beasts continue to improve their attack power, they can penetrate this light wall. But 1,200 meters later, Lee Sin set up another 6 combinations energy storage formation. He took 432 mythical demon pills from the Grandmaster team, and successfully set up a formation that can absorb the 5 elements. When the monster's attack can really break through these 2 layers of formations, Lee Sin can ask Su Wanjun and other formation masters to set up the 3rd and 4th formations even if he is in another world. This tunnel is blocked perfectly. The light golden light column continued to attack for 3 minutes, directly charging 2.4 billion energy points for the 6 combinations energy storage formation, which is really terrifying. Theoretically, 100 million points of attack can instantly kill all units below the god level, and 200 million points of attack can instantly kill even a 201 level Grandmaster. Well, there is a prerequisite. Your attack must be able to hit the enemy. And the Grandmaster, the reaction speed of the Divine Beast is still quite fast. And to gather 200 million points of attack, the huge energy defense created will make even a fool run away. Right? If used for defense, it will be more than enough to offset the fatal blow of the Grandmaster. Charge. Boom boom boom. When Lee Sin's thoughts diverged, a division commander gave an order in a deep voice. 300 large trucks were sent out at the same time. The accelerator was stepped on to the bottom, and the speed soared to 100 kilometers per hour in 3 seconds, and 200 kilometers per hour in 10 seconds. The professionals all ran after them at the same time, maintaining their formation, keeping a distance of 500 meters, and ready to release skills and magic at any time. Golden light began to shine on the Grandmaster's formation, ready to burst out at any time, and the auxiliary professionals were already buffing them. Shield warriors use shield skills, magicians start chanting. Seeing 300 large trucks successfully exit the tunnel hall, the division commander in charge of commanding the battle was so excited that his mouth trembled, and his speech was a little unsmooth. Combined shield skills and shield wall. 1,000 high-level shield warriors used the same skill shield wall. As soon as the skill was released, a huge shield wall 120 meters wide rose outside the tunnel hall. As they input their whole body fighting spirit, it quickly thickened, and it ended after 200 meters. After releasing the skill, the shield warrior thrust the shield forward. As soon as he let go, the shield was immediately sucked away by the shield wall, strengthening the power of the shield wall, and they immediately scattered to both sides. The skill that can be developed into a combination skill naturally has its own unique features. The biggest feature of shield wall is that after releasing it, the shield warrior can leave the original place. Forbidden Water Dragon Roar. Under the entanglement of water magic and wind magic, a dark blue western dragon appeared in the tunnel. This dragon looks small, but it is extremely solid, and it is complete, looking lifelike. On. After a dragon roar, the giant dragon, with rich and pure water and wind magic, blew up a whirlwind and rushed out of the tunnel, taking away the air and toxins in the tunnel. After flying out of the tunnel, the giant dragon did not fly far, but kept flying in circles at the entrance of the tunnel and flew outward. A huge tornado with moist water vapor sprayed the air outside into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Until then, the truck outside the tunnel began to explode continuously. Lee Sin, who was following behind, couldn't help laughing. Romer, you can fight your way out. Okay, it's up to us. Follow me to kill the enemy. Kill. The faces of the Grandmasters flushed. Sharp arrow formation, it was like a golden meteor disappearing outside the tunnel. Lee Sin walked behind the shield wall and looked at the situation outside. More than 1,000 meters away, the mushroom cloud of the explosion was still rising, and huge monsters were constantly soaring into the sky. Obviously, the formation was blown up by the technological creations that they despised. The figure of the dark blue dragon flashed by, and the green tornado was getting bigger and bigger, and the weeds and shrubs on the ground were constantly pulled out and rolled up into the sky. Kong, kong, kong. A sound like knocking a wooden fish came. A huge fist of solid she kept hitting the ground. The Grandmaster made a move. Ah! 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 The screams of the monsters slowly came back. Needless to say, this time the monsters were ambushed, and many divine beasts died again. Moo! Just when Lee Sin thought the battle was about to win an overwhelming victory, a majestic bull call came. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the distance, and silver blue lighting jumped in the clouds. Chapter 784. The Mythical Beast Quinu, Casualties. There seemed to be a big guy approaching quickly on the distant plain. Lee Sin quickly took out a telescope and looked into the distance. Fuck, Kuenio! Seeing the figure clearly in the distance, Lee Sin exclaimed and swore. It looks like a cow, but it has only 1 foot, no horns on its head, its whole body is green, but it shines brightly. The Quinu in myths and legends. Every time Quinu appears, it will be accompanied by violent storms. Its body shines with the light of the sun and the moon, and its roar is like thunder, deafening. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet rained, but lightning had already fallen. This time, there were not just 1 or 2 Quinu, but thousands of them, quickly surrounding them from the outside. Each Quinu was more than 300 meters tall, and at least 400 meters long. The tallest one, Lee Sin estimated, was more than 1,000 meters long. A real behemoth. Roam. Retreat. Retreat immediately, Lee Sin shouted in shock. But his voice was immediately drowned out by the continuous thunder. The military commander behind him immediately thought of a solution and shouted to the magicians behind him. Quick! Send a message to the Grandmaster through the water and wind dragon. Danger! Retreat quickly! Then a strange roar exploded on the plain. This time it overwhelmed the thunder, and the Grandmaster such as Huang Rong could hear it. It doesn't matter if you can't hear it. The dragon repeated this sentence and rushed directly towards Huang Rong and the others, ready to share some of the attack with its body. Crackling. Woo 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 woo. Huang Rong and the others had just flown back when they were struck by lightning from the sky, and they were electrocuted and speechless. The speed at which the Kuenyo attacked was too fast. It was a trap that they had deliberately set up, so the attack would not be simple, nor would it be easy. Moo. The cows mooing, which should have been gentle, sounded like thunder, and shook the hearts of Huang Rong and others. Looking at the unstable Grandmasters, and the Grandmaster team that was changing their formation, Lee Sin had an idea and used Slave Mark to cast a skill, Spirit Punishment, on the more than 200 Grandmasters who had not yet hatched their pets. When the Grandmasters were a little dazed, the abnormality of more than 200 people did not alert others, and they themselves even thought that they were affected by the roar of the strange one-legged bull. Crackling. Countless lightning bolts fell, breaking the formation that had just been completed, and the formation shield that had just risen. Wah wah wah. The next moment, bean-sized raindrops poured down, making the sky and the earth blurry into a gray paste. The formation skills are round and unified. Send the magic dragon over, quick! Huang Rong's roar was heard from afar in the rain, and Lee Sin also ordered the magicians to launch a rescue. The dragon roars. Ong. The dragon outside the tunnel did not rush towards the Grandmaster, but roared at the dark clouds in the sky, and the huge amount of magic power with a violent impact directly broke the dark clouds, and the lightning disappeared instantly, and the heavy rain also quickly subsided. At the same time, the dark blue dragon quickly faded until it disappeared. The name of this forbidden spell is Water Dragon Roar. The strongest attack method is to roar and burst out the magic power of water. Wind. and sound together. With the support of the magic dragon, the Grandmaster army formation escaped from the attack range of the thunderstorm and flew back. The magicians who had been prepared had dispersed, allowing the Grandmaster team to return to the tunnel hall smoothly. Retreat. When everyone came back, Lee Sin immediately ordered a retreat, and at the same time increased the intensity of spiritual punishment, so that the more than 200 Grandmasters, who had not been able to join the army formation just now, could not even fly. Moo! Moo! Another roar of Kuei-Nyo sounded, majestic and solemn, making everyone who had retreated into the tunnel feel a palpitation of fear. Crack! Silver-blue lightning shot obliquely, and was absorbed by a colorful wall of light before it landed. The 6-in-1 energy storage array in the tunnel hall can absorb thunder energy, so it's safe now. Huang Rong and others, who were frightened, finally felt relieved. At this time, a Grandmaster suddenly reminded, "My lord, a few of our comrades haven't come back." "No. Quickly count how many people haven't come back. Aren't those guys afraid of death? Do they still want to take risks at this time?" Hearing that someone didn't come back, Huang Rong's first thought was not that the Grandmaster didn't keep up with the team, but that another Grandmaster wanted to leave the team and cause trouble. After all, this is not the first time. Soon, Khan, Balzac and Bam, the three main leaders, came back with nervous and sad faces, reporting a rather sad news. "My lord, 326 people did not come back. This is the largest number of casualties since we came to Blue Star." How could so many people not come back? Did these damn bastards make an appointment? Huang Rong did not agree with the word casualties, but it was estimated that it would become a reality soon. Outside the tunnel, dense lightning was still striking the place where they had fought before. It was estimated that those people were not dead yet, but would die soon. Kant and the other two saw Huang Rong's disbelief and anger. They were really angry. They were sure that it was not Huang Rong who did those people not come back. It was very likely that those guys found something good and sneaked away. Damn it. These guys are really dead. The three looked at each other, with the same kind of gloating in their eyes, and a touch of relief. The three of them had the idea of leaving the main group to look for natural treasures. But fortunately they did not act. Otherwise they would have been the ones to die. No one would have thought that Lee Sin was behind this. Originally, Lee Sin was going to kill only the 270 Grandmasters who had not hatched pets. But later he thought that this was too obviously targeted, so he just killed a few more randomly. It was just a matter of convenience. Looking at the Grandmasters with solemn faces and obvious fear, Lee Sin nodded secretly, and was quite satisfied with his operation. Seeing Huang Rong's face turning blue with anger, he stepped forward, patted her shoulder and said, "Retreat. I think the monsters are coming in." "No need. We still have most of our true energy. We can kill for a while. I have to let the monsters know how powerful we are." Huang Rong still looked indignant. Lee Sin smiled and patted her head. "No need. Ordinary monsters can be killed by the formation in the tunnel. You are a waste of talent to kill monsters. It's better to change the battlefield and kill those easier to kill beasts. And you just rushed and killed. You also gained a lot. It's not a loss. Those one-legged cows look like the legendary Kuei-Nyo. Kuei-Nyo is full of treasures." Huang Rong looked at the Kuei-Nyo jumping on one foot outside, licking her lips, with a bit of anticipation and bloodthirstiness. Lee Sin patted her a little harder and said, "But Quinia is not only covered with thorns, but also carries electricity, which makes it difficult to kill. Not to mention that there are groups of Quinyu. Don't go out and die." Okay. She was a little helpless, but she also knew that Quinyu was powerful. 326 people died just now, which was the most direct lesson. The whole army retreated, and then the Northeast Military Region sent professionals to garrison, mainly singers and musicians, to use sound waves to slow down the monsters, and then use formations to kill the enemies, and finally the magicians to clear the field. The one-stop service is very efficient. Chapter 785 returned to the Northwest War Zone, waiting for the opportunity. After Lee Sin confirmed that the blockade was successful, he left some low-level formation masters here for maintenance again, and finally only 9,000 formation masters moved to the Northwest Military Region. After returning to the Northwest Military Region, because he was not in a hurry to start the formation, Lee Sin took the initiative to take a 3-day holiday, so that everyone could have a rest. He accompanied Yang Mi and Huang Rong to Xing City to relax and play for 2 days. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, Yang Mi hugged his arm tightly and comforted him. "Hubby, I heard about the Northeast military region. It was just an accident. You don't have to blame yourself." "Well, I don't blame myself. If anyone should blame themselves, it should be Commander Sia. I am just a formation master. It is my job to arrange the formation. Commanding the battle is the job of Commander Sia and other generals." "Then, why are you not in a good mood?" "Oh, I am worried that a large number of divine beasts from the tunnels outside Dragon Country will enter Blue Star. Dragon Country will be in danger at that time," Lee Sin explained with a chuckle. This battle on the Lenhai Plain made him further realize the wisdom of the monsters, which is no weaker than that of humans. In fact, monsters have lived for a long time, have a lot of life experience, and are even more intelligent than humans in some aspects. "Husband, we don't have to worry too much about this. On the blue planet outside the Dragon Kingdom, the monsters and the races of the magic world are fighting each other, which will keep them busy for a long time. By the way, the evolution of Vermilion Bird is almost complete. Let's take him with us when we go into the tunnel this time." "Okay. I haven't taken him with me for a long time, so it's a good time to cultivate our relationship." Seeing that the two were talking about pets, Wang Rong interrupted and asked, "Li Lang, why don't you let me hatch a pet? Didn't you say before that the pet eggs of the Jialong beast we robbed before were very powerful? The worst are perfect quality, and the best are even legendary quality. Why can't I hatch a pet yet?" "Hee. Because the monsters are very strong and they protect their cubs. Those pets haven't grown up yet. Once they grow up, you will know how protected the monsters are of their cubs. Maybe I can show you this time." Lee Sin thought of something and laughed strangely. Then he didn't talk about pets anymore. He took Wang Rong to eat at all the snack streets and restaurants in Xining City. They were strong and could digest a lot. They ate all day long and returned to the military district with satisfaction. Northwest Military District's first defense zone. 7 Monster Cave Passage. After 10 years of operation, the entire 5-kilometer tunnel of Blue Star has been completely covered with formations, and the monsters can't rush in at all. The military originally wanted to take down the tunnels in the monster world, but just when the military was about to succeed, the tunnels suddenly widened, causing the array to tear and become ineffective, resulting in failure. The tunnel width on Blue Star has now expanded to 36 meters, which is not large. But the tunnels in the monster world have expanded to 84 meters, which is more space, and can allow more and stronger monsters to come in. Thump thump thump. Dang 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 dang. Ya-oh. As soon as I entered the tunnel, I heard the sound of drums and strings and high-pitched singing, which kept ringing, and it was very lively. The main defense formation of this tunnel is the Soul-Seeking Brahma Sound Formation, and Sound Wave Attack is the main means of defense. It is really troublesome for Void Knight Raven to be so annoying. Low-level Void Knight Raven can only be invisible. Void Knight Raven above level 100 and 1 can all awaken the special Shadow Walking skill. They can travel through the dark plane of the void, which is really hard to defend against. The more effective means of attack is Sound Wave Attack, which can cause a small amount of damage to Void Knight Raven as soon as it returns to the main world, and force it to show its body. Moreover, the Void Knight Raven that is forced to reveal its form will have a few seconds of weakness, and it is easy to be immobilized by the formation attack. As long as other professionals take the opportunity to attack, they can easily kill them. This is also the defense area where Yang Mi usually guards. Her current level is not low and her strength is considerable. Yang Mi, LV 93. 5th turn blue clothes, 5th turn combat power, 371, HP, 2960. Skills, interpretation, imitation, entering the play, exiting the play, singing, magic, opera voice, sonic boom, charming sound, bewitching dance. Talent, gentle Yang Mi's profession blue clothes is destined to make her upgrade slow, and it's just a turtle crawl. She was able to upgrade to level 93, because the military had given her a better position to upgrade in recent years to compensate Lee Sin. Otherwise, it would be considered fast to upgrade to level 80, and complete the 5th job change. In addition, her combat power soared from 120 points to 371 points, more than doubled, which is even more rare. Entertainment professionals, actually, provide various entertainment works in the rear, rather than fighting. The grandmasters who entered the tunnel listened to the music around them, and each of them smiled disdainfully. In their opinion, the music was either soft or messy, and they were very disdainful. But Lee Sin and the generals of Longwa would not explain to them what emotional attack was. Those noises were more effective than serious music. Listen. The number of monsters in the tunnel is much less than 9 years ago, but their strength is much stronger. After entering the 4-kilometer area, the army stopped, and the commander Li Wanbing personally explained to Li Xin, the level of the monsters is at least 101 or above, at least elite quality, and the high-level monsters are more intelligent and have better cooperation. And the monster formations in the monster tunnels are also more powerful and weird. We can easily defend against the monsters with the formations. They also used our method to block us. Now the two sides are in a complete stalemate. Li Wanbing pointed to the buffer zone in front. There was a catapult machine shooting out a hook, hooking a monster corpse, and quickly pulling it back. A monster on the opposite side wanted to rush over, but was immediately frozen and slowed down by the formation, paralyzed by lightning, and then smashed into pieces by the magician's magic. Crack. Just as this side had the upper hand, another catapult machine next to it had just been shot out, and its hook was cut off by a wind blade, and the collection of monster corpses was disrupted again. The next moment, a powerful monster cast a spell, and rolled back the monster corpses on the ground. Then the monster army roared and retreated. Damn two-legged sheep. I will eat you tomorrow. Everyone go back first, and eat two-legged sheep when you are full. Tomorrow we will change tactics, and eat a lot of two-legged sheep. In the tunnel on the Blue Star side, there was a translator from Tiandao, and Li Sen and other Blue Star people heard the monster's unscrupulous words. But they were not angry, because the corpse recovery team had a good harvest just now, and they could have a feast of monster meat today. Wang Rong looked at the monsters that retreated after leaving behind more than 10 corpses, and asked curiously, Li Lang, those monsters seem to have retreated. Should we take the opportunity to rush over? Before Li Xin could answer, Li Wanbing explained, today is not the right time. Wait until the monsters launch a large-scale full-force attack next time, and then fight back. In today's situation, there are basically powerful traps waiting for us on the other side of the tunnel. The best time to charge is when the monsters attack us. As long as the arrangements are proper, we can kill a large number of monsters first, and then take advantage of the chaos to break into the monster world. Then wait. The monsters may suddenly launch an attack at the next moment. Chapter 786 Killing Through the Tunnel. The advance was not smooth. Roar, roar, roar. Beat, ba, ba, sh, ba, ba. On the morning of the 9th day, after Li Xin entered the tunnel, noisy beast roars came from deep in the tunnel. Haha, it's here now. You didn't let us wait any longer. Li Xin raised his head from the formation tablet. Looking deep into the tunnel, the Dragon Country soldiers had already begun to mobilize. Duh, duh, duh. The sound of heavy machine guns sounded first. A metal wall slowly rose up, and there were rows of holes as thick as thumbs on the wall, and gun muzzles were sticking out of the holes. Behind the metal wall were 6 special ammunition belt trucks, each of which was responsible for 12 machine guns, and the long ammunition belts connected the special machine guns above. At this time, the ammunition belts had begun to disappear quickly, and the shells kept falling, and the sound of ding-dong-dong could be heard. 800 rounds of bullets per minute, just one ammunition belt, and then the prepared soldiers quickly replaced the new ammunition belt. 72 people acted at the same time, and it took only 3 seconds to complete the replacement of the ammunition belt. Then, there was a new round of strafing. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the metal wall, the magic beasts kept firing spells, and the metal wall was glowing with auras, and the formations engraved on the metal wall could last for a while. Quack. Suddenly, a crow's cry sounded from behind the metal wall. Void Knight Crow activated its skill and jumped over. Crackling. A bolt of lightning struck, a cluster of ice exploded, immobilizing Void Knight Crow. Rising Dragon Sword. Liao Yuan Spear. Raised fire to burn the sky. The warriors who had been waiting for a long time poured out their martial arts skills, instantly killing. Quack. Quack. The next moment, more Void Knight Crows jumped over, quickly occupied this place, but were soon beaten to corpses. Retreat, abandon the D-19 defense line. From the rear, Li Wanbing's voice came, although they still have the strength to fight, but this time the goal is not to defend, but to lure the enemy and kill the enemy. The soldiers retreated 100 meters, and immediately a new metal wall rose up, retreating in sections, continuously luring the enemy deeper. The musicians and singers retreated to the last 1,000 meters area and lined up, and have not yet taken action, all adjusting their status. Ordinary soldiers, exit the tunnel. All the 19 metal walls in front have been used up. Ordinary people can no longer play much of a role, so they just exit. Behind them, there was a pile of 4 or 5 meters high monster corpses. Not only Void Knight Raven, but also Thunder Rabbit and Flame Rabbit. 2 smaller and faster monsters. 1,900 meters of corpses. The tunnel was flooded with blood, and it was time for the magicians to take action. Forbidden spells will set the prairie on fire. The magicians who had prepared for half a day were a little excited. With a scale of 60,000 people, the forbidden spells they launched were quite terrifying. The sky blue flames were like flowing water, slowly covering the tunnel, filling the tunnel, and the scorching heat completely turned the corpses on the ground into ashes. And the ashes continued to flow forward under the guidance of the high-temperature flames. The sky blue flame turned into a dark blue, and the monsters that rushed over were quickly reduced to ashes, and rushed back to the monster tunnel, gathering magic whirlwind impact. Flames of war after advancing 1,000 meters. The wind magic cast by 1,000 magicians was immediately released, pushing the blue flames to continue moving forward. Auxiliary Core. Release for the Grandmaster team. And enhance the status. Whirlwind impact after advancing 1,000 meters. The Grandmaster team immediately flew into the air, and the Auxiliary Core began to enhance the status. Although there are only 4,490 Grandmasters, the number of Auxiliary Core is still 15,000, and no one is lost. Each Grandmaster has at least 3 people who are constantly releasing auxiliary status. The magicians quickly dispersed on both sides to make way. The Grandmaster team was on the top, and the Auxiliary Core was on the bottom. The army trotted behind the green whirlwind and kept moving forward. Behind them were 2,000 high-level shield warriors, protecting Lee Sin and his 9,000 formation masters, and steadily chasing the team in front. After he and his team passed, the magicians who had just dispersed followed behind and continued to chase. But they didn't need to run. Just walk slowly, drinking recovery potions. The army advanced in an orderly manner. Just 5 minutes later, the auxiliary army was at the junction of the tunnel. The deep blue flame in front had not been extinguished yet, and it was still burning forward. The power of the forbidden spell was indeed extraordinary. The Grandmasters who had already stepped into the tunnel of the monster world had activated the military formation. The silver military formation formed a bright silver spear, and was ready to go. Physical blessing. Defensive blessing. When Lee Sin and other formation masters arrived, the auxiliary army immediately added status to them, but they still did not move, and continued to wait for the magicians to apply the positive auxiliary status, and then they became the last to enter the tunnel. Gather magic dark sky. When all the formation masters entered the tunnel, the dark magician behind immediately cast a semi-defensive magic, forming a dark protective shield above everyone's head, and the light in the tunnel was reduced by half in an instant. Formation masters, destroy the monster formations on the ground, and the walls on both sides. You don't need to pull out all the formation bases, destroy them first, and quickly pass through the tunnel. Yes, I understand. The formation masters immediately dispersed, facing the spells that kept coming from all directions, and radiating their mental power, quickly searching for the formation base nodes of the monster formation, calculating the nodes that are relatively suitable for destruction in the shortest time, and destroying the formation. The healing spells of the priests behind them continue to fall. Military formation skills penetrate the sun. In the distance, Huang Rong's voice came. The forbidden spell blazed. The land seemed to have ended. The Grandmaster team took action. About 2 kilometers away from the exit of the monster world, the blue flames that burned more than 30,000 monsters of various kinds went out directly after a flash. The prepared Grandmaster team immediately transformed into a silver spear and shot out. Puff, puff, puff. With one blow, thousands of monsters were directly blown into blood mist. As long as the monsters that were not at the level of divine beasts did not form a formation and launched a monster formation in front of the Grandmaster's military formation skills, they were all fragile white paper, which would be penetrated by a single stab and broken by a single touch. Without any surprise, the Grandmaster team rushed over a distance of 2 kilometers in less than a minute and rushed directly to the monster world. The round defensive military formation and military formation skills are round and flawless. This time, Huang Rong did not take any more risks and directly camped outside the tunnel entrance, and directly adjusted the military formation to a defensive formation, and also activated the military formation skills. Generally, we are here, temporarily safe. After the military formation was set up, and the monsters attacked for a minute, no divine beasts were found. Huang Rong roared at the tunnel and sent the message back. Understood. Miss Huang. Please hold on for a while. We need to break the formation in the tunnel before we can get through. Li Wanbing's voice was a little anxious. And even more helpless. He wanted to rush over. But the demon formation in the tunnel was just a mild attack on the Grandmaster. But it was fatal to the Dragon Country warriors. Frost lightning, flame venom, blades and wooden stakes. All kinds of strange attack methods. The power of a single formation may not be strong. But the ultra-high density of almost one formation per 4 square meters makes people dare not rush in. The magicians tried their best to withstand the attack from above. And 9,000 formation masters tried their best to destroy the formation. But the speed of breakthrough was still not fast. Chapter 787 forced to retreat again. Okay, we are out. Auxiliary Corps, hurry up and treat the Grandmaster. Shield warriors line up for protection. Magicians start chanting. Array masters activate the array platform. Yes, sir. 6 hours later, Li Sen and his team destroyed most of the array in the tunnel, leaving the last 100 meters, and the tunnel hall undestroyed. The army rushed out directly against the magic defense. Outside the tunnel is a cave. A huge cave with 7 entrances and exits that Dragon Country has already discovered. General Li, if you come for another a quarter of an hour, we will retreat. Huang Rong's voice was tired and a little dissatisfied. Sorry. Our intelligence was wrong. We didn't expect that the monster formations would become more and more powerful as we went deeper into the monster world. It's really troublesome. Li Wanbing could only smile bitterly. And then the army quickly dispersed. Combined shield skills and shield wall. Forbidden spell 9 heavens fiery flame. Combined healing spell great light blessing spell. All 3 professions used their best skills to stabilize the front line. Force back the approaching monsters. And heal the entire army at the same time. The blazing white flames, like catkins blown by the wind, spread out slowly but quickly covering a radius of 1 kilometer. And then the spreading speed slowed down. And the inner circle of flames continued to press out. The magicians maintained the forbidden spell while drinking magic recovery potions, striving to spread the 9 heavens fiery flame further and drive the monsters further away. The Grandmasters were treated by the priest's healing spells, and the injuries caused by the monsters, who had been beating them for 6 hours in a row, were quickly healed. And the light of the army formation became bright again. Li Sen led the formation master to follow the spreading white flames, laying out the formation platforms in circles and activating them. There are 2 types of these formation platforms. Small 5 elements defense formation and small 6 combinations defense formation. Although both formations have the word small. The biggest feature of these 2 formations is that they are easy to be compatible. After the formation is activated, the 2 adjacent formations can be connected to each other, expanding the formation range and strengthening the formation defense. Soon, a circle of 5 color formations connected together, and a huge 5-color defense shield covering a radius of 800 meters covered the area. Bang, bang, bang. Although the monsters were forced to retreat, they were not dead, and were still casting spells from a distance, making the colorful shield shake. Following this, a light red defense shield also lit up, adding another layer of protection outside the colorful shield. After multiple means, the monsters' attacks could no longer hit the Grandmaster's army formation. Li Wanbing hurriedly called the Grandmasters. Miss Huang, you can come down to rest and recover. No hurry, we can also recover slowly in the air. Wait until you activate more defense formations before going down. That's fine. With the Grandmaster in the air, the army is safer, and Li Wanbing will naturally not force it. Boom, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from above the cave, and sand and rocks kept falling. No way. Li Wanbing smiled bitterly, having a bad feeling in his heart. Boom, swoosh, 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 boom, crash. There were 2 more loud noises, and the sand and rocks on the top of the cave fell faster. More and bigger. Retreat! Li Wanbing shouted unwillingly, and immediately led the army to retreat into the tunnel. It was obvious that there were a large number of powerful monsters, which were hitting the cave outside, preparing to knock it down and bury the Dragon Kingdom army in the cave. Boom! Boom! Just as the magician and the formation master had just retreated into the tunnel, and the auxiliary army had just begun to retreat, huge rocks the size of cars began to fall from the cave above. Moonlight was falling in the cracks. Luckily, the formation master had activated 2 circles of defense formations, and held up the boulders at this time. Otherwise, Even if they would not be buried alive, they would be trapped. However, Huang Rong was disdainful. So far, she had not sensed the arrival of the breath of the divine beast. Humph! You want to bury me alive. You little monsters can't do it. A round punch with military formation skills. After being frustrated for most of the day, Huang Rong, who was in charge of the rear, couldn't stand it anymore, directly mobilized half of her true energy, and punched upward fiercely. A huge 330-meter wide true energy fist instantly flew out of her hand, breaking a crack, and smashed into a group of huge figures outside the crack with violent force. Gaw! After a short scream, large pieces of blood fell. This punch was powerful and accurate. It shocked the monsters behind it once, and there was no thumping sound for a while. After the auxiliary army and the Grandmaster returned to the tunnel easily, the thumping sound was heard again, and soon the entire cave collapsed completely. Everyone retreat first. We will destroy all the formations in the monster tunnel, and then start to set up the formation. Seeing that Li Wanbing, Huang Rong, and the commanders of the military region all looked unhappy, Li Sun stood up and broke the silence. Okay. I will mobilize resources immediately. You just start. Let's go to the back tunnel to meditate and regulate our breathing. Once the monster comes in, we will kill it. Li Wanbing and Huang Rong nodded in agreement with Li Sun's words, and the army was busy again, each doing their own job. Li Sun brought 800 formation masters of level 6 or above, and worked together to destroy the monster formation in the tunnel hall, and then hurried to set up the 6-in-1 energy storage formation. This formation is very effective in absorbing the long-range attacks of monsters, as long as there are no weird absorption properties. It took more than 5 hours for 800 people to set up the formation at the same time. But this property was a bit unsatisfactory. 6-in-1 energy storage formation LV-160. Use a special energy field to absorb and store energy of poison, darkness, water, and wind attributes, including spiritual power, magic power, internal force, and technological force. 10,000/16 billion. This is the first time that Li Sun arranged the 6-in-1 energy storage formation, and it can only absorb 4 types of energy. The previous formations can absorb at least 6 types of energy. The most powerful one can absorb all the attributes, even the attacks of space and time attributes. This time he also inlaid 432 demon pills in the formation, but he didn't expect the attributes to be so bad. Senior Li Sun, how about we remove this formation and arrange it again? Su Wanjun identified the attributes and suggested with a tangled look on his face. Li Sun looked at the soil outside the tunnel hall blocked by the shield wall of the shield warriors, and listened to the thumping outside. He shook his head firmly and said, "No need to retreat. Let's quickly set up a formation in the tunnel, and set up another one about 1,000 meters in the tunnel." Okay. Su Wanjun also saw that the durability of the shield wall dropped by nearly 1/10 after a thump, and he could clearly realize that time was running out. Li Sun looked at Huang Rong beside him, thought for a while and said, "Rong, you lead the Grandmasters to set up a formation at the front of the tunnel to prepare for battle. I estimate that the monsters outside may launch a counterattack soon." Okay. Let's hold on first. Huang Rong would naturally not refuse Li Sun's request, but the other Grandmasters looked a little ugly. But they also returned to the front of the tunnel without saying anything. Due to the terrain, they could not form around defensive formation, and could only form the next best thing, silver spear penetrating Japanese formation, and directly turned on the defense mode. They were also afraid of being attacked by beams similar to the previous Linhai plane. They also asked Huang Rong to immediately retreat a distance every time the formation masters successfully set up a circle of formations. As time passed, the thumping sounds outside became more and more frequent. Chapter 788, Array. Weak water cuckoo. Cluck. Cluck. A gentle sound, like the crowing of a hen, replaced the thump. Thump. Thump sound. The cave has been flattened, and the monster outside the tunnel is approaching? But isn't this a bit too loud? I'm already within the 500-meter area of the tunnel. Hearing the sound, Li Sun couldn't help but stop what he was doing in surprise. He handed the unfinished work in his hands to others, and quickly ran to the tunnel hall to check the situation. Hiss hiss hiss. When he approached the exit, among the gurgling sounds, he heard a small sound like the hissing of a snake, very small. If he hadn't listened carefully, he might have ignored it. Have any snakes joined the attack? This may be a bit troublesome. Roma, you guys prepare your military formation skills. Once the ground is opened by the monsters themselves, you will directly blast out. If you feel it's dangerous, you will burst out and then retreat directly. Okay, I understand. Well, be careful of poisonous attacks. Don't leave the tunnel hall. This formation can absorb poisonous attacks. Okay. After instructing Huang Rong, Lee Sin turned back to the tunnel and hurried to set up the formation. Considering that Thunder Rabbit above level 100 can absorb lightning and thunder attribute energy to strengthen and upgrade, this tunnel does not have a thunder attribute formation, but mainly uses formations of ice, wind, gold, and dark attributes, supplemented by sound wave formations. Extreme Ice Ring Formation LV105 condenses the magic elements of heaven and earth, forms an extremely low temperature ice ring, attacks the enemy, causes 105 points of ice damage to all enemies within the attack range. The attack range radius is 420 meters, and the cooling time is 10 seconds. Freeze targets below level 210 for 2 seconds. This formation has very low attack power, but the effect is amazing. It freezes targets below level 210 for 2 seconds. So far, except for those divine beasts that have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, no monster beasts have ever reached level 210. There is no super strong master of level 210 in the world of warriors, and the freezing time of 2 seconds is enough to do a lot of things. It is not a problem to kill a grandmaster of level 209. This freezing effect is a bit amazing. After Lee Sin arranged this formation, he had the messenger send the formation diagram back to Longwu. This formation barely reached the advanced level, but the difficulty of setting up the formation was only that of the intermediate level formation. It will become a formation that all formation masters in Longwu must learn. Of course, the freezing effects arranged by different people will definitely be different. It is impossible for everyone to arrange the formation to level 105, and it is impossible for all level 105 formations to freeze to level 210. Currently, 6 formations have been successfully arranged in the tunnel. The highest is this 105 level formation. The lowest is 98 level formation, and the freezing level is below 180 level formation. Although it has some shortcomings, it is definitely a powerful formation. Compressed Wind Blade Formation LV110 shoots a compressed wind blade in the specified direction, causing 5,500 damage to the enemy, with an attack range of 1,100 meters and a cooling time of 3 seconds. This is a formation with a long range and extremely high damage, but it can only shoot a wind blade, which is a pity to continuously cut and attack in the specified direction. However, this formation is mainly used to cooperate with the Extreme Ice Ring Formation, using the wind blade to cut the frozen enemy directly into 2 pieces. Even if it cannot be killed immediately, it can cause a lot of damage and make the enemy lose its combat effectiveness. Arrow Rain Formation LV104, condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming 1,040 small arrows, causing 410 damage per arrow to enemies within a range of 400 meters. Cooling time 10 seconds. The attack of this formation is still not high, but the number is large and the penetration is strong. It is used to attack frozen targets. It can maximize the number of enemies injured and make them lose their combat effectiveness. The final attack formation is the main formation that harvests the enemy's life. Suffocating Shadow LV121 gathers the dark attribute aura and magic elements of heaven and earth, and causes 1,200 points of dark attribute damage per second to all enemies within a radius of 200 meters. This formation is an intermediate formation, and it is not difficult to set up. The biggest feature is that as long as the formation has sufficient energy, it can continuously attack the enemies within the formation's attack range. However, the disadvantage is also obvious. Anyone who is not an idiot will quickly run out of the attack range. So there are many formation masters who know how to set up formations, but they are rarely set up at ordinary times. Only here is the tunnel. And there is also the Extreme Ice Ring Formation. Freezing the enemy can achieve a good killing effect. First freeze, then injure and cripple, and finally corrode and kill. As for the Sound Wave Attack Formation, it will be placed in the area of about 1,500 meters before starting to set up the formation, so that the musicians and singers will be stationed at the back, which is safer. Take a break first, and then set up the formation after you recover. The 7th circle of formations was successfully arranged, and the formation masters were already exhausted and listless, and some of the low-level formation masters even collapsed from exhaustion for the 2nd time. High intensity, fast speed, and high mental concentration in the formation are very damaging to the body and mind. He reminded Li Wanbing to retreat if they couldn't hold on, and fell asleep in the back seat of a jeep. In order to facilitate the retreat of the army and prevent accidents, the military district dispatched a large number of small, light, and fast jeeps as a means of transportation, which was just right for the formation masters to experience first. At lightning speed, they returned directly to the fortress outside the tunnel and rested in the rest area where the recovery and treatment formation was set up. On the other side, Li Wanbing looked at the formation master who was leaving the tunnel, and told the soldiers to take a short rest on both sides of the tunnel, and then go to the front of the tunnel to check the durability of the shield wall. 130,000/1,000,000. Without the continuous input of fighting spirit from the shield warriors, the durability of the shield wall dropped quickly. But until now, there is still soil outside the shield wall, and no monsters have dug up the soil to attack them. This is a bit weird. It is impossible that the monster tribe took the initiative to block this tunnel, right? This is completely inconsistent with the habits of monsters. And after the thumping sound outside disappeared, the snake-like hissing sound became more obvious. Generally, be careful. We can feel that there are a lot of beasts gathering outside, more than the beasts on the Linhai plain. Just when Li Wanbing was curious, Wang Rong suddenly reminded him with a serious look. She had a feeling that the beasts were about to launch a shocking attack. Really? Then I'll trouble Ms. Huang to hold them off for a while. This was discussed before, but please ask the Auxiliary Legion to start giving us the auxiliary status, and the magicians to start chanting magic. Prepare to attack. Okay. Seeing Huang Rong being so serious, Li Wanbing immediately retreated in his heart, ordered to start chanting magic. Prepare for battle. Boom. The next moment, the expected attack came. The mud blocking the exit of the tunnel was instantly split into two sides under the effect of some magic, forming a diagonal tunnel. Yo-yo. Hualala. Amid a deer-like cry, a torrent of water suddenly poured in from the tunnel entrance. This attack was beyond everyone's expectations. But a counterattack was still necessary. The Grand Master and the Magician immediately launched the attack they had prepared long ago. Military formation skill, white rainbow piercing the sun. Forbidden spell, beacon fire spreads all over the prairie. The counterattack skill attribute was not right, but it still had a good effect. The light golden gun energy almost filled the exit of the tunnel, forcing out the turbid water that had just poured in. Then the sky blue flames also burned outside the tunnel, and continued to spread out. Just when everyone was smiling with satisfaction, an anxious voice trembled and shouted, "Not good, retreat, run, it's Ruoshui." Chapter 789 Use formations to hold back the weak water, a kind of spiritual water from heaven and earth that is unique to the monster world. It can also be said to be poisonous water from heaven and earth. It has incomparable corrosiveness, and is 10,000 times more corrosive than the saliva of slimes. So far, there is no means to resist the corrosion of weak water. At the same time, weak water also has the property of sinking everything. If you are flooded above your ankles, even if you have the ability to fly, you cannot escape alone. You will be completely immobilized, and your feet cannot move. It is simply a magical creation of the conceptual god level. Fortunately, although the weak water looks exactly like ordinary water, the professionals on Blue Star have the habit of using identification to check everything. They identified weak water at the first time, and retreated at the first time. Hey, the weak water doesn't seem to chase us in. After retreating 1,000 meters, someone suddenly exclaimed, and everyone stopped. The magician probed his mental power to the back, and everyone was amazed. The weak water really didn't continue to pour into the tunnel. Then a warrior and magician used their flying skills to fly back to check. Fuck. Is this possible? I saw that 1/3 of the entire tunnel hall had been flooded, and it directly flooded the top of the hall. The aqua blue array light in the hall shone, completely illuminating the tunnel hall, and even illuminating the tunnel where the professionals were standing for 200 or 300 meters. It's the 6-in-1 energy storage array. The 6-in-1 energy storage array can actually absorb all the weak water? It's amazing. Don't be happy too soon. The corrosiveness of weak water can dissolve everything, and it may corrode the entire 6-in-1 energy storage array. Quick! Send someone to invite Li Xin and other high-level array masters here immediately. Quick! Someone shouted urgently. And immediately a professional rushed back to Blue Star. Wang Rong and other grandmasters ran fast and far, and only flew back belatedly at this time. Generally, is this really the weak water that can dissolve everything and sink everything? Did you see it wrong? Wang Rong looked at the clear water wall, and asked Li Wanbing curiously. It is weak water. There is no mistake. We professionals have identification skills. We can identify and confirm. Moreover, this weak water is of legendary quality. Even if it is mythical quality, it can be corroded into slag quickly. Li Wanbing nodded very firmly and cast an identification spell on the water wall in front of him. Weak water, legend LV230, dissolve everything. Sink everything. Can dissolve all items below mythical quality level 165. Dissolve all living and non-living substances of legendary and legendary quality level 230. Although the quality of the weak water in front of me is not the highest, but this level is really too violent. 230 level, 1 all, 1 everything you can see its horror. Blue Star has been attacked by weak water twice so far. 2 weak water lakes with a width of more than 900 meters were created in the Blackstone Kingdom and the beautiful country. Anything that falls into the weak water lake will be transformed into a part of the weak water lake, which is a forbidden area for the entire Blue Star. It was also through these 2 weak water attacks that the people of Blue Star remembered the weak water lake deeply. However, after reading the properties of the weak water lake, Li Wanbing admired Li Sin even more. It was incredible that such a terrifying thing could be trapped by a formation. Miss Huang, we'd better retreat first. It's hard to say how long this formation can last. Okay, let's go. After hearing the properties, Li Wanbing said. Huang Rong also understood the horror of this weak water. It was the kind of weak water in myths and legends. When Huang Rong ordered to retreat, the Grand Masters immediately formed a military formation and flew quickly to the outer Blue Star. Now they may have a shadow on the monster world. Forget the terrifying beasts. The legendary powerful weak water has also appeared. Will the gods emerge in the future? The Grand Masters just flew out of the tunnel and happened to meet Li Sin, who was flying quickly. They didn't have time to say hello. Li Sin rushed into the tunnel like a meteor. You follow the arrangements of the Dragon Country soldiers and rest first. Huang Rong gave instructions, left the army formation, and followed Li Sin into the tunnel again. Grandmasters such as Kant smiled strangely, with burning expectations in their eyes. After landing, they asked the Dragon Country soldiers on the ground to arrange food, drink and rest for them. Without any courtesy, Huang Rong soon caught up with Li Sin, carried him on her back under his resentful eyes, and continued to fly to the other end of the tunnel. Li Lang, your condition seems to have not recovered yet. Will there be danger? I don't know. But if there is danger, we can still escape. Well, okay. Huang Rong twitched her mouth and nodded when Li Sin said escape so straightforwardly and naturally. This didn't seem like something Li Sin would do. Li Sin was never a pedantic person. He would run away when in danger, but he would never watch his compatriots fall into danger because of him, and run for his life. So, she just took it as a joke. Huang Rong's flying speed was faster than Li Sin's. Even if she was holding a person, it took only 10 seconds. She flew directly through the nearly 10-kilometer tunnel and arrived at the tunnel hall of the monster world. The water light had filled 3/4 of the tunnel hall. Li Sin, check quickly, how long can this formation last? Does it need to be reinforced? Should the whole army retreat? Can you set up a few more of these formations? As soon as they stopped, Li Wanbing anxiously pulled Li Sin's hand and asked, let me check it first. Li Sin did not give an answer immediately, but immediately inserted his spiritual sense into the weak water, trying to pass through the weak water to check the situation of the 6 combinations energy storage formation. The next second, he covered his head and took 2 steps back, and bumped into Huang Rong's arms behind him, and was carefully hugged. Li Lang, how are you? No big problem. My consciousness entered the weak water, and was quickly dissolved. But I wasn't injured. Li Sin rubbed his head, which was a little stinging, and soon he felt better. Weak water, although it is terrifying, it will not attack people with consciousness. It is actually a strange object with passive attack properties. When you don't provoke it, it will be so quiet and stay there safely, without any danger. Only if you enter the weak water to seek death, there will be real fatal danger. Thinking of this, Li Sin did not listen to what Li Wanbing said, but looked at the ground and the ceiling of the tunnel hall. Calculating whether the little blank space could be used to set up the formation, he had calculated. The safe area was only 20 meters away. It was really dangerous to enter and set up the formation. If you were not careful, you would be flooded by the expanding weak water. He did not want to take risks. After recovering a little, he immediately used the spiritual sense carving formation skill to carve the spiritual water moisturizing formation in the gaps between the blank formations. An intermediate formation with water and soil attributes, Not difficult, usually not very useful. Now it depends on whether the calculation is accurate. As weak water continued to spread, Leeson had to stop after only arranging 17 formations. Leeson, I have notified all the formation masters. They are arranging the 6 combinations energy storage formation in the tunnel hall of Blue Star. Do you want to go back and preside over it? When he tiredly stopped arranging the formation, Li Wanbing hurried over to remind him. In fact, he wanted Leeson and them to run quickly. Weak water it is less than 3 meters away, and it will overflow the scope of the tunnel hall. Leeson shook his head tiredly, but smiled and said, no need to retreat, weak water is coming. Looking at the weak water that is so clear that you can see the soil outside the tunnel hall, the worries in his heart have disappeared. In the clear weak water, he can see the 17 formations he just set up, which are flashing with faint blue light, and the formations are effective. Chapter 790. When the water is full, it will overflow. A question from the top. Is this also possible? Standing in the tunnel, looking at the clear weak water in front of him that could see the sky, Li Wanbing was so excited that his voice trembled. The weak water, which has the property of dissolving everything, was actually controlled by Leeson's formation. After the weak water flooded the entire tunnel hall, it really did not spread into the tunnel. It works. Weak water dissolves everything, but its property is still water, so the formation with water property can guide it. You are really awesome. Li Wanbing gave Leeson a thumbs up, and the others around him also gave a big thumbs up. Yes. Weak water is also water. There are so many smart people on Blue Star. How could they not have thought of using formations to control it? But so far, Leeson is the only one on the entire Blue Star who can control weak water. This makes everyone have to admire him. 12 hours have passed, and the weak water has not penetrated in. I guess there will be no accidents. I have to lead people to set up all the formations in the tunnel. Yes. 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 Leeson, quickly set up the formations. It would be best to set up more 6 combinations energy storage formations. Yes. I thought so too. I will set up 5 more. Thank you for your hard work. No. It's my duty. Leeson said a few words to Li Wanbing, then turned around and flew away, organizing the formation masters to disperse and set up the formations. The senior array master naturally arranged the 6-in-1 energy storage array, and arranged one every kilometer or so, and directly cleared the first circle of attack arrays behind the tunnel hall, and arranged the second array. The news that the array arrangement in the tunnel hall of Blue Star failed has just been reported back, mainly because the height of the Blue Star tunnel is 36 meters, and the width is 100 meters. And the space is not enough to complete the precise and complicated 6-in-1 energy storage array. So the array can only be arranged in the passage of the monster world. It took 8 days to successfully arrange the 5 arrays. During this period, there were several times when the water attribute absorption was not activated, and it could only be cleared and rearranged. He also added more spiritual water moisturizing array to the new array, so that if weak water really breaks through the previous array, it can last longer. During this period, the low and middle level array masters also completed the array layout of 1920 meters, which was still activated by Lee Senator next. Leeson can take a short break, and Su Wanjun and other high-level array masters will lead the team to complete the array layout of the remaining tunnels. There is no sound wave array in the first 2 kilometers. Only extreme ice ring array, compressed wind blade array, rain of arrows array, and suffocating shadow 4 arrays are arranged. Tightly arrange the array, enhance the attack power. After passing the Lyoha energy storage array at 2 kilometers, the first array is the sound wave attack array. Tianyin shock explosion life-taking array LV-108. Gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and magic elements. Form a special force field. Amplify the sound wave attack in the array by 4 times, and increase the volume by 2 times to attack the enemy. Coverage range. Radius 2016 meters. The same sound wave attack array, after further optimization and transformation, reduce the attack increase and volume increase of the sound wave, strengthen the attack distance, and the attack range just covered the tunnel hall. And the characteristic of the sonic attack is that after the attack range is exceeded, there is also an effect of attenuation after the attack range of the 2016 meter formation. Although the attack will weaken quickly after being refracted through the tunnel, it is still more than enough to attack enemies within a kilometer. In order to pursue a greater killing effect, only one heavenly sound shock explosion life-taking formation is deployed every 500 meters or so, and the other 4 attack formations are mainly used. Huh? The energy storage of the first Lioha energy storage formation is actually full. So fast. On the 10th day of the weak water attack, when Lee Sin activated a new heavenly sound shock explosion life-taking formation, a consciousness induction came to make him happy. And then, he walked towards the tunnel hall. Lee Sin, it's bad. They had only walked for a short while when they met Yi Long flying towards them. Uncle Yi, did the weak water spread in? Yes, you know? Seeing that Lee Sin was still calm, and even had a hint of joy, Yi Long's anxious mood eased a lot. Well, I know, this is as expected. The formation is full of energy, and the speed of energy transmission backwards cannot keep up with the speed of energy absorption of the formation, so the weak water can only overflow to the back. He had expected this to happen a long time ago, so he replaced the first circle of formations in the tunnel with another 6-in-1 energy storage formation. Oh! Since you predicted it, then there must be no problem. After hearing Lee Sin's explanation, Yi Long breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the depths of the tunnel with him. As expected, as Lee Sin expected, the weak water just slowly flowed into the Lioha energy storage formation behind, like a trickle. The formation that originally shone with blue light in the hall of the tunnel has now completely extinguished its spiritual light, and it looks like there is no formation. This is the formation that has been completed, and the energy has been charged to perfection, a state of returning to nature. He put his spiritual consciousness on it, and tried to use the identification technique to identify it again, and got an identification result of 303 days of duration. It worked. The duration of the formation has really increased. When he arranged the 6-in-1 energy storage formation in other tunnels, he was conscious of preserving the formation for a long time. The formation patterns and the carving of the formation were deliberately integrated with the formation patterns and the tunnel space. And he tried to create a formation that could be permanently fixed in the tunnel. However, the other tunnels have not been successful until now. But this time it finally succeeded. I have to remember the adjustment details of this formation, and then I will modify those formations. When Lee Sin finished recording on the formation tablet, after adjusting the formation details, he looked up and saw Sun Wenyong and others looking at him nervously. Beside them was a middle-aged man in a general's uniform. Lee Sin, since this tunnel has been submerged by the weak water, the military wants to change the tunnel to build an outpost base. Do you have any suggestions? The general, seeing Lee Sin looking up, directly raised his question. Lee Sin saluted formally, and then answered seriously. Reporting to Chief Lu, my suggestion is not to provoke the monster world before the Dragon Kingdom is strong enough, because the monsters are too powerful, and it will cause huge casualties. Well, the military and the government have considered this. You just need to choose the most suitable tunnel from the other 4 tunnels to open up a base in the other world. This, Lee Sin looked at General Lu Pengjun in front of him, and his brows furrowed. He still felt that the military was too radical. He naturally knew the person who came. He was one of the 5 generals of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 5 people in the highest decision-making level of the Dragon Kingdom military, and he could even be said to be the highest decision-maker. General Lu Pengjun came to ask him in person, which showed the determination of the military. But the monster world outside the other 4 tunnels has mythical beasts, which are definitely not suitable for building a base. Jialong, tree monsters, Quadio are all very dangerous and powerful beings. Night Bat Cave cannot be set up, which is even more dangerous. The really slightly safer place is actually 7 Monster Cave. At least no mythical beasts have appeared within tens of thousands of kilometers outside. Even this weak water, under the effect of its formation, can still be absorbed slowly. The question is how long it will take. Report to Chief Lu, I think the most suitable tunnel for building a base in another world is the 7 Monster Cave under our feet. Well, do you still think that this tunnel is suitable for building a base? His answer not only surprised Lu Pengjun, but also the others with unbelievable looks. Chapter 791 Success, Inspecting the Dragon Country Defense Formation. Yes, I still think this tunnel is more suitable for building a base. Lee Sin affirmed with absolute certainty, and then carefully explained the dangers of the other 4 tunnels, and the advantages of this tunnel. Everyone knows about the 2 weak water lakes on Blue Star, right? After corroding more than 600 meters of soil, a layer of mud that can hold weak water was formed at the bottom of the lake. According to this characteristic, it can be inferred that, as long as a period of time passes, a weak water lake will be formed outside the tunnel. As long as we take advantage of the situation, this weak water lake will be a protective barrier for us. In addition, the level of the monsters outside the tunnel has always been low, and no mythical beasts have appeared in the past 100 years. so it will be relatively easy to defend. The last point is that the Lyoha energy storage array can not only control the weak water, but also protect the safety of the tunnel and the military area behind the tunnel. As he said this, he pointed to the tunnel hull where the blue sky could be seen, and continued, "The ground outside has been corroded to a deep level. If the soil layer outside the tunnel hull cannot be lowered below the tunnel hull in a month, we will completely abandon this tunnel. If it can be lowered, we will wait patiently until our formation absorbs all the weak water." Hearing Li Sin's words, Lu Pongjun frowned slightly, and in front of Li Sin, he discussed with Sun Wenyong and others, and studied the feasibility of Li Sin's method. He wanted Li Sin to occupy the tree demon forest. After all, the blocking formation there had been arranged in the monster world, and there was a foundation for building a base. But Sun Wenyong and Qian Duke hurried to stop them, because they had personally witnessed the number of monsters and divine beasts there, and knew all kinds of strange attack methods of those plant monsters. Although they were able to seal the tunnel, it was absolutely impossible to expand the base. Not to mention other things. The various toxins of the plant-type monsters could poison countless professionals. They were able to quickly complete the sealing formation, which caught the monster off guard. If they had not retreated in time, they would have been dead by now. Bai Chong had contacted them a few days ago, and smiled and thanked him for being cautious enough and not going out to take risks. Now the outside of the tunnel is already filled with poison. Well, let's wait a month and see. Lu Pongjun heard everyone's dissuasion, sighed helplessly, turned around and patted Li Sin on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Li Sin, Longwood is under great pressure now. Although we have been initially separated from the warrior world, and the passage to the monster world has been blocked, there are more and more monsters and warriors on the blue planet outside the four-element defense array, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe one day the four-element defense will be broken. We must improve the strength of the whole people as soon as possible. And the spiritual herbs and medicines in the monster world are the best way to accelerate the growth of the strength of ordinary people." "Yes, I understand," Li Sin answered at attention. He has always known that the pressure faced by Dragon Country is great, but he didn't expect that the four-element defense array has reached the point where it could be broken at any time. Li Wanbing only reported good news to him before, not bad news. In that case, Su Wanjun will be in charge of setting up the other formations in the tunnel this month. I will take Dragon Country for a tour during this time, check the situation of the four-element defense formation, and study new defense formations. Okay, I will send a fighter formation to protect you. Lu Pongjun was not polite, and nodded in agreement with Li Sin. After all, there are more and more alien monsters in the entire Blue Star, and they are getting stronger and stronger. If the defense is not strengthened as soon as possible, it is easy to get into danger. Li Sin saluted, and after confirming that there would be no accidents with the Lyoha energy storage formation, he immediately found Su Wanjun and Gao Yuaning, and handed them over the remaining formation arrangement work for the tunnel. In particular, he spent 2 days teaching them several auxiliary small formations that might help the formation extend its life, and asked them to set up the formation for experiment. If the formation can be permanently fixed in the tunnel by absorbing energy, it will greatly reduce the difficulty and resource investment of Blue Star in defending the tunnel. After explaining these tasks, he rested for a day, cleared his mind about blocking the tunnel, and then began to fly around under the protection of the Snapdragon Flight 4 Squadron, inspecting the formations in various parts of Dragon Country. Overall, the arrangement of the earth, water, fire and wind four elements defense formation was very successful. And after 7 years of improvement by more excellent formation masters like Su Wanjun, the defense was even more successful than when he first designed it. Now the entire super formation can defend against attacks from divine beasts. But the premise is that the number of divine beasts cannot be too many. According to Li Sin's induction calculation, no more than 30 divine beasts below level 203 can withstand simultaneous attacks. A divine beast of level 204 can withstand 20 beasts, and a divine beast of level 205 can only withstand 10 beasts. It is indeed not optimistic, but it is not so bad. Except for a few special monsters. Most monsters are stronger as they grow larger. There have not been a large number of god-level monsters appearing on Blue Star, but Li Sin knows that the great masters of the warrior world, the magicians and warriors of the magic world, have bodies similar to humans. Most monsters are not big, and they can pass through all the tunnels. If these god-level creatures rush out of the tunnels in large numbers and rush into Blue Star. Dragon Country will still be very dangerous. After a round, he had a general idea of how to set up the formation, but it was very difficult to perfect it. He had to learn more about formations, perfect the formation system he had learned, and discuss the feasibility of the idea with other formation masters. He also had to observe and collect information about the terrain of Blue Star to prepare for his own idea. However, after only flying for 23 days, he was summoned back to the 7-monster cave. This time it was good news. Haha, Lee Sin. You are really awesome. The weak water really fell to the ground of the tunnel hall. And our third level 6 combinations energy storage formation did not even have enough energy. But it absorbed all the weak water. Too awesome. Ha ha ha. We have sent people to set up the formation and clean up the weak water lake in the Dragon Country. The mud at the bottom of the lake must be the best preparation material. As soon as they saw Lee Sin coming back, Li Wanbing, Sun Wenyong, and Qian Dooku excitedly surrounded him, patted his shoulders, and laughed excitedly. Solving a dangerous and strange object that even god-level monsters dare not set foot on will give them more advantages in future battles against monsters. And they can even turn weak water into a weapon to attack monsters. Compared with the excitement of the three, Lee Sin thought of another question. Has the weak water completely disappeared? Then is the blocking formation between the second and third layers of the 6-in-1 energy storage formation still there? Yes. It's gone. The weak water is extremely corrosive. It only submerged the formation for an hour, and our formation was destroyed. After that, all traces of the formation were wiped out in just 5 minutes. But it doesn't matter. Su Wanjun and the others are already rearranging the formation. Hearing Lee Sin's inquiry, Li Wanbing smiled and comforted him. This was expected. No one was nervous, except Lee Senator Lieutenant General Sun. Please pass my last improved 6-in-1 energy accumulation formation to the military. And let the idle formation masters modify the 4 previous authentic formations, and replace them all with the improved formations. Haha. Don't worry. We have thought of your worries, and are already making modifications and adjustments. Hearing Lee Sin's words, Sun Wenyong laughed again. These veterans. They have considered wars, and battle formations much more than Lee Sin. Chapter 792. The terrain has changed drastically, and another charge is planned. Indeed, Lee Sin is only 32 years old now. The youngest Li Wanbing is 94 years old. Sun Wenyong is 109 years old. And Qian Dooku is 114 years old. In the old days, they were all old and immortal. And their experience were not comparable to Lee Sin's. Putting aside the worry about the transformation of other tunnel formations, he turned his attention to the situation of the 7-monster cave. Now the monitoring at the front of the tunnel has been destroyed by weak water, and it is impossible to see the situation outside the tunnel. The weak water in the tunnel has just been absorbed, and the military has not sent anyone out to explore. Uncle Sun, how about sending a drone to the other side for reconnaissance? Yes, that's a good idea. The logistics department and the technical department will arrive soon to conduct the first step of reconnaissance. In addition, we have contacted the Grandmaster team recuperating in the rear, and they will arrive later. Then wait. I will check the situation of the 2 formations in front. After saying goodbye, Lee Sin passed the formation masters, who were setting up the formation, and came to the second 6-in-1 energy storage formation, and cast an identification spell. Lyoha Energy Storage Array LV-161 uses a special energy field to absorb and store energy of poison, water, wind, fire, earth, and wood attributes, including spiritual power, magic power, internal force, and technological force. Energy, 16.1 billion/16.1 billion duration, 697 days. Hey, the level of the formation has been upgraded by 1 level, which is a pleasant surprise. The duration has more than doubled, which is even more rare. Maybe I can extend the duration. Thinking in his heart, Lee Sin's consciousness spread out, covering the formation, and then activated the spiritual sense control array skill. And the energy stored in the formation was quickly consumed, and 6 colors of light lit up, illuminating the entire tunnel. With the rapid consumption of energy, the duration of the 6-in-1 energy storage formation increased rapidly. Every 100,000 points of energy could increase the duration by 1 day. The effect exceeded Lee Sin's initial expectation. He was still thinking that it would be great if 10 million points of energy could increase the duration by 1 day. Even if 100 million points increased the duration by 1 day, he would be fine. He did not expect that 100,000 points could increase the duration by 1 day. It was really great. He directly consumed 16 billion energies and increased the duration of the formation by 16,000 days, directly bringing the duration to 45.5 years. Ha! Now it is really possible to create a permanent formation. Looking at the duration of the formation that was identified, Lee Sin could not help but burst into laughter. Then he went forward another 80 meters, stood at the entrance of the tunnel hall, and released his spiritual consciousness to perform the previous operation. This formation has been upgraded to level 163, storing 16.3 billion energies. He waved his hand and directly used up 16.2 billion energies, leaving only 100 million points, pushing the formation's duration to 46.5 years. Roar, 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 whoosh, whoosh. When Lee Sin was manipulating the formation, the monsters outside saw the light shining in the tunnel, and seemed to be frightened, and directly launched a long-range attack. Countless colorful spells poured into the tunnel hall, and were all absorbed by the 6 combinations energy storage formation and turned into formation energy. Lee Sin, are you okay? Are the monsters outside stimulated? They are starting to attack now. The loud noise of the monsters' attack naturally disturbed the Dragon Kingdom army in the tunnel. Soon Li Wanbing rushed over with the soldiers. It's okay. I'm using the energy of the formation to exchange for the formation's duration. The monsters' attack came at the right time. It's just that the level and strength of these monsters should not be good enough. The energy of the formation added by each attack is a little small. As he said this, Lee Sin pouted his lips in dissatisfaction. He was a little dissatisfied with the attack power of the monsters outside. The level of the monsters attacking this time does not seem to be high. The attack seems to be overwhelming. But under the absorption of the 6-in-1 energy storage array, each spell can only provide more than 100 points of array energy, which is much weaker than the attacks encountered in the previous tunnels. Uncle Sun first organized the magicians to release a round of defensive magic. The 6-in-1 energy storage array in the tunnel hall can only absorb 4 types of energy attributes. It must be defended, and then send the drone out for reconnaissance. The monsters can attack us, so we can be sure that the weak water lake is not too wide. We need to be careful of the monster's ambush. Understood. I'll arrange it now. Sun Wenyong's face was also very excited. He had already determined that the duration of the array in front of him had been extended to 46.5 years. And he also thought of the possibility of permanently solidifying the array. Magical light shone, and a series of defensive walls rose behind the tunnel hall, isolating the magic spells of the monsters that were rushing into the tunnel. The defense was timely. The attributes of the magic spells that attacked the tunnel were still increasing, and the power was also rapidly increasing. The 3 drone charges of the military district were all blown up by endless spells as soon as they went out. However, the simple terrain conditions were also detected. Outside the tunnel hall, the original cave has disappeared. Now it is a lake with a radius of more than 600 meters. The lake is a regular circle, with water inlet and outlet on the east and west sides, and the width is about 100 meters. Around the lake are continuous black rocks over 300 meters high. The higher they go, the higher they are. There are countless monsters on the mountains. However, because the drone was destroyed quickly, it was not possible to detect more accurate information. After giving the collected information in detail to the Grand Master such as Huang Rong who arrived later, Sun Wenyong asked nervously, Ms. Huang, look at the terrain outside, can you rush out? Not sure, because we are not sure if we will be sucked directly into the weak water lake after flying out of the tunnel. We have been to the weak water lake in Longbo before. Once the altitude drops to 99 meters, we will not be able to fly, and will be directly sucked into the weak water by the strange rules of the weak water. When flying over the weak water lake at an altitude of more than 100 meters, we will also feel a huge suction force. Only when it exceeds 999 meters can we completely avoid the suction of the weak water. Huang Rong's face was solemn, and she even thought of backing out. Weak water lake is just after exiting the tunnel. Such terrain is not suitable for the Grandmasters to perform. It is very likely that they will be pulled into the weak water and drowned as soon as they go out. Ms. Huang, the military district has prepared high elastic fiber ropes. You can tie them up before going out. It can ensure that even if you fall into the weak water lake, you can still be pulled up. Sun Wenyong has considered it thoroughly and has anticipated the concerns of Huang Rong and others, and has prepared a backup plan. In that case, Lieutenant General Sun. Prepare the magic attack. Let's start preparing to set off. Wang Rong pondered for a moment, looked at Li Sin's expectant eyes, and finally nodded, agreeing to Sun Wenyong's request. Uncle Sun. First use the wind forbidden spell to use the maximum range attack to disperse the monsters. And then use the wind forbidden spell. Then let the drone fly to the shore of Ruoshui Lake with a high fiber rope. After staring at the picture on the wall for a while, Li Sin suddenly put forward his new suggestion. Remember? As soon as the drone leaves the tunnel, it will immediately rise to a higher place. And it should be able to fly over the Ruoshui Lake outside. Really? Oh, I understand. Use the wind system to send the drone out. And then set up a layer of rope net on the Ruoshui Lake to give the Grandmaster a foothold. Ha! Good idea. I'll arrange it now. Hearing what Li Sin said, Sun Wenyong immediately helped him improve the battle plan. Yes. Li Sin silently raised a thumb. Chapter 793. The attack went smoothly. Forbidden spell. Blazing fire destroys the city. Since Li Sin made the suggestion, it was not until 9 hours later that Sun Wenyong and Li Wanding organized the 2 forbidden spells. The magicians with the 3 attributes of earth, ice, and would first released a row of defensive magic to block the spell shot in from outside. The magicians immediately rushed into the tunnel hall, set up their formations, and launched the forbidden spells that had been charged for a long time. The sky quickly turned red, and red fireballs fell from the sky, from small to large, and were already the size of tires when they landed. Boom, 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 boom. Intense explosions continued, but no heat waves were transmitted in. Any fireballs that fell on weak water would be instantly extinguished by the weak water. It would also absorb the energy in it. Even the forbidden spells could not cause the weak water to ripple a little. It was really terrifying. Fortunately, this time the forbidden spell magic was launched, which covered a wide range, a full radius of 18 kilometers, not only successfully forced back the monsters outside, but also killed many monsters that were close and did not retreat in time. There were nearly 100 magicians who had upgraded after casting the forbidden spell, and they upgraded on the spot. Forbidden spell extreme speed divine storm. When the fire magician had fully released his magic power, without waiting for the forbidden spell fire destroys the city to end, the wind magician immediately filled in, and the violent wind magic was output to the outside of the tunnel without cost. The wind groups composed of blue whirlwinds quickly formed groups, and the wind groups continued to increase, and continued to expand, a huge storm, rising on the calm lake surface, and slowly expanding. The drone team is going. Tens of thousands of drones the size of hens, tied with ropes, flew over the heads of the wind magicians, and rushed directly into the storm. The next moment, bad news came from behind. Not good. The drone lost the signal and cannot be commanded. The drone was affected by the weak water rule, and the monitoring signal disappeared. In just 3 seconds, good news came one after another. Success? The monitoring signal was restored, and the first drone successfully landed on the other side. The flight control signal was restored, and another drone successfully flew out. Of the 100 drones I controlled, only 13 successfully landed. My situation is better, with 29 landing. 241915. The drone operators reported their data one by one, with a maximum of 29 and a minimum of only 6. Although the drones suffered heavy losses, the initial plan to tie the rope net went smoothly. After the operator quickly connected the data to the internet, the drones that landed on the other side quickly dispersed and gathered, and landed at a suitable location. High-hardness steel nails were shot out from the belly of the drone, and they were firmly nailed to the ground. A rope net composed of 4,925 highly elastic fiber ropes was quickly formed. Although it was a bit sparse, it was enough. Let's go! Step on the rope net and go directly to the other side to form a formation. The first-class extreme speed god storm came to an end. The wind quickly dissipated outside the tunnel. Wang Rong immediately led the Grandmaster team to rush out, but they did not form a formation and set out. Instead, they each performed qigong and rushed out on the rope net at the fastest speed. And they were tied with a rope. Puff, puff, puff. Pull. Pull it back quickly. Hearing the sound of water outside, Sun Wenyong immediately ordered to pull the rope. Behind him, more than 4,000 agile warriors, with greater strength immediately pulled the rope. Mine can't pull it. The other side should have landed. Mine moved. Someone come to help. I need help here too. My rope is still extending outward. Soon different responses came back. Those who could be pulled were all great masters, who had fallen into the water, and failed to escape from Weak Water Lake. Once they fell into the water, their bodies would become stiff and unable to move. As long as the soldiers in the rear pulled them back in time, they would not die due to the great master's physical fitness. Moreover, there were not many people in this group. Only more than 1,000 people, and more than 3,000 great masters successfully landed on the other side. The plan was successful. Next, it would depend on the strength of the monsters on the other side. Without the assistance of the wind-forbidden spell, the drone could not fly over Weak Water Lake at all. As long as it entered the range of Weak Water Lake, it would be quickly pulled into the lake by the strange force field of weak water, and melted into water in an instant. This strange force field is not displayed in the attributes, but the effect is powerful, which is considered to be the strongest auxiliary ability of weak water. Outside the tunnel, on the other side of Weak Water Lake, Huang Rong looked at the Grandmaster, who was pulled back to the tunnel, and breathed a sigh of relief. And then shouted loudly, "Use the 6-in-1 army formation to sweep around, and find out the situation of the nearby monsters, as soon as possible." Yes! More than 3,800 Grandmasters quickly formed a 6-in-1 army formation of 42 people in a group, and scattered to kill the black rocks outside the Weak Water Lake. The remaining 30 or so people who were not enough to form a formation quickly gathered around Huang Rong to protect her. The original cave collapsed, and except for the Weak Water Lake in the middle, the rest of the place became a small hill. After the baptism of fire just now, and the strong wind passed through, the soil almost disappeared, leaving only the black rocks. Military Formation Skills 7-star Sword. Military Formation Skills 6 Combination Spear. Military Formation Skills. The Grandmasters acted quickly, and soon, with the rare monster spells, they rushed into the monster group whose formation was still in a mess, and began a one-sided massacre. Chirp! 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 The lightning rabbits and the flame demon rabbits gathered together. Pieces of lightning formed clouds, and rows of fireballs formed walls, covering the Grandmasters who came out. But the level is not higher than 141, which is equivalent to below the 8th level. The strength of the attack is barely up to the 7th level of the warrior. When it hits the Grandmaster who is protected by the military formation, it only creates a little ripple. As soon as the military formation skills of the Grandmasters are used, a large number of corpses fall to the ground, just like mowing the grass. Just a face-to-face. The first line of defense of the surrounding monsters was torn apart. The strength of the monsters is average. Keep up the good work, and kill them. After successfully defeating the coalition of the 2 rabbit monsters, Huang Rong was in a good mood and directly ordered to continue the pursuit. Behind the rabbit monster, there was another coalition of 2 monsters, the sword-horned antelope and the red flame monster bull. Seeing the Grandmaster rushing over, the sword-horned antelope bleated, and hundreds or even thousands of them lowered their heads and raised their horns, shooting sword chi at the Grandmasters. And these sword chi could quickly merge into a powerful sword chi long sword. The space was cut by the sharp sword chi, and ripples appeared, with terrifying power. The red flame monster bull behind also moved, and hundreds of bulls simultaneously sprayed basketball-sized fireballs, which quickly collided and merged together, turning into a house-sized fireball. The temperature of the fireball didn't seem very high, but the air around it kept flowing over, with a strange suction force. 2 kinds of monsters, with the same strategy, working together to attack. Their power was enough to threaten the Grandmaster. However, Grandmasters, like Huang Rong, sneered, "Go around and attack from behind." Following her order, the army formation suddenly accelerated, avoiding the attack from the front. The magic controlled by the monsters together became much faster, but in front of the Grandmaster, such an attack was like a turtle crawling. Ayo. The screams were one after another. Without using military formation skills, the Grandmaster's high attack and high attack speed sufficiently slaughtered the sheep and cattle monsters. Roaring, the 3 monsters at the back, Void Knight Raven, Dual-Headed Pegasus and Vajra Elephant, did not dare to launch an attack and ran away screaming. This round of Grandmaster's attack won the victory before the offensive was fully launched, and created a safe zone. Next, you can bring more people out and build a base. Chapter 794 Rope Bridge, Choosing a Formation. Major General Lee, we have killed hundreds of enemies, and stabilized the front. We can ask the Grandmaster behind to send out more ropes. An hour later, Huang Rong and others retreated, and gathered the scattered high-strength fiber ropes together, forming a half-meter wide rope bridge. Okay, Miss Huang. Please secure the ropes. Don't worry, we'll tie them to the mountain. Li Wanbing quickly dispatched a heavy truck to tie the ropes tight and straighten them. The grandmasters who fell into the water before each pulled hundreds of fiber ropes as thick as thumbs, and rushed over easily on the rope bridge. The rope bridge, which seemed to be tightly collapsed, was pressed down a lot after the grandmaster stepped on it lightly, and bent into a dangerous arc, as if the rope bridge would fall into the water in the next moment. This was because the grandmaster raised his true energy and jumped up lightly, without stepping hard. If he really stood on it, he would probably be pulled into the weak water lake by the powerful force field. In other words, the grandmaster is very powerful, and he has the ability to float in the air. If a professional went up, he would definitely fall into the water. However, soon, professionals were able to cross, as the grandmasters pulled batches of fiber ropes to the other side. A rope bridge 100 meters wide and half a meter thick was built. Professionals could also cross after adding a light body buff. But not too many people could cross the bridge at the same time. Only 2 people could cross at a distance of more than 100 meters. Otherwise, they would still be pulled into the water by the weak water force field. This was a lesson learned at the cost of the lives of 143 level wind magicians. After the first batch of 1,000 wind magicians crossed the bridge, Li Xin and other formation masters began to carefully cross the rope bridge. Only when he walked onto the rope bridge did Li Xin experience the weirdness and power of the weak water force field. As soon as he stepped onto the weak water, a strong and irregular suction force came from his feet, not only pulling him toward the lake, but also swinging him in all directions. At the same time, this strange force field also restricted his magic power. He could only use 20% of his physical strength and 10% of his magic power. In this case, he could only exert less than 10% of his strength. No wonder the great masters before fell into the water because they could not fly high in time. And no wonder anyone who fell into the water could only escape with the help of others. Trying hard to control the balance of the body, struggling to move forward, even Li Xin took 20 minutes to pass the 600-meter wide rope bridge. During this period, thousands of formation masters fell into the weak water lake and were pulled back in time by the soldiers behind. Senior Li Xin, what formation should we set up first? Just after landing, Su Wanjun, who came first, hurried up to ask. His face was pale now. Li Xin saw him almost fall into the water several times before, and he finally came over. Everyone, disperse first. Observe the terrain. Find a terrain that can be used to set up the 4 spirits guardian formation and the small 5 elements defense formation. First set up the 2 formation platforms, and then consider the formal formation. Okay, I understand. More than 7,000 grandmasters immediately dispersed. Observe the terrain. And the formation master who fell into the water continued to climb the rope bridge, and lined up with the second group of fire magicians to cross the bridge. Li Xin took a few steps forward, and used the spirit wing skill to fly into the sky and observe the current environment. After crossing the small rocky blackstone mountain, behind us is a barren reddish-brown sandstone Gobi Desert, which is about 30 kilometers wide at a glance, and is about the same width as the 7 monster cave detected before. Beyond the sandy Gobi Desert is an endless expanse of green, plains, forests, and mountains, green from the sky to the earth, full of vitality. In between the emerald green and the brown red, there is a clear water line, like a jade belt that divides the earth in two, as if adding a noble air to the earth. But this bright and elegant jade belt is actually a deadly weak water river. The weak water river runs from west to east, and you can't see the beginning or the end. And you don't know how long it is. But it's not wide. Only about 300 meters. The originally straight weak water river flowed from the grassland in the distance. But now a monster has dug a 100-meter wide river in a corner of the brown-red Gobi Desert to the tunnel, forming a small lake. Then the small river turned a long bend under the influence of the big river outside, and merged back into the big river. Looking at the terrain in front of him, Li Xin began to select the formations that could be arranged in his mind, and slowly eliminated and selected. Gobi terrain, with active earth and fire attributes, is suitable for many formations, but there is a weak water river in the middle, which makes it impossible for the formation to close continuously. The formation must be divided into 2 parts, or even 5 parts in the middle, which will increase the complexity of the formation. In addition, The 6-in-1 energy storage formation needs to be arranged at the connection of the formation to prevent the weak water from corroding the formation. After selecting a circle, Leeson placed the main formation range on the void circular cutting formation. Purple Thunder Thousand Tribulations Formation. Evil Killing Silver Thunder Formation. Sinking Ice Thunder Formation. 9-turn Thunder Formation. 5 Elements Mirror Light Formation. Thousands of Miles of Snow Formation. Soul-Seeking Sanskrit Sound Formation, and other formations. He first ruled out the earth and fire formations. The main reason was that the main attributes of the monsters nearby were wind, fire, earth, gold, thunder and space. Among them, the only thunder monster was the Thunder Rabbit. Although there were a lot of them, they were not strong. By strengthening the thunder attack and supplementing it with space attack, they could be effectively eliminated quickly. The only space monster was the Void Knight Raven. Although its attack method was strange, as long as the formations were arranged densely, it could be intercepted and killed through layers of formations. Li Lang. We have cleared the 100-kilometer area nearby, and the monsters that survived have also fled. We have not seen any divine beasts so far, and the strongest is only at the level of a 9-turn master. Just as Leeson roughly defined the range of the formation, Huang Rong flew back with a relaxed and happy mood. He smiled and joked, without divine beasts, won't those great masters be disappointed? Hee hee. They are a little disappointed, but they are also relieved. At least they won't be in danger of their lives. However, they hope that after you have completed the formation arrangement here, they can go out for adventure. According to previous experience, there must be divine beasts within 10,000 miles, and they still want to kill some divine beasts. Leeson nodded, without objection, and there was no need to object. Huang Rong carefully looked around, and after making sure that there was no one nearby, she lowered her voice and whispered to him, Li Lang. I found that my cultivation level has improved very quickly. It has reached the middle stage of level 203. This cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than I expected. It seems that by killing divine beasts, I can get a certain amount of heaven and earth power feedback, which can speed up my cultivation. Leeson raised his eyes, not surprised, but confirmed, oh, only killing divine beasts can speed up the cultivation effect? Yes. Well, that's right. We Blue Star people can gain experience by killing monsters, speed up our upgrades, speed up our training. Although you are warriors, you are not in the same world as the monsters, you should have experience as well. Now we are facing each other, Leeson said, scanning a circle of the Grandmaster team meditating and practicing in the distance. These guys must have discovered it a long time ago, but they just deliberately didn't say it. Huang Rong, the commander, killed fewer enemies in person, and found it normal that the night was late. In addition, the spiritual energy in the monster world is richer and richer than that in the warrior world, which can also speed up training. It is not surprising that Huang Rong didn't discover it for a while. Thinking of this, he said to Huang Rong, tell the Grandmaster team who know the truth about this discovery later, giving them another reason to kill the beast. Know the truth? Haha. I understand. Huang Rong was stunned at first, then smiled coldly, looking at the group of subordinates with more anger. Chapter 795 Monster Night Attack? Just to die. Senior Leeson, the 4 Spirits Guardian Array, and the small 5 Elements Defense Array have been set up. Due to the existence of the weak water river, the array cannot be closed. We set up the array 18 kilometers away and 12 kilometers away, divided into 2 circles. As soon as Huang Rong left, Su Wanjun came to report on the work of the array master. There is strength in numbers, and there was no monster attack in less than an hour. They activated the 2 conventional defense arrays. After all, the array platform is ready, and they use it frequently, so they are familiar with it, and naturally it is fast. After reporting the work, seeing Leeson nodding with satisfaction, he immediately asked curiously, Senior, have you designed the new formation? The new formation has not been designed yet, but I have already thought of the formation to be arranged. The first one to be arranged is the double energy storage void circular cutting formation. The attack of the space formation is powerful, and has great lethality to most monsters. But, Senior, the ability of the Void Knight Raven is strange. It can bypass the space formation and even absorb the power of space to upgrade. I have studied this ghost thing for half a year. It is very difficult to deal with. As soon as Leeson finished speaking, Su Wanjun hurriedly reminded him that the Void Knight Raven was not easy to deal with. Well, I have considered this. So you can notify the military district logistics department later to send some of the soul-calling Brahma sound array platforms over. And have singers and musicians come over first to start defense. After using the space array to block other monsters, we can design other arrays to defend against the Void Knight Raven. Lee Sin has considered the order of setting up the array. At present, sound wave attack is the most effective way to attack the Void Knight Raven. It is more reliable to rely on musicians for defense. Okay, I got it. I'll notify the logistics department right away and ask them to deliver the space formation materials. Oh, by the way, let the military district send all the inner pills of the Void Knight Raven stored over the years. Use their inner pills to set up the space formation, which should strengthen the attack and defense range. Also, let the smelting plant in the rear start smelting the 6-in-1 energy storage array formation platform. The standard is to build a bridge on the weak water lake. Smelt more. And you may need to activate a lot of them before you can activate enough bridges that will not be affected by the weird force field of the weak water. Understood. The military district quickly agreed to Lee Sin's suggestion and implemented it quickly. This time, not only the military and government worked together, but also the family consortium was invited to participate. After all, this was a real big operation. And it was the first time to establish a base in the monster world and officially develop the monster world. The official power would always be somewhat inadequate, and the addition of civilian forces would make the development faster and more complete. At least, now in terms of the smelting accuracy of the formation platform, the consortium's factory did the best. It was indeed faster and better to let them smelt and manufacture the advanced formation 6-in-1 energy storage formation. The Dragon Kingdom arranged various tasks in an orderly manner, and the monsters were not idle either. After retreating and reorganizing for an afternoon, they suddenly launched their first counterattack at 2 a.m. The cries of night crows, like babies crying, suddenly rang out from all directions. It sounded subtle, but extremely sharp. Li Wanbing responded immediately the next moment. Be careful. It's a sonic attack. Grandmaster Team. Magician. Use sonic defense magic. And musicians counterattack immediately. Military formation circular defense formation. Magic echo wall. The Grandmaster Team still used the classic circular formation, which completely isolated the sonic attack. The magician's defensive magic was slightly inferior. Under the night sky, the iron-gray glowing formations kept lighting up, but then quickly dimmed, and then disappeared. Echo wall magic simply could not completely defend against the sonic attacks of Void Knight Raven. The wind is roaring, we are fearless, because we believe that unity is strength. In the test of the storm, we are stronger, using our courage, showing our majesty to the world. When Void Knight Raven approached, the singers of Dragon Country immediately sang in unison on all sides, and dots of green magic light lit up, quickly gathering into 4 huge storm curtain walls, protecting the warriors behind. Gaga gaga. Countless night crows crashed directly into the sonic curtain wall, forcing it out of its stealth flight state. The combat method of sonic attack is to vibrate a space, which just happens to restrain the night crow's void travel skill. Forbidden spell Fire Rain Meteor. The gray sky suddenly lit up, and was covered by the fiery red clouds, as if time had gone back to the afternoon. Then, there was a whoosh, and countless fireballs fell like a torrential rain, and the whole world was covered with fire rain. In just half a minute, the area within a radius of 10 kilometers was all covered by the attack of fireballs. In the firelight, countless Void Knight Ravens were ignited with a cackle, and turned into jumping fireballs. In just 3 or 5 minutes, they were all burned to ashes. Li Wanbing is also an old man. How could he not be on guard against monsters? As soon as the rope bridge was built, the army of professionals kept coming out. After nightfall, the army of magicians was ready early, waiting for the army of monsters to attack. They even prepared 4 kinds of forbidden spells to deal with different types of monsters. The wild grass grows, resists the wind and rain, the faith burns, and the struggle never stops. The road of resistance, fearless and courageous, tenacious mission, bravely climbed to the top. The singer's sonic attack started again, but a new group of people had been replaced, and the war song had also changed from storm to wild grass. The dark green wild grass grew quietly under the night sky, not attracting any attention at all, but the special sonic incarnation brought a deadly crisis, hiding in the dark. Boom boom boom. The thunderous trampling sound came from the wilderness on both sides of the east and west, with great momentum, and stopped in the blink of an eye. Red Flame Monster Bull carried Flame Demon Rabbit, and charged forward, and directly killed into the rain of fire, with increasing momentum. Zilyalu. At the same time, double-headed Pegasus raised the blue and red spiritual energy, carried the fire rain in the sky that had not yet dispersed, and rushed straight to the dragon army. This was still preparing to use the force of the dragon army to attack the dragon army. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps like drums, with the dense drum beats, like a torrential rain, came from the north and south. The draw elephant carried the thunder rabbit, with the sky blue lightning, and rushed into the battlefield when the fire rain around it dimmed. The monsters were well prepared, and launched a powerful counterattack immediately. Forbidden spell Frost Storm. Forbidden spell Earthquake. Forbidden spell Judgment Sword Rain. The dragon army, no longer pretending, showed their cards directly, and released 3 large-scale forbidden spells in succession. The extremely cold wind did not form heavy snow. Only extreme cold. The two-headed Pegasus with wind and fire attributes barely came to the top of the dragon army. And before it could pour fire rain on the army, it was frozen into ice and fell down. The 4 monsters on the ground were first bound by the sound wave phantom weeds, running slower and slower, and were pierced by the golden rapiers that rained down. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The monsters' night attack became a series of suicides. Chapter 796, 3 Months Agreement. The monsters attacked quickly, and retreated quickly. In just half an hour, they retreated immediately after leaving a pile of corpses, and disappeared without a trace. The Grandmasters such as Huang Rong were nervous for a long time, and they were worried that a divine beast-level monster would take the opportunity to attack. Unexpectedly, there was really no divine beast, and there was not even one within the Grandmaster sensing range. This made Huang Rong wonder if the large amount of divine beast aura she sensed when the cave outside the tunnel collapsed before was a mistake. When the monster army retreated, the Grandmaster team shrank their formation nervously, preparing to defend against the beast's sneak attack. However, after waiting for more than 4 hours, it was already dawn, and they still didn't see the beast. This was a bit embarrassing. She left the Grandmaster army formation, flew to Sun Wenyong and others, and explained with a lack of confidence, "Ahem, General Sun. General Li. Maybe my previous perception was inaccurate. Maybe I was affected by the weak water, and I made a wrong judgment. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We also have to be cautious in defending against monsters. It's better to be careful. Hee hee." Then, magicians. Huang Rong pointed behind them. The magician army with a violent breath, which was about to collapse. Li Wanbing smiled indifferently. Nothing. Just cast it directly. After that, he raised his voice and ordered, "Fire the forbidden spell at the farthest distance." Yes. With a neat response, the 4 forbidden spells that had been cast once before once again baptized the nearby land. Not only did the Grandmaster team guard against the possible appearance of the beast, but even the magician army took magic recovery potions and skill cooling potions, preparing to give the beast a big blow. The magic was chanted in advance and had been charged to the limit. Now, I could only brush in vain, watch the fireworks, and hear the noise. The forbidden spell covering a radius of more than 40 kilometers did not even hit a single monster, and no professional had any tips for gaining experience. The monster retreated completely this time. Lee Sin looked at the dazzling fireworks in the sky and on the ground, without any joy, but more worried. Such a quiet monster must have a very intelligent divine beast behind the command, otherwise it would be impossible to be so quiet, and to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. You know, there are 7 different monster races here, including a race that feeds on each other. To be able to attack and retreat so strictly, you must have a strong strength to suppress them. Not only him. Sun Wenyong and Lu Pingjun, who came later, also had serious faces. Lee Sin, given the current situation, are you sure this is the best place to set up the formation? Should we change the place to build the monster world base? Looking at Xia Pingjun's serious face, Lee Sin shook his head slowly, but his tone was still firm. No need to change the place. I have studied the information of the previous military zone and the geographical and geological environment of the past 2 days. It can be confirmed that this area is rich in spiritual energy, and the terrain is complex and changeable. More types of plants can be planted. At the same time, the level of the monsters nearby is not high. The highest level found so far is the 170 level King Kong elephant boss, and no mythical monsters have been officially seen. It can be confirmed that the mythical monsters are far away from the tunnel. Another thing, The weak water around us will be an excellent material for setting up the formation. It would be stupid not to use it. At this point, Lee Sin's eyes were bright and his face flushed. Just now, under the attack of several forbidden spells, the monsters suffered heavy casualties. But Ruoshui remained calm and absorbed the corrosion of the attack. Such characteristics, if used to arrange energy-absorbing formations, will be very powerful. Xie Pengjun nodded slightly after listening to Lee Sin's words, and then asked seriously, "Is that so? But will the defense pressure be too great? After the base is built in the future, will there be great combat pressure?" "There will definitely be combat pressure. But as long as our formation is properly arranged, no matter how many monsters there are, it will only be our experience. Lee Sin already has a general idea of the arrangement of the formation, and it needs to be improved next." Xie Pengjun looked at Lee Sin's determined and somewhat fanatical eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded and said, "Okay. I will immediately mobilize the logistics of the military and government to fully meet your needs for setting up the formation. But we only have 3 months. If the formation is still unable to withstand the attack of the divine beast-level monster after 3 months, and the range reaches 1,000 kilometers, we will immediately abandon this place and build a base in another place. Our time is really tight." 3 months? Lee Sin frowned a little dissatisfied. "If it is to block the tunnel in 3 months, it will be easy. But it is very difficult to set up a protective formation with a range of thousands of kilometers in 3 months, and to defend against divine beasts. Moreover, this formation is not only to protect the Dragon Kingdom warriors entering the world of monsters, but also to take into account future planting work, and even possible monster breeding work. This is very troublesome. 3 months is too tight." But he looked at Xie Pengjun's serious eyes, and finally sighed helplessly, "Okay. Just 3 months. If we cannot arrange a 1,000-kilometer defense array in 3 months, we will evacuate immediately and go to the place designated by the military district to build a new base." "Okay. It's a deal." Seeing Lee Sin agree to this agreement, Xie Pengjun was greatly relieved. If Lee disagreed, he couldn't force it. But with Lee Sin's cooperation, it would be much easier for Longwood to carry out various tasks. On the same day, Longwood factories on Blue Star immediately started working overtime, and various construction materials were quickly allocated. The 6-in-1 energy storage array platform was smelted first, and after being sent to the Northwest Military District, it was activated by the senior array master here. Only at noon on the 5th day, a bridge 80 meters wide and 640 meters long was successfully built. The bridge has no piers, and is pulled by ultra-high-strength ropes hanging from the surrounding mountains. For this purpose, more than 1 million thumb-thick ropes were used, and the sky at the tunnel entrance was completely covered by ropes. Even so, the entire bridge deck still sank 100 meters deep in the middle, and the bridge was in a U-shape. It cannot carry objects weighing more than 15 tons. Otherwise the entire bridge will directly fall into the weak water lake. Although the bridge has a strange shape, it is effective. Professionals can run on it easily, and no longer be affected by the strange force field of the weak water below. After the bridge was built, professional warriors with large storage space props immediately turned into porters, and quickly moved all kinds of materials over. The basic defense array platform was arranged in circles, and it was pushed forward to a radius of 100 kilometers before encountering small-scale harassment from monsters. Hearing this news, Lee Sin, who was designing the array, was very surprised, arranged the defense within the existing 100-kilometer range, and all defense array platforms will be moved to the outermost area. The Magician Corps and Grandmasters will be divided into groups to guard the defense, and the mechanics will also be pulled out. In this 100 kilometers, I will arrange a large array. A very powerful large array. Chapter 797 Positive and Negative 5 Elements Spiritual Defense Formation, complete. Boom boom boom. The roar of the engine resounded in the weak horizontal plane. One after another heavy engineering equipment was transported out through the space ring, directly over the Blackstone Mountain, digging out all the stones on the other side of the mountain, piling up the Blackstone Mountain. In the distance, large trucks and excavators cooperated, transporting large stones and large grains of sand and gravel from the brown Gobi wasteland, and piled them all on the black stone, crushed, compacted. The Blackstone Mountain, which was originally 6 kilometers wide and more than 300 meters high, was piled up to 700 meters high and 2 kilometers wide, and the mountain became steeper and heavier. In addition, The formation masters continuously arranged the earth and gold formations layer by layer, pressing the mountain more compactly and solidly, and making the ropes pulling the bridge have stronger stress and pulling force, ensuring that the newly built bridge will not be pulled into the weak water lake. On the mountain near the entrance of the tunnel, 600 high-level formation masters are like hard-working ants, constantly carving out mysterious formation patterns. Behind them, there are 6,000 low-level formation masters holding formation ink, holding talisman pens, following the formation patterns they carved, carefully drawing the formation patterns. Senior Lee Sin. Area A019 is complete. Major Lee Sin. Area H839 is complete. Lee Sin. Area U102 is complete. Brother Lee Sin. As the sun slowly sets, high-level formation masters report the completion of the formation through the soul-calling Sanskrit sound formation, not only notifying Lee Sin, but also notifying other formation masters who have set up formations in this area, letting them know the completion of the formation. When the huge full moon rose to the middle of the sky, the last formation node was completed. Everyone evacuate Blackstone Mountain. Remember? Everyone on both sides of Blackstone Mountain evacuates. Lee Sin's voice was transmitted through multiple formations and spread to both sides of Blackstone Mountain. All formation masters immediately retreated, and the soldiers standing guard on the mountain, and the ordinary soldiers driving construction machinery, immediately evacuated in an orderly manner. He himself spread his spiritual wings, and while drinking the magic potion, he flew to a mountaintop in the south. A colorful altar covering an area of more than 1 acre was unfolded on the top of the mountain. This was the control core of this formation. After landing, he took out 50 earth gray demon pills and inserted them into the round holes on the colorful altar one by one. Gradually, colorful lights lit up from the altar. After inserting 50 demon pills, Lee Sin sat down on the ground, sweat dripping down his forehead. Under the reflection of the colorful light, one could see the paleness of his face. The difficulty of setting up this positive and negative 5-element spiritual defense array is far beyond my imagination. Fortunately, I divided the array into one south and one north. If they were connected together, it would definitely fail, he whispered to himself, and threw a medium-quality 9 flowers J-Dew pill directly into his mouth, and drank a bottle of epic quality magic recovery potion. The formation was only initially completed, but it had not yet been truly activated. I hope I don't fail. Otherwise the backlash of the formation will cost me half my life. After his mana was fully restored, Lee Sin stood up, walked to the center of the altar, and took out a 5-colored dragon inner pill. Demon pills with 5 elements at the same time are very rare, and Longwood does not have a single mythical 5-element demon pill in his hand. He now has 8 in his hand, all of which he forced from the martial arts master. Activate the formation, pressing the 5-colored demon pill into the hole reserved in the center of the altar. Lee Sin's mana rushed out like a flood, outputting at a speed of 100,000 points per second. Boom! A dull sound, like a heartbeat, exploded. Within the 30-kilometer range on both sides of the Blackstone Mountain, everyone felt their heart tighten suddenly, as if someone had suddenly punched them in the chest. With a muffled sound, the altar under Lee Sin's feet suddenly lit up with colorful light, like a colorful sun rising from the earth, and the light shone instantly. Boom! 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 The muffled sound occurred once per second, and everyone within the range of the sound, including the great masters whose heartbeats also beat every second, and everyone couldn't help but put their hands on their chests. It seemed that only in this way would he not let his heart jump out. The 5-colored light completely covered the 30-kilometer area with the altar at Lee Sin's feet as the center within 9 seconds. After another 7 seconds, the 5-colored light continued to condense and gather towards the border. Boom! After the last muffled sound, the 5-colored light suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared, just like the magical scene that just happened had never appeared. It succeeded, no backlash. The 5-colored altar on the Blackstone Mountain also faded, and became the same color as the surrounding brown sandstone. If you don't get close, you can't even tell that there is an altar here. But this is precisely the only sign of the success of the formation. Cheer up, he used the remaining little mana to use a spirit eye identification technique, to identify the formation that had just been activated. Positive and negative 5-element spiritual defense formation LV-167, condensing the positive and negative 5 elements of heaven and earth, forming a powerful defense shield. Defense radius, 30 kilometers. Defense strength, 3 million. Attacks with an attack strength of less than 3 million points per square decimeter cannot break the defense shield, and can absorb 16% of the attack energy to charge the defense shield. Speed up the gathering speed of positive and negative 5 elements spiritual energy within a radius of 30 kilometers by 167%. The main function of this formation is defense. And the defense effect is invincible. 1 square decimeter is just the size of a palm. It is too difficult for monsters to increase the attack to 3 million energy points. It is almost impossible. It can also charge the defense shield. According to the knowledge in Lee Sin's mind, as the defense shield is charged, the defense limit will continue to increase. The last 5 elements of spiritual energy gathered and accelerated. For the formation, it can speed up the reactivation of the formation after it was broken. For people, it can speed up cultivation. And for plants, it can speed up growth. The entire formation can be said to be a multifunctional formation. This formation only uses 1 mythical quality demon pill. And it can have such an effect. If all 50 secondary demon pills are replaced with mythical demon pills, the effect will definitely be stronger. However, this is enough. There are still many formations to be arranged later. After calculating the formations in his mind, Lee Sin gave up the idea of strengthening the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense formation. This formation can defend against almost all attacks of spiritual attributes. Except for the time and space attributes. Almost all magic attacks of monsters are within the changes of positive and negative 5 elements, including ice, wind, thunder and poison, all within the changes of 5 elements. After a day of rest, he activated the formation on the north side of the tunnel. Under the superimposed protection effect, the defense strength within a radius of 24 kilometers around the tunnel directly soared to 4.2 million points. This doubled the difficulty for the beasts to break into the tunnel. The center height of the entire shield is more than a kilometer, which successfully envelopes the entire weak water lake and avoids the corrosion of the weak water force field. The only flaw is that beyond the center height of 6,400 meters, the 2 shields have 2 long holes on the 2 sections of the weak water river, and the shields cannot take effect. This weak water is really terrifying. I prioritize the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense formation because this formation contains all the 5 elements, and I want to use the power of weak water. I didn't expect that such a formation would still be corroded by weak water. It's really a magical wonder. Looking at the 4 semicircles that lit up after being attacked, Lee Sin was amazed. Looking at the 2-headed Pegasus outside the shield, he showed an expectant look in his eyes. Chapter 798, Using Monster Beasts to Attack and Verify the Strength of the Formation. After 10 days of rest, the monsters have returned again. The military district has withdrawn all its troops. Even the previously deployed formation platforms have been withdrawn, in order to test the actual defensive effect of the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual formation. There are millions of double-headed Pegasus in the sky, and tens of millions of 5 kinds of beasts on the ground, and there is no telling how many Void Night Ravens are hiding in the dark. The entire 35-kilometer radius was covered by a faint 5-color defense shield. The shield was not bright. Not even as bright as a 10-watt light bulb. But Lee Sin was very satisfied. This was because the characteristic of the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense array was that the lower the activation level of the array, the darker the light, and the greater the remaining defense of the array. If the shield really shined, the entire array would be broken, and the entire array would need to be rearranged. Xie Peng Jun was worried that the formation designed by Lee Sin was not powerful enough. So he immediately withdrew the entire army after the formation was set up, giving the monsters a chance to play freely and test the strength of the formation. Outside the shield, there might be roars of beasts and explosions, but inside the shield, there was no sound at all. So quiet that even the sound of the wind was clear and gentle. Without the defense of the Dragon Country warriors, the monster army quickly came outside the shield, bombarding with various powerful spells. With the momentum of tearing the sky apart, the Dragon Nation warriors in the shield subconsciously tightened their weapons, ready to fight at any time. The Grandmasters have already started to move, forming a military formation, ready to be activated at any time. Hey, the light of this spell seems to be getting dimmer as it gets closer. Haha. The monster spell was blocked as soon as it reached the shield, and it didn't even have a chance to explode. Amazing. The brightness of this shield only increased slightly, and it actually blocked such a terrifying attack from the monster. Haha, that's great. It blocked it. When everyone was nervous, the changes in the air made everyone cheer excitedly. Tens of millions of spells came at the same time, and it was defended so simply. which surprised everyone including Xie Pengjun. It was actually defended. Lee Sin is worthy of being Lee Senator. He played a high-level formation with the effect of a top-level formation. What a talent! Tens of millions of attacks came at the same time. And it was completely blocked. It's really a bug-level formation. Lee Sin is not a talent, but a genius. There are at least 80 positive and negative 5-element spiritual defense formations deployed in Longhua, if not 100, and none of them can have such a high defense. Yes, I thought at first that as long as there were enough monsters, 3 million points of attack damage could be dealt in 1 square decimeter area. I didn't expect that so many monsters attacking together could not achieve this condition. It's a bit against the sky. Xie Pengjun, Sun Wenyong and others sighed softly, looking at the defense shield in the air with shock and disbelief. In fact, Lee Sin himself was also shocked. He did not expect that attacks of tens of millions of levels could not break this defensive shield. But he quickly thought of one thing. It seems that the 3 million attacks in the attribute description need to hit one point at the same time. Right? The attacks that arrive one after another should be considered multiple attacks. In other words, unless there is a divine beast that can converge the attack to 1 square decimeter and has an attack power of more than 3 million, it is possible to break the shield. Otherwise, no matter how many attacks are made, they are just charging the formation. After understanding this, Lee Sin straightened his back instantly. His formation is awesome. Artillery army! Wait! Just when Lee Sin was proud, he suddenly heard the voice of Li Wanbing behind him, and quickly shouted to stop. Commander Li, don't launch a counterattack for now. Wait until the monster charges the shield. The formation I designed can still be upgraded. What? Your formation can still be upgraded? Yeah. Ha ha ha. That's great. We are not in a hurry to kill the monsters, nor are we in a hurry to expand the base. Just spend time on it first. Hearing Lee Sin say that the formation can still be upgraded, Xie Pengjun excitedly gave the order first. Such a powerful formation can actually be upgraded. It must be upgraded to the top? It would be best if it could be upgraded directly to level 201 or above. When even the divine beast can't break the defense, that would be truly safe. The key point is that this formation does not occupy a large area. It is only a 3.6 kilometer wide and 18 kilometer long arc slope of Blackstone Mountain. The area used is not large, and there is still a lot of space to arrange more formations. On the top of Blackstone Mountain, Lee Sin asked the engineering team to level it into a 36-meter wide flat ground, and then he arranged a circle of continuous combination of 5 elements gathering spirit formation a bit extravagantly, increasing the gathering and generation speed of spiritual energy, and speeding up the defense strength of the positive and negative 5 elements transformation spirit defense formation below. Moreover, the spirit gathering array he chose was not a simple 5-element spirit gathering array, but a formation of 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. And then a smaller formation was used to form a more powerful 5-element spirit gathering array. After several spiritual power absorption methods, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was strongly absorbed by the formation, and it continued to gather from a range of thousands of kilometers. And a faint spiritual cloud was directly formed within the last 36 kilometers. With a large amount of spiritual energy replenishment, the shield light of the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense array dimmed again by 2 points. And the defense strength of the entire formation increased by 2 points. The upgrade of the formation was also much faster. On the 3rd day after his 5 elements gathering spirit formation was completed, the positive and negative 5 elements spirit defense formation was successfully upgraded to the next level. The defense radius increased by another 1 kilometer. The defense strength increased by 200,000. And the gathering spirit effect increased by 1%. The effect was better than Lee Sin expected. Unfortunately, on the 2nd day after the formation was upgraded, the monster army determined that their crazy attacks were really useless against the turtle shell, and began to retreat with unwilling roars. Mechanics, listen to my orders. Attack with artillery and rocket launchers at the maximum range. Quickly fire 6 base shells. Machine gunners attack in platoons, until the monster is out of range. Yes, sir. Li Wanbing's voice was excited, and the ordinary soldiers of the mechanics were even more excited. They finally had a chance to perform. Countless shells, countless bullets with powerful kinetic energy, made a deadly buzzing sound, and burned the entire sky into a fiery red. One after another, the fiery red fireworks, and the smoke quickly dyed the fiery red sky black. One by one, the 2-headed Pegasus, which were originally depleted of mana and physically weak, were shot down, falling like dumplings. A high-pitched neighing sound came from a distance, and the Pegasus, whose formation had just been disrupted, immediately dispersed quickly and orderly, and escaped the attack range of the artillery in just over a minute. The speed was super fast. However, the beasts on the ground were not so fast, and they were bombed for a full 8 minutes. But before that, when the 8 mechanics opened fire at the same time, Li Wanbing also asked the professionals to start attacking. Archers should attack the flying monsters in the same formation as previously trained. Magicians should quickly form a team and release the forbidden spell as soon as possible. Warriors and other melee professionals should charge together, heading southeast. Understood. The next moment, countless skills were poured out. Professionals had formation defenses, completely gave up defense, and attacked crazily. In just 10 minutes, the monsters left hundreds of thousands of corpses and ran away again. Chapter 799. The military's top brass affirmed the layout of the second formation. Done! Lee Sin looked at the empty field, which was piled with monster corpses, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Behind him, Xie Pengjun and other generals also smiled happily. Next, the logistics department and the engineering department will start building a base inside the Blackstone Mountain. Lee Sin, you have to guide the planning of the architectural drawings. On the basis of protecting the existing formation, build a modern strategic base. Okay, no problem. It just so happens that I try to integrate the 5 elements gathering spirit array into the building to further enhance the spiritual energy gathering speed of the positive and negative 5 elements transformation spirit defense array. That would be great. Just tell me what resources you need, and the military will do its best to satisfy you. Lee Sin proved his array strength with one array after another, and no one would question his array design anymore. A large amount of sand and gravel was transported from the Brown Gobi Desert, and cement, steel bars, and other materials transported from Blue Star were added to lay a 1-meter thick concrete layer to protect the positive and negative 5 elements array below. And then, the foundation was laid on it, and the steel bars were bent according to the array pattern and buried. All the concrete and steel buildings on the foundation were built according to the formation nodes and the positions of the formation bases, according to the importance of the formation bases and the guiding power of spiritual energy. They were enlarged or reduced. In addition, during the construction of all buildings, low-level formation masters would arrange formations of various 5 elements for the buildings, further enhancing the power of the entire 5 elements gathering spirit formation, and making it easier and faster for professionals and ordinary people who would move into these buildings to practice. Lee Sin and the architects worked out the drawings after 2 days of discussion. It only took 7 days to lay the foundation. After activating the 5 elements gathering spirit formation, he no longer cared about the construction of various buildings. He turned around and went directly to the other side of the Blackstone Mountain, which had been flattened by formations and magic, and was as smooth as a mirror. Senior, look at this mirror. Isn't it smooth enough? A mirror can reflect a person, but a fly cannot stand on it. As soon as he flew over the Black Mountain, Su Wanjun came up to him, with a proud expression on his face, asking for praise. It made his mouth twitch. Well, very good, very good, very powerful. Lee Sin gave a thumbs up helplessly, praising Su Wanjun. But this hillside was really too smooth. When Lee Sin stood in front of the hillside, a huge mirror appeared on the hillside, which could really be used as a mirror. But it would be very difficult to set up the formation on such a smooth and flat hillside. He didn't want a mirror, but a base for the formation. He smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart, and took out the formation drawing tablet and said, "This hillside is indeed very smooth. I have a formation drawing here, which has been broken down. You can distribute it. When setting up the formation, let everyone be careful. Don't fall and get hurt." Okay. Su Wanjun excitedly took out his own formation drawing tablet, and happily received the drawing sent by Lee Sin. Being able to learn Lee Sin's formation is the happiest thing for him. This is a learning opportunity that most formation masters in Longwa are eager for. Seeing his excited expression, Lee Sin quickly reminded him, "This formation is the formation I developed in the warrior world. It may need some adjustments in the monster world. It is inevitable that there will be some backlash. When arranging and debugging the formation, you must let a high-level formation master with high health come." Oh, it's another high-level formation. And it's a combination of high-level formations. Senior Lee Sin is amazing. Su Wanjun was not worried that someone would be backlashed. He was fully amazed at the magic of the formation that Li Xin had just passed on. I'll arrange the beginning of the formation myself. Seeing Su Wanjun's excitement, Li Xin felt a little nervous for no reason. He took out the Yamo carving knife and flew up. He flew to the Blackstone Mountain beside the Ruoshui River. He calculated the position and slowly landed on the hillside. He began to carve. The back of the Blackstone Mountain has been carefully modified. The length and height of the slope are both 700 meters. The slope is 45 degrees, and it is very smooth. It is difficult for Li Xin to stand. He simply asked someone to tie a rope on the top of the mountain, and then tied it around his waist and let it hang down. He could only stand firmly on the hillside with the help of the rope. This is speechless. It is hard to blame Su Wanjun and others for being too conscientious. They turned the smooth hillside he requested into a smooth mirror. However, the transformation of the entire hillside is indeed very suitable for carving array formations. It is moderately soft and hard. Even with a high-quality carving knife, it can easily carve a finger-deep mark. And the hardness of the ground is comparable to that of ordinary rocks, and it is not easy to damage. The array formation is carved smoothly, which greatly speeds up the efficiency of array formation. The 700-meter wide and 21-kilometer-long array formation was carved, and 600 senior array formation masters worked together to complete it in just 4 days. Behind them, there is also a mid-level array master, using buckets of array ink, and completing the array drawing work along the inscriptions. It is just that the final debugging and inlaying of the demon pills are more troublesome. This procedure requires the array master to inlay the demon pills while inputting mana to activate the arrays one by one, and debug the operation and safety of the arrays. During this period, at least 3 array masters will be seen every hour, being backfired by the arrays and flying upside down. Cough, 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 cough. Amid the sound of coughing blood, more than 10 priests will immediately cast healing spells on them, and heal them in time. Senior Li Xin, I now understand why you require that only excellent quality demon pills be used. If perfect quality demon pills were used, I'm afraid that many array masters would die. On the top of the mountain, Su Wanjun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and habitually gave Li Xin a thumbs up. Li Xin smiled bitterly, and shook his head. It's not that I don't want to use perfect quality demon pills to set up the array, but perfect quality demon pills must be less than 900,000 of non-5 element attributes, so I chose excellent quality. It can be considered lucky to avoid a disaster. Li Xin never denies his mistakes. Wrong is wrong. Only by knowing the mistakes, where they are, correcting them in time, can you make real progress. And only by remembering the mistakes and lessons, can you avoid making the same mistakes again. After saying that, he had already taken out the tablet for drawing arrays, and recorded the arrays he had adjusted one by one into the tablet, leaving the data for the next array. Awesome. Su Wanjun raised his thumb 3 points higher in admiration. Li Xin rolled his eyes at him, and said, let the injured comrades rest first, and then debug the arrays after they are in the best condition. Make sure to complete the mission. Su Wanjun stood at attention and saluted, then turned around and flew away, arranging for the treatment of the array master who was attacked by the backlash. During this period, Wang Rong came twice to ask if the Grandmaster team was needed to investigate the environment, but was rejected by Li Senator if the Grandmaster team went out to investigate. They would definitely find the divine beast-level monsters and provoke them, and then fighting would be inevitable. This conflicted with his plan to set up the formation first and then slowly expand it. It is so rare to have a quiet and safe formation environment in the monster world, and it must not be destroyed. The military area's reconnaissance now uses drones, with a flight radius of only 9.9 kilometers, just to avoid arousing too much vigilance from the monsters, and continue to build this base well. Everything went on in an orderly manner, and it took another 9 days of formation debugging. Finally, in another afternoon of heavy rain, the second formation was successfully activated. Chapter 800 Really? The star formation of the 12 ancestral witches Dijiang, Jumong, Zhurong, Gonggong, Ruosho, Qiangliang. Above the southern sky that seemed far away, but was actually close, 6 dazzling lights suddenly lit up. Then, 6 huge figures, like mountains, gradually emerged. They were the ancient ancestral witches in myths and legends, Dijiang, Jumong, Zhurong, Gonggong, Ruosho, and Qiangliang. Each of these 6 starlight giants exuded a heart-pounding aura, as if they were the most powerful existence in this world. When they appeared at the same time, the shocking scene was simply indescribable. With their appearance, the dense rain clouds that originally covered the sky quickly dissipated as if they were gently pushed away by an invisible big hand. In the blink of an eye, the whole sky became clear, and the sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the earth. In the western sky, a bright golden sun finally got rid of the shackles of clouds and rain, and once again revealed its warm and bright brilliance. Under the sunshine, everything seemed to be full of vitality. At this moment, people looked up at the 6 majestic figures in the sky, and their hearts were filled with awe. This is the 6th of the 12 ancestral witches. So big, it must be thousands of meters high. Right? More than 1,000 meters, at least 3,000 meters. Is this the vision of the 12 ancestral witches' star array? So spectacular. My legs are weak. I have the urge to kneel down and worship. Me too. I can't help but feel respectful when I see these figures, and feel insignificant. Don't talk about you. I am a 205 level Grandmaster, and I am a little nervous and weak. On the ground, the Dragon Country warriors, and the Grandmasters of the warrior world were praising in low voices, even Huang Rong, who had personally activated the 12 ancestral witches' star array, was now beating faster. It seems that the spirit energy in the demon beast world is more abundant, and the rules of heaven are more powerful. The 12 ancestral witch star formation is a pure spirit energy formation. The power of the formation after activation here is much stronger than in the warrior world. The starlight giant is actually smaller, but more solid. The details of the ancestral witch's body are clearer and more obvious. The breath alone makes it difficult for everyone on the ground to move. Even Li Xin, the host of the formation, was sluggish for a while, causing the activation of the formation to stagnate a little bit, resulting in the other 6 starlight giants appearing 7 minutes later. Xianming, Ho Tu, Shizi, Tianwu, Shibishi, Zhu Jiuyin, Li. Just when Xie Pengjun wanted to ask, another 6 starlight giants also appeared in the northern sky. After the 12 ancestor witches appeared one after another, they moved magically, and formed a mysterious formation in the air. Is this the correct arrangement of the 12 ancestor witch constellations? Is this the formation diagram of the Dutian Shinsha formation? Li Xin was shocked, and quickly lay on the ground, staring at the 12 starlight giants still moving in the sky. He also shouted, "All formation masters, hurry up and comprehend the star formation diagram in the sky." After his reminder, other formation masters also excitedly lay down, watching the movement of the 12 ancestor witches in the sky with nervous excitement, trying to understand the mystery. Many great masters, Taoists and magicians and other professionals, also lay down with a sudden inspiration, watching the wonders in the sky, trying to comprehend something. As time went by, the ancestor witches in the sky finally fixed their position, after 144 minutes of movement, and a star diagram that was more dazzling than the evening sun bloomed in the sky. Central location, Emperor Jiang Ancestral Witch. Emperor Jiang Ancestral Witch is located at the core of the star map, symbolizing the original state of chaos, surrounded by the aura of chaos, providing a continuous source of energy for the entire formation. Four-way Guardian, Southern Zhurong Ancestral Witch. Zhurong Ancestral Witch is located in the south, surrounded by flames, controlling the endless power of fire, guarding the south of the star map. Northern Gongong Ancestral Witch. Gongong Ancestral Witch stands in the north, with rippling water, representing the depth and vastness of water, guarding the north of the star map. Eastern Zhu Mang Ancestral Shaman. Zhu Mang Ancestral Shaman is in the east, where the vegetation is lush and full of vitality, controls the power of life, guards the east of the star map. Western Rushu Ancestral Shaman. Rushu Ancestral Shaman is located in the west, surrounded by gold air, representing the sharpness and hardness of metal, guards the west of the star map. For quarters guarding, Southeastern Xianming Ancestral Shaman. Xianming Ancestral Shaman sits in the southeast, where the cold air is pressing, controls the power of ice and frost, guards the southeast corner of the star map. Southwest Ho Tu Ancestral Shaman. Ho Tu Ancestral Shaman is located in the southwest, where the power of the earth is surging, heavy and stable, guards the southwest corner of the star map. Northeast Xiangliang Ancestral Witch. Xiangliang Ancestral Witch sits in the northeast, thunder and lightning, amazing power, guarding the northeast corner of the star map. Northwest Tianwu Ancestral Witch. Tianwu Ancestral Witch is located in the northwest, the wind is howling, representing the freedom and impermanence of the wind, guarding the northwest corner of the star map. For poles are stable. Zhu Jiuyin Ancestral Witch above the head. Zhu Jiuyin Ancestral Witch floats above the star map, with eyes like torches, seeing through everything. His snake body is circling, as if there is a long river of time flowing and circulating, staying the top of the formation. Shibishi Ancestral, which under the feet. Shibishi Ancestral, which stands under the star map. His starlight body is connected to the ground, connected to the earth, staying the foundation of the star map. Left wing Shizi Ancestral, which. Shizi Ancestral, which is located on the left wing of the star map, with lightning and thunder, and its body is winding, providing strong left side support for the star map. Right wing Yinzi Ancestral, which. Yinzi Ancestral, which is located on the right wing of the star map, with lightning and thunder, and its body is agile, providing solid right side protection for the star map. In the standing position, the 12 ancestral witches each occupy a key position in the sky, and together form a stable and powerful mysterious star map. The starlight giants can only be regarded as a star map, not a formation. Various forces flowed on it, and there were rules that were faintly revealed. But there was no formation power. Nor did it change the environment of heaven and earth. Nor did it affect the generation of magic power that would affect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It looked like a demonstration of a formation diagram. A star map of the trajectory of the stars. The star map only existed for 12 seconds and then disappeared silently. It was as if it had never appeared. But everyone on the ground, whether they were professionals, warriors, or ordinary people, fell into a trance similar to enlightenment, and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Not only humans, but also the monsters within a radius of thousands of kilometers, have also fallen into a trance. Many monsters even have their auras rapidly increasing, and their levels are rapidly increasing. This is the home ground of monsters. The changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The manifestation of the rules of the world. They can comprehend the world at least 3 times stronger than humans, even if they are not as smart as humans. With the blessing of the home advantage, their gains are greater than humans. They also come to their senses faster. A long elephant mooing sounded in the southeast. And then a powerful momentum rose to the sky. It turned out to be a Vajra elephant. In this wonderful enlightenment state, it broke through to the divine beast realm without any bottleneck. Chirp. Meep. Boo. Just like a switch was turned on. Monsters from all directions kept breaking through with excited roars. Break through to the divine beast level. The monsters really got a great advantage. When they broke through, seeing that the starlight giant in the sky had disappeared, they immediately roared angrily. The monster's third attack surged suddenly and swiftly like a mountain torrent. Chapter 801 Mutated Dragon Elephant. One formation is broken and the other survives. Prepare for battle. Grandmaster team forms a formation. Magicians form a team to chant forbidden spells. Warriors form a defensive formation under Black Rock Mountain. Prepare artillery, reload rocket launchers. The roar of the monsters continued, and soon woke up the human race who were still in the enlightenment state. Everyone's face was filled with unsatisfied anger, and the irritability of being woken up by force without a good sleep. Damn it, let me do it. I'm going to kill these stupid beasts. Just as the Dragon Kingdom army and the Grandmaster team were preparing for battle angrily, Lee Sin roared with a raging voice, and the sound was so loud that it covered the noisy voices, and the soldiers around them covered their ears in fear. Just now, he had comprehended some of the essence of the real 12 ancestral, which star formation. As long as he immersed himself in the comprehension, it would not be a problem to fully comprehend the real 12 ancestral which star formation. However, he did not expect to be interrupted by the roars of those monsters, because his enlightenment was suddenly interrupted. His head was like a stirred paste, chaotic, and only 1/10 of what he comprehended remained. How could he not be angry? He pinched the seals with his hands, and shot the control array formulas into the air one by one. 12 different colored magic powers shot towards the starry sky where there was no starlight giant. Silently, 12 starlight giants, only 100 meters tall, with very solid bodies, condensed again in the blink of an eye. Moo. With the appearance of the starlight giants, the monsters outside became more excited, and rushed towards this side at a faster speed. Buzz, the next moment, with a low muffled sound, a faint silver light shield lit up, directly covering an area with a radius of 42 kilometers, but it was quickly adjusted by Lee Sin to the 35-kilometer line, to keep consistent with the shield formed by the positive and negative 5 elements formation. Anger comes fast, and goes fast. Although Lee Sin was still very angry, his emotions and thoughts had calmed down. He had already thought of the best and most appropriate tactics. A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. Boom, boom, boom. A giant elephant over 300 meters tall, with its scale shining with dark light, ran quickly from the southeast. Every step it took seemed to automatically move backwards. Every step it took covered thousands of meters. And it was moving very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it crossed 600 or 700 kilometers and stopped in front of the 6-color defense shield. This big guy is a mutant dragon elephant, level 209, combat power 390,000. Hiss hiss. A large number of sucking sounds sounded at the same time, and the air between heaven and earth seemed to be sucked out in an instant. 390,000? The 239 level Eternal Tongue Snake may not have such a high combat power. Right? The combat power of the 216 level Phoenix, that almost slaughtered Blue Star before, was only less than 210,000. This mutant dragon elephant is too terrifying. Huang Rong, a great master warrior who has encountered many adventures, now has a combat power of only a little, not even 40,000. The strongest person in Dragon Country, Feng Yun's sword Immortal King Fenjian's combat power is only over 20,000. In front of this mutant dragon elephant, he is just a small shrimp, a weakling. Boom! Another dragon roar, followed by the huge dragon elephant's 2 front hooves raised high at the same time, stomping down heavily with a heavy golden aura. Crack! The dazzling 5-color aura bloomed instantly, and then extinguished instantly. The 5-element shield of the 5-color aura can already withstand 3.2 million attacks, and the positive and negative 5-element spiritual defense array that successfully blocked the attacks of tens of millions of monsters was instantly broken. A golden crack left the position of the mutant dragon elephant's feet, and quickly spread to the entire formation. Amidst a series of crackling sounds, the entire defense shield was crushed. Hiss! How is this possible? The mutant dragon elephant's feet are so big that they are 50 or 60 meters wide. How can it break the positive and negative 5 elements defense formation with 1 foot? Xie Pengjun exclaimed in disbelief, his face full of disbelief. The faces of other generals also changed drastically. Huang Rong gritted her teeth and ordered in a deep voice, change the formation. Break the army, and grab the army formation. Charge up the military formation skill Gong Lang Pajun Pierce. Yes, sir. The moment the 5 elements shield was broken, the Grand Masters all felt their hair stand on end. Not only because of the surprise of the 5 elements shield being broken, but also because of the terrifying aura of the huge dragon elephant that made their breathing heavy. Magician, charge up the forbidden spell with all your strength, output your magic power with all your strength, and take the magic potion to increase the power of the forbidden spell to the point where it cannot be increased. All the warriors who know shield wall go to the front and cast the shield wall. It is enough to block it for a while. Other warriors go to Blackstone Mountain and prepare the combined attack skills. The artillery army fires. Swish. 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 Before the professional launched the skill, countless shells with long-tail flames instantly hit the mutant dragon elephant that was recovering. It was a pity that the dragon elephant not only did not dodge, but the golden spiritual light on its body became stronger and stronger. It seemed that the dragon elephant could absorb the energy of the artillery explosion. What a terrifying guy. There was no time to sigh at the enemy's strength. Lee Sin glanced at the mutant dragon elephant that was still accumulating power. The spell in his hand was still being cast. He shouted to the air in front of him, Su Wanjun. Take people to activate the positive and negative 5 elements array immediately. And don't worry about the damaged ones. Yes. I understand. More than 100 meters behind him on the right, Su Wanjun, who was running, stopped his pace and turned around to make arrangements immediately. Under the activation of Lee Sin's spell, the silver starlight barrier was quickly activated, and 99% of the starlight was concentrated on the starlight barrier in front of the mutant dragon elephant. It was not over yet. 81 mythical quality demon pills appeared in his hand, and he quickly threw them around him. A simple energy storage array was arranged by him. Oh no! Damn it! Boom! Just when Lee Sin arranged the energy storage array and had no time to connect it to the 12 ancestral witch star array, the mutant dragon elephant's hooves stepped down again, stepping hard on the silver starlight barrier. Go! Buzz buzz buzz. Amidst the dull roar, the starlight barrier, which was brighter than the moonlight, quickly dimmed. The terrifying golden spiritual power began to cut the silver starlight barrier, and it seemed that it would be cut into pieces like the positive and negative 5 elements shield in the next moment. But this time the situation was different. Lee Sin took action. The golden spiritual light rushed across the silver starlight barrier, but attracted by Lee Sin's magic power, all rushed towards him. The terrifying spiritual power was simply filtered by the starlight barrier, and its attack power was reduced a little, and it became gentler. Whoa. Even so, Lee Sin couldn't help but scream. He was now using his body as a connection, directing the attack of the mutant dragon elephant to himself, and then quickly injecting it into the energy storage array under his feet. The method was effective. The starlight barrier blocked the attack of the mutant dragon elephant. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for Lee Sin to rest, the divine beast-level monster that rushed over also began to attack, either using spells, or using their bodies, continuously bombarding the thin starlight barrier. Puff, haha. It's a good time. Such an attack is just right to help me perfect the formation. Lee Sin spat out the blood at the corner of his mouth, and immediately freed his hands, quickly laid down the excellent and perfect quality demon pills on his body, and completely connected the energy storage array and the 12 ancestral witch star array. Formation start. An iron gray light flashed, melting into the silver starlight barrier, making the color darker and deeper, and also making the gathered starlight barrier disperse and spread out. Bang. The mutant dragon elephant stepped down again, but this time the silver-gray starlight barrier was shaking, and it took the attack steadily. The golden spiritual power was quickly injected into the 81 demon pills at Lee Sin's feet. Phew. It succeeded. Before Lee Sin could take a deep breath, Sun Wenyong behind him sighed first. He had seen Lee Sin set up the formation many times, and when he saw the attacking power was completely absorbed, he knew that Lee Sin's defense formation was stable. Well, next, slow down the counterattack. I need these mythical beasts, demonic beasts, to help charge the formation. Haha. Only you, Lee Sin, dare to use mythical beasts to charge. Siet Pangjun also walked over with a smile, no longer nervous as before. Chapter 802 Beast Charger. Angangang. The mutant dragon elephant roared and attacked the silver-gray starlight barrier. Other divine beasts and subsequent demon beasts did not dare to approach the starlight barrier. They kept attacking with spells from a distance of several hundred meters. The dark night was lit up like day. Boom! The Dragon Nation army only launched artillery attacks. All other attacks were dispersed, including the forbidden spells that had been chanted for 1/3 of the time. It was a pity that the shield wall skill had just been activated, and more than 16,000 shields were consumed, which could not be recovered. The moon has set, and the sun has not yet risen, but the sky and the earth are still as bright as day. After a night of attack, these monsters are still full of energy. It seems that the monsters that have observed the star chart of the 12 ancestral witches have undergone some special evolution. Hee. The fighting power of these monsters has suddenly increased, but their wisdom has not changed much, and they have even become more impulsive. This is great. Siet Pangjun reluctantly handed a demon pill in his hand back to Lee Sin, with envy in his eyes. 5 elements Jialong Demon Pill Myth LV205. Energy value 1.6 billion/1.6 billion. Contains pure and balanced 5 elements of spiritual energy, is a high-quality material for cultivation, array formation, refining equipment, refining pills. This is a Jialong Demon Pill that originally had nearly 1 billion energy points. After a round of charging just now, the demon pill at the center of the array absorbed 80% of the energy, and directly filled the energy to the limit. After replacing this demon pill, Siet Pangjun and others came over, wanting to see Lee Sin's methods. As expected, Lee Sin shocked them all. This charging method is not uncommon, but he is the only one who can charge so quickly, and charge a mythical quality demon pill. Well, Lee Sin, how many mythical quality demon pills do you have left to charge? There are still 829, all of which I exchanged with the Grandmasters. Lee Sin looked at Siet Pangjun with a little caution. This was his personal property, and he would not be foolish enough to hand it over to the military or the government. Don't worry. We won't take your demon pills. My idea is, can you help the military charge a few demon pills? There are many places in the military that need high-quality, high-energy demon pills as energy sources. Oh, this? Of course. This is originally located in the military, and it is the infrastructure for the government to build a base. Naturally, it can be used. When this demon pill is charged, let the military replace it with a mythical quality demon pill. Hearing Siet Pangjun's explanation, Lee Sin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and could also understand the military's embarrassment. There may be less than 100 mythical quality demon pills left in the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even less than 20. Now there is an opportunity to charge a mythical demon pill, and I shamelessly asked for it. The Grandmaster team under Huang Rong still has a lot of mythical quality demon pills, but that is the reward promised to the Grandmaster team by the Dragon Kingdom official. as long as the Grandmaster team participates in the battle. The Grandmasters have the right to take the mythical quality demon pills first, and they can also choose various spoils first. No one in the entire Dragon Country objected to such a reward. The combat effectiveness of the Grandmaster team was obvious to all. Without their charge and suppression of the divine beasts, it would have been impossible for the Dragon Country to block the tunnels of several demon beast worlds. However, the top leaders of the Dragon Country did not know that those mythical quality demon pills. After a round, all returned to Lee Sin's hands, except for Huang Rong's. The mythical quality demon pills in the hands of other Grandmasters were handed over to him. Now that the military wanted to use the energy storage array to charge the demon pills first, he was naturally happy to do a favor. In order to prevent the monsters outside from retreating, the military slowed down the frequency of artillery attacks by half. Lee Sin controlled the formation and made the Starlight Phantoms of the 12 Witch Ancestors appear on the Starlight Barrier, so that the monsters would attack the Starlight Barrier like crazy after resting and recovering, continuously charging the demon pills in the formation. It was simply a beast-shaped charger. While the monsters continued to attack, Lee Sin started a new round of formation arrangement over the Black Stone Mountain in the south. It was originally more than 30 kilometers deep and more than 100 kilometers wide. After half a month of continuous construction, all the large gravel and large stones had been transported away and filled on the Black Stone Mountain. The fine yellow sand layer, which has been dug from the outer grasslands, has been laid with a thin layer and now looks like a reddish-brown plain. This area is now also included in the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense formation. The military and government have discussed and decided to transform it into a spiritual field and plant various spiritual plants. With the spiritual gathering effect of the positive and negative 5 elements formation, it would be a waste of natural resources if we don't build a spiritual field. Lee Sin used the spiritual wings to fly in the air to study the terrain and think about the appropriate formation. The original Ruoshui River in this area is about 45 kilometers away from the exit of the tunnel, just outside the positive and negative 5 elements formation, and within 45 kilometers of the 12 ancestral Witch Star formation, which separates the brown gobi and the green grassland in a straight line. The entire north bank of the Ruoshui River is brown gobi, with a width of 50 to 80 kilometers. Behind the gobi are grasslands and mountains. The south bank is the verdant grassland and the ups and downs, lush mountains and forests in the distance. The excavated Ruoshui River draws a perfect arc, forming a semicircle with one end in and one end out, with a diameter of exactly 90 kilometers, which is very magical. Lee Sin is now ready to treat this semicircular gobi as a whole and arrange a unified or integrated formation. It is most convenient to arrange a formation in a circular area, and there are thousands of formations that can be arranged just by looking at the general terrain. Lee Sin already has a rough range of formations to choose from. Now it is time to choose the best formation. The terrain is really good, flat and unobstructed, and the geological conditions are relatively consistent. It's a pity to only arrange the spirit gathering formation and the spirit field. Stopping his body in the air, Lee Sin's eyes lit up with a bright silver light, and gradually, a miniature formation diagram flowed in his eyes. This is a special ability he gained after watching the star map of the 12 Witch Ancestors the day before yesterday. It can speed up his ability to analyze formations. The Ju Mang star formation must be there. The energy storage formation is also necessary. The endless starlight spirit gathering formation must also be there. The Jiayi spirit gathering formation seems to be good, and there must be several attack formations. While muttering to himself, Lee Sin quickly selected the various formations he needed. The next step is to integrate these formations and merge them together. He flew in the air for a circle, took hundreds of photos with the formation drawing tablet, and memorized the terrain characteristics in his mind. He landed, returned to the temporary camp at the entrance of the tunnel, and began to design the formation. Senior Lee Sin, what formation should we set up next? Just after sitting down, Su Wanjun ran over excitedly. He saw Lee Sin standing in the air for 3 or 4 hours, and concluded that Lee Sin had a new idea and that he had a good formation to learn. Well, you came at the right time. You can lead people to use formations or magic terrain on the wasteland in the south to make the ground more solid, which will facilitate the subsequent formation. By the way, let everyone learn the endless starlight gathering spirit formation, which will be used in the subsequent formation. Oh, I understand. I will arrange it immediately. Su Wanjun was stunned at first, and then turned around to arrange the work assigned by Lee Senator, but not long after. He ran back again, looking at Lee Sin expectantly. Chapter 803, Arrangement of a 40-kilometer wide formation. This is the formation diagram I designed. We need everyone to work together to improve it. The goal is to speed up the growth of crops and herbs, assisted by two means of attack. Lee Sin was very efficient. It took only 3 days to design the basic formation diagram. But the final improvement was quite cumbersome. If he did it alone, it would take at least 3 months to complete it. With 600 high-level formation masters in charge, and 9,000 low and medium-level formations to assist, the improvement process will be much faster. However, after receiving his formation diagram, all the formation masters were stunned with a blank look on their faces. This formation is too complicated. If the formation diagram is not enlarged on the tablet, you can only see the 4 color lines of red, yellow, blue and green, and the 2 color dots of black and white, which are placed on the tablet like a tangled mess. Fortunately, the formation diagram that Lee Sin sent over, in addition to the general diagram, also has 640 decomposition drawings, which allows each formation master to find the formation he is familiar with, and check and identify errors. Otherwise, it is said that there is strength in numbers. Even if they were just 3 cobblers, they could have made Zhuge Liang stink. Moreover, the array masters were all very knowledgeable people, and they studied what they were good at. So soon, small mistakes and omissions were discovered and corrected. It only took 2.5 days, and the overall array diagram was successfully completed. Uncle Gao, Su Wanjun, Anuenda, Wang Yanshan, Yen Ruixing, you 5 will be the team leaders. Lead 1,500 array masters respectively, and start to set up the array according to our previous divisions. I will lead the remaining 1,500 low-level array masters for logistical support. This formation is a bit large, we can't rush, we need to be safe. We understand. The 5 people saluted solemnly, then went down to select people. According to the principle of familiarity and attribute matching, the middle and high-level formation masters were quickly assigned, and the remaining low-level formation masters were led by Lee Sin, who was responsible for logistics. Since the formation is relatively large, and it still needs to be arranged as a permanent formation, the materials used for the formation this time are the real materials for the formation, such as Chaoyun stone, Yifeng wood, Yanong iron, Momo sand, Baiyun soil, Wanqing gold, etc. Many natural treasures that Lee Sin only knew the name of before were continuously sent. Materials of different properties were buried in the soil in tons according to the formation. Xie Peng Jun and others were distressed. They frowned and looked bitter every day, and twitched their mouths from time to time. Fortunately, Lee Sin was sensible and asked for materials below the excellent level. Otherwise, Longbo would have gone bankrupt. Fortunately, the mythical demon pills for the formation were all asked by Lee Sin's wife privately. Otherwise, we would have gone bankrupt. Fortunately, the range of the formation is not too large. Otherwise, we would not have been able to gather enough resources for the formation. Xie Pengjun, Li Wanbing and others looked at the busy plain inside. Combine harvesters were equipped with plows and harrows, and they followed the route set by the computer, under the control of farmers with the cultivation skill. They plowed deep grooves and array patterns. Behind them, low-level array masters poured buckets of array ink into the grooves and smoothed them out. The high-level array masters behind them made corrections in time before the array ink dried up, striving to make the array patterns perfect. When the array ink dried up, the intermediate array masters behind them buried various array materials in various array nodes, and used the array master skills to fuse those array materials with the array ink that formed the array pattern, ensuring that the various materials truly became the array foundation of the array. This wasteland was being leveled, and the formation was being set up. The speed was not fast, and it was only 1 or 2 kilometers a day. It was not fast, but stable. Li Xinfei was in the air, inspecting the arrangement of the formation and controlling the overall arrangement of the formation. He also had to dispatch various resources in and out in time. He was really busy. It was more tiring than when he arranged the formation by himself and others assisted him. But his level of arranging the formation alone had reached a limit, and it would be difficult to make a breakthrough for a while. He simply turned his head to study the overall arrangement of the formation. And by the way, he tried the state of comprehension by analogy, which had a very low probability. When he was watching the operation of the 12 ancestral witches star map, he was interrupted halfway through his comprehension, which made him feel uncomfortable, and made him have a certain obsession with the comprehension state. The formation was arranged in a semicircular area with a radius of more than 40 kilometers. But he was unable to comprehend again, which only dissipated half of his obsession. In the center of the wasteland, Lee Sin stood at the control center of the large formation with regret. And he couldn't help but feel regretful. Senior Lee Sin, let me activate this formation. Once such a large formation backfires, it may be very dangerous. Let me do it. I can do it. I have a lot of blood and a high physique. I can do it too. I have high mana, high agility, and I can run fast. I can avoid the backlash of the formation. Before he stepped onto the formation control center, the formation masters of the military zone were vying with each other to activate the formation. This time the formation covers a radius of 40 kilometers. It is not the formation range of 40 kilometers, but the area where the formation is arranged reaches 40 kilometers. The formation is very large and very complicated. A person who accidentally activates the formation may be killed by the backlash. They are not confident that Lee Sin, the leader of the formation masters, will activate the formation, for fear that he will be killed by the backlash. It's okay. My spiritual attribute is higher than any of you. As long as I find something wrong, I can give up the activation of the formation in time. The safety is far better than yours. Don't talk nonsense. I designed the formation. I know the depth of it best. Lee Sin told everyone to shut up with a cold face, crouched down to the formation control center, took out a 202 level space attribute demon pill, inserted it into the eye of the formation, and began to slowly input mana into the formation under his feet. A faint, almost transparent milky white light, seen from the space attribute demon pill, slowly lit up the array patterns on the ground, and the colorful lines painted the earth into a magnificent picture. Whoosh! A gentle wind sounded, blowing up the dust on the ground and slowly sweeping it outward. The array bases in the formation lit up one by one, emitting a dazzling light. As the bases of the formations were lit up one by one, in the midday sky, above the 9 heavens, stars fell one after another, and slightly dim light pillars stood between heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth. It was a spectacular sight. On. After roaring, as the strange phenomena of heaven and earth unfolded, the monsters that were blocked by the starlight barrier outside the 45-kilometer radius became excited. Amid the greedy roars, the monsters stopped attacking one after another and raised their heads and opened their mouths, big or small, to absorb the starlight between heaven and earth. The monsters seemed to be very sensitive to the spiritual energy and the power of starlight, knowing that there were huge benefits in it. And they did have the ability to absorb the power of starlight. The monsters actually directly attracted about 40% of the starlight falling from the sky. Interesting. These monsters had seen the star map of the 12 witch ancestors before, and gained a lot of benefits. Lee Sin sighed secretly, and then regained his mind and concentrated on activating the formation under his feet, without monsters attacking outside. And nearly half of the starlight was absorbed by monsters. His pressure to activate the formation was reduced a lot. Boom, 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 boom. 49 minutes later, the heartbeat-like sound started again, but it only lasted 6 times before it ended. The colorful array base on the ground suddenly darkened and sank into the ground. Lee Sin let go of his hand, stood up and laughed. Ha. It's done. It's done in one activation, thanks to the help of the monster. Chapter 804 Cloud Sky Star Formation. The monster retreated again. Awesome. Hiss. This is a top-level formation. Master Lee Sin is really amazing, using intermediate, advanced, and even low-level formations to form a huge formation, and he can actually combine a top-level formation, which is incredible. What a terrifying formation. So many functions. It actually includes 4 functions of attack, defense, trap, and assistance. Incredible. So many formations. So many functional combinations, and it didn't collapse. No backlash. It's incredible. Major Lee Sin. When Lee Sin recovered his mana and strength, there were constant exclamations around him. Everyone was amazed at how powerful his formation was, and even more amazed at his magical ability to set up formations. He resisted the urge to identify the formation immediately, and first drank a few bottles of potions to restore his mana, and then cast the spirit identification technique on his feet. Cloud Sky Star Formation LV201 condenses the spiritual energy and star power of heaven and earth, and provides multi-directional enhancements to the area within a radius of 50 kilometers. 1. Heaven and Earth Gathering Spirits. Improve the efficiency of accelerating the gathering of spiritual energy in heaven and earth within the range of the formation, and increase it by 402%. 2. Spiritual nourishment. Provide spiritual nourishment to all life within the range of the formation, and accelerate the growth of life. All plant growth efficiency is increased by 402%. The growth efficiency of animals without spiritual intelligence is increased by 300%. And the cultivation efficiency of monsters and practitioners is increased by 201%. 3. Spiritual soothing. Gather spiritual energy and star power, heal the life in the formation, increase healing efficiency by 402%. 4. Spiritual barrier. Concentrate the spiritual energy within the formation to the edge of the formation, form a powerful shield, protect the life in the formation. The strength of the formation is determined by the amount of spiritual energy. 5. Jumong's Fury. Condensing Jumong's Phantom, attack the enemy. The attack strength is determined by the amount of spiritual energy and starlight. The formation has a full 5 skills. It is the formation that Lee Sin has seen the most since he learned the formation. And this is just a skill. The basic ability of the formation to gather spiritual energy and adjust the environment and absorb attacks is not shown. Another point is that the coverage of the formation is not the 20-kilometer radius expected by Lee Sin, but 50 kilometers, which is doubled. It directly wraps the semicircular wasteland and also includes the grassland on the opposite side. There are still several blank areas in the middle of the formation, which makes the formation not so perfect. The properties of weak water are really magical. Such a powerful top formation cannot affect it. The weak water river and the 99-meter area above it are still blank areas of the formation. Looking at the obvious blank area, Lee Sin couldn't help but frown. The 90-kilometer long and 333-meter wide Ruoshui River was completely undefended. If a monster that could swim across the Ruoshui River came in, the formation he had set up would be useless. Such monsters are very likely to exist. After all, the world of monsters is infinitely vast, and there are countless magical monsters. After crossing the Ruoshui River, the formation can still cover the pass continuously, and it did not fail due to the interruption in the middle. This is already a great fortune, and it can be regarded as another verification of Lee Sin's formation level. At the moment the formation was activated, the powerful power of the formation directly pushed the monsters that were bombarding the starlight barrier out, and now they were all pushed to the grassland opposite the Ruoshui River. The sudden change caused the monsters to retreat directly after a brief panic, retreating hundreds of kilometers. That's right. They have been attacking the starlight barrier for more than a month, and they should be very tired. Retreating to recuperate is the right thing to do. Jumong's fury starts. The monsters wanted to retreat, but Lee Sin didn't want to let them go easily, so he directly activated the attack skills of Yutian star formation. Buzz. With a muffled sound, a giant starlight quickly condensed in the air, green as bamboo, with a human face and a bird body, riding 2 dragons, and a height of 3,000 meters. The face was blurred but gave people a sense of majesty and kindness. Shwa. As soon as the bird body giant condensed into shape, it disappeared directly, and the next moment its figure appeared on the head of the mutant dragon elephant. Spring Mang, Sword of Life, Spring Life Sword. As the designer of the formation, Lee Sin knew the power and limit of Ju Mang's fury, so his first move was a killer move. The huge starlight giant suddenly shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it shrank into a green sword light, and fiercely stabbed at the neck of the mutant dragon elephant. Awing! Feeling threatened, the huge dragon elephant roared in dissatisfaction, and its whole body was shining with golden spiritual light, wrapping itself like a statue cast in gold. Clang! Zizi! Zizi! The green sword light chopped on the golden spiritual light. First there was a sound of metal clashing, and then there was a sharp and tooth-grinding friction sound, the kind of sound of metal rubbing against metal. For a moment, everyone in the wasteland covered their ears to block the devilish sound. Even Lee Sin covered his ears tightly with both hands, and for a moment, he was unable to control the formation. Bang as he released the control of Ju Mang's fury. The condensed green sword light exploded directly, and this explosion actually broke the mutant dragon elephant's neck in half. The scales on the neck were blown off. The flesh on the tibia was blown away, and the throat and the bones could be seen. The mutant dragon elephant's cry was distorted, and it let out a wolf-like scream. Grandmasters, assemble. Kill the beast. All troops, attack. Lee Sin was still pinching his fingers to reactivate rage of Ju Mang. Huang Rong and Li Wanbing had already seen the opportunity, and immediately ordered an attack. The Grandmasters had already formed a military formation, guarding against the Cloud Sky Star Formation affecting the 12 Ancestral, which star formation when activated, and flew out like an arrow after hearing the attack order. Their goal was clear, and they went straight to the mutant dragon elephant. The entire military formation turned into a golden arrow, nailing it down with a murderous aura. Military formation skill. Sharp golden arrow kills. The military formation has not arrived yet, but the golden true energy has arrived first, and quickly condensed into a cold light, and shot at the neck of the mutant dragon elephant. Ah! The mutant dragon elephant, which was originally running fast with injuries, did not circulate the spiritual energy to its neck, losing a layer of defense, and was suddenly hit by this combined force, and after a short scream, its head and body were separated. Even with 390,000 points of combat power, it could not withstand the combined force of more than 4,000 Grandmasters. Of course, the defense-breaking attack of Jumong's Fury is also very important. If the defense is not broken in advance, the Grandmaster's military formation skill may not be able to kill with one blow. Continue, we will hunt down the Divine Beast-level monsters, and leave the rest to the Dragon Nation warriors. Huang Rong left the army formation, collected the 4 things that exploded on the ground, and excitedly ordered the attack. The Grandmaster team maintained the formation, and quickly killed the separated Divine Beast-level monsters. Although this would definitely cause many Divine Beasts to escape, it was safer. The battle in Linhai Plain had left them with some shadows in their hearts, and they became more cautious. In the back, the professional army of Dragon Nation was speeding up to catch up, also maintaining the formation, and did not charge rashly. Huang Rong had said before that she had sensed a large number of divine beasts, and Xie Pengjun remembered it. So he ordered a cautious attack. When they reached the Ruoshui River, only those professionals with flying skills could get there, and the actual pursuit was still being carried out by the Grandmaster team. The battle lasted from morning to afternoon, and ended with the Grandmaster team retreating. Chapter 805 found the gathering point of the divine beasts, slowing down the progress. Be careful. There is a mountain over 20,000 meters high, more than 8,000 kilometers away. We sensed a large number of divine beasts on the mountain. As soon as Huang Rong landed, she reported a bad news. The number of divine beasts that she called a large number and could scare them back must be quite large. At least tens of thousands. More than 8,000 kilometers? It will have a great impact on our base plan. Xie Pengjun frowned, looked at the environment around him, and his face was full of reluctance and unwillingness. Huge resources have been invested in this base that has just started construction. It would be a pity to give it up, and the loss would be even greater. Miss Huang, are those beasts gathered together? After the initial shock, Li Wanbing gradually calmed down and asked a key question. It is certain that they are gathered together. The mountain gives me the feeling of rich spiritual energy, which makes people intoxicated. If I practice on the mountain, my martial arts progress will be much faster. Therefore, I dare to conclude that the mountain is not only suitable for practice, but it is very likely that there are good things on the mountain to assist practice. Huang Rong said with bright eyes, and the light of expectation shone through her eyes. If possible, she wanted to occupy the mountain. Before, she could clearly feel that the speed of spiritual energy absorption was more than 3 times that of the outside world, and the spiritual energy on the mountain was quite gentle, which was easy to be absorbed by warriors like them. In the monster world, the spiritual energy of ordinary land was more than twice that of the warrior world. In places with many plants such as forests and grasslands, it was common for the concentration of spiritual energy to reach 4 or 5 times. However, the spiritual energy in the monster world was at least twice as violent as that in the warrior world, and it was not easy to absorb. A small amount of absorption would only cause a slight pain in the meridians. After absorbing and practicing for a period of time, you must stop and rest. And the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the more violent the spiritual energy, and the harder it is to absorb. That mountain is the first place with gentle spiritual energy that Huang Rong found in the monster world. As long as there is a chance and conditions, she must take it. However, thinking about the breath of the divine beast on the mountain, she sighed helplessly, shook her head, and did not dare to continue the topic. General Xie, General Li, I suggest that you don't rush to hunt down monsters. You can continue to expand the formation and then slowly clear the monsters. Even if there are monsters attacking, it will only increase the power of the formation. Miss Huang makes sense. Let's let the soldiers who cross the river come back. Xie Pengjun nodded in agreement and asked Li Wanbing to call the people back. The idea of building a base in a different place came to his mind again. But this still needs to be discussed with Li Xin. When he found Li Xin was sitting cross-legged on the ground, pointing and modifying the formation diagram on the formation tablet with his hands. The Fury of Zhu Meng, the second activation, actually took a full 90 minutes. If it encounters a real large-scale battle, it will probably delay things. The monsters will not sit down and negotiate in a friendly manner. They negotiate terms with the dragon people. In the eyes of monsters, people are food. The existing cloud sky star formation needs to be optimized, and its power will continue to increase. Li Lang, I found a treasure land for cultivation, it's just. Huang Rong waited for Li Xin to look up from the tablet, and immediately excitedly explained the previous discovery, and explained in detail the benefits of the mountain. My advice is not to provoke those beasts now, and don't stroke the tiger's whiskers. We are fighting so vigorously here, not only is the momentum huge, but there are frequent strange phenomena, and the beasts on that mountain didn't participate in the battle, it's just that they look down on us. If we harass them recklessly, and anger those beasts, if they really come out in droves, we will definitely die peacefully. Li Xin's use of peaceful is very appropriate. Huang Rong recalled the breath of the beasts on the mountain that scared her back, and they were really numerous and dangerous. Then what should we do? Are we going to watch that precious place for cultivation being occupied by those beasts? That was originally the territory of the monsters, and we are the invaders. Okay, this matter really cannot be rushed. We will continue to expand the formation. Without the support of the formation, we will definitely not be able to destroy those beasts. When Li Xin heard that there was a precious place for cultivation, he was also excited for a moment, but then he calmed down. If there were thousands of beasts, the Grandmaster team would have a chance to destroy them with the magician's forbidden spell. But once the number reaches tens of thousands, there will definitely be high-level, powerful beasts with superior strength and wisdom. Such a gathering place of beasts is not easy to deal with. Okay, then let's wait for a while. But how long will this period take? If it takes too long, I will take the Grandmaster team back to the warrior world. Make some preparations first, and try to bring more people back next time. You want to go back to the warrior world? Li Xin was stunned, put away the formation tablet, and looked at Huang Rong with a little surprise, a little curiosity, and a little reluctance. Huang Rong was free from all worries in the warrior world at this time. Li Xin had told her before that she could just settle down in Blue Star, and she readily agreed. I don't know why she wanted to go back again. Li Lang, I'm going back to speed up the development of Baiyun Mountain, to take over Song as soon as possible, and to destroy Jin by the way. Yes. Li Xin nodded, raised his hand and flipped out the formation tablet to look at the time on it. December 21st. 127th year of Tianao calendar. The new year is coming soon, and Huang Rong and the others won't have time to eat the New Year's Eve dinner when they go back. Rong, let's spend the new year in Dragon Country first. Have a family reunion dinner, and then go back. That's fine. There's no rush in the next 2 days. Huang Rong naturally would not refuse Li Xin's proposal, but then proposed the idea of taking the Grand Masters to Blue Star for a large purchase, preparing to bring more magical Blue Star creations back to the warrior world. In preparation for persuading his men to go to Blue Star, Li Xin naturally would not object to this, and directly took Huang Rong to find Qian Duku, asking him to arrange the itinerary for the Grand Masters. It's not that he was afraid that they had no money to pay the bill, but that he was worried that they didn't understand the laws of Blue Star and would kill people at will. If it were the Grandmaster of Song, he might be more particular, and he would talk about law and morality. The Grandmasters who came this time were all from the northern countries such as Mongolia, Yuan and Jin. They were barbaric and very indifferent to law and human life. If they were unhappy, they might kill people. After Huang Rong and others left, Xie Pengjun found Li Xin with a serious expression. Li Xin, your idea is good, but there are too many Grandmasters in the world of warriors, and they are too powerful. Cooperating with them would be like courting disaster, and would put Longhua and Blue Star in danger. I know. So this plan will not be launched quickly, but we'll wait for a while, until our own strength is strong enough. As for the speed, it needs to be controlled by the military and government. That's right. After hearing Li Xin's explanation, Xie Pengjun smiled and nodded. He thought at first that Li Xin asked Huang Rong to go back to start this plan, but Li Xin did consider more. He added, I suggest that the military and government can send people to enter the warrior world first. collect intelligence from the warrior world, and start some propaganda to lay the foundation for future alliances. Well, what you said makes sense. I will arrange it. You stabilize the existing formation, and then prepare to go back for vacation. Have a good new year. And after the new year, continue the base construction. Okay. Chapter 806 Reunion Dinner. Cheers to a happy new year. Cheers to a happy new year. Cheers. Northwest Military Region, in the family building, Lee Sin's family rarely gathered together, raising their glasses to celebrate. Grandpa Lee looked at the lively family, with a smile on his face. He was almost 80 years old, but his white hair turned black. Since Lee Sin showed his extraordinary talent in formation, the military and government have provided him with high protection and high welfare subsidies. Lee Sin and his sister Lee Cheong also exchanged high-quality cultivation secrets for him, as well as various cultivation resources. After more than 10 years of cultivation, his combat power has now reached 86 points, and his martial arts skills have reached the 3rd level. Although he does not have a professional panel, he is not much worse than an ordinary 3rd-level professional. As his strength improves, his lifespan has also been improved. He looks younger than when Lee Sin changed his job. His sister Lee Cheong is now a local expert and serves as the deputy director of the 1st District in the government's Special Service Bureau. Lee Cheong, LV 135. 7-turn purple robe Heavenly Master Nineth turn combat power, 8523 HP, skills, 9 heavens summon thunder, 3 pure ones summon gods, 9 curses, 8 swords, 7 guards, 6 Ren. Lee Cheong is a single professional player, and her early upgrades were relatively fast. With the full support of the government, she not only upgraded quickly, but also her combat power increased a lot. She is definitely the strongest among Taoist professionals of the same level. Even if compared horizontally with other professionals, she is also a leader. Brother-in-law Su Dingxing is slightly lower in level, but is also a 6-turn Vajra Shield Warrior of level 124, with a combat power of 5,944 points, and is very good at shield skills, which can protect Lee Cheong well when she performs Taoist magic. The two of them are now a well-known couple in the Secret Service. As long as they take action, there has never been a mission that cannot be completed. Of course, this is also because the government wants to train them and won't give them too dangerous tasks. However, Lee Sin is not very enthusiastic about this sister and brother-in-law, but he likes their children very much. The eldest niece is already 11 years old, and the youngest nephew is 8 years old. Both of them are little adults. At this time, the two little people raised their glasses, each holding a glass of juice, and shouted the loudest and the happiest. After saying cheers, the two of them didn't wait for the others. They just stood up and looked up, gulping down a large glass of green juice. At the end, they looked at Lee Sin with a reluctant look, and held out their cups. "Uncle, your juice is the best. I want more." "No. You two have already drunk 2 large glasses of Huiong juice today. You can't drink any more. Be careful not to overeat." Before Lee Sin could say anything, Lee Cheong interrupted the two children with a deep voice, making their eyes misty, and they were about to cry. "Su Ya, Su Zhuang, are you two itching for trouble today?" Su Dingxing also looked serious, and was about to start a lecture. "Okay, Xiao Qiong, Dingxing, don't be nervous. I still have juice here." Lee Sin smiled and interrupted his sister and brother-in-law, who were about to teach their children a lesson, and took out a large bottle of juice, which was also green. But Fong Qiong and Su Dingxing took a look, and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and did not stop him. Huiong juice has a very strong vitality, and is a good medicine for healing and recovery. However, healthy people only drink it to satisfy their cravings, and it has no extra effect. For growing children, drinking a small amount provides nutrition for growth, but drinking too much is poison, and various symptoms of precocious puberty will follow. The bottle that Lee Sin took out later was Green Star Lychee Juice. In addition to the sweet taste, it only has a weak effect of clearing the mind and improving eyesight. It is not bad for children to drink more. Uncle is the best. Zhuang likes uncle. The two little guys are smart. Seeing that their parents did not dare to stop their uncle, they knew that this uncle, who they hardly knew, was their backer. Uncle also likes Yaya and Zhuang. Lee Sin smiled and rubbed the heads of the two little ones, his face full of doting. He has been trying for more than 10 years, but he has never had a child. He likes seeing children. especially his two nephews. Of course, they are not small. They have sufficient nutrition, and their grandfather takes care of them. They are growing taller. Yaya, 11 years old, is already 1.5 meters tall. And Zhuang, 8 years old, is 1.2 meters tall. Both of them are still strong and healthy. Come to Annie also has juice. Not only Li Xin was happy to see this, Huang Rong also liked it very much. If Guapopo hadn't died, he would be 8 years old now, should be the same age as Su Zhuang. Thinking of this, her eyes couldn't help but redden. She stood up and pulled Su Zhuang to sit beside her, took out the colorful juices, and put a large pile on the ground beside her. Annie is the best. Su Zhuang was really sweet-mouthed, and he immediately called Huang Rong Auntie, forgetting that there was also Auntie Yangmi present. Aunt. Su Yaya is older and more sensible. She first called Huang Rong Aunt, then sat down next to Yangmi and called her Aunt again. She has been taken care of by Yangmi since she was a child. Yangmi watched her grow up. If Li Qiong and his wife go on a mission, it is basically Yangmi who takes care of them. The relationship between the two is closer. Su Zhuang, the clever boy, is also very perceptive. He got the juice from Huang Rong, and then went back to honor Yangmi with a flattering face, which made the 6 adults present laugh. With 2 little happy people around, everyone had a very happy and warm New Year's Eve dinner. Li Xin and Huang Rong both felt the long-lost feeling of home and the warmth of family affection. After dinner, the 2 children ran out to set off firecrackers with the children from the next-door neighbors. The adults gathered in front of the TV, watching TV, drinking tea and chatting. Alas, after 3 rounds of tea, Grandpa Li suddenly sighed. And before he could speak, Li Xin's face turned bitter. Xiaoxin, you are 33 years old this year. It's time to have a child. If you weren't really capable, you would have been forced to divorce by the government. Don't forget that there is a law in Longhua, if a couple is over 30 and has not given birth to a child, and both parties are in good health, it is considered that there is a disagreement in their relationship and they are forced to divorce and remarry. Ahem. Grandpa. I know. But you should also know that in the past 2 years, I was either fighting in the alien world or busy setting up the formation. I really didn't have time. The government and the military are very clear about this, and they won't use this law to embarrass me. And I'm working hard. Sure enough, Grandpa repeated the same old tune, which gave him a headache. He, Yangmi, and Huang Rong were all examined at the military hospital. They were all normal and energetic. It should be easy for them to get pregnant. But for more than 10 years, there has been no sign of pregnancy. This is very strange. Li Xin secretly wondered. Is it possible for time travelers to have children? Grandpa Li looked at his grandson, who was giving a long explanation again. He did not reprimand him as he did in the past, but raised his wrist to check the time. When the time reached 10 o'clock, the old man glanced at his grandson, who had not yet finished explaining, got up, opened the door, and welcomed the 2 uninvited guests in. Chapter 807, Grandpa's Order of Lovers. Grandpa Li, Happy New Year. Grandpa Li, auspicious New Year, may you become younger and younger, and live a long life. A cold and crisp, a gentle and charming female voice came from the door, and then 2 acquaintances of Li Xin walked in. It was Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru. Pa! Li Xin slapped his forehead, with a bitter smile on his face. The old man really became the person he hated in the beginning. Sister Wanling, Sister Yaru is here, come in quickly. I'll introduce you to a sister. This is Sister Huang Rong. Before Li Xin wanted to complain, Yangmi pinched his waist, glared at him fiercely, and rushed to meet Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru. Then the 4 women ignored Li Xin and chatted enthusiastically. Oh, Su Dingsheng looked at the 4 beauties, who were getting along harmoniously, and then looked at Li Xin, who looked embarrassed, and couldn't help showing an envious expression, and immediately encountered Li Qiong, the 2-finger Zen of love. Brother, look. Yaya is already 11 years old. I also want to have a little nephew to play with. Both boys and girls are fine. Don't lose too much to me in this respect. Haha, you little girl. Don't mind your own business. Li Xin glared at Li Qiong but didn't have the confidence. He did lose in this respect. Hee. Dingsheng and I have agreed that, as long as we have less work next year, we will prepare to have a 3rd child. Li Qiong raised her head proudly. Proud that she could have a child whenever she wanted. You? Pa Li Xin was about to say something to Li Qiong, but was slapped on the head by Grandpa Li. You bastard. Didn't you see the guests coming? Why don't you get up to greet them? What are you doing sitting there like an idiot? Li Sin felt very aggrieved. But he didn't dare to say it. This is my dear grandfather. He had to get up reluctantly to greet the two uninvited guests. Hello. Long time no see. No. I feel bad without you by my side. As soon as Li Sin finished speaking, Wu Wanling changed the coldness in her voice and replied with a resentful tone, leaving Li Sin at a loss for words. I feel bad too. I miss you and think about you every day. Feng Yaru's tone was gentle, but also straightforward, which made Li Sin's mouth twitch wildly, and he couldn't even speak. Sit down, husband. Don't be afraid. The two sisters won't eat you. Yang Mi watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble. She pushed Li Sin between Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru, and she and Huang Rong sat on the left and right of the two women, giving them a sense of supporting the two women. Grandpa Li sat opposite Li Sin, chatting with the two girls with a smile on his face, and constantly praising his grandson for his excellence, and selling him hard. Even Li Qiong and Su Dingsheng came up to help. A world where only Li Sin was embarrassed and hurt was created. That night, Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru did not leave, and went into Li Sin's bedroom with Yang Mi and Huang Rong to talk in private, leaving him alone to sleep on the sofa in the living room. What's the big deal? On the first day of the new year, Li Sin visited old friends as usual, and stayed at his teacher Lu Peiziu's house for an afternoon before leaving. He was visited on the second day of the Chinese New Year, and the reception and sending off continued until the fifth day. On the sixth day, he returned to Slime Plain and visited his subordinates in Thunder Mountain Villa, under the development of Ma Wanfen and others. The entire Thunder Mountain has developed well. Not only has it planted a variety of fruit trees on the mountain, but it has also started a fruit wine brewing business. It has also tamed the four-armed thunder monkeys on the mountain and let them help brew wine. Now Thunder brand fruit wine has become famous in Longhua. Although some people were jealous of his territory, with the backing of the Northwest Military Region, even if the high-ranking officials of the Central Plains Military Region came, they could not move at all. In Thunder Mountain, Li Sin stayed for a week. In addition to adjusting and developing, he also adjusted the old formations and made some enhancements and adjustments. Finally, he took 2 more days to go around Slime Plain and check the formations. He did not need to adjust these formations. The formations of the entire plain had been rearranged, whether it was attack, defense, or auxiliary healing capabilities. They were far better than when he left 8 years ago. As he progressed, his comrades and compatriots in Longhua were also making progress. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, he accompanied Yang Mi and 4 other girls in Xining City, and spent a romantic and awkward lantern festival. It was another world where only Li Sin was embarrassed. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Li Sin took Yang Mi and the other 4 back to the 7-monster cave to start the New Year's work. Commander, don't you old guys have anything else to do? How can you match couples like this? When he heard that Yang Mi, Wu Wanling, and Feng Yaru had all become his assistants and bodyguards, Li Sin was completely numb. Don't talk nonsense. Although Yang Mi and the other 3 are not as strong as Huang Rong, they can still effectively protect you when you set up the formation. Moreover, the logistics have basically built the houses in Blackstone Mountain during your vacation. There are enough houses to accommodate more people. Li Wanbing's face was solemn, but his eyes could not hide the gloating smile. 1 versus 4. It's enough for Li Sin to bear. The military and the government are happy to see it happen. Why do you think there are so many families in Longhua now? Why do families and consortiums have such a great influence? It's because the probability of children born by professionals awakening professionals is 2.4 times higher than the probability of ordinary people's children awakening. This is based on accurate statistics. In order to make Dragon Country stronger, Dragon Country has enacted many laws that violate modern morality. Of course, the probability of professionals and ordinary people giving birth to awakened children is also higher than that of ordinary people. In order to prevent professionals from enslaving ordinary people, there are still a lot of laws to protect ordinary people. Among them, the punishment for professionals killing ordinary people is more severe than that for ordinary people killing people. Basically, they will be arrested as soon as they are found. Either be executed directly, or go to the front line, join the death squad, and fight for the slim chance of survival. In a situation like Li Sin, although the government and the military wanted Li Sin to give birth to a child as soon as possible, they only hinted and did not dare to make it clear. Some bottom lines must be observed. Li Sin rolled his eyes, but did not object. All day long, Li Xin ran around on the semicircular plane named Nansuan, checking the nodes and bases of the Yantianxing array. Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru also followed him closely for a day. At night, the two of them returned to the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment assigned to Li Xin by the military district. Looking at their familiar but somewhat mature faces, he still felt a little sorry. Have you thought it through? If you follow me, you will have no status. To put it bluntly, it is an unclear relationship. I have thought it through, and I will follow you. Wu Wanling was 2 points less cold and 2 points less graceful than last time, and 4 points more straightforward and domineering. I will never find a man who is better than you, and can make my heart beat in my life. You must be responsible. Feng Yaru, who originally had a bit of a lady's temper, didn't know what she had experienced. This time, she exuded a resentful temperament from time to time, which made Li Xin think that he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. Seeing the two people's determination, he, a grown man, stopped being pretentious. Okay, after we are done with this period, we will invite the parents of both sides together, hold a simple wedding, and confirm our relationship. But the marriage certificate. I do. Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru interrupted Li Xin's words, their eyes slightly red, tears running down their delicate and pretty faces. Li Xin was slightly moved, with a little bit of guilt on his face, and he stepped forward to hug the two people gently, and lowered his head to kiss the tears from their eyes. Chapter 808 Huang Rong bids farewell. Leaving behind treasures. Ding-ling ding-ling ding-ling. Huang Rong, who had a bad taste, hung a bell ornament on the head of the bed in the master bedroom. The crisp bell rang all night long. The next day, Li Xin was quite satisfied when he opened his attribute panel. Name, Li Xin LV103 16% age, 33. Lifespan, 600 occupation, second level farmer 0.2. Second level chef 0.4. Sixth level spirit formation master 45 strength, 6750 constitution, 6750 spirit, 8400 agility, 6750 HP, 675,000 physical strength, 10,000 mana, 1.67 million combat power, talent omitted, skills omitted now that he has leveled up. Strength, physical strength, and agility can only increase by 45 points, while spirit will increase by 450 points. And the gap in the 4-dimensional attributes will widen rapidly. Fortunately, his skill Yin Yang Mutual Aid can adjust attributes. Otherwise he might have collapsed due to attribute imbalance. Of course, this time, Wu Wanling and Feng Yaru benefited much more than him. Wu Wanling, LV 118 6-turn zither musician 6-turn combat power, 2138. HP, 5200 talent, listening to nature skills, Guzheng playing, Guqing playing, piano playing, bamboo flute playing, ethereal voice, metal sound, sonic boom. A practice of Yin Yang Mutual Aid helped Wu Wanling increase her combat power by 550 points. She used to have dark circles under her eyes and a sallow complexion, but now she looks 10 years younger. She was even more beautiful than when Li Xin first saw her. After evaluating Wu Wanling's attributes, he got up and went to the next room to see if Feng Yaru was awake. Feng Yaru, LV 78. 4th turn Berserker 4th turn, 5th turn Spiritual Plant Master 5th turn Combat Power, 1185. Talent, Tenacity. Skills, Rage, Bloody Battle in all directions, Watering, Rain Condensation, Rain Gathering and Bringing Sweet Rain. Feng Yaru was also a dual professional, and upgraded very slowly, and only upgraded 13 levels in 8 years. This may be due to the fact that she wasted a lot of time managing the family mercenary group and the company. But it can also be seen that it is difficult for dual professionals to upgrade. Moreover, this time she practiced Yin Yang Mutual Aid. Her combat power only increased by 270 points, which was half less than Wu Wanling. Sometimes people really have to be compared. At this time, she still had a happy smile on her face, and slept deeply. Li Xin simply stopped calling her, and turned to the last room. TSK. Yang Mi has also been led astray. Seeing that Yang Mi and Huang Rong were sleeping in an awkward position, Li Xin turned around and closed the door, and went to the kitchen to use the ingredients inside to cook a few packs of instant noodles, and a few packs of frozen dumplings. It's not that he only has this cooking skill, he also has a second-level chef career. The problem is that this base is just being built, all kinds of materials are prioritized for convenience and speed, and the food is naturally all kinds of instant products. Hubby, you've worked hard. I worked hard all night last night, and I still made you work hard this morning. It's my fault as a wife. Yongmi walked out of the room with sleepy eyes, and saw Lee Sin cooking and smiled and joked. Lee Sin glared at her, and changed the subject. Go wash up quickly, the instant noodles won't taste good if they get cold. Hee hee. I'll go wake up the sisters. Yongmi turned around and woke up the other three with a smile, and the four of them went to wash up with a smile before returning to the restaurant. As expected, the instant noodles and frozen dumplings had been scraped and were no longer tasty. The four looked at Lee Sin with a strange smile, and said, "A beautiful sight to behold," and finished their breakfast in a few bites. Professionals have excellent appetites and digestive abilities, so they don't care about the taste of instant noodles, as long as they can eat their fill. Li Lang, I'm going to take the Grandmaster team back today. After all, we've been out for too long, and I'm worried that something unexpected will happen in the Baiyun Mountains. After the meal, Huang Rong asked Lee Sin to resign. Although Lee Sin was a little reluctant about this, he thought about the situation in Baiyun Mountain, Song State, and Jin State, and he really couldn't be careless. So he nodded and agreed. I have some special props here. No need. Li Lang, I have more special props than you do. These are for you. Before Lee Sin took out the prepared props, Huang Rong poured out a large row of items. The most eye-catching among them were the rows of books. To be precise, these were skill books. They were advanced skill books, and the lowest color that could be seen was purple, because Huang Rong didn't bother to collect all kinds of items below perfect quality. Li Lang, this is what you Blue Star people call a skill book. But when we open it, all we can see are meaningless titles. The whole book is full of titles, without any content. This should be the limitation of the way of heaven in your world. At the end, Huang Rong sighed helplessly and enviously, and pushed the row of skill books to Lee Senator. There are 104 skill books here, including one of orange mythical quality, which was exploded by the mutant dragon elephant years ago. 3 books of golden legendary quality, all dropped by the ant monster outside Night Bat Cave. 52 books of red epic quality, 293 books of purple perfect quality. Strong, you are really strong. Lee Sin gave Huang Rong a big thumbs up. Longwa is 127. Longwa has never seen a mythical skill book. At least the military and government of Longwa have never produced a mythical skill book. Even if the family Chable forces have obtained a mythical skill book, it will definitely not exceed 1 palm. I didn't expect Huang Rong to drop a mythical skill book after just one visit. He quickly picked it up and cast a spiritual identification spell on it. Dragon Elephant Diamond Shield Warrior skill book. The initial effect is to cast a shield, give the target unit a strong shield, protect the target in all directions. The effect is simple and crude, and a bit overbearing. Directly increase the user's shield skill defense by 10 times. With this skill, not only is the shield warrior safe and secure, but it can also protect other professionals. And the attributes identified now are only the initial attributes, but the skills can be continuously upgraded, and they will become even more powerful after the upgrade. After a moment of excitement, Lee Sin put it down with regret, and picked up 3 legendary skill books to identify them. 100 times strength. After learning, you can burst out 100 times the strength to fight for 1 minute. When the time is up, you will be weak for 1 hour, but you will not be completely exhausted. Just reduce 80% of your strength and physical strength, and you can recover quickly. 100 times endurance. After using it, you will burst out 100 times the endurance, which lasts for 1 minute and can resist more attacks. After that, there will also be a 1-hour weakness zone. Ant Power Heavy Strike quickly throws 100 punches in a short period of time, hitting the enemy hard. The first punch has 110% attack power. Each punch after that is 10% stronger than the previous one, and the cooldown time is also 1 hour. They are all powerful skills, and they are all warrior skills, which are explained in the skill book. Lee Sin also appraised other epic skill books. Luckily, these skill books are of many types, including the skill books of warriors, magicians, archers, and Taoist priests. Among them, there is a skill book that Lee Sin can use, and is easy to use, Quick Formation. The skill can speed up the formation by 20% at the beginning, and for every level up, the speed will be increased by 2%. Lee Sin directly learned this skill book. At present, with his formation level, his formation speed is not the best, and any improvement is better. He did not identify the perfect quality skill books, but just looked at the names and skipped them. There was no skill book that could make him curious. I will take these skill books. Anyway, you can't learn them. And it's a waste to leave them. You can take back the other props. No. Li Lang. Take a look at these things first. They are not life-saving props. You can take them without worry. Oh. Let me take a look. Hearing that they were not life-saving props, Li Xin really breathed a sigh of relief and leaned over to check. Chapter 809 Farewell, the careless thoughts of the senior management. What Huang Rong left behind were indeed not life-saving items, but they were all good things. There were a large number of epic, and even legendary monster corpse materials. Even if it was a divine beast, after death, it was rare to drop mythical quality materials. The quality of the corpse plummeted. Only the demon pill could absorb the energy of the body and maintain the mythical quality. And the most precious thing Huang Rong left behind was more than 2,200 mythical quality demon pills. I took these back from my grandmasters. They said they have given you the rest. Is that true? Yes. I promised to help them set up formations and practice after returning to the warrior world. So they advanced the demon pills to me. So, that's right. Your formation is really magical. It helps people break through easily. Huang Rong nodded in approval at Li Xin's answer. She and the Grandmaster of Baiyan Mountain had personally experienced the effect of Li Xin's formation. If Li Xin hadn't said that helping people break through frequently would lead to divine punishment, she would have wanted to let the Grandmaster of Baiyan Mountain use formations to break through and upgrade all year round. The people in the Grandmaster team knew that Li Xin could help people break through, so they rushed to curry favor with him. Li Xin had not told anyone about the slavery mark until now. After all, Huang Rong had the slavery mark. And the effect of the slavery mark was a little bit against the will of heaven. A little bit evil. And if it was known by people with bad intentions, it would definitely cause a very dangerous impact. Li Xin was not a saint. When he was in the warrior world, he had thought about using the slavery mark to control a large number of grandmasters, to build a big empire, and to be the emperor himself. It was just that there was a moral balance in his heart that restrained him. So he did not release this desire. But he would not tell anyone about the slavery mark, and would not teach it to others. But when he said goodbye to Huang Rong, he still ordered the great masters in his heart that they must obey Huang Rong's orders unconditionally, which was considered to add a layer of safety protection for Huang Rong. Take care, Li Lang. I will be back in 1 year at the fastest and 3 years at the slowest. No hurry. No hurry. You can take down the kingdom of Jin first when you go back, but only take half of it. And let the kingdom of Song send more civil officials and generals to the newly conquered territory of the kingdom of Jin. And then you can continue to develop the Phoenix Heavenly Tao in the kingdom of Song, and wait for the right opportunity to rebel against the kingdom of Song. Yes, Li Lang reminded me. And I remember it. Huang Rong hugged Li Xin excitedly, gave him a sweet kiss, and then turned away resolutely. 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She was also very reluctant to leave Li Xin, but she knew that Li Xin had a wish, which was to let the warrior world and the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom form an alliance on the basis of peace and open up the other 2 alien worlds together. She was willing to do her best to help Li Xin fulfill this wish. Alas, another strong-willed woman. Watching Huang Rong lead the Grandmaster team into the 17th Defense Zone tunnel and return to Kangling Gobi, Li Xin sighed and turned away. He also knew Huang Rong's thoughts and had persuaded her 3 times, but Huang Rong still decided to go back, so he could only support her. What a pity. Such a powerful fighting force is gone just like that. As soon as he returned to the plain outside the 7-monster cave, Li Wanbing couldn't help but sigh with regret. Li Xin nodded in agreement and then thought of a question. Commander, how many casualties did those grandmasters cause on Blue Star this time? Cough 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 cough. Li Xin's question not only made Li Wanbing cough awkwardly, but also Sun Wenyong and Qian Duke, who had just walked over behind him, coughed a few times, looking embarrassed. This scene made Li Xin frown. A little worried. Let me talk about it. Qian Duke saw that the 2 generals didn't want to talk, so he took the initiative to take up the topic. Not many people were killed by the Grandmasters in 1 month. Only 78 people. But 492 people were seriously injured, and more than 30,000 women took the initiative to climb up, but were abandoned. Li Xin knew as soon as he heard it that their embarrassment was the last data, and he was relieved. Only 78 deaths is not too many. In the future, it will be much better if we strengthen education and guidance. As for those women, they were doomed to fail. The rules of the world of warriors are different from those of Blue Star. All warriors, regardless of their cultivation, will be unable to have children once they are over 60 years old, regardless of gender. What? There is such a rule? As soon as Li Xin finished speaking, Li Wanbing and the other two all changed their expressions and exclaimed. As soon as Li Xin saw their expressions, he understood that the more than 30,000 women were the result of their instigation. He smiled bitterly and spread his hands to confirm. Yes, just like we cannot have children after the 7th turn, after level 121 on Blue Star, the world of warriors also has its own rules. So, how old are the grandmasters in general? Qian Duca hesitated for a moment and continued to ask. There is only one grandmaster before the age of 60, one grandmaster before the age of 70, one in 1,000, and one in 100 before the age of 80. But this is calculated based on the number of warriors who have cultivated to the 9th level of the grandmaster. The number of warriors who can cultivate to the 9th level of the grandmaster is less than 1 in 10,000 in the world of warriors. Well, it is indeed rare. In other words, these grandmasters are all quite old. Yes, the youngest is 103 years old. Oh no! It is 104 years old. Speaking of this, Li Xin smiled bitterly again and spread his hands. Okay. Sun Wenyong, Qian Duku, Li Wanbing smiled bitterly at each other. Their vaccination plan was completely aborted. Fortunately, this time, they only guided some ordinary women who had a hard life, rather than professionals. Otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. By the way, Li Senator Yutian Star Formation is running stably. We have built 9 more bridges on the 333-meter wide Ruoshui River. Would you like to start building a new formation? Sun Wenyong quickly changed the subject, resolving the embarrassment of the 3 people. Li Xin smiled and followed the topic. Don't rush to expand across the river. Yutian Star Formation still has a lot of room for improvement. The cooling time after several skills are activated is still too long. Must try to shorten it, otherwise it will be at a disadvantage in the battle, and there is a possibility of being broken. Positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense formation, it also needs to be strengthened again. The formation was broken this time, which is a lesson. Your requirements are too high. The mutant dragon elephant is the most powerful monster we have encountered so far. It is stronger than the 239 level tree monster. It is a special case. And didn't we resist it? I think we should expand as soon as possible, and strengthen the formation while expanding. Before Li Xin finished speaking, Qian Duku expressed his objection. The formation on Nanshuiyuan has been verified. Even if the divine beast with a combat power of 390,000 can be blocked, or even counterattacked, it is entirely possible to continuously copy and expand this formation combination, to occupy more territory as soon as possible, so as to carry out the spiritual medicine planting plan of Dragon Country. But Li Xin put away his smile and said seriously, Elder Qian, you are careless. Don't forget that the Grandmaster team has left. Without the Grandmaster's fighting power, if another mutant dragon elephant appears, we may not be able to stop it. Your formation is not. No! Zhu Mang's wrath only injured the mutant dragon elephant. It only broke the defense. And it was not able to kill the mutant dragon elephant at all. It was the Grandmaster team's military formation skills that killed the mutant dragon elephant. Before Qian Duca finished speaking, Li Xin interrupted seriously. This idea is a bit dangerous. The high-level officials of Longwu overestimated the power of his formation. Seeing Li Xin's serious face, the 3 of them were shocked. And then, they calmed down. Chapter 810 Fermented Fertilizer. Crazy ideas, you are right. We took it for granted. Continuous victories and success almost made us ignore the horror of the monsters. Let's proceed according to your plan, Li Xin, and make steady progress. We will also send people to remind other military districts and defense zones. We cannot relax our defense just because we have a blocking formation. The 3 leaders reflected on it and discussed strengthening the defense of the major defense zones. Li Xin reminded several things that needed attention, unfolded the spiritual wings, flew back to Nansawan, and personally checked the operation of the formation on the plane, and then began a new round of formation adjustments. First, without affecting the existing formation, 64 artificial rivers were added to form a wind and rain formation, and 64 reservoirs were built with excellent quality tide stone. Of course, tide stone is an excellent quality ore, and the quantity is limited. The 64 reservoirs are all 4 acres in size, which can only be regarded as small reservoirs. But the consumed tide stone is converted into Dragon Country currency, which is nearly 5 billion, which is indeed extravagant. However, After the formation was completed, the water vapor blocked by the Ruoshui River immediately broke through the interference field, and a drizzle fell on Nanshuiyuan. With rain, the wasteland can be turned into grassland. The government's agricultural college then sent professional scholars to study the crops suitable for planting here, and set up various planting and irrigation machinery. The advantage of Blue Star lies in its advanced technology. The best planting method is to combine technology with the skills of professionals. While Lee Sin was busy optimizing the two formations, more than 100,000 professional farmers entered Nanshuiyuan and began a vigorous planting activity. By the time he perfected the Yuntianxing formation, in less than a month, the entire originally dark brown wasteland had been covered with a layer of green vegetation, full of vitality. Anyone who sees this grassland would never think that it was a wasteland a month ago. In terms of planting, the talent of the Dragon people is impeccable. The level of Cloud Sky Star formation has been upgraded to 202, and the cooling time of Jumong's Fury, which was adjusted as the key point, has been shortened to 40 minutes. The cost of further shortening it is too high, so Lee Sin did not continue to adjust it. However, he combined energy storage formation with endless starlight gathering spirit formation. As long as he continues to absorb spiritual energy and star power, he can still upgrade continuously, but the time required is calculated in units of 10 years. Senior Lee Sin, the positive and negative 5 elements spiritual defense array has been upgraded to level 170 according to your guidance, and the defense strength has reached 3.8 million points, which has reached its limit. In addition, the officials in the government are complaining about being poor again, saying that they are unable to support our array work. Alas, our consumption is indeed a bit too high, and I feel sad when I see it. Lee Sin smiled bitterly and touched his nose, also a little embarrassed. This time, the array upgrade consumed more than half of the resources when setting up the array. No wonder the government and logistics people have complaints. Moreover, he used a large amount of excellent quality materials, even perfect quality materials. Seeing him say that, Su Wanjuan's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, "Senior, should we cross the river and open up a new base?" "No, it's not time yet. Next, you will cooperate with the farmer profession to plant the fruit trees and trees that are to be planted according to the direction of the endless starlight gathering spirit formation, and use the trees to arrange another formation to further increase the concentration of starlight and spiritual energy. But senior, the properties of the plants planted in this way will mutate, deviate from the original medicinal value, and many plants will easily die under the destruction of high concentrations of star power." As a 7th level formation master, Su Wanjun naturally knew the method of arranging plant formations, and also knew the pros and cons of it, and hurriedly raised the question. "It's okay. If the trees die, we can replace them, and you can lead the planting of fruit trees. The fruits of most fruit trees can absorb and store star power, ensuring the healthy and normal growth of the plants, and can also produce fruits with extremely high medicinal value. Lee Sin has verified it in Baiyun Mountain in the warrior world. Fruit trees are powerful tools and materials for arranging starlight formations. Even if some malignant mutations occur, then we can kill them as monsters. Okay, let's go to help plant the fruit trees. Senior, are you going to design a new formation yourself?" Su Wanjun heard the meaning of Lee Sin's words, and he was looking forward to it again. "No, I'm going to help ferment the fertilizer. You should know that my main job is a 2nd level farmer and a 2nd level chef." He. Su Wanjun's face twitched, and he almost cursed. "You are still a farmer and a chef. The senior officials of Long would know that you are a 6th level formation master." He was also told by his master. Seeing that Lee Sin still used the farmer and chef professions as a cover, I just want to complain. Finally, looking at Lee Sin with a serious face, he swallowed his complaints and questions. Lee Sin had a very crazy idea. He personally drove an excavator and dug a large reservoir in the northwest corner of Nanshuiyuan, where the monster opened the fork of the Ruoshui River. The reservoir was not deep, only 1 meter. But with this 1 meter deep reservoir, he dug a half-meter deep ditch and drew the flowing water formation, a formation for fermenting fertilizer. In order to make the formation run smoothly, he also specially mobilized resources to turn this reservoir of almost 1 square kilometer into a fertilizer fermentation pool, or a super large fermentation pool for fermenting Joyong fertilizer. In order to maximize the fermentation capacity of the reservoir, he arranged various formations around the reservoir and under the water, with large formations within small formations. And he also used tens of thousands of low-level equipment and thousands of perfect quality demon pills. In just 1 week, the 9-sun fertilizer that originally took 2 months to ferment reached the best fertility effect. As the fertilizer fermented, he confirmed that the time-lapse formation under the reservoir was indeed operating and had achieved a 4-fold time acceleration. Then he took out a heavy sniper rifle and smiled. Now, it should be okay. Right? After positioning the sniper rifle, he fired at the northwest corner of the reservoir. Bang, 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 swish. As the 3 armor-piercing bullets were fired at the same position, a hole the size of a little finger was punched out, piercing through a layer of protection on the bank of the weak water river. A stream of weak water flowed in through the hole. The water flow was not large at first, just the flow of a daily tap. The weak water flow corroded a thick layer of soil, and also flowed forward quickly. In just 1 minute, the weak water flowed into the fertilizer in the reservoir. The black fertilizer became clear visibly. Explode array. Seeing the fertilizer become clear, Leeson had expected it, and began to explode arrays one by one, using the burst power of the array in an instant, pushing the weak water to flow quickly in the reservoir, flowing along the direction of the flowing water array. 7 minutes later, all arrays exploded, and the clear water line of the entire reservoir was successfully guided to a mysterious law, forming a formation. Ha ha! The corrosion rule of weak water is indeed no match for the time rule of flowing water array. I want to use weak water to ferment fertilizer. Looking at the clear water line that began to circulate, no longer corroding the gray-black fertilizer outside, Leeson jumped 3 meters high in excitement. He created another small miracle. Chapter 8:11. The flowing water array has another miraculous effect. Water magician, I need a group of water magicians, quickly. As weak water completed the operation of the flowing water array in the reservoir, the clear and transparent water line began to slowly drop, and the black fertilizer also began to flow towards the clear water line. Leeson was a little surprised, but not panicked, and immediately asked Feng Yara beside him to ask for people from the military district. Ding ding dang 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 dang. Wu Wanling took out a guqin and sat cross-legged. A song rain master sounded, and in just 1 minute, a fine drizzle fell. The water level of the entire reservoir was still slowly decreasing, and the weak water that formed the flowing water formation was still slowly corroding the soil at the bottom of the reservoir, and the gullies that formed the formation were slowly getting deeper. The fertilizer next to it was also decreasing rapidly, and was constantly corroded and dissolved into the weak water. It was about to reach the bottom. Why hasn't the water magician come yet? Water gathering spell. Rainfall spell. Water dragon spell. Water ball spell. Just as Leeson urged again, hundreds of water magics were emitted from behind him, falling into the reservoir in front of him. And the reservoir, which was almost at the bottom, began to rise rapidly. It was a close call. The entire formation almost collapsed. With the addition of water, the corrosion of the weak water accelerated a bit, and the formation pattern of the flowing water formation that was corroded gradually stabilized. This wait lasted for 9 days. The whole of the weak water inlet expanded from the thickness of the little finger to the thickness of the thumb, and then stopped expanding, with less water entering. The corrosion force was naturally insufficient, but it just ensured the continuous operation, continuous engraving, and continuous strengthening of the flowing water formation. Flowing water formation LV98. Speed up the fermentation speed of various fertilizers by 980% within a radius of 4,200 meters. Huh. It's a success. When the attributes of the formation could be identified, Leeson let out a long breath and sat down on the grass on the shore. For 9 days, he only rested for 2 hours a day at most, watched the weak water corroding the reservoir carefully, commanded the engineers to dig the reservoir carefully, and was already quite exhausted. At this time, the reservoir in front of him was already 8 meters deep, and various materials that could be used to ferment fertilizer were poured into it, including plants, minerals, animal and monster feces, and various kitchen waste. In this reservoir, light gray fertilizer was fermented. In the center of the reservoir was a clear and reciprocating stream, only 1 meter wide, 99 meters deep, and there was also a strange force field area 99 meters high above. Leeson also had people wear protective gear and pass through it. In just a moment, they were pulled into the weak water without any resistance. They sank to the bottom in less than 2 seconds, which was faster than sinking to the bottom of the weak water river outside. However, the professionals who were pulled up said that the corrosiveness of the weak water here was much lower, and the damage was only about a quarter of that in the weak water river. The safety was greatly improved. The next step was to test the effect of the fertilizer. During this period, Leeson had to identify the fertilizer in the reservoir more than 10 times a day, and it was confirmed that these fertilizers were fermented by weak water. Not only did it corrode and ferment all kinds of messy things, but it also integrated the effects of fertilizers. After another 7 days of patient waiting, the properties of the fertilizer did not change again. Unnamed fertilizer perfect LV40, specially fermented high-quality fertilizer, which can irrigate all attribute plants except EN attribute. The level of the fertilizer is not very high, but it is highly applicable. Only EN attribute plants cannot be irrigated, but all other attributes can be irrigated, which is very rare. All fertilizers that professionals have learned have relatively clear attribute preferences, and not all plants can use them. For example, water wheat fertilizers can hardly be used to irrigate trees on land. Plants with fire attributes cannot be irrigated with water attribute fertilizers, especially now that Nanshuiyuan is to be built into a planting base. Such a fertilizer with a very fast fermentation speed and a high level is very important and convenient for the entire Nanshuiyuan. Senior Leeson, you are really terrifying. You can even use weak water to set up an array. It's amazing. Su Wanjun, who had not finished planting fruit trees, heard that Leeson's array had been completed, and ran over to learn. After reading it, he numbly gave Leeson 2 thumbs up. He was used to Leeson creating miracles at any time in the formation. Weak water has the characteristic of strong corrosion, which can even corrode mythical items and divine beasts. This is a terrifying corrosion that was verified by the Grandmaster team, who threw several divine beasts into it. Even the mythical demon pills can be corroded. Leeson was able to control the weak water with the help of the space power of the underground. He was just surprised, but he knew the effect of the formation and believed that he could do it. But now Leeson is directly using a formation of fermented fertilizer, strangely transforming the power of time, trapping the weak water, turning it into formation material, trapping himself in the formation. Such a fantastic idea is beyond Su Wanjuan's imagination. Formation masters should open their minds. Everything can be used to form a formation, as long as you are careful to ensure that you will not lose your life. Any dangerous things are excellent formation materials. When the pattern is opened, you will find that the world is very different. Hee. Su Wanjun smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to refute Leeson, just felt that Leeson's imagination was bottomless. Weak water. If a Grandmaster falls into it and cannot be rescued in time, it can also be corroded into slag in a short time. Wang Rong personally tested it, and said that if she fell into the weak water, even if she was full of true energy, she would not last more than 10 minutes before she would die. There are also professionals in Longwa who fell into the weak water and were corroded. The current highest record is 3 minutes. Leeson used this kind of dangerous thing that will definitely kill him to set up the formation. Isn't this a problem of pattern? Okay. You guys hurry back to plant fruit trees. I need to design an automatic irrigation system to speed up the planting work in Nanshuiyuan. Yes. Su Wanjun, who has the rank of colonel, is used to salute Leeson, a major. After saluting, he spread his wings of spiritual energy and flew away. It was a bit of a blow to stay here. He didn't even want to ask about the principle of the flowing water formation in the reservoir. He wouldn't understand it even if he asked. He still had a lot of knowledge to digest, so he didn't want to make things difficult for himself. The irrigation equipment company contacted by the government arrived quickly and welded a reservoir 60 meters above the ground, 20 meters high, and a kilometer wide on the shore. The reservoir is not a hole, but is divided into hundreds of areas, connected by valves. 2 high-power pumps ferment the fertilizer on the ground into the fertilizer in the reservoir, and pump it to this aerial reservoir. There are also 10 pipelines that pump water from the nearby artificial river to dilute the fertilizer to varying degrees. 100 pipes are used to export the diluted fertilizer, watering hundreds of square kilometers of nearby land. This fertilizer, which Leeson named weak water fertilizer, is indeed very effective. The germination rate of seeds irrigated with weak water fertilizer reached 96%, while before it was only 60%. New seeds in different worlds will have rejection reactions, reducing the germination rate. The growth rate of plants is 3 to 6 times that of other fertilizers without irrigation. The concentration of seedlings irrigated is relatively thin, otherwise they will be burned to death. When the plants grow bigger, you can use 70% concentration for irrigation. Concentrations above 70% will still burn the seedlings, but they will not be directly burned to death. More than 100,000 farmers are planting in Nanshuiyuan. Various growth data can be basically tested in just 1 week. While Lee Sin is satisfied with weak water fertilizer, he sighs again. There is strength in numbers. Chapter 8:12 Starlight Array Summoning Monsters. With many people, there is real power. With the experience of the first weak water fertilizer fermentation reservoir, Lee Sin immediately organized people to build 11 more around the weak water river. It's not that he didn't want to build more, but there were not so many free places to build. If more places were built with Cloud Sky Star Array, it couldn't affect it. When all 11 weak water fertilizer fermentation reservoirs were built, the supporting irrigation equipment was also completed. This is the advantage of having a large number of people. For this construction, Long would directly mobilize millions of professionals and tens of millions of ordinary people to enter, and the speed was absolutely fast. In total, it took only 15 days, and all the construction work was completed. The irrigation system was connected together, and the formation masters who completed the tree planting task worked together, carving formations in each branch water tank, speeding up the flow of fertilizer, and further fermenting the fertilizer. The first-level new formation masters mobilized by the government were also assigned tasks, carving 2 primary formations: the draw formation and living water formation for the pipeline, increasing the corrosion resistance of the pipeline. With the improvement of infrastructure, the planting work carried out simultaneously was basically completed. Lee Sin ran non-stop to adjust the details of various plants, and the endless starlight gathering spirit formation was being improved step by step. All ordinary people and professionals with combat power below 100. All withdraw from Nanshuiyuan. Yes. Following Li Wanbing's order, the dense crowd on Nanshuiyuan retreated quickly and orderly. At the same time, the professionals who stayed behind also withdrew from the center of Nanshuiyuan and gathered at the edges. Activate the positive and negative 5-element spiritual defense array. On the top of the Black Stone Mountain, Su Wanjun shouted loudly and slapped his mana into the core of the array under his feet. The colorful array shield quickly lit up, and under Su Wanjun's control, it solidified at the edge of Nanshuiyuan. Just looking at the light of the array, you can tell that it is more solid and heavy than the shield that the mutant dragon elephant broke before. Pa! Su Wanjun, who activated the array, lost his strength directly, and fell to the ground. Oh my god, my 360,000 mana points were emptied in an instant. Su Wanjun's face was pale, but he still had the strength to exclaim, which shows how surprised he was. When he saw Lee Sin activating the formation easily before, he thought it was just like that. He did not expect that it was so difficult to activate this formation. Then how terrifying would the Cloud Sky Star formation that Lee Sin did not allow her to activate be? Fortunately, the Cloud Sky Star formation has not been broken since it was activated, and the entire formation does not need to be activated again. Lee Sin waited for those who should retreat to retreat before coming to the center of Nanshuiyuan, standing under a transplanted tree with starlight attributes, preparing to activate the endless starlight gathering spirit formation. Activate. With his mana fully restored, Lee Sin began to activate the formation, pressing his palm on the 9-star olive tree and began to output mana. A faint wave of mana slowly emanated through the 9-star olive. The spiritual energy was attracted to affect the trees less than 1 meter high nearby, and the trees began to light up with spiritual light, which continued to spread out. The golden sunlight in the morning gradually began to lose its color, and all the trees in the entire Nanshuiyuan were lit up, and the colorful spiritual light shot up into the sky. Silver-white starlight fell from the sky through the golden sunlight, and connected with the spiritual light on the ground. The sky and the earth were a magical and dazzling aurora, and powerful spiritual energy spread from the sky. Moo roar! Roar! The cry of monsters came from afar, sure enough. The big noise here attracted the attention of monsters in the distance. The 12 Ancestral Witches star formation is up. On the other side of Blackstone Mountain, Gao Yuaning activated another defensive formation, split half of the silver-white starlight, and fell on the starlight barrier that had just risen, dyeing the starlight barrier into silver-white. The 2 defensive formations were connected together, and slowly merged together. With these 2 layers of defense shields protecting them, they were not afraid even if a divine beast attacked. The stars in the sky shone brightly, and dyed the world into a mysterious fantasy world with colorful colors, and spread rapidly. On a towering mountain 8,000 kilometers away, one after another huge divine beasts looked up, and saw the strange celestial phenomena in the sky. Woo 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 woo. Each divine beast stretched its head, and tried hard to absorb the starlight and spiritual energy in the sky. Strangely, these beasts just stood up, stretched their bodies and heads longer. absorbed the starlight in the sky, but were unwilling to leave the mountain. It seemed that the attraction of the suddenly dense starlight in the sky was not as important as the mountain under their feet. At the same time, with Nanshuiyuan as the center, the monsters within a radius of 10,000 kilometers became excited and rushed here. Soon, smoke and dust rolled, covering the sky. The activation of the endless starlight gathering spirit array also activated the power of the 12 ancestral, witch star array, and the cloud sky star array. The spiritual energy and starlight produced were of great benefit to the monsters. Nanshuiyuan, the concentration of spiritual energy doubled again, and the spiritual energy emitted after being filtered by plants became softer and easier to absorb. Hey, my skill proficiency has actually started to increase. I haven't actively operated it, but it has actually started to increase. Haha. My skill proficiency has also increased, and it increases by 1 point every 10 seconds. It is also a passive increase without active operation. Mine is the same. And so is I. The professionals, who are preparing for battle, exclaimed in joy. This is a good thing that has never happened before. You can passively increase your skill proficiency without practicing. Strange, my skill proficiency is not moving. Even if I actively operate it, it is the same as before. No. My skill operation is a bit laborious and a bit obscure. But there are also professionals who are confused and don't find anything different. It should be the spiritual energy and internal force techniques that can passively increase proficiency. Magic and fighting techniques have no effect. We are now in the monster world, and the formation gathers spiritual energy, not magic power. That makes sense. Magic power is squeezed out by spiritual energy, so its movement will naturally slow down. What a pity. I envy you. On the plain where some were happy and some were sad, Li Wanbing's order came quickly, letting everyone be on guard. The monsters were approaching and preparing for battle. The sky was dark, and a flying monster was approaching. Boom, 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 boom. On the small plain, groups of musicians stepped onto the small stages reserved for this purpose and began to beat drums. The sound wave attack, with the blessing of the triple life-calling Brahma sound formation, created a defensive barrier. The invisible sound waves formed the first line of defense, and black dots continued to appear from the empty sky. The invisible void night raven was forced to reveal itself without any chance to get close. They screamed unwillingly, but they did not dare to break through the sound wave barrier. Instead, they retreated dozens of kilometers obediently, away from the sound wave attack. This time, not only Void Knight Raven and two-headed Pegasus, but also various birds gathered around, and they also did not dare to cross the sound wave defense barrier. Afterwards, the beast-type monsters that ran slowly did not approach, but stopped outside the sound wave attack, and then stood, crouched or laid down to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and star power. Strange. Really strange. When did the monsters become so quiet? After fully activating the formation, Lee Sin heard this, and came to the edge of the formation shield, looking at the monsters outside. He was also surprised. Commander, Uncle Sun, Elder Qian, are we still fighting? Chapter 813, The transformation of mutant spiritual plants is complete. Fight. Why not? But not now. Wait until the monsters gather, and our warriors gather, and then use the ultimate move to kill them. Sun Wenyong shouted excitedly, with a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Although the monsters outside are beyond the range of the sound wave attack, they are within the attack range of the forbidden spell. As long as the magicians are fully prepared, a large number of them will be destroyed. Immediately ask for help from above, mobilize more magicians, and Taoist priests and other ultra-long-range attack professions. While the beasts have not gathered, destroy as many monsters as possible. Li Wanbing said, turned and ran towards the tunnel, and made a phone call directly. Perhaps we can also let new professionals assist in the attack and earn some experience points. There are too many monsters outside. Qian, Duke actually wanted to turn this place into a leveling field. It was bold enough. Lee Sin agreed with the ideas of the three bosses. But now it is not just the monsters outside. There will be monsters in Nanshuiyuan soon. The monsters will mutate. He grabbed Sun Wenyong, who also wanted to leave, and reminded him seriously, don't let newcomers enter Nanshuiyuan for the time being. The plants there will start to mutate soon. At that time, let the soldiers kill the flowers, plants and trees that have mutated into monsters first, and replace them with normal plants. Let them continue to mutate positively. This process may take a long time. Yes. Yes. Yes, you reminded me about this before, and asked ordinary people to evacuate across the board. It is indeed not suitable to let newcomers in now. Sun Wenyong tapped his forehead lightly, said a little regretfully, he was a little too happy. Don't worry, I will immediately ask the logistics department to send in suitable replacement plants, and adjust the soldiers entering Nansawan at the same time. Lee Sin did not remind him more. Sun Wenyong also flew away immediately, and began to deploy troops. The plants mutated faster than Lee Sin expected. On the first night, many plants turned into monsters. Although they were not high-level and easy to kill, there were too many of them. On the first day alone, nearly 1/10 of the fruit trees had malignant mutations and evolved directly into monsters. It was easy to kill these small tree monsters that were less than level 20. But after killing them, fruit trees had to be replanted quickly. Otherwise the formation of the entire Nanshuiyuan would be affected or even collapsed. And for a period of time afterwards. At least 1% of the fruit trees and 3% of the flowers and plants mutated every day. And they had to be cleaned up. This has made the entire base very busy. The transport trucks are running out of smoke. The entire Northwest Military Region seedling base is out of supply. A huge amount of seedlings are sent in from all directions. In addition, seeds of various medicinal herbs are constantly purchased and sent in. Looking at the busy Nansawan, Lee Sin's face is also a little tired and pale. As the master controller of the formation, he must control the formation at all times, discover the mutant monsters hidden in the formation that have not been discovered by the soldiers, and instruct the farmers to replant flowers, plants and trees in time. I was so busy. Fortunately, the plant mutation outbreak period was only 10 days. While mutating into monsters, some of them also mutated into spiritual plants. In 12 days, all the fruit trees that made up the endless starlight gathering spirit formation had mutated into spiritual plants. Even if the remaining medicinal herbs under the trees had malignant mutations, the number would not be large, and the harm would not be great, so they could be cleaned up slowly. Some herbs that mutated into poisons would also have special uses, and would not be cleaned up. Major Lee Sin. The transplantation has failed again. The mutated spiritual fruit trees will die once transplanted. A farmer with the rank of colonel ran to Lee Sin, looking frustrated. It's okay. If the transplantation fails, then don't do it. It will just be very troublesome to harvest in the future. There is no big pattern in the distribution of various spiritual fruit trees. Even the plants planted according to the 5 elements have undergone irregular mutations. Lee Sin himself is also a farmer. The planting plan he designed before was based on the terrain, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. He didn't expect that after the Starlight Gathering Spirit Array was activated, the plant mutation and evolution were actually disordered. In addition to all the Starlight attributes that can absorb Starlight energy, the other 5 elements related attributes are all messed up. He wanted to adjust the transplantation. The mutant spiritual plants were very impatient and died directly for you to see. Since they can't be transplanted, forget it, it will make the workers worry more when picking in the future. Major Lee Sin, although the fruit trees can't be transplanted, the spiritual herbs under the trees can be transplanted. We have begun to plant them in sections according to the properties of the herbs. This is good news. The official main purpose is to open up a spiritual medicine planting area. In this way, this basic goal can be achieved. Next, you should focus on transplanting spiritual medicines, and don't worry about the fruit trees. Okay. The Colonel Farmer saluted and left, and Gao Yuaning, who came to find Lee Sin, came forward. Lee Sin. Endless Starlight Gathering Spirit Formation has been fully activated. South Water Plane, the spiritual energy concentration is 9 times that of the outside world, and it seems to have reached the limit and cannot be improved. At the same time, the softness of the spiritual energy here should be 2 times that of the outside world, and the absorption rate is 3 times that of the outside world. Although the expected effect of the formation has not been achieved, it can no longer be improved. Well, it is normal to have a limit. The 3-fold spiritual energy absorption rate should be able to increase the cultivation efficiency of our professionals by 3 times. Uncle Gao, please organize some people to conduct the experiment. Recruit a group of professionals and ordinary people to collect more detailed data. Okay. I'll take care of this. But shouldn't you start expanding outward? Gao Yuaning looked at Lee Sin with anticipation. Lee Sin's monsters would expand outward, and he would definitely study and design new formations. Even the old formations would be adjusted. This would be another opportunity for formation masters like them to learn. Not yet. Lee Sin pointed to the sky and the ground not far away, and continued, "There are too many monsters outside the formation. Let's wait for the military to kill them first. It's just right. I'll go talk to Lieutenant General Sun now." When he found Sun Wenyong, they were planning to attack the monsters outside and clear out a new area. After hearing his purpose, Sun Wenyong was even happier. "Haha. Lee Sin, you came at the right time. This battle may require the assistance of your formation masters. Okay, I also want to try the power of the new Jumon's Fury." The two hit it off, and then a large number of magicians and Taoist professionals from the Dragon Kingdom entered Nanshuiyuan and began to prepare for the battle. The sonic attack that was originally launched in shifts for 24 hours stopped. The musicians and singers retreated to the formation at the back, preparing to use amplified music. The artillery troops began to enter, but they might not have a chance to attack. After entering the monster world, the power of gunpowder explosion was reduced by 60%, and the physical impact was reduced by 30% due to the reduced power of gunpowder. The main force of the battle must be magicians and Taoist priests. The commander of the Taoist professional who came in this time was Li Qiong, who was also a middle-level leader. In just one day, all the personnel were in place, waiting for the monster to approach actively, and then launching a thunder attack. Chapter 814, Exploration, begin. The weather in this monster world is really good. It's still snowing on Blue Star, but it's already warm spring here. Yes, we have been in Nanshuiyuan for more than 3 months. It snowed only 7 days, and the temperature was below zero in the 20s. The weather was very good at other times. It's really suitable for planting. Not only that, there is plenty of rain here, but not too much. It's not an exaggeration to say that the weather is good. In front of a bridge over the Ruoshui River, Yangmi, Wu Wanling and Feng Yara leaned against the railing, looking at the green and lush Nanshuiyuan, and sighed repeatedly. Beside them, Li Sin was throwing a demon pill with a formation engraved on it into the river, observing its corrosion rate. The quality of weak water was too high, with a transmission quality of 230. If Li Sin didn't use such a treasure to set up a formation, he would be tempted. However, the characteristics of weak water were too terrible. So far, except for the 6 combinations energy storage formation, which could absorb energy in the tunnel with the help of the space power of the tunnel, and the flowing water formation, which could make it go around in circles with the help of the power of time. No third formation that could use weak water has been found. Even if the formation platform of the 6-in-1 energy storage formation is carved, it will be quickly corroded after leaving the tunnel and falling into the weak water, and it will not be able to absorb the weak water at all. It can only resist the strange force field of the weak water above it after leaving the water surface, and absorb a small amount of water-attributed spiritual energy emitted by it. While waiting for the monster to attack, Li Sin found a batch of excellent quality monster pills, and tested the formations one by one, trying to find a third formation that can use weak water. A deep elephant moo came from the other side of the river. The voice was full of majesty, and there was even a faint pressure that came over 100 miles. It's not easy. It's been 18 days. It's only now that the first demon beast has broken through to the divine beast level. It seems that the starlight aura has little effect on those demon beasts. Yangmi snorted with disdain, but Li Sin reached out and tapped her forehead with dissatisfaction and pampering. You are wrong. Starlight aura has a great effect on monsters. Most of the monsters outside were originally below level 140, and a few reached level 160. For the beasts that can directly break through to level 201 in 18 days, it can be calculated that they have at least upgraded by 41 levels in 18 days, and have broken through 2 bottlenecks to upgrade. Our Starlight Aura is a cheat for monsters to upgrade. Oh, no wonder those monsters are staying outside, and not coming to attack. They are trying to get experience. Yangmi touched his forehead, nodded to accept the advice, and continued to ask, Husband, do you think the monsters are going to attack? Not yet, but I estimate it will be tonight, or tomorrow night. Gigi. Just as Li Sin finished speaking, another majestic beast roar came from the other side of the river. This was a rabbit monster that successfully broke through, which was rare. Moo. Mea. Another cow mooed. And then a sheep mooed, as if a switch had been turned on. And then, there were more and more monsters breaking through to the level of divine beasts. However, the speed of this breakthrough was much slower than the last time the star map of the 12 ancestral witches was manifested. And there were fewer divine beasts breaking through. After a day and a night, only 104 monsters successfully broke through, only less than 1/10 of the last time. Of course, the last time was a one-time deal this time. As long as the formation on Nanshuiyuan keeps running, there will be a large number of monsters that break through successfully. The premise is that humans do not harass them and do not kill them. But this is absolutely impossible. Humans from different worlds may become allies, but humans and monsters are in a relationship of mutual food, and it is absolutely impossible for them to live in peace. Now that Dragon Country has found a large number of opportunities to kill monsters, it will naturally not miss it. The Starlight Barrier is open to the maximum, and the Dragon Country army has crossed the Ruoshui River and assembled in the Starlight Barrier on the opposite bank. Forbidden Spell Sky Fire burns the city. Forbidden Spell burns the 8 wastelands. Forbidden Spell Flaming Storm. Forbidden Spell Earth Rages. 10 forbidden spells were issued one after another, all fired southward, and fired towards the mountains 8,000 miles away. The hurricane rolled up with crimson flames, violently sweeping all the monsters on the grassland with its tremendous force. All the monsters were swept into the air. There was an earth-based forbidden spell on the ground that shook the earth. Even the divine beasts could not stand. All were swept up. First the flames burned in the air, then the wind blades cut. No monster survived wherever it passed. All were killed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 1,000 military trucks rushed out of the Starlight Barrier side by side, and rushed to the edge of the area that had just been attacked. There were 49 professionals wearing Taoist robes in each truck compartment. Along the way, there was no green weeds, no pink wildflowers, and even the vigorous trees disappeared. The grassland that was once full of vitality was only charred. The vehicle sped past, raising black smoke and dust, and all life along the way was completely extinguished. The power of 10 forbidden spells was released in a concentrated manner, which was really terrifying. Even those magicians might not be able to launch a decent attack in 3 or 4 days. Dalfa Tianwei Xuanfeng. The convoy stopped after 38 kilometers. Green could be seen in front of them, and they could not take any more risks. As soon as the convoy stopped, Li Qiang gave orders. The Taoists quickly formed a formation, breathing in and out their magic power and condensing it into a piece. A green Xuanfeng slowly appeared above their heads, gradually spinning and turning into a raging whirlwind. A series of frightened and angry horse neighs came from the depths of the grassland. A dark cloud quickly approached, and countless two-headed flying horses rushed in formation. This sneak attack by the Dragon Kingdom army really angered these monsters. Not only were there two-headed flying horses in the air, but there were also millions of monsters on the ground that had already raised their hooves and charged. However, the green Xuanfeng above the Taoists' heads had already migrated and landed on the ground. The whirlwind covering a diameter of 10 kilometers fell on the ground, without breaking even a blade of grass, but it cut all the trees half a meter above the ground into pieces, adding a touch of green to the green whirlwind. Ah! Roar! The monsters that rushed into the whirlwind range in anger immediately screamed in unison, and were cut into pieces one by one. The joint Taoist magic of 49,000 Taoists is not weaker than the forbidden spell, and this Tianwei Xuanfeng can last for a period of time. Moo! After a majestic elephant roar, the charging monsters immediately split up, directly avoiding the whirlwind area, and charged again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another group of military trucks arrived, building new defenses on the left and right sides of the Taoists, on the right. The formation masters quickly activated the formation platforms, quickly opened the defense formations, not only protecting themselves, but also slowly protecting the territory they had conquered. On the left, more than 100,000 warriors and archers gathered, shooting arrows at medium and long range, and calling out close-range warriors' ultimate skills, and withstanding the impact of the monsters that could use spells to attack remotely, stabilizing the position. Soon, a 10-kilometer wide and 38-kilometer long area was set up with various array platforms, and the colorful defense shields protected all the soldiers. Bang! 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 Behind, other professionals who were unable to participate in the battle became porters, using space rings to carry heavy firearms such as artillery, and the artillery positions were quickly deployed, replacing the Taoist priests, who had no mana, and launching a new round of offensive. Set up the array. 12 Ancestral Witch Star Array. After confirming that the area was safe, Li Sen and the Array Master Brigade were allowed to come over, and as soon as they arrived, he ordered the array to be set up. Chapter 8:15 12 Ancestral Witches Starlight Giant. Kill the 12 Divine Beasts Rabbit. The new 12 Ancestral Witches Star Array. Li Sen redesigned the array diagram according to the 12 Ancestral Witches Star map he had comprehended before, which is more exquisite. He used a demon pill of excellent quality, and a low-quality prop card to quickly form the array, and the properties are comparable to the array arranged in Nanshuiyuan before. 12 Ancestral Witches Star Array LV-111, attract star power, gather spiritual energy, simulate the power of the ancient 12 Ancestral Witches, amplify the life in the array. The range of action is 1 to -72 kilometers in radius. For seasons like spring, good weather, optimize natural conditions plus 30%, natural disaster generation minus 15%, plant growth rate plus 80%, plant yield plus 40%, animal growth plus 20%, aura attribute power training, aura gathering speed plus 100%, aura absorption speed plus 50%. Human race, which race physical enhancement speed plus 10%. Condensed starlight shield, resist enemy attacks, the more star power reserves, the longer the defense lasts. Condensed star power, and aura summon the 12 ancestor, which phantoms for assistance in combat. It's a pity, the ability to absorb enemy attacks has not been deployed. If it is added later, the effect will be much weaker. Looking at the identified attributes, others were excited and amazed. After all, the resources used were not many, and the formation speed was only more than 3 hours. This can be considered a miracle. But Lee Sin was still a little dissatisfied. This 12 ancestral witch star formation tends to be auxiliary, and its attack and defense capabilities are not strong. Of course, if this formation is given enough time to accumulate starlight, its attack and defense capabilities will be greatly improved. Senior, can we stop being so Versailles? This formation is definitely a top-level formation. It took less than 4 hours to set up a top-level formation. It has never appeared in the entire history of Blue Star. When Lee Sin sighed in dissatisfaction, Su Wanjun complained with a resentful expression and voice. However, Lee Sin still shook his head seriously and said, "Well, you overestimate the strength of this formation. If you encounter a divine beast attack, it doesn't take many, just 3 or 4, to break through the formation defense, or even directly break the formation. Senior, your requirements are too high, aren't they? 4 hours. 4 hours to set up the formation. And you are rushing to defend against the divine beasts. The requirements are too high." Su Wanjun rolled his eyes, and his voice was helpless and admiring. "It's not that I have high requirements, but you have overlooked that we don't have the protection of the Grandmaster team now. Once the formation is broken, it will be slaughtered by the divine beasts. Have you forgotten the damage caused by the divine beast Phoenix that entered Blue Star that year? Cough. I was wrong. I should indeed set up the formation to target the attack of the divine beast." After being reminded by Lee Sin, Su Wanjun's face changed. He really forgot that the Grandmaster team had left. As expected, if you fight too many battles with favorable winds, you will become careless. Senior, how should we strengthen the formation next? Please tell us, and we will start to set up the formation immediately. Okay, I will give you a list of supplies, and you and Uncle Gao will find a few people to go back to Blue Star to collect them. Lee Sin did not waste any words. He took out the formation tablet and sent the list of supplies needed to set up the complete 12 ancestral witch star formation to Su Wanjun, and told him that he must return within 3 days no matter how much he collected. After Su Wanjun left, he found Sun Wenyong again and reminded him that he could not continue to expand the battle, but to stabilize the existing territory first, and then expand slowly. Don't worry. Without the Grandmaster team, we can't face more than 10 beasts with our 200,000 strong army. Seeking stability is the tactic we insist on. His worries were a bit redundant. Commanders such as Sun Wenyong had already adjusted the battle formation. Not only did they not pursue the enemy, but they also retreated a little and formed a tight formation to defend. This was a wise decision. Of the 104 beasts that had just evolved and broken through, only 22 were killed in the previous forbidden spell attack. The others were either not in this direction, or were injured and fled in time. Dangers are lurking around, and they may come at any time. The commanders of the Dragon Kingdom are still self-aware. Lee Sin felt relieved, and turned around to lead people to dig trenches and draw array patterns on the ground to increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and star power for the 12 ancestral witch star array that is already formed. This large array covers an area of 6 kilometers in radius. It is impossible to use array ink to fill the gullies. It can only introduce river water to turn the array pattern into a continuously flowing stream. This is how the array pattern can be drawn within 1 day. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lee Sin's formation pattern stream had just been completed, and the accelerated absorption of spiritual energy had just taken effect, as expected. It attracted the attention of the divine beasts. 6 flame rabbits, 6 thunder rabbits jumped closer. Starlight barrier. As soon as the divine beasts approached, there was no need for Lee Sin to do it himself. The formation master in charge of guarding the formation control core activated the starlight barrier, and the silver-white defense formation was instantly propped up. Chirp. As if provoked by the starlight barrier, the 12 divine beast rabbits roared at the same time, and their bodies were shining with red or blue spiritual light, and the terrifying spiritual pressure through the starlight barrier gave people a suffocating fierceness. Without a grandmaster to resist the momentum, the professionals of Dragon Country could feel the great terror, and their movements slowed down a lot. The ordinary soldiers who controlled the artillery on the periphery collapsed to the ground in groups, unable to fight. The wisdom of the divine beasts was really amazing, and they found the weakness of the Dragon Country army so quickly. Call the ancestor witches. Lee Sin had a strong mental attribute and rich experience, so he was less affected by the pressure. He rushed into the control core of the formation and activated the formation skills. 12,000-meter-high starlight giants, according to the previous 12 ancestral witch star map, quickly appeared in the sky. The condensation speed was very fast. It took only 5 seconds to condense completely. You know, it took 6 seconds for the starlight giant of Bayun Mountain, which was perfected and developed for 7 years, to condense completely. Star map of the 12 ancestral witches. It was indeed mysterious. Bang 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 as he condensed the starlight giant. The 12 mythical rabbits were not idle either. They immediately rushed to the starlight barrier and attacked crazily with various colors of flames and lightning. Magicians, Taoist priests, all used defensive skills. Soldiers, go to the front line and rescue ordinary soldiers. Sun Wenyong's voice also sounded at this time. Although the magicians who were preparing for battle could not use powerful skills, they could still use simple defensive magic. Dozens or hundreds of people worked together to cast the defensive magic directly outside the starlight barrier to reduce the attack damage of the mythical rabbits. Kill! Lee Sin looked at the 12 rabbits scattered far away and felt a little annoyed. But he didn't have time to be annoyed. The 12 starlight giants directly focused their fire and attacked. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, lightning, wind, weather, space, time, 12 attributes, 12 star powers of different colors, shot at a thunder rabbit in front of him. Poof! Although the 12 attacks were launched one after another, Lee Sin was the only one who controlled the formation. Under his spiritual control, the 12 attacks were almost simultaneously launched on the thunder rabbit that looked like an ordinary elephant. Even a 201 level divine beast, under such concentrated fire, was instantly beaten into a bloody mist. Chirp chirp bang bang bang. After the death of their companions, the other divine beast rabbits were not afraid to retreat, but instead aroused anger and bloodthirstiness, roaring and speeding up their attacks. Hit it! The 12 ancestral witch starlight giant turned around and pounced on the nearest rabbit. The big fist over 100 meters thick danced like a wind fire wheel, grabbing down and hitting up, and it only took 2 seconds to smash another rabbit. The body turned again, and before the next divine beast rabbit could come back to its senses, the 12 ancestral witch starlight giant's body turned into light, appeared beside it in just 1 second, and then quickly smashed it. Then, without turning around, 12 rays of starlight shot out, killing another divine beast rabbit. The rabbit did not run away, and before it could break the starlight barrier, it was defeated one by Lee Sin, and all of them were destroyed. It turns out that the starlight giant is still quite strong. It just consumes a lot of energy. Sighing, Lee Sin's mental power could no longer sustain the starlight giant, and he dispersed it directly. Hopefully, the next wave of attack from the divine beast will not be too fast. Chapter 8:16. Steadily moving forward, not anxious or impatient. 12 divine beast-level rabbits were killed. Other monsters are still attacking the starlight barrier, but there is no need to worry. Boom boom. The artillery and rocket launcher are once again powerful. The shells are overwhelming, still hitting the south, burying the monsters in this direction. Even if they are not killed, they can be seriously injured. It only lasted for half an hour. The monsters ran away again. They are just stupid, not fearless of death. Even the divine beast-level boss was killed. These small shrimps, when there is no boss's command, they quickly scatter like birds and beasts and retreat. Fortunately, the enemy is a demon beast. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Lee Sin sat cross-legged on the ground, sensing the remaining energy of the 12 ancestral witch constellations. And his back was wet with cold sweat. If he hadn't killed 12 divine rabbits at all costs, and frightened the divine beasts behind, and made them act rashly, it is very likely that the demon beasts that surrounded them would break the starlight barrier. At that time, some slow people might not be able to retreat to the cloud sky star formation in time and sacrificed. This time, the monsters retreated hundreds of kilometers and confronted the Dragon Kingdom army from a distance. Haha. What a good group of monsters. I like them. Looking at the monsters setting up camp in the distance, Sun Wenyong jumped up excitedly. The army was ready to retreat first, but it turned out that the monsters were scared away. Now the conquered territory is stable. Yes, it is really stable. When Lee Sin led the formation master to reinforce the formation to resist the attacks of the beasts, and arranged a new formation on the southern border that could resist the attacks of the beasts, the monsters did not attack again. Then the next thing is simple. The Dragon Kingdom directly mobilized resources and arranged a complete version of the 12 ancestral witch star array, covering an area of 6 kilometers in radius, which can cover a radius of 72 kilometers, and continuously arranged it all the way out. And it is divided into 3 rows, and the left and right front 3 directions continue to advance to the south. The width remains at 200 kilometers, and the range is not small. 9,000 array masters left 4,500 behind to continue to improve the details of the array, and help plant the fruit trees of the endless starlight gathering spirit array. In front, the middle and high-level formation masters were divided into 3 groups, continuously setting up formations and advancing. Due to the sufficient and timely supply of materials, 3 formations could be completed synchronously every 5 days. Every 5 days, they advanced 66 kilometers. The monsters were constantly forced back by the formations. Although there were monsters and even divine beasts attacking the starlight barrier every day, they had no effect except leading experience and various equipment and props. However, if you want to spread the formation 8,000 kilometers, it will take at least 2 years to achieve it. This is such a laborious, time-consuming and boring thing. Lee Sin was able to endure his temper and do it. But the relatively young Su Wanjun was a little impatient after persisting for a month. He found Lee Sin and proposed a new idea. Senior, do you think we can cooperate with the military, use forbidden spells and join Taoism to clear a path, past 66 kilometers outside the formation, and then set up the formation? This way we can save half the time to reach the mountain. Not feasible. Once we leave the protection range of the formation, we will definitely be hit by the thunder of the beasts. They are not fools. Lee Sin rejected it without thinking, but Su Wanjun still found Xie Peng Jun, who came to inspect, and proposed this tactical suggestion again. It just so happens that the military and government also have the same idea. This kind of formation rhythm can not only save half the time, but also half the materials for formation. No! In the past month, we have killed 62 divine beasts, but we have observed 274 monsters that have broken through the divine beast level. The number of divine beasts has been increasing. We really have no chance of resisting the attack of hundreds of divine beasts. The biggest possibility is that our formation platform has just been activated, and it will be attacked by divine beasts in the next second, and then quickly wiped out. Lee Sin shook his head like a rattle to disagree and firmly opposed it. Knowing that there is danger, taking risks is not a wise move. In view of his firm opposition, the military and government officials discussed and followed Lee Sin's advice, slowly and safely deploying the formation. Compared with expanding the territory, it is more important to retain the living force and cultivate new forces. Senior leaders will not do things that put the cart before the horse. But the next day, Xie Peng Jun came again. Lee Sin, everyone is familiar with the 12 ancestral witch star formation. Why don't you go back and adjust the endless starlight gathering spirit formation? The 9 activations later triggered very small celestial phenomena, and the increase in the 12 ancestral witch star formation was also much smaller. Okay, I'll go back after this large formation is completed. Lee Sin naturally would not object to this request, and Gao Yuan, who was in charge of the command in the rear, had responded to him. Although the plants planted were the same as those in Nanshuiyuan, the mutation efficiency was more than half, and the starlight absorption efficiency was 70% weaker. He went back to check several times, but he still couldn't get the point. He was eager to expand his territory, so he didn't check and adjust it properly. This time he directly put aside the affairs of the 12 ancestral witch star array and went to Fang. The first thing he did was to build 3 fertilizer fermentation lakes along the Ruoshui River. Each one covers an area of 100 square kilometers, is oval in shape, has a long diameter of 20 kilometers, and is directly dug 20 meters deep. In addition to the flowing water array in the middle, there are circles of living water array arranged next to it at a distance. Other arrays will interfere with the flowing water array, but only a basic living water array can have no effect, and can also slightly accelerate the fermentation speed of fertilizer. These 3 fertilizer lakes, in addition to fermenting fertilizer, can also play a role in regulating water vapor, making the climate of this area of 300 to 400 kilometers more pleasant and the precipitation more reasonable. For the fruit trees planted with the endless starlight array, it can also play a slight role in improving. But the effect is still not very obvious. Strange. What is the reason? After another month of running around, adjusting the formation, changing the tree species, and adding new auxiliary formations, the auxiliary effect of endless starlight gathering spirit formation still did not improve much, and still could not reach 40% of the formation of Nanshuiyuan. Li Sun, do you think it is a problem with the blood of the monsters? Before Nanshuiyuan, there were many battles, and the blood of the monsters directly irrigated the entire Nanshuiyuan, and the monsters here did not die much, and the blood was also diverted to the side by the quality of the starlight. Is it because of the lack of nourishment from the monster blood that the potential and stamina of these plants' mutation have become smaller? Oh, it's possible. Just when Li Sun was at a loss, Feng Yaru beside him proposed a possibility. As a 5th level spiritual plant master, her planting level was definitely far superior to Li Senator with this idea. Li Sun immediately asked the military to pour some of the monster blood collected before into the fertilizer fermentation lake to ferment together. After watering the newly fermented fertilizer, the fruits of the formation swayed gently without wind. The growth rate did not change, but the leaves and trunks were gradually stained with a layer of starlight. In just 1 week, the effect of gathering spirits has been improved to 80%, and the auxiliary and energy storage effect of the 12 ancestral, which star formation has been improved to 70%. The new starlight spirit gathering formation has the same effect of irrigating first, and then activating the formation. Now the problem at the rear has been basically solved. Haha. The blood of monsters is so useful. Interesting. Li Sun was still adjusting the fertilizer. Xian Duke, who got the news, ran to see the gray-black fertilizer, full of joy, and a hint of bloodthirstiness in his eyes. Are they going to use monsters as fertilizer? Chapter 8:17. In a second. It's late autumn, and the fruit trees are ripe in an instant. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The north wind blows, and the weather gradually becomes colder. A gust of wind blows, and the leaves of the fruit trees, which are mainly broadleaf plants, fall. As soon as November comes, the weather suddenly changes. Although the temperature is not very low, it is still around 10 degrees, but it was still midsummer a day ago. As soon as the north wind arrives today, the leaves have not yet turned yellow and have begun to fall. The various fruits on the trees, which were originally green, quickly enter the ripening stage in 1 day. But the quality of all the fruits is declining. Yaru, do you have a solution? I don't, but you can try to use the formation, activate Shibishi and Jumongzuwu, and use the power of weather control, and with power to control the weather within the range of the formation. Look above your head. Li Sun pointed to the sky with a wry smile. 2 giants emitting faint starlight were suspended in the sky. There was no need for Li Sun to remind him. As soon as the sudden change in weather was discovered, the formation master activated the starlight giant. But the effect was still not good. It seemed that this was the rule of heaven and earth in the entire monster world. Although the formation could affect it, the effect was limited. According to Li Sun's calculations, if the 2 starlight giants were not activated, and if they did not emit the power of weather and wood, all the fruits might have matured today and then fallen. In that case, the quality would have dropped to a distressing level. I'll ask other farmers. This time Nanshuiyuan has gathered more than half of the 7-turn farmers in Dragon Country. And there are also several farmers above level 200. Maybe they have a way. Let's go together. There are so many high-end farmers here. But Li Sun doesn't know yet. He usually concentrates on setting up the formation. They were lucky, and soon found the group of gray-haired old men in an orchard near Blackstone Mountain. Warming technique. Just as they approached, an old man used a skill in his hand and landed on a mutated starlight orange tree. The green spiritual light flowed on the orange tree, which was already more than 1 person tall, nourishing the leaves and warming the fruits, Even the trunk looked more alive. The skill lasted for a minute before the old man stopped. Wen Lao, how is the effect? Can it resist this strange rule of heaven and earth? A slightly thin old man asked directly. It's a little useful, but the effect is not great. The fruit that would have taken 6 days to mature, after using my skill, can be extended to 8 days, which can only slightly protect the quality of the fruit. But my current mana can only cast this level of spell about 80 times, which is completely inadequate. The old man's name is Wenjung Jun. He is the first person in the field of fruit tree planting in Longhua, an 8th level spiritual gardener, and now he is shaking his head. Others just can't do anything. Then other farmers took action, using various nourishing skills to nurture the fruit trees. But at most, it can only extend the ripening period by 1 day. Not even 2 days. Li Sun went forward and asked humbly for a long time. And the result he got was that it was completely impossible to prevent the fruit from ripening early. And it was difficult to even delay it. In this way, not only will the quality of the fruit deteriorate, the special efficacy will be weakened, but it will also lead to a scarcity of seeds, a decline in vitality, and a reduction in cultivation value. This matter alarmed the high-level officials of Longhua, and a general and an elder from the elders' pavilion came directly and hurried over. As soon as Mang Aol saw Wenjung Jun, he asked anxiously, will the quality of the spiritual medicine planted in Nanshui decline? Will the harvest decrease? Will the medicinal properties change? Compared with the fruit trees, the top management is more concerned about the spiritual medicine. Wenjung Jun did not answer, but looked at Yuan Sanqiang beside him. This old friend is an 8th level spiritual pharmacist, and he is professional in herbal medicine planting. Seeing the question, Yuan Sanqiang smiled happily and said, don't worry. There are mutant starlight fruit trees that have resisted the rules of heaven and earth through the formation, and the spiritual medicine below is not greatly affected. The quality and yield of the spiritual medicine will indeed decline, but only a little, and the impact is minimal. There is no need to worry about the medicinal properties. The overall medicinal properties have not changed, and the medicinal properties of some spiritual medicines can be improved through rapid maturity. That's good. That's good. Using the spiritual medicine here, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the Academy of Pharmacy, and the Academy of Sciences have jointly developed a variety of elixirs, which can really speed up the cultivation speed of ordinary people, and increase the skill proficiency of professionals, which will greatly help improve the strength of the people across the country. Man Aol Li's nervous expression finally eased a little, and he looked at the fruit trees around him, with a red light flashing in his eyes, and began to identify them. Good stuff. All good stuff. The worst of these fruit trees are of excellent grade 50 quality, and the fruits they produce can reach excellent grade 40 at the lowest. Whether they are eaten directly or used to make pills, they are all very good materials. Now looking at the situation, the quality of the fruit will drop a lot. Mang Aol looked at Wenjung Jun again, with regret in his eyes. Yes, it will drop a lot. The quality of excellent fruit trees will drop, and the loss will not be big. But those perfect quality fruit trees that we cultivated with great difficulty, we originally planned to grow seeds, but now they may all be wasted. What a pity. Everyone accompanied Mang Aol on a simple tour in Nanshui. As the elder in charge of agriculture, he was still very thoughtful, and soon came up with a good suggestion. Old one, elder, you can cast the warming spell on high quality fruit trees that can be used for seed preservation, and do your best to preserve the quality of the seeds. This method seems feasible. I will select the strongest plants with my old friends, and start the action today. Military Wenjung is old, but his temper is more impatient than when he was young, and he led his men to work in a hurry. When the mutant starlight fruit trees were first planted, the focus was not on how much they could harvest, but on whether they could cultivate excellent varieties. Especially when the sudden change of weather in the demon beast world was discovered, it would make the fruits mature quickly, cultivating fast quality, and the quality of fruit trees that can adapt to weather changes is particularly important. Li Sun also temporarily put aside the work of setting up the formation, and ran to prepare fertilizer. Blood and flesh flower fertilizer, the first fertilizer formula that Li Sun understood, cultivated the fertilizer of blood recovery apple, this top-grade fruit. Li Sun prepared it again, and carefully fine-tuned the formula according to the different properties of each fruit tree. Accelerate the growth of various fruit trees, rather than speed up their maturity, make the fruit fuller. After 6 days, all kinds of fruit trees, with different maturity periods matured at the same time. On the same day, Most fruits fell down in a ripe state. What a pity. The highest quality fruit is only excellent level 19. So many perfect quality fruit trees cannot produce perfect quality fruit. It's a pity. Looking at the statistics sent by the logistics department, Lee Sin sighed softly. Husband, don't worry. We have also retained 160 perfect quality fruit trees that have not matured, although the yield has been reduced by half after the fruit has been combed. The remaining fruits are all perfect quality, so there is no problem in saving seeds. Compared with Lee Sin's Sai, Feng Yara smiled happily. A large number of high-level farmers used magic to nurture the trees, and successfully saved 160 high-quality fruit trees. However, Lee Sin looked at the gloomy sky and was still a little worried. I'll set up a few formations and adjust the weather. We can't let it snow. Feng Yara looked up at the sky, and also put away her smile and nodded. Chapter 8:18 Next Planting Plan. Lee Sin led his men to set up a circle of wind-calling formation and successfully dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Although the snow did not fall, the temperature was still getting lower and lower. The 160 fruit trees nurtured by magic lasted for another 11 days, but still matured quickly and fell under the low temperature. The monster world seemed to be particularly unfriendly to these alien species, forcing them to mature, and also forcing them to die faster. The various formations set up by the formation masters to change the weather environment cannot completely resist the advent of this kind of rules of heaven and earth, but can only delay and weaken it. Fortunately, the seeds we took out are of perfect quality. We will cultivate them all next spring. They should be able to adapt to this world faster. After the fruit trees were harvested, Elder Mang Aol came to learn about the situation. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw that most of the 160 bags were full of seeds. He also shook hands with Wen Zhengjun to express his gratitude. Then he announced the government's decision. The fruit pulp will be taken back by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences for alchemy and drug refining experiments. Then, they will study and sort out the most valuable fruit trees, and then carry out targeted cultivation. This is natural. But should we give priority to increasing the planting of various herbs? As soon as Mang Aol finished speaking, Yuan Sanqiang asked with a little doubt. Mang Aol quickly nodded and confirmed. Of course, herbs should continue to be planted on a large scale, especially those low-level herbs that can be harvested 2 or 3 times a year, which should be planted on a large scale. This year, we vigorously promoted Yang Yuan Dan and distributed it to the whole people. In the professional awakening season in June, the awakening rate of young people increased from 33% to 34%, and the awakening rate of combat professionals increased by 2%. Experts have found that Yang Yuan Dan has the greatest contribution. Therefore, 18 kinds of elixir continues to expand planting after the cultivation of advanced elixir. Oh, understand. Mongda Lu is here this time South Water Yuan. It was also decided by the farmers, who notified the farmers here. Yuan Sanqiang and others nodded after listening. They also heard this news. And all the new species are good unparalleled starlight gathered spirit array. All of the 18 kinds of elixir are planted under the fruit forest. Use other herbal medicines only with open space outside the forest, including advanced elixir. What he meant by asking was whether to increase the planting of high-level spiritual medicines. Since the top management has made a decision, then let's proceed at the current pace. Lee Sin in the crowd thought about it, and raised his hand to speak. I think we should increase the hybridization of spiritual medicines and fruit trees, crossbreeding the spiritual fruit trees and spiritual medicines that mutated from ordinary plants on Blue Star with the spiritual trees and spiritual medicines in the monster world. This is the way to make spiritual fruit trees and spiritual medicines quickly adapt to this world. In addition, we should also increase the application and development of native spiritual medicines in the monster world. He also had a bold idea, but he swallowed it back after thinking about it, and didn't say it out. Haha. Comrade Xiao Li's suggestion is very good. I will ask the people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the Academy of Sciences to come here to study it when I go back. Mang Aol recognized Lee Sin's proposal and agreed directly. But Yuan Sanqiang and Wen Zhengjun beside him shook their heads at the same time, with a look of disapproval. However, they did not refute Lee Sin's words, but changed the subject and said, Major Lee Sin, after more than half a year of research, we have also found several native fruit trees in the monster world that are suitable for setting up formations. Among them, several have good medicinal value. We hope to use these fruit trees in the future formations. I have written down Mr. Wen's suggestion. I will ask the Formation Master Brigade to adjust the fruit trees planted. When the time comes, Mr. Wen will dispatch farmers to help transplant the fruit trees. No problem. As for the formation of fruit trees in the monster world, Lee Sin had already reported it. And what he was waiting for was the pharmacists of the agricultural college to verify the toxicity problem. There are 66 kinds of fruit trees found outside this tunnel. And there are hundreds of fruit-bearing shrubs and flower vines. According to the identification technique, only one fruit tree and 4 flower plants were identified as non-toxic, and the others were either highly toxic or showed signs of being toxic. Pharmacists test the medicinal value of these toxic plants, as well as the possibility of detoxification and prescription. After a year of hard work, there are finally substantial results. 6 kinds of slightly toxic fruit trees have been identified, which are not fatal, but will cause itching, vomiting, diarrhea, body soreness and swelling. And the antidote has been found. There are 20 fruit trees with moderate toxicity that will cause serious reactions, but are still not fatal. Antidotes have been found for all of them. There are as many as 40 fruit trees that are definitely fatal, or even quickly fatal. Most of these fruit trees were directly eradicated, leaving only a small amount of samples. There are 23 kinds of flowers, plants and vines that are slightly toxic or non-lethal, which is less than fruit trees. Looking at the information compiled by Wen Zhengjun, Lee Sin personally checked the 7 non-toxic and slightly toxic fruit trees. The 20 toxic, but not lethal ones can only be used as a last resort. He is not willing to take risks. Normal plants will mutate into poisons, and if poisonous plants are used, it will be even more dangerous. Red Cloud Vermilion Fruit Perfect LV77, after consumption, it increases the accumulation of spiritual energy by 7 years. Accelerates the cultivation speed by 7 months. Can be eaten directly, and can be used as medicine. 30 years of growth. 1 year of flowering. 1 year of fruiting. 1 year of maturity. And 1 year of fruiting. Fruits are produced every 3 years after the tree is mature. This is a non-toxic fruit tree, and its properties are very similar to the vermilion fruit in the novel. But the actual spiritual energy and cultivation speed bonus after consumption are not fixed, but will vary according to the qualifications of the professional. The higher the qualifications, the more it will increase. The effect on the professional is that the proficiency of spiritual energy and internal force techniques increases. But the higher the quality of the technique, the less proficiency it increases, and the slower the proficiency bonus obtained from subsequent cultivation. This is the spiritual plant that Lee Sin wants to plant the most. But there are not many of them. In the vast area of 3,600 kilometers long and 200 kilometers wide occupied by Longhua, only 26 trees were found. After the formation and various fertilizers were added to ripen, a total of 83 fruits were picked, each of which looked like an ordinary peach, similar in size and shape, but without peach hair, and was juicy. Each fruit also has only 1 core. Now it has been cultivated into seedlings by Wen Zhengjun and his team, but only 62 plants have survived. The survival rate is a bit low. But after seeing this property, Lee Sin is more looking forward to the properties of red cloud red fruit after positive mutation. It is definitely a good treasure. He also personally identified and checked the other 6 slightly poisonous spiritual plants. Purple clay fruit tree perfect quality. Appearance is like sugar orange. The effect is to repair meridian injuries. The side effect is itching all over the body, but anyone with a little willpower can tolerate it. Red star fruit tree perfect quality. It looks a bit like rambutan, but it has more seeds inside, and the flesh is very thin. The effect is to restore spiritual energy. The side effect is bloating and more farting. This can also be adapted. Green armor fruit tree excellent quality. It looks like a banana, but the outer layer of skin cannot be cut by a knife, and cannot be chopped through by an axe. It is comparable to excellent level 60 armor, and it can only be broken with a perfect quality sharp knife. The first effect is to temporarily increase defense by 20% for 15 minutes, and the second is to increase defense skills, and the skill proficiency of the skills. The side effect is yellowing of the skin and a faint odor. Purple jade tree excellent quality. Looks like mulberry. A bunch of purple jade hangs on the tree. The effect is to speed up the cultivation of chi skills. The side effect is bad breath. The bad breath that people can't avoid. Colorful plum tree excellent quality. Looks like green plum. Each fruit is gorgeous. It's really beautiful, but the effect is just delicious. The side effect is body disharmony. Will tremble unconsciously shaking. Tianfu fruit tree perfect quality. Looks like wax apple fruit. The effect is to increase fortune in a mysterious way. 1 hour. The side effect is coughing up blood for half an hour. except for the last one Tianfu fruit tree. The other fruit trees have been used as medicine to make medicine and eliminate the side effects. The number of the 6 slightly poisonous fruit trees is relatively large. The saplings that have been bred now add up to hundreds of millions, and they can be planted on a large scale. The most important thing is that these spiritual plants still have green leaves on snowy days, full of vitality, and fully adapted to the climate of the monster world. Chapter 8:19, The Heavenly Tao in the Monster World Strikes Back. The first snow fell quietly, and the forest on the plain seemed to be gently covered by a layer of pure gauze. The sky gradually changed from deep blue to soft grayish-white, and the snowflakes danced in the air like elves, and they fell silently, bringing vitality to this silent forest. In the forest, the branches of the trees were gently bent by the snow, as if nature was playing a silent piece of music. The snowflakes fell on the pine trees, piling up into fluffy white, while the branches were still green, forming a sharp contrast. The leaves of the fruit trees had long fallen, leaving only bare branches, which were now covered in silver and looked even taller. The snow on the ground gradually thickened, making a crunching sound when stepped on. On Nanshuiyuan, people were coming and going, and it was busier than usual. Spiritual plants from the monster world dug from the other side of the river replaced the fruit trees that were frozen to death by the snow and low temperature. As time entered December, the temperature remained below zero. Even with the protection of the 12 ancestral, witch star array, and the cloud sky star array, the rules of heaven and earth still fought back fiercely. The heavy snow, which was not seen even in the coldest time last year, broke through the starlight barrier and fell to the ground, not only freezing a large number of fruit trees, but also killing the herbs on the ground in batches. With the large-scale death of the mutant fruit trees, the entire endless starlight gathering spirit array collapsed directly, and Lee Sin had to urgently dig up trees on the south bank of the Ruoshui River to replace them. Lee Sin, are these spiritual plants enough? Can they directly activate the endless starlight gathering spirit array after planting them? Not sure. This change came too quickly. Patting the dirt on his hands, Lee Sin walked to the next tree pit while answering Qian Duke's words. This should be a counterattack from the world rules. When we built bases in other worlds before, we were counterattacked several times, but none of them was as fierce as this time. Well, I can see that. Last winter, even though it snowed, it wasn't very cold. This year, it's very cold before it snowed. And the more places we set up formations, the colder it is. On the contrary, the places outside where we don't set up formations are still green and lush. While talking, Lee Sin helped others pull out the fruit trees that had been frozen to death and planted new spiritual plants. This time, they were not planted with fruit trees, but ordinary spiritual plants. As long as they could form formations and activate formations, it would be enough. Then can our current formation block the sudden attack of the divine beast? This is what Qian Duke is most worried about. It should be possible. Although the overall power of the formation has decreased, as long as it is not a perverted divine beast like the mutated dragon elephant, it can be defended. As he spoke, Lee Sin had already formed seals with both hands, releasing the epic skill Prosperity. A green light covered an area of 1 kilometer, injecting a trace of vitality into the spiritual plants that had just been planted, so that these spiritual plants would not die just after they were planted. After consuming 1/10 of his mana, which was a full 160,000 mana, Lee Sin stopped and trotted to the next orchard to replace the spiritual plants. In the entire Nanshuiyuan, except for the 160 fruit trees that were kept for seed, all the fruit trees were directly frozen to death, including several fruit trees that were supposed to be cold resistant. The counterattack of the rules of heaven was indeed terrifying. At the same time, the fruit trees on the south bank of the Ruoshui River were also frozen to death. The closer to Nanshuiyuan, the closer to the tunnel, the more serious the damage. On the contrary, there was no snow 3,000 kilometers away from the tunnel, and the temperature was not as low as here. The area that needed to replace the spiritual plants was very large. Lee Sin was not worried about the safety of Nanshuiyuan, but the south bank of Ruoshui River. Therefore, the formation master team retreated first. After the Starlight Gathering Spirit formation in Nanshuiyuan was successfully activated, he immediately ordered the entire army to retreat to avoid being attacked by monsters. A giant eagle with a wingspan of 1,000 meters shot from the sky in the distance, and a whistle sounded. A group of night owls with a wingspan of 100 meters followed closely behind, and there were more birds flying behind. Rumble, On the ground, countless beasts rushed from all directions, raising dust that dyed the snowflakes in the sky gray. Sure enough, when the Dragon Kingdom army began to retreat, the monsters immediately launched an offensive, and countless monsters appeared in the sky and on the ground, and rushed to the formation area on the south bank. It seemed that the monsters had been preparing for a counterattack, but the strange thing was that the Dragon Kingdom scouts did not discover it in advance, which was a bit weird. Bang bang bang. Crack. Crack. The 12 ancestral witch star formation, which had just been set up not long ago, was hit by the violent attack and was directly broken after less than a minute of resistance. The first layer. The second layer. The third layer. This time, the monster beasts dispatched more than 1,000 beasts, all of which were successfully absorbed by the star power and spiritual energy outside the Dragon Kingdom formation this year, and now they have become the main force attacking the Dragon Kingdom formation. Bang bang bang. The monster beasts rushed into the 3,600-kilometer line with great momentum, only to be blocked by the 12 ancestral witch star formation. In this area, the 12 ancestral witch star formation has been built for some time, and the endless starlight gathering spirit formation has been running for quite some time, accumulating enough star power, which greatly improves the defense of the starlight barrier. The monster army wanted to break through, but it couldn't do it in a short time. The giant eagle whistled again, and the monster army gave up attacking the formation very simply, and directly crossed from the side, heading towards Nanshuiyuan. Birds can fly over the Ruoshui River directly, but when they flew to the south bank, they didn't fly over directly, but lowered their bodies, caught some of the monsters with the highest level and strength, and crossed the river together. The beasts of the divine beast level naturally gained the ability to fly, and could fly over directly, crossing Nanshuiyuan. At the same time, to the north of Nanshuiyuan, there were also countless monsters gathering here, but they did not launch an attack directly, but formed arrays one by one. And they formed arrays according to their attributes. Ding ding dang 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 dong dang dong. On the Dragon Kingdom army side, the Soundwave professionals and auxiliary professionals launched first, adding buffs to the magicians, and at the same time vibrating the space to prevent Void Knight Raven from sneaking in. Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower. Forbidden Spell Ice Storm. Forbidden Spell Water Dragon Song. The magicians who retreated in time did not dare to wait for the monsters to gather completely, and immediately launched their ultimate moves. But, TSK. Roar. 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 Following the command of the giant eagle, the monsters that had almost gathered immediately launched a counterattack. Fireballs as big as football fields, lightning as thick as buckets, meteorites as big as basketball fields, sword energy as big as a river. Instantly, countless attacks that made people shudder at the sight of them came, or attacks that were concentrated on the northern starlight barrier, with just one encounter. The forbidden spells of the Dragon Kingdom army were repelled, and they quickly approached the starlight barrier. Seeing this scene, Lee Sin's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "All formation masters take melee professionals to the nearest formation base, the formation eye, and burst out all the fighting spirit and internal force, to strengthen the power of the formation. Quick!" Yes! Everyone was frightened by the power of the monster's combined attack, and quickly took their positions. The magicians' faces were livid as they outputted magic power and drank potions. The Taoists immediately switched their unlaunched attacks to defensive Taoist magic, blocking the northern starlight barrier. Boom boom boom. The confrontation between magic and monster spells lasted less than 2 minutes, and the forbidden spell was broken. Puff! The magicians in the formation collapsed to the ground at the same time. Their faces were pale, and 70% of the magicians vomited blood on the spot. The recoil injuries from the broken forbidden spells probably wouldn't heal for a month. TSK, it was not until this time that the thousands of divine beasts in the monster army joined the battle, and the demonic power exploded, strengthening the joint spells cast by the monsters below. Bang! 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 The starlight barrier was shaken. Jumon scatter. Shibishi scatter. Zujian gather. Lee Sin suppressed the panic in his heart, controlled the 12 ancestral witch star formation, activated the skills. Retreat, the wounded are given priority. Sun Wenyong issued the retreat order before Li Wanbing. He could see that this time it was really a matter of life and death. Chapter 820 blocked, frustrated. Bang bang bang. The monster's attack frequency slowed down. They are not human, but they are also living creatures, and they also have physical and demonic power limitations. The continuous explosion of big moves made them tired, and their recovery slowed down. But under the guidance of those mythical beasts, the attacks gradually gathered together. This is a concentrated attack, a breakthrough at a time. The 1,000-meter-long dragon with a human head and a dragon body, under the control of Lee Sin, flew under the starlight barrier, and its body was tightly wrapped around this starlight barrier, and the weak power of time was emitted, slowing down the time of the nearby heaven and earth by 3 points. Crackling, another deep blue lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, but condensed to the extreme, struck down. The terrifying power successfully split a hole in the starlight barrier, and the lightning bolt as thick as a fist rushed into the barrier. After a faint sound of wind, the lightning bolt disappeared into the mouth of the starlight dragon Zhu Jiuyin. Afterwards, a light blue starlight shot out from its tail, and landed on the trembling starlight barrier. Neither the 12 ancestral witch star array nor the cloud sky star array had successfully merged the energy storage array, and could not directly absorb and digest the enemy's attack. But Zhu Jiuyin is different. It controls the attribute of time, which can speed up, slow down, pause, fast forward, and rewind. Lee Sin has learned a little bit about the rules of time by learning Shivering Water Array. Now he can control the starlight Zhu Jiuyin, and he can speed up and slow down the time within a range of 2 kilometers. Through time transformation, he can reduce the impact of the attack, swallow it, use time acceleration in his stomach, further eliminate the power of the attack, and contaminate it with starlight. Finally, he transformed the attack into spiritual energy and supplied it to the starlight barrier. Although it was a bit troublesome, it did play a role in strengthening the starlight barrier. Under Lee Sin's control, most of the defense of the starlight barrier was concentrated, and the starlight candle Jiuyin absorbed some of the powerful attacks, and barely blocked the attack of the monster army. However, if such attacks continued, the defense formation of Nanshuiyuan would definitely be broken. Without the assistance of the Grandmaster team, it would be difficult for the Dragon Kingdom to gain a foothold in the monster world. At this time, Lee Sin regretted letting Huang Rong and the others go back. But there is no regret medicine in the world. You have to hold on no matter how difficult it is. On the professional side, the Magician Corps has supported each other and boarded various large trucks, and began to retreat to the tunnel. The Taoist Brigade has also reached the edge of exhaustion, and vehicles have arrived beside them to pick up people. The melee professionals are already inputting fighting spirit and internal force into the 12 ancestral, Witch Star Array, and Cloud Sky Star Array Center, and it is no problem to hold on for more than 10 minutes. Artillery Army, attack the north direction 26 degrees with all your strength, fire. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of artillery pieces, 3000 rocket launchers, finally adjusted, the same direction, the shells connected in a line, weaving a barrage to cover the sword-horned antelope that has the strongest damage to the starlight barrier. Sword Chi, an attack with both physical and magical properties, has the greatest damage to the starlight barrier, the strongest penetration, and can also damage the starlight candle Jiuyin behind it. So it must be destroyed. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the group of sword-horned antelopes. Like a luxurious fireworks show, the explosions formed a huge mushroom cloud. And under the mushroom cloud, the blazing high-temperature shock wave dispersed the neatly formed antelope array, making it impossible for them to perform the combined sword chi. Good, keep attacking, and use up all the shells. Li Wanbing saw the sword-horned antelope's array being dispersed, clapped his hands excitedly, and ordered to continue the attack. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Now the human race and the monsters are confronting each other, not only their endurance, but also their momentum. The giant eagle also saw the human race's purpose, and immediately a group of birds changed the direction of attack, flapping their wings to shoot dense wind blades to intercept the shells. Qian Wuju, Lee Sin, who stabilized the starlight candle Jiuyin, used some energy to condense the starlight Tianwu, and directly opened his big mouth, sucking all the wind blades into his mouth, and also converting these attacks to the starlight barrier, turning them into the defense here. Ba! 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 Saber-horned antelopes have high defenses. The shells bombarded for a long time, but failed to kill one. But under the continuous bombardment, a large number of them were injured and fell to the ground. It is no longer possible to organize an effective attack. The defense of the starlight barrier has been temporarily stabilized. But the reserves of starlight and spiritual energy may not last long. Blah! The monster's attack continued for another 5 minutes. After the giant eagle let out an unwilling scream, the monster's attack stopped directly. The divine beast-level monster pressed in front of the formation, with overwhelming momentum, but did not launch an attack. The monsters below the divine beast level maintained a stable formation and slowly retreated. Retreat? The artillery troops continued to attack. Overload the attack. The long-range attack professions with spare power should also attack with all their strength. Sun Wenyong saw that the artillery attack stopped, and he ordered to attack loudly. He was worried that if the attack stopped, the monsters would react and stop retreating. Now, the momentum must not be weakened. Perhaps, the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom army was really strong, and the monsters retreated directly to the north very straightforwardly. After withdrawing 600 kilometers, they disbanded the formation and dispersed. Some monsters stayed on the grassland in the north, but more monsters went around, and were caught by flying monsters and flew over the Ruoshui River, returning to the south bank. A battle that was a whimper ended just like that. In this battle, the number of monsters of all levels killed was less than 1,000. The statistics after the war made Li Wanbing very upset, but Sun Wenyong nodded with satisfaction after reading them. He patted Li Wanbing on the shoulder and said, "Old Li, don't be dissatisfied. At least none of our soldiers died this time. But old son, our magician corps will not be able to fight for at least the next 20 days. Not only fighting, but even helping with planting will not be possible. Also, our formation was flattened for thousands of kilometers, which is a huge loss." And Li Wanbing counted the material losses this time with heartache. Li Sun listened quietly beside him, flipping through the photos collected in his hand. After a while, when Li Wanbing finished speaking, he comforted him. "Commander, the formation is only damaged but not completely destroyed. It is not a big problem to repair it, and the resources consumed can be greatly saved. And from the current situation, after the monster retreats, it will not come to trouble us again for a long time." Li Wanbing could naturally come to this conclusion, but he was a little frustrated that he could not kill a large number of enemies. "Alas, our plan to expand our territory will be very difficult to carry out. If those beasts come to harass us every other day, we won't be able to continue expanding. We still have to find a way to restrict the actions of the monsters." As he spoke, Li Wanbing looked at Li Sun expectantly, hoping that he could find a way. Li Sun lowered his eyebrows and thought for a long time. Sun Wenyong and others around him did not speak, just looked at him quietly. "We certainly cannot really restrict the monsters, but I want to try to create a target that attracts the monsters to attack continuously, to attract all the monsters, and then steadily expand the army." He thought of a more dangerous idea.